long throw in to Jackson Davis. Rockets won't foul. 4 seconds. This one's over. The Golden State Warriors have come to Houston yet again to close out a series. And they win 103-89 as they win Game 7 here behind 33 points from Buddy Hield. 20 points, 8 rebounds, 7 assists from Jimmy Butler. Draymond Green, 16 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, and 22 points, 10 rebounds, 7 assists from Steph Curry, 19 in the second half. And Golden State will head to Minneapolis tomorrow. A date with Anthony Edwards and the Timberwolves.
How about them dubs? How about them dubs, Shasky? Good morning, everybody. Oh, I've been waiting to say this for a while. To all the overnight dances, all the truck jumpers, all the cops, all the firefighters, and everybody at Papados down in Houston, Texas, as May 4th, 2025 will always be known as the day Buddy Hield dropped 33 and 9 threes, the official Buddy Hield game as the Warriors advanced to the second round, and they knocked off Houston not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, not 5. Oh, 5 times. 5 times. 5 times. Yeah. Cinco de Mayo. It's Cinco de Mayo 5 times in the last decade. And the Warriors advanced to the second round. What's up, buddy?
I can't believe they won that game. Friday night might have been one of the lowest moments since 2016 as a Warrior fan. One of them. I know there's been other ones. I'm talking about the Father's Day loss to LeBron, right?
Yeah.
That was as low as I felt in a long time. No, they were awful. They were awful, and they completely wiped the whole thing away. They picked themselves off the mat yesterday. I don't know how they won that game. Steph Curry, I kept watching the first half going, is Steph going to do anything? Is Steph going to do anything? Is Steph going to do anything? There's no way they can win if Steph doesn't do anything. Is Steph going to do anything? And Buddy freaking Hield. Buddy Hield, who we've kind of had a joke, like as a station, like, you know, you live by the buddy, you die by the buddy. And walking the Buddy Hield experience, that tightrope, is terrifying. And the guy showed up in the biggest way. I'm flabbergasted. I can't believe that we had not a Game 6 Clay, and I don't want to disrespect Clay in any way, but for Buddy Hield of all players to be now synonymous with Game 7. Game 7, Buddy? Are you kidding me?
Are you? I can't believe it, Shasky. 888-957-9570. Line them up. I want to talk to the fans here. Did you believe Game 7? Because you're right. Friday night, as we recap Friday night, game number 6 at Chase Center. 3 minutes into the game, 3 minutes and 7 seconds, Draymond Green gets called for a flagrant one and whacks Jalen Green, right? And I'm thinking, I'm just like, oh, that's how we're setting the tone. Now, the Rockets are up 46-35 Friday night. Steph Curry goes an 11-point personal run, but the Rockets had an answer every single time. And next thing you know, in the fourth quarter, as they go into the fourth quarter down 2, they score 5 points over the next 8 minutes and 7 seconds Friday night in the fourth quarter. And it's like, wow, a Game 7? Really? You couldn't couldn't wipe them out and couldn't get some rest before Minnesota. And I'm thinking all day Sunday, everybody's like, the newsroom down at NBC Sports Bay Area was tight. I thought Fitz had a look on his face where he's like, I don't know. But nobody knew.
Everywhere I went. So Saturday, we had a bunch of stuff going on, baseball in the morning, and golf, and then came in. Everywhere I went, everyone was like, there's just no chance.
No chance.
The Warriors win Game 7. There's no chance.
I had no idea. I'm not going to lie. The panic meter, I went full tilt on the panic meter Friday for the first time in the history of the panic meter.
Bonte, I gave up. I said, there's no way. I give up. There's no way they're going to win the game. And then I'm watching. I'm like, wait, we're up 4 and Steph really hasn't done anything? I think we're up this, and Buddy Hield hitting that shot before the end of the quarter? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? He actually played great defense. One more thing. If I never see Fred VanVleet the rest of my life, I'll be happy. That guy, every shot he took, I thought was going in. We could not stop him for the life of us.
That 3-game stretch, 18-27, Fred VanVleet, he was cooking with hot grease. And I thought the Warriors did. You're right. Buddy Hield did play some damn defense yesterday.
Did.
Fred VanVleet only had 4 3-point attempts for most of that game. You know, he hit a couple threes when it was already academic, and the Warriors were going to win that game. But they really did a good job. That 1-3-1 zone that they employed yesterday slowed down Şengün, who had 21 points on 23 shots. But I want to get back to Buddy Hield. You mentioned a 4-point lead after the first quarter because I felt good at halftime. Steph had 3 and they're up 12.
And I'm
thinking, Houston, you've got a problem.
Exactly.
Because it's just a matter of time before Stephen Curry gets cooking. And next thing you know, you look up, he's got 22, 10, and 7. His 23rd career playoff double-double. 3 assists shy of a triple-double. But Buddy Hield hitting that 3 before the end of the first quarter buzzer from the Toyota Center logo. To be up 4 at that point, because remember, they lost 5 of the first 6 first quarters, Shasky.
And looked pathetic offensively in the
bad.
majority of them.
Anemic, just slow. Even though they only scored 23 points in that first quarter, I thought they were playing faster offensively. And you know what? This is where it goes back to Draymond Green. Because for the first 6 games, even Monty Poole, the great Monty Poole, Warriors insider at NBC Sports Bay Area, Shasky, Friday night we're doing a podcast. He goes, he just can't do some of the things that he wants to do. And you just don't know if Father Time's knocking on the door right now. Well, you know what? The guy saved his best for last. And I'm going to give credit when credit is due. Because he set the tone in that first quarter by scoring 8 points. And people always say, like, you keep harping on Draymond's offense. We don't need him to shoot. No, you do.
No, you do.
You do. He's got to hit those shots. And I know he went 2 for 8, Shasky, from the three-point line, but he needs to take those attempts. Because those shots that are created are great shots. You can't draw up a better play.
Just think about where you were Saturday morning or Friday night. If it didn't cross your mind that might be the final series you saw from Draymond Green, because Giannis could be available and this guy could be available, this guy could be available. Like, I don't know what you were thinking, because he was bad Friday night. And I'm an equal opportunist. When he plays well, I praise him. Friday, it felt like to me he had lost his mind on the call, and it discombobulated everything. And the team and him, they just couldn't focus from that point on. Now, I'm not trying to blame him. Other guys, like, no one showed up. I want to make it clear. Right. No one showed up in game 5 and game 6. But I do believe that when he is ultra focused, others fall in line. And for him to play that game in the first half the way that he did, I thought it set the tone. And then defensively at the rim, he did a great job on that spin move that Şengün has been just crushing us with. You know it's coming, that leverage spin. He'll go to the right, he'll go to the left, he'll do either one. He did a great job defending without fouling. And then I thought he did a really good job attacking the hoop. Finally!
I thought one of the key, and Steve Kerr coached his ass off, I thought, yesterday, the third quarter, when you're trying to weather the storm. Now, Draymond Green sets the tone going 3 for 3. I was watching this warm-up, and I was like, man, he's hitting his threes. He hit like 7 to 9 threes when I was watching this warm-up talking to DJ down the line. That third quarter, Shasky, when the Rockets were storming back, they're storming back. It is 63-60. And I thought Steve Kerr, like a Jedi, made it 4 feet with you. I'll drop that for you, Star Wars geeks.
Let's go!
I thought he used his timeouts excellently in that third quarter. It is 63-60. He slows it down. The Warriors in the third quarter on a 7-2 run. You get a 3 from Jimmy Butler. You get a huge layup from Draymond. You get the floater from Draymond inside the paint. So then you go back into the fourth quarter up 8. And then the chef starts cooking. He scores 5 straight to open up the fourth quarter. He gets Jabari Smith Jr. out of isolation, takes him to the rack. Amin Thompson next possession, falls asleep. Steph Curry drains a 3, and boom, you got action. Warriors up big, and they never look back. Steve Kerr in that third quarter, because things was getting hairy. Amin Thompson's taking over. The Rockets are making shots. It was 56-47. Kerr calls a timeout. He calls another timeout later on. Then he calls a timeout 63-60, said just slow it down. We're not going to relinquish this lead. So Steve Kerr, I know a lot of people want to fire Steve Kerr, say he's overrated. He's been coaching his ass off this season. All stops. Yesterday was a game. He leaned on the veterans. That third quarter, Steve Kerr was excellent.
Go back to the first quarter. I'm glad you brought up the timeouts and the usage of the timeouts. First quarter, it's 13-17.
Yep.
Amin Thompson gets multiple back-to-back layups and putbacks, and he goes, boom, quick timeout. We're gonna shut the water off. I believe he made a substitution also during that time. I thought situationally he crushed their momentum and then changed lineups with the timeouts. So to me, during the regular season, too many times, I would feel like, he went 2 possessions too long for calling the timeout. I go right away, timeout, boom, timeout. He did it too. And I thought that he crushed the soul of the crowd, of the Rockets, and just kind of changed kind of the feel of the way that the game was going. Kuminga got subbed out. They went right back with a different lineup. Like, he was just on it.
No, wasn't it Pop like yesterday, the way he used those timeouts?
Absolutely.
It felt like Greg Popovich, who, of course, stepped down Friday and became the team president. It felt very Popovich-like. And into the fourth quarter, his stars took over. Draymond was excellent. But, again, you got to go back to Buddy Hield. 22 first half points.
I owe him an apology.
22 first half points. And even when the starting lineup got revealed, I thought, you are 18-3 with Pods and Moody.
I know.
And you're going to Buddy, who, the guy was 0 for 4 Friday night, didn't score a basket. But Buddy after the game talking about, I was locked in, no social media. I told my family they can't come to the game. Nobody's coming to the game. I just need to lock in. That was his first career Game 7. And he stole the show. He became the 7th player in NBA history to make at least 7 threes in a Game 7. You've got Game 6 Clay in OKC. You got Steph Curry Game 4 in Boston. Yeah. You got Jordan Poole doing what he's doing. Andrew Wiggins, double-double Game 5 in the finals. You have all the Draymond memories, the Kevin Durant memories. And we're going to look back at this dynasty, however long it lasts. We're going to say, remember the day Buddy Hield dropped 9 threes in a Game 7 to beat the Rockets?
And saved their butts. Let's just call it what it is. No, because, look, I believe that the Stars are going to take you home, right? Like, you're going to win or lose if the Stars. Yep. But you look up at halftime and you're like, oh, Buddy did everything you needed. Like, Buddy got you the lead. Okay, it's halftime. Jimmy, Steph, take us home.
Right.
All right, and you referenced 63-60.
Yep.
Mark Grandy, I love him. He did a great job on the postgame show last time. He put out a tweet, and I want to make sure that I give him the appropriate and just due. But this is why your superstars have to ride you home. Where does it say? 63-60, and from that point on, Steph and Jimmy Butler, 12 and 9 points to close things out, and they win going away. Now, Buddy also hit some big threes late. I mean, he had the layup where Fred VanVleet fouling Jimmy Butler. Yeah. Like, honestly, Jimmy could have got hurt, number one. Number two, he could have crashed into Buddy Hield and gotten him hurt. I thought it was a weak foul. That was loser's limp. Coach P, if you're out there, used to tell us, hey, when you start to lose, the worst thing you could do is be a poor sport and take a bad foul. That's, to me, it was in poor taste, but also someone could get hurt.
No doubt.
And I know he was frustrated. I don't think he's an awful person. It was a bad foul, but that was a dirty play.
It was a dirty play, no doubt. In the series that had a lot of dirtiness to it. There was a lot of it, right?
Draymond single-handedly. Okay, he goes to pass, and Fred VanVleet's up in his face, and only Draymond hits a guy in the face while trying to pass. He got a foul on him, meaning Fred VanVleet fouled him, and Dre walked away with, was it an attack or a flagrant?
It was a flagrant.
I don't even know how that's possible.
No, it was a technical.
How is that possible?
I don't even know what a flagrant and tech are. I mean, the guy Game 3, Game 4, Game 6, you name it.
He almost had a double in flagrants in this series.
Now we got to worry about him in Minnesota. He's a couple flagrants away from getting popped for a game in this series. So, you look at these playoffs, Shasky. You got the Russell Westbrook experience in Denver.
Hey, he's playing great, though.
He's playing great, but he's telling the ref, tech me. I don't care if I'm hanging on the rim. Send your asses home, right? Yeah. You got the full Draymond Green experience. And by the way, another meeting of the minds here with the basketball team. Draymond Green did take accountability in the podium after Game 6. After Game 7. Here's what Day had to say last night.
I had to channel it in a different way because that could lead you to, come out and I want it so bad. I actually went the opposite way. I listened to all slow music the last couple days, just kind of calm myself down, went to the spa, meditate, because I know I can ratchet my intensity up. I know I'm going to meet the intensity level, but I felt like I was going too far. Now, I listened to Checkout Time on the way to the game the other day, and that was the exact mindset I had going into that game. Wanted to change it up a little bit today. SZA, 90s R&B, just kind of completely changed it up, so it was good for me.
It's unbelievable.
I love Dre. And there's an old Simpsons episode where Homer Simpson we've all seen The Simpsons, where he's sitting there and he's recounting a story from back in the day, and only Homer could do it this way. Like, as he's recounting the story, they show Homer Simpson. He's got huge guns because he's like jacked, full head of hair, and he's like, "Yes, Mr. President," answers the phone. Only Draymond can tell a story with so many lies, and I believe it. He needs to be his own autobiography narrator because he's got main character syndrome, and I'm here for it.
The 30 for 30 is going to be fascinating.
I got that flagrant on purpose. I thought that we needed it mentally at that point in time.
My technical in Game 3 was calculated, even though my team went on a 9-0 run before the first half. In 53 seconds into the third quarter, I needed to calculate the team. The full sprint he had on that technical Game 3, the full Draymond Green experience to close out the Rockets. And by the way, he said it, I love this city. And Fred VanVleet was saying, hey, it's a different Rockets team. But Draymond's going, it's the same organization. And the fact that they've eliminated them in that building, Game 7, 2018, Game 6, 2019, and then last night, the ownage that they have over the city of Houston.
It's crazy.
It's crazy. When
really
they're
is.
gonna be big in the dynasty, Doc. When they go to St. Warriors, all those Houston Rockets.
Well, he set a screen on Dylan Brooks at the end of the game where he just gave him the old man
I know.
with the butt, and Dylan just went flying. Dylan is still holding Steph somewhere. I don't know where, but he's still holding him somewhere. And we buried the lead. Jimmy Butler, this is why you got him. You got him for big games like this to be able to be the Robin to Steph's Batman. And Steph was awful in the first half.
He was a little off kilter too for a while, Jimmy Butler. Yeah,
he was afraid to shoot.
Yeah, he was like a little loose with the ball.
But
he got beat a couple times defensively.
He got big situational rebounds. He actually lost 2 loose balls. And I'm thinking, like, come on.
Yeah, Tom and Thompson's like, what's going on with
Fred
Jimmy?
VanVleet picked his pocket.
One of the commercials going into commercial, you can see him talking to Stackhouse's Terry Stockton. He's very demonstrative. I'm like, what the hell is going on with Jimmy today?
But when push came to shove, he showed up. And I think the big number for me, 18 rebounds. Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry. They had 18 rebounds combined between the two of them. And Steph Curry, I don't even know what else to say.
Yeah,
look, everybody points to the 1981 NFC Championship game, Dallas Cowboys, Niners, and they're like, yeah, Joe Montana had 3 turnovers. But when push came to shove, who was there?
Joe Montana.
Okay. Everybody talks about the interception he almost threw against the Cincinnati Bengals in the Super Bowl. Right? That was dropped by the defender in, I believe, the third quarter. Maybe it was early fourth quarter. Okay. But when push came to shove, who was there?
Joe Montana.
Okay. Steph Curry, like Joe Montana, like all the greats, when push came to shove, even though he's got one hand, I don't even know what's going on with that thumb.
The right thumb looks nasty.
Even though they're grabbing him and holding him and Cobra clutching him, Steph Curry puts on an unbelievable show. He's the greatest I've ever seen. It's unequivocal. No disrespect to all the legends, Bonds, Ricky, Willie, all of the Joe, Jerry. Like, they're all great. Steph is the one.
Numero uno. And what a carbon copy. It was so reminiscent of what happened in Game 6 of 2019 in the second round against the Rockets. He goes scoreless at the half. And you're thinking, when's Steph Curry going to wake up? Then he drops 33 on him. Well, last night he scores 19 and 22, but he does a little bit of everything. Defensively, he gets 2 block shots. He gets 2 steals. He takes care of the basketball, and he goes night, right in the nick of time. And here comes Anthony Edwards and the Minnesota Timberwolves, folks.
I'll digest them.
Oh, yeah, no
I'll
doubt. We'll get to them. But we'll get to them.
God,
but
Curry.
What a great win last night against a young, inexperienced Rockets team. A grueling series, as Steph and Draymond mentioned. This was some of the toughest defense we've ever seen in the postseason. So I just want to know what spa Draymond went to. It sounds good. I could use a spa day, some meditation. Unbelievable.
Draymond Green, dude, the full experience. The full experience. You know what, though? He always gets the last laugh.
He came through in the nick of time, man.
He
Game
always
7.
gets the last laugh.
Don't forget, Buddy Hield, folks. Buddy freaking Hield. Buddy Buckets. What you thought when you saw the starting lineup and said, Buddy Hield again after going 0 for 4? What's going on here?
I got the alert, no GP2, and I was like, oh, boy.
GP2 out with the illness yesterday, Game 7.
Why are we sick? What is happening?
In Houston, Brandon Pajimski, migraine for Jonathan Kuminga, and now GP2 gets sick. By the way, shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We're coming at you live from the Laughing Mug Studios. Laughing Mug, righteously brewed in San Francisco. All guests. We got any guests today? No, the listeners are the guests, damn it. 888-957-9570. Your call's coming up here on the other side, brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Traveling in 2020.
And Butler has the possession for Golden State. To Draymond. They look for Pregame. Ball goes to Curry instead. Right corner to Butler. Butler shows the ball. Drives on Adams. Locates Hield. Pump fake. Flyby. 3-ball. Got another one! Buddy buckets with a 3, and it's 48-34. He's got 22 first-half points. Buddy Hield putting together a Game 7 for the ages. Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shafsky on 95.7 The Game.
Monte Hill in for Joe Spadoni. He'll be back tomorrow, folks. Don't you worry. Spadoni will be back in the building. Had to lick his wounds from the Lakers loss. No, I'm kidding. He had to play a day off. Spadoni will be back. I'm just here for a day as the Warriors advance to the second round, beating the Rockets yesterday in game number 7. Steve Kerr, he improves to 4-1 in game 7s. How about Steve Kerr in the first round? A perfect 8-0. So put some respect on the head coach of the Golden State Warriors. But Buddy Hield, oh my Lord, Buddy Hield. The Buddy Hield game. Nobody expected it. Now, X factors always loom large in Game 7, Shasky. We've seen it over the years. I think Ron Artest hitting the big 3 for the Lakers against the Boston Celtics in Game 7.
Oh, yeah.
There's always these X factors, right? I did not have Buddy Hield on my bingo card. I did not. I thought maybe, okay, Pods may step up. Moses Moody may step up. Not going to lie to you, I didn't expect much from Jonathan Kuminga after not playing for God knows when, and then all of a sudden becoming the first sub off the bench.
He was in such an impossible position.
I was like, what?
The poor
What is
guy.
going on? The Jonathan Kuminga experience. Not going to get into that today. Not going to do it.
Pods actually had a good game. He
Pods
missed some
did.
shots,
No
but
doubt.
I
He
thought he
played
had a
tough.
good game.
This,
the dunk on Şengün was sick.
And Pods, man, is growing up right before our eyes, man. There's going to be some up and downs. We got to remember, this is his first ever playoff series. He's the youngest player on the team. So Pods played yesterday. He played nearly 40 minutes last night.
Jeez.
Nearly 40 minutes. So I'm proud of Pods. He had a solid game.
Looney was good yesterday.
Looney in his 11 minutes, and he's going
he
to
was
be
really good.
He's going to be big in his series against
Well, they're gonna
Minnesota.
need
Rudy
him.
Gobert, and Naz Reid,
yep.
Julius Randle. What a series that's going to be.
We'll
Talk about the
digest that.
spiciness. Talk about the spiciness. We got to get Draymond Green. No flagrants, no texts. It's going to be wild in that series with Anthony Edwards and company. We'll get to that a little bit later. But Buddy Hield, Shasky, 33 points. Again, he became the 7th player in NBA history to drop 7 threes in a Game 7. So as much as people, because Friday night, everybody was down bad. I saw people start talking about Jordan Poole and Klay Thompson again. And Buddy Hield, Klay-like, explodes in Game 7, Shask. We're getting to the calls in just a second. But wow, Buddy Hield, are you kidding me?
It was unbelievable. I mean, it really was. But you know what? He did everything that you need on the road. You need someone to hit some shots.
Yep.
And to me, this game, this series, it felt like it flipped. When it was 3-1, the Rockets started hitting threes like they were us. Okay? And if you really look at it, like you're going like, we don't really have that many 3-point shooters. It's like Steph, Buddy, Quentin Post. And then after that, there's a huge drop off, right? Especially now that Moses Moody can't find a shot, right? And they needed these guys to one of them to just catch fire. And for them to have Buddy Hield have that moment in that game, and it just spaced the floor.
Yep.
He was getting wide open looks. They were missing good shots in the other games. Like Game 4, even though they won that game, I thought they had better looks than the numbers would indicate.
I'm with you.
And so it finally translated. And I just, Fred VanVleet, my God, it was like, is he ever going to miss?
18-27. And the Rockets, Jabari Smith Jr. hit 2 big threes Friday night in the third quarter. One at the end of the shot clock from the wing, one in the corner. I'm like, they won't miss. They answered every mini run,
did.
and they looked more athletic. And I'm thinking to myself, they've been the better team through 6 games. Now, if they would have hit their free throws, like Game 4, they lost by 3, they missed 12 free throws. Game number 1, they missed 9 free throws. Game 3, they missed 10 free throws.
But they're a poor free throw shooting team.
That's who they are.
Exactly.
They had never had a game. Like, they had shot 40% from 3, I believe, in the last 3 games. They did that once all season.
Wow.
Once all season. So at some point, Bully was kind of talking about, it's like, at some point, their shots are not going to fall. At some point, they're going to get tight. And you know what? They did get tight. Şengün took some uncharacteristic
he
baseline
traveled.
Fadeaways.
He must have traveled 1,000 times yesterday.
He thought he was Jokic or something with the baseline fadeaway, high arcing shot. He was hitting nothing but air. Jabari Smith Jr. was non-existent last night. Tari Eason didn't have the impact. And Dylan
How
the
about
villain.
the ball off his knee?
Oh, my gosh.
That was a huge possession.
Dylan the Villain wasn't ready. He had 2 just back-to-back subpar games, but Amin Thompson is a guy that the Rockets they'll have a good offseason. He is a special player, and he gave Steph all kind of fits.
He had a play where he's going into the lane. I don't remember if it was the first or second half. He did like a full Jordan spin and then finished with the opposite hand. I said, oh, my God.
Yeah, he's special.
Oh, and he hit all his free throws.
He's special,
He
man.
is really good. And the kid will not back down. I thought he hurt his knee or his quad late in the game when he crashed in with Curry. He's a special player. I thought Jabari Smith, to me, didn't play enough in the series overall.
I'm kind of with you, but the rumblings out of Houston is they're not big fans of his. Ime Udoka apparently is not a big fan of his.
I'll take him. There are 2 guys on that team. Well, obviously, Amin Thompson. I'd take in a heartbeat. Adams is a free agent.
He is.
I want him.
He is.
Bring him in. I don't care what it costs. Bring that man in. And Fred VanVleet, send him somewhere where I don't have to ever see him again.
They have a team option on him for $44 million. So the Rockets,
$44 million?
A team option, not a player option, a team option. So
wow.
The Rockets, they're rumored to be, they obviously wanted to go get Kevin Durant at the trade deadline, but Devin Booker, I think, is going to be on the table. Giannis Antetokounmpo is going to be on the table. And Jalen Green, I think, played his last game with the Houston Rockets. He basically was in single digits this entire series with the exception for game 2 when he dropped 38.
I think it's interesting. Him and Kuminga are actually, like, in terms of seeing the floor,
right?
And kind of not one-trick ponies, because that's unfair, but they just play a certain way, and it doesn't feel like they play within the fabric of the rest of the team that the way they want to play.
It's AAU.
Yeah, but I find it interesting because both of them played for that Ignite G League team.
Together.
Yeah, and so, I don't know, maybe there's something there, maybe there's not, maybe it's just a coincidence, I don't know, but there's no doubt he sticks out like a sore thumb on that team.
No doubt about that. He plays solid defense, but his offense was not rolling whatsoever.
He had a left-handed finish on the right side that was ridiculous.
He's got some talent. He's got some talent. He's still a young player.
No, he does.
He's got some talent, and you know what?
Kuminga has talent.
Look, it's their first playoff series together. You know, for those youngsters. But Amin Thompson, he stood out. I mean, him and Sir Thompson from Detroit. Those dudes are legit.
Ridiculous.
Let's get to the lines.
Yeah.
Let me hear from the roasters.
What a win.
888-957-9570. Let's get to Aaron in L.A. Aaron down in La La Land. What's happening, man? Good morning.
What's up with my dude, Bonta Hield, man? What's crackling, man?
What's going on, Aaron?
Man, look, man, I'm going to say this. Last night I did the fourth quarter on TikTok, man. I had about 20,000 people in for about 10 minutes.
Damn.
Steph Curry, the last thing you expect Steph the Chef, the babyface assassin, is to start pulling down rebounds in the fourth quarter. I think he had like 3 of them. Pulling down rebounds, controlling the ball. And like you said about that thumb is ugly, but it looked real pretty last night. Real pretty when he was doing everything other than scoring in the first half. Last thing I'm going to say. Larry Beal sent a tweet out and said, could you believe that the Warriors are up by 10 and Steph has only had 1 bucket? Yeah. And I answered him, wait till they activate Steph in the second half. And that's exactly what happened. Last thing, April the 10th, 2021, the game I called, Houston Rockets versus the Golden State Warriors. We won. Last night I did fourth quarter live. We won. We go into the second round. We going to see Ant-Man, and Looney's going to have a ball on Rudy Gobert.
So Aaron, hold on. Aaron, so that means you're going to TikTok live? I didn't know there was a TikTok live.
Of course I do TikTok lives. I stream all the games.
All right. Well,
I told you I'm going to call it. I came out of prison and said I'm going to call it NBA Finals in 5 to 7 years. I got to do it on TikTok.
Oh, my God. I didn't even. You know who this is, Shasky.
Oh, yeah,
Aaron Showtime. I was trying to get the voices so early in the morning. I'm not accustomed to this. My guy, Aaron. Oh, yeah. You do big numbers. So I'm not surprised at all.
Man, my voice from calling that game last night on TikTok, man. I went in on that one, man. I'm like, oh, my God, look at my voice.
My favorite play of the night actually wasn't a Steph 3 or anything. It was when he came over and stripped Şengün on that little help side play and then came up with the loose ball. I thought that was just an unbelievable play by Steph Curry.
You know, Steph has gotten so strong and defensively. Remember teams used to hunt him, and they still do. But he's not just food on defense.
No, Jabari tried to back him down.
Right, remember that? And Jabari didn't move.
No.
He's 6'10". Steph was like, get out of here, man. I got this. Let's go to Jason and Concord. Jason, what's happening?
Good morning. Thank you for taking my call. Hey, Game 7, buddy. Yeah, man. That's why you need that. Hey, that's why you need the others, man. You need the others to win titles. You need the superstars to close it. And that's exactly what happened last night. Stephen Curry and Jimmy Butler just close them out. You know what? I believe the Warriors that battle tested. To be honest with you, I don't think they've faced a tougher defense even in those years that they won the titles. So they battle-tested going forward. I don't think there's a better defense than the Houston Rockets, and we closed them out at home. I give the edge to our Warriors, and also on top of that, every single game we're going to have the best player on the floor, and Stephen Curry. Buddy Hield hitting 6 3-point shots, the only player in the NBA history to do that in a half. Steve Kerr, we got to give him credit. He's the only coach in NBA history to win 3 Game 7s on the road. Thanks for taking my call.
How about the Buddy Hield block? I couldn't believe that. There was one sequence in the game. I think there were 5 straight blocks.
Right.
I couldn't believe that.
Yeah, it was wild for a second.
Draymond had multiple blocks. They blocked us. Ahmed Thompson had a block. Then he got blocked by Draymond in transition. Draymond was awesome. As poorly as he played in Game 6, he played that much better in Game 7.
He was poor the first 6 games, and he admitted it. I mean, the guy was averaging like 6 points, 3. He had 18 assists through 6 games. He had 19 turnovers.
Trust me, I was well aware. I was preaching it all day on Thursday and Friday.
We were texting each other. We were like, whoa, what is going on here?
Yeah.
With all these pricks here. Buddy Hield.
I was going at Dre so hard, he was going to come at you at some point.
Oh, here you go.
Shots, you talking to me?
Buddy Hield. Listen to Buddy. We're getting spiritual here on a Sunday. Or now it's Monday, but on a Sunday.
Being in the zone is very spiritual. You know, it's just you and that rim and the net and the ball. And you just figuring it out. And sometimes you put anything up and it just goes in. But just being at peace with your game.
And in the speech, that's going to get a lot of play here, Shasky. Are you in the speeches? Did Guru drop the speech Friday? Did you drop the speech Friday?
No.
Well, apparently Draymond Green dropped the speech for the team before Game 7.
You know, this shows true leadership. That's what it's meant. You know, that's what leadership is about. You know, he let us know that in Game 6 he wasn't being himself. And I'm sure y'all talked to him what he said. But him just letting us know what we had to do to complete this mission tonight. It was fun listening to him. And just like I said, I wanted to play right then because it gave me so much chills. It was very emotional. And guys was nodding their head. And like, when a guy like that speak, who's won 4 championships, who's been in the finals 6 times, you know, he know what it takes to win. And just having that confidence and phone his lead, you know, he's just true professional, true leader, and a true example.
If I was running the league, I would ask Buddy Hield to pee in a cup. After that game? Are you kidding me?
Oh, my God.
Are you kidding me? He was incredible.
Come on, man.
He was incredible. It was a joke. It was a joke. I'd also make Fred Van Vliet do it, too.
Hey, how's the city of Sacramento feeling this morning?
I didn't even think of that. Well, I know Miami was hate watching.
I know they're hate watching. I know Sacramento was hate watching.
I can't believe Buddy Hield had that game.
Buddy Hield.
It's unreal.
The Buddy Hield game in Game 7. 888-957.
He overshadowed Steph Curry.
He overshadowed everybody. Buddy Hield on the court with Steph, Dre, Jimmy, Dylan the Villain, Fred Van Vliet, Ime Udoka, and Nike Cortez is on the sideline. Shangoon. It was Buddy Hield.
If you go on to win it all, that's his Cody Ross moment.
That is, oh my gosh.
If you go on to win it all.
Oh my God, that's such a great call.
Right?
That's such a great call.
Is it not?
That's such a great call. More coming up here. Your calls, 888-957-9570. Your Dubs are going to the second round of the playoffs. Game 1 is tomorrow. Game 1 tomorrow in this series. Every other day for the first 4 games. Is it advantage Minnesota, or do the OGs have something to say about that? Game 1 tomorrow, covers beginning at 5:30. I know here at 95.7 The Game and NBC Sports Bay Area. Tip-off 6:30 tomorrow night for Game 1 between the Warriors and the Timberwolves. But we'll continue to talk about game number 7, the Buddy Hield game, right here on the Morning Roast. Joe Shasky, Bonte Hill in for Joe Spadoni. That's what's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Thompson, one dribble. Gets the ball back to Jalen Green. Fakes back over to Thompson. Warriors give him plenty of room against the zone. Back to Jalen Green. Deep three, right side. Front rim glass, no good. Draymond quickly with the outlet to Buddy Hield. Thompson will pick him up in the front court. Draymond comes back and gets the ball. Dribbles on. Eason takes him inside. Flipped up a shot on the go with the left hand. It goes in off the glass. And it's 37-29. The Warriors lead by 8.
You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Spadoni out for a day. Bonte in. Joe Shasky always here on the Morning Roast. Brought to you by Golden State. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Tim Royal, the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Draymond Green saved his best for last. 16 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, 1 speech, 2 block shots, a spa day, meditation, played soul music on the way to the game. 7-15, too. I like when he's aggressive offensively, that he needs to be aggressive offensively for this team to thrive at the highest level. Of course, Stephen Curry, 22, 10, and 7. But Buddy Hield, damn it. Buddy freaking Hield. I can't get over it, Sasky. Buddy Hield?
If you're going to get super emotional and like crank down instead of crank up, what is the music for you?
Oh, might be Sade.
Okay. Like Al Green?
Sade.
Al Green doesn't do
Al
it?
Green, Teddy Pendergrass.
Okay.
Al Green's not bad.
Okay,
Yeah.
Paul Simon? Little Paul Simon? Little Huey Lewis?
Maybe. Hall & Oates?
Little
Does
Hall & Oates
count? Does Hall & Oates count?
Go Man-Eater?
Right. I can't go for that.
Oh, yeah. It's just, they got hitters. They got
hitters.
You're a rich girl.
Yeah, there you go. What are you
no,
bumping?
but I
What are you
do-
bumping? Do you wind down, Shasky?
Well, it depends. Like there are certain songs that I will play that like get me into a certain mind frame. I understand what Draymond was saying there regarding like there are certain music. Now, Check Out Time by Tupac, if that's the song, if it is Tupac, that is like the least of his fired up songs. That one's kind of like a nonchalant end of the album of All Eyes on Me.
Remember Darrell Wright? We used to have him on every week. D. Wright used to say he listened to like R&B music on the way to games to kind of just be calm, relax. A lot of people do that. I didn't take Draymond for it. Maybe some AC/DC walking into Houston.
Yeah, I don't think that would be it.
That would be on his playlist.
But I just didn't think that specific Tupac song was that. Of the Tupac catalog, that's not a get me fired up song.
No, it's not. It's just chill.
It is.
It's like rolling down the coast.
Yeah.
Maybe you got a joint.
It's
I don't partake.
checkout time.
Yeah, it's checkout time.
Well, it is legal.
It is legal. It is legal. Let your girl's hair blow in the wind. You know what I mean? That's what's
God, I need to get me a convertible.
Hey.
Why'd you go guru on me?
Why'd you go? By the way, Guru, Friday.
What do you?
Wearing the suit all day long.
Yeah. Sweating
in the suit all day long. I saw him at the game. Well, I didn't see him. He texted, "Where you at, B?" I saw him and the lovely me in there watching it, taking in game 6. I'm like, Guru really wore a suit all day long.
I love getting the text messages from Guru.
Uh-oh.
Series changed when Van Fleet started making shots. Well, thank you, Captain Obvious. Good to see you struck again. Like, are you kidding me? Of course it changed.
Oh, man. I kind of was thinking about him, too, because we all had the Warriors etched in the second round. Like, game 6, they're going to win it. Friday night, Chase Center. It's going to be a coronation. We'll see the T-Wolves today in Minnesota. When they lost that game, I was like, oh, I don't know about this one anymore.
There was not a chance in hell I thought they were winning yesterday. That's what made it so lovely.
I was ready for the Rockets to become the 14th team in NBA history, rallying from a 3-1 deficit. I was ready for Dylan Brooks to say, I told you guys they were a stepping stone to our dynasty. I was waiting for it all. I was waiting for all the memes going against Stephen Curry, thinking like, damn, the passing torch postseason's really here. No LeBron, KD's not in the playoffs.
True.
You know, Stephen Curry's now going to get bounced. Now it's going to be all the young guns.
Yeah.
But Steph had something to say in the fourth quarter. Jimmy had something to say in the second half. And Buddy freaking Hield, 33 points, 9 threes, and 11 attempts. And Draymond Green, he took credit for one of the misses. He goes, I threw him a grenade. He missed it. He should have been 9 and 10.
Well, Jimmy got a grenade early in the game and hit a 3, and I go, is that an omen?
That might be an omen.
You know, he hit a big 3 late. The problem with this series in general, they got into their offensive sets so slow, okay? By the time they actually started cooking, there's like 6 seconds on the shot clock. And there's just time and time again, they were settling for bad shots. And there wasn't a lot of movement. And then, obviously, second half, everyone's exhausted. How many times did Steph Curry just like either stand at the top of the key to just bring the guy face guarding him completely out of the way, or he was just so beat, he had hands on hips?
45 minutes, 31 seconds for Steph.
Wow.
44 minutes, 41 seconds for Jimmy Butler. Draymond Green, 39 minutes, 56 seconds, playing a small ball 5.
Yeah, they needed every minute.
Buddy Hield played 37 minutes.
Wow, what about Potts?
Potts, 39 minutes and 42 seconds. So we did the interview with him on Postgame Live, but he put the headset on during the break, and he's like, Bonte, man, he's like, I'm gassed. He's the youngest player on the team. Like, these kids aren't accustomed to playing 40 minutes in a game. This isn't the 90s or 80s. This is a new generation. So all these guys are tired. You only got 3 points from the bench last night. 3 points from the bench last night down in game number 7. That came for Kevon Looney.
3?
3. Kuminga, 0. Moody, 0 for 5, 0 for 3 from the three-point line.
Look, we can have a conversation about Kuminga. That's
right.
I think he will factor into this next series. He had a really nice spin move and just missed the layup. And then missed the putback. And it was like, I could feel it. You know, like, poor guy.
Did he brick that 1-3? And it was like, uh-oh.
Yeah, well, you knew he was getting it. But like,
the Jackals are waiting.
But quite frankly, the guy hasn't played a lot, you know? And so I think he was in a very lose-lose situation.
Right.
That being said, he didn't do anything to sway anyone's opinions on him. But Moses Moody has played a lot in this series, and the guy couldn't hit the right side of a barn.
He was solid in Game 5. He got his game going. In game 6, he was a lot better. But no, games yesterday, 0 for 5, 0 for 3 from the three-point line.
And they weren't close.
Nothing. Yeah, they weren't close.
They weren't close. Pods was really the only guy that was, shooting that I was like, that might go in.
Right.
Did Quinn Post even play?
Played 3 minutes and 28 seconds.
Yeah.
Did not attempt a shot.
Very unforgettable.
It may be a factor in this series because if Gobert's on the floor, I would like to think that Quentin Post could get in a game against Gobert and maybe sit on the three-point line and draw Gobert out of the paint. I don't know. We'll see about that. We'll get to Minnesota a little bit later.
Kuminga, Moody, GP2, etc. on Anthony.
I wouldn't even say Kuminga. I don't even know. Kuminga didn't play in the Clippers game in the last game of the regular season. Didn't play in the play-in game. Wasn't in the plans to be in a rotation for the Houston Rockets series.
Yeah, but game 1, you're so tired. Like, we'll get to it.
No, he'll get some minutes.
Yeah,
he'll get a crumb here and there.
I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, but I do believe he will factor in somewhere. Maybe not a lot. I'm talking like 5 minutes.
Yeah, we'll see about that. Looney will definitely be a big X factor. I thought he was huge in his 11 minutes.
Maybe TJD?
Maybe TJD, because they got a lot of bigs.
That's what I'm saying.
They have a lot of bigs from Gobert and company. But yeah, Kuminga, I'm not expecting much from him moving forward. I was shocked to see him as a first sub in Game 7.
Yeah.
I was like, boy, this is a tough spot to be in. These guys, here's the thing that a lot of people don't understand. We'll move on to take some calls here, Shasky. But these are pro sports. And they're playing at such a level of intensity and speed and force that when you're watching, you're trying to acclimate yourself to that game speed in a Game 7. That is very difficult. And now when people say, Pat Spencer was ready. Pat Spencer was ready. They were down double digits. It's easier. Eddie's a different position, at a different position. I thought that was when you consider everything that's going on with Jonathan Kuminga, not playing, averaging 15, 16 points a game to getting DNPs, not being able to fit with Jimmy and Draymond in the same combination, not getting cutters when he does have the ball, when he does play. Contracts on the line. Where's he going to play at next season? There's a lot going on with the young man. I'm not making excuses, but what did people really expect from him yesterday?
I think a lot of Quinn Post, Moody, JK, I think similarly, it's like, don't make a mistake.
Right.
Because if you make a mistake, you're coming out.
Yep.
It's hard to play that way.
It is.
I understand that it's the playoffs. I trust me. I get the stakes are at their highest, but also you have to recognize it's difficult to play mistake-free, and then also you're gun shy because you don't want to make that mistake. And that's when you're not playing at your best.
No doubt.
You got to play free. You can see like a guy like Podziemski, now he's comfortable. He can play free. He can play through mistakes. It's going to be all hands on deck.
No doubt. It's going to be a fun series between the Warriors and the T-Wolves. Let's get to Benzo and Napa. Benzo,
what's up, Benzo?
Wants to talk about Day-Day, Draymond Green's night in game number 7. What up, Benzo? What's going on? Line 3, Steven. Line 3. There we go. What up, Benzo?
There we go. What's up? Bonte and Butcher. I love it in the morning. I'm stuck on the Bay Bridge in traffic, but I don't have any complaints after last night. I got to watch the game in San Francisco at a good bar I don't usually get to go to. Got the fam and everything, so it was just happenstance. It was awesome.
Nice.
Look, I mean, everybody played their role last night in a really great way. And the Buddy Hield thing, what's his nickname now? It's like Buddy Love, Buddy Buckets, Buddy Sevens. I don't even know. He's on the radar now in a way that no one ever thought. But that was amazing. But I think, the Draymond thing, I give him credit, like Butcher, he's great if he's great, he's not if he's not. But the team rallies around him, and I really think like the big three on this team is Kerr, Steph, and Draymond. When Steph doesn't have to carry it, when Draymond's really on his vibe, he listens to checkout time or whatever he's got. It really works. And Kerr has been coaching, like you guys have been saying, like crazy. And he got everybody in the right spot. And so everybody felt really good about themselves after a lot of fixes, a lot of failures in the last couple games, as we know. But now, like, when those three really click, those are the big three because everybody else falls in line and magic happens like we saw with Hield. So we got, this next round coming up. I know you guys are going to get to it. There's a lot of questions, a lot of, like, what are we going to do? But, I mean, if they can keep that vibe going on, then the rest of the team's going to flourish. I mean, Kuminga seems lost, but the rest of them are really getting in there. So, Roy Ayers, everybody loves the sunshine's mine if I got to get soulful and calm down on the way in. So I got to drop that one.
Well,
good call. Like that. You got to come back with that.
Call. The one thing that I think we've all learned over the last decade of just incredible basketball is from game 1 to game 4 and then game 4 to game 7, guys go in and out of funks. A guy that was unplayable at the beginning of a series becomes red hot, and then all of a sudden by the end of the series, he's god awful. Like, it might as well be a lifetime. It's unreal how things go. Fred VanVleet within this series went from couldn't hit the right side of a barn to couldn't miss anything to, oh my God, he's a cheap shot artist at the end of that game, right? Like, it was all over the map, right?
Yep.
Dylan Brooks was excellent in this series.
Yep.
Until game 7.
And then game 6. Game 6, he got in foul trouble. He only scored, I believe, 3 points in game 6.
Oh, I didn't even see. I was so bad I didn't even recognize it. But he hit a couple middies, but for the most part, he felt very outside of the mix. Şengün went from unstoppable to a little more efficient to back to being unstoppable to completely ineffective in terms of like efficiency in game 7. These waves of a series, and so. I know we all want to say this guy's going to be important and this guy's not going to be important. And it's just each game is its own entity. And I'm looking at this game 7 and I say to myself, thank God Buddy Hield stepped up the way that he did. Ooh. I mean, because they were dying for someone to hit shots. And they were going to basically sag off of anyone not named Steph Curry, whether that was Draymond, Jimmy, Kevon Looney, at the time when he was playing GP2 in the games before, Buddy Hield. And Buddy hit such big shots, it opened up the floor. And I saw Steph dribble through double teams in the second half because of that. And I think it's because of the spacing that Buddy was giving him because they had to honor him at some point.
The spacing and... don't forget the Rockets zone defense really befuddled them Friday night. To your point, nobody was hitting shots outside of Steph.
No one.
And even Steph was struggling because he couldn't find any room. They were doubling him, blitzing him. The Rockets zone defense was giving the Warriors a lot of problems because of their length and athleticism. Steven Adams deflecting passes from the half court. How many times did we see Friday night? And then the losses. When the Warriors were really struggling, they were getting shots up within the last 5 seconds of the shot clock. They played a little earlier in the shot clock yesterday.
Yeah, they did.
Little quicker because that Rocket zone defense with Amen Thompson and Steven Adams, you get Şengün there rolling. They solved that zone. What beats the zone defense? Great shooting. Great shooting. Somebody needed to make a shot. Buddy Hield was that guy to make a shot last night.
I also thought that Steph and Jimmy and then Dre later on were penetrating and kicking out better in this game. And I thought they did a better job of reducing live ball turnovers, not leaving their feet. Like, how many times has Steph left his feet to throw it to someone and that guy's not there, or they jump the passing lane? And it's just like a turnover in the other way that fuels a dunk, fuels a layup. Like, this team, the Rockets, their defense creates great offense for them. And I thought that making them walk the ball up the floor, execute in the half court was the key to the game.
No doubt about that. So the Warriors get that win. They bust that zone up against the Rockets. And that guy in the middle of the zone, whether it's Draymond Green or Jimmy Butler, at the nail, at the free throw line, it's important for that player to be in that triple threat position.
Yeah.
Pass, shoot, or dribble.
Squaring up to the hoop.
Looking at the basket here, being in that triple threat position. And Draymond was in the middle of that zone. He hit the floater late in the third quarter. He went in for a layup. They attacked the rim. So that was good to finally solve that zone defense because, you know what? They're going to see a lot more of it against Minnesota. Minnesota will make them make shots at the in this series here coming up.
And I think the blueprint for every team moving forward is going to be, to some degree, not only are they going to run the zone, they're going to put a smaller guy like Jalen Brunson 3 years ago, and like Fred VanVleet did in this series, they're going to put a smaller guy on Draymond Green, and it is incumbent on Draymond to be able to hit a couple middies and a couple of three-pointers to open the floor up for himself as a passer. If he is not the trigger man at the top of the key, they struggle. It gets very congested, and this is where a Buddy and all these other like pods, they need to get Pods the ball on the move, and they need to get Pods those wide open threes. He'll have to hit enough to honor them, and so will Buddy.
Pods will be huge in the series against Minnesota. Now, 1-3-1 zone the Warriors employed on Houston. I think we'll see a lot more of that against Minnesota as well, as Anthony Edwards is so tough to guard. I'm not sure the Warriors have anybody who can defend him one-on-one, so you may have to employ a lot more zone in this series coming up against Minnesota. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. And now we are broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios, taking your phone calls here. If you guys are the guests out there, 888-957-9570, you guys are the guests here on the River Islands guest line. Is it the time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Latham? Let's go to our main man, Adam in SF. He's in Philadelphia right now, scarfing down some cheesesteaks. Adam, what's happening?
Go for one right now.
I could too.
Hey guys, how we doing? Thanks for having me on. Really quick, wanted to drop a little tiny flex, but Shasky, I feel like you'd really appreciate this. Last night at a bar in New York, one of the bartenders, I met the grandson of Dusty Rhodes.
Oh,
wow.
Okay.
The wrestler.
Throwback name, freaking, New York Giants 50s pinch hit home run, amazing. So he really cool guy. He's like, hey, I heard you're from San Francisco. He's like, my name's Andrew Rhodes. My grandfather was Dusty Rhodes. I'm like, well, that's awesome. So just wanted to drop that. But what a game last night. Kenna wants me to say hello. He's not here with me, Bonte, but we're watching the game together last night. Feel bad for his St. Louis Blues, who blew a Game 7 with 5 seconds left in the game. Got a hurt for him. But what a game last night. Buddy is same thing like you said. Did not have that on my bingo card, but you could kind of see it early on in that first quarter. Those first couple he hit, it's like, all right, he's feeling it. Then he hits that half-court shot. It's like, okay, like he's really on one. Then he doesn't stop missing. His shooting is going to be able to save us in a lot of games. I know he can kind of cause some headaches sometimes with his play, but like last night he was incredible. He was so good. And of course, Steph just saving it for the end. I mean, everybody I felt like who had the major minutes was good last night. I mean, Draymond was excellent. Jimmy was excellent. Steph came through in the fourth. There's no complaints. But I just wanted to say, too, guys, it's good to hear the both of you on the radio again. It's kind of sentimental there. And I'm going to enjoy this time in Philly because I'm about to go see SZA and Kendrick tonight.
Oh, wow. Look at that flex.
He dropped about 5 different.
Look at all flexes.
I mean,
hey, you know what? It's the morning flex today. If you want to flex, go ahead and flex. I'm not mad at it.
You want to hear the best flex of the weekend?
Season. What's the best flex?
Okay, so I get a phone call, and I go, I can't even hear it. I go, what the heck? It's Carter calling me. I go, aren't you in Jamaica? He's on his honeymoon.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And so Carter goes, no, I'm here at the Toyota Center.
Yeah, I saw his Instagram.
I go, what? He goes, yeah, I'm at the Toyota Center. I left my honeymoon early and flew to Houston to cover the game for 95.7 The Game. I go, you better thank your freaking wife now.
Oh, my God.
So I told Carter when he wakes up at some point, call into the show. I want to hear what it was like. Yeah.
He cut his honeymoons. Because I was looking at his Instagram. I was like, damn, Carter's living in Jamaica.
Yeah.
Where is that?
Yeah.
He's at water, beautiful water, had a server. He's getting food. He cut his honeymoon short.
It's the smartest move I've ever seen. He had the company essentially get him a credential so that he could go in the building and be at Game 7.
Lying his ass off.
I love it.
Lying his ass off.
That's something I would want to do.
Oh, I would do that, but I wouldn't be able to get away with it. I wouldn't be able to do that. Are you kidding me? That's great. That's a flex.
And then he kept saying, Jimmy Butler, square up to the hoop. Because in the second half, Jimmy was way too passive.
He was way too passive.
And then it was 63-60, and Steph and Jimmy said, all right, game over.
Well, Jimmy's going back to Minnesota, and when he was a member of the Miami Heat, they were yelling, we want Jimmy. They hate Jimmy in Minnesota.
Do they?
So they hate Jimmy.
Book Nick Friedel for some point this week.
They hate Jimmy. By the way, Nick Friedel, what did he text us yesterday?
I'm going to pull it out.
Nick Friedel. Cousin Nick always got some shades towards the war. He can't help himself. Let's go to...
what do you call it, the bonus Game 7?
The bonus championship. It's still one of the most disrespectful things I've ever heard from somebody. Oh, they got their bonus championship. That does tick me off when I hear that from Nick Friedel. Coach Hall of San Diego. Coach Hall, what's happening?
Hey, what up, fellas? Good to see you back, Bonte.
Absolutely. Don't get used to it.
Man, so yeah, I know, man. It's sentimental, like the last caller said. But yesterday, I think Draymond set the tone, man. I've been screaming at the TV the whole series. Like you said, the middle of the zone is wide open, man. I don't even care if you miss the shot. At least take it, to keep them honest. And then apologies to Buddy Hield. I did not see that coming. But it just goes to show you that as frustrated as we get with Steve Kerr's rotations and Curry's turnovers, I mean, the guys are in position to hit the shots. I think Podge had a few open looks. Buddy was knocking them down. So I'm feeling all right about the Minnesota series. I think if we can make Julius Randle score the majority of the buckets, he'll shoot you out of a game quick. I mean, I saw that.
He's playing well, though. He's playing well.
Last thing, did you guys hear about Dylan Brooks and what he said on the Galveston sports radio station?
Was that real?
What'd he say?
Was that real? That wasn't real, was it, Coach Hall?
I think it was. Warriors World tweeted it, and he was saying that the refs gave us a lot of points. And
I think it was a fake tweet. I think Warriors World was a fake tweet.
Warriors World, but, I don't know if look, I've been what I call ball sack sports. Over the years, which is like a fake account that gets us NBA Centel, these fake accounts that we run with. Right. So I don't know if Warriors World was right around. But I do know this. Nick Friedel, he texts you and me. The Dunleavy cutaway was classic. Why show Steph Curry night-nighting when you could show an emotionless Dunleavy? Hey, Nick, I was enjoying the win. I didn't need your 2 cents on ESPN's B-roll.
Right. I don't even know what Nick Friedel. Come on, where's he at right now? Is he in Orlando? Is he in Chicago? What the hell is he doing with himself?
I don't know.
He was in Italy not too long ago. Guys living. Talk about Carter.
Yeah.
Nick Friedel, they got long money. I haven't had a vacation since August. I want to go somewhere. I want to go on a European extravaganza.
He's an Italian.
Look, I mean, this is like a vacation for you working with me. I'm so,
It is.
So awesome. I mean, forget Hawaii.
Got me out of the house. Got me out of the house. More coming up. Your phone calls. Timothy, Georgia, the Jungle, Liam,
buckets.
Dave in South City, 888-957-9570. What's your biggest takeaway from that series against the Houston Rockets? And how'd you watch Game 7? What was your day like? Did you sleep the night before? Were you nervous? Did you think it was over? Did you think that we'd be talking trading Draymond and moving on from Steve Kerr and what's going on with Jimmy?
Reconstructive Steph finger surgery.
Oh, my gosh. What were you thinking before the game? I want to hear from everybody out there. 888-957-9570. That's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
So, Bonte in for Spadoni. Spadoni's out for just one day. Shasky, we're reacting to the Warriors, and I got to tell you a story, Bonte. I'm so happy and riding so high, nothing could throw me off today. Nothing. I went and worked out, all right, woke up a little late, still worked out. I go, all right, I'm going to go down to the steam room, get my steam room on. I got a little sinus headache, you know? The steam room's not working. All right, that's all right. I'll go to the hot tub. No, the hot tub's not working either. That's okay. I'm not going to let it let me down. Cranked the shower up all the way to as hot as I possibly could. Stood in there, tried to get a little steam on. No big deal. I'm not feeling great. I'm going to get a pick-me-up. Let me go get a Starbucks. Throwing an espresso in there. I'm really amped up today.
Do it like Dan Campbell, 4 shots in there.
Exactly. Nothing can knock me off. Then I go to Sam right when I come in this morning. I go, hey, you hungry? I am hungry. He didn't have his oatmeal and his sausage that he normally has.
Oh, wow. He's still on that plan.
But because of the Warrior win, I'm feeling so good. I go, you know what? I'll get breakfast. And then we're kind of kicking around what we're going to get for breakfast. And it's like, man, Warriors win. I'm super hungry. I'm feeling great. I'm flying high. And I go, what are you going to get? He goes, oh, I'm going to get this. And I go, all right, well, let's just get bagels. I go, all right, we'll get a bagel. So I get a bagel with cream cheese. And then I look at Sam's order as I give him my phone, and I have to use my face to be able to finish the order. He orders... a double stack? What did you order?
A double stack? What is a double stack? What is a double
new
stack?
double stack bagel sandwich from Noah's.
A double stack? What's in a double stack?
Like eggs and ham and cheese and stuff like that.
Double
it's like
stack.
3 times the price of whatever my bagel is.
It's a $20 bagel?
But you know what? I'm so happy with the Warriors. I bought it anyway because I love Sam.
A $20 bagel?
The benevolent butcher.
Nothing can knock me off today.
I'm not gonna lie, double stack sounds pretty good. Is it like House of Prime Rib? House of Prime Rib prices?
Hey, speaking of House of Prime Rib, Rocco was like, hey, I might have to get in on that.
Oh, no, he wants to get in on that.
I think we might have to turn it into a mafia dinner.
No, mafia dinner. All on Shasky.
Uh-huh.
3 House Shasky. Mafia dinner. Let's go.
Gonna need a 4th mortgage to pay that thing off.
The mafia dinner at House of Prime Rib. You can probably get us a table too. You are the mayor of San Francisco.
No, my boy Fuki's got the hookup on that. Shout out John and Fuki.
We are coming to you live from the Laughing Buck Studios. Laughing Buck righteously brewed in San Francisco after the Warriors win Game 7 on the road. The 3rd time they've won a Game 7 on the road with Steve Kerr, under Steve Kerr, alongside Steph Curry and Draymond Green. Sacramento. Houston now. And Houston twice, actually.
Houston
2018.
Twice. Yeah, because OKC Game 6 was on the road.
Yep.
Game 7 was at home.
Yep.
They lost the Game 7 at home.
So they were down 3-2 to the Rockets in 2018. They came back to Oracle Arena. Remember, they were down 22 in the first quarter. PJ Tucker was killing. And then Klay Thompson went crazy. Then they go to Game 7 where the Rockets missed 27 consecutive threes. And the Warriors advanced to the NBA Finals in 2018 to win a championship and go back-to-back.
The emotions. The emotions from Friday night.
I know. Give me your emotions Friday, because we were texting. I went full. Dude, on the postgame show, they're like, yo, we've never went full tilt on a panic meter.
Right.
And I was like, yeah, I'm panicking. I may need to go to church on Sunday.
I was convinced they were going to lose. I'll give you Friday. So Friday, I had a million things going on. Michelle wasn't feeling too good. The little guy wasn't feeling good. I was supposed to do some stuff. We got completely discombobulated. It was Uncle Danny's retirement party. And I get a text message. And Danny, if you're hearing this late, everybody's like, hey, don't worry. We're going to have the TV set up. I heard this from like 5 different people. This is at the Irish Center for his big retirement party. And I felt bad. I'm like, I hope this isn't like upstaging his retirement party. You know what I mean?
Right.
But he's a diehard sports fan, diehard Warrior fan.
Probably what he wanted.
Yeah. And like, then I get the text from Aaron, like, hey, like, let's try to like keep it low, you know, on the, you know, it's about him tonight. I'm like, hey, totally get it. So I show up with the little guy, with Michelle, with the mother-in-law, we see everybody. The game is like starting, like it's 5:55. I grab a seat and I just plop a seat down in this giant big screen television. And I'm sitting there watching and I'm screaming and yelling and I'm like losing my mind because they look terrible. And Draymond, I don't even know, was that a punch?
3 minutes and 7 seconds into the game. 3 minutes, 7 seconds in the game.
They couldn't hit anything except
bad.
Draymond hit Jalen Green. That was the only thing they could hit.
Green on green crime.
It was unbelievable. And then Draymond was like unhinged.
Yeah, and he spoke about it last night. Because I'm watching the game. Did we have a halftime Friday? I don't remember. But I'm watching Draymond that entire game, and he was talking to the refs all game long. all game long. I'm like, Dre, you got to get your head into it.
Right.
And he was not there. He was not there. Steven Adams was just dominating that game. Dominating.
They were playing catch up the entire game, and it felt like they couldn't put any run together. I just felt we couldn't stop them multiple possessions in a row, nor could we stop them and then score. They had an answer for everything. And you're talking about Steven Adams. How many second, third, and fourth chance opportunities
all game long
with a huge three?
All game long. And they were dominating points in the paint. They dominated threes. They dominated turnover battle. They were leading, like going into game 7, the numbers favored the Houston Rockets.
They were the better team. There's just no other way around it. I said to myself, they're losing game 7. There's no way they can pick themselves off the mat after exerting the energy that they have the last couple of weeks. There's just no way. There's not a chance in hell.
So Saturday, you were just freaking out like, damn, Monday's going to be the funeral show.
Mike Accardi at San Francisco Baseball Academy was like, it's over. I said, I think it's over. Jim Moylan, it's over. I think it's over. Scott Hernandez, who I coach with, it's over. Like, everyone was feeling the same way. Like, there's just no way this team is going to pick themselves up flat across the country. And we also thought the game was going to be at 12:30 originally. So it's like, oh my God, now they have no chance.
Yeah, but it was a 5:30 tip-off. 5:30 tip-off. No,
I had zero confidence, B.
Well, Shasky, Saturday, I remember people was like, oh, good luck tomorrow on the broadcast. I say, look, I'm totally expected to do some pregame shows with the Giants Cubs this week at Wrigley Field. Like, I'm like, you know, let's just get this out the way. They're going to lose, and we're going to have a chaotic offseason. What's going to happen? And then I get to the newsroom at NBC Sports Bay Area. It was tight in that building. Tight. People are like, yeah, whatever. Like, they've already accepted the law. Monty Poole. It's like, yeah, I don't think this one. I even text later on a Saturday night. I'm like, so what's the deal with the starting lineup? Looney's going to play more. What's going on with the rotation? I'm trying to get inside information. Yeah. Anything I can find.
Well, we found out, like, GP2 wasn't feeling good.
Yeah, he wasn't feeling good. It's Sunday. He's like, he's out. So then I'm seeing all the nervous energy and stuff. The one guy who was confident out of nowhere, because we're kind of like, man, I don't know about game 7. Bully goes, yo, I think they're going to win. I think they got it. The Rockets can't keep
shooting. The Hall of Famer.
And I'm like, remember game 4 Boston? The Warriors are down 2-1. We're at WEEI. Shasky and I are freaking out.
I was as low as I could be.
We were both out. I was like, damn, they're not going to win. They blew game 1. They're talking trash. And Willie calls the roast that Friday of game 4. He goes, they will win game 4, Roasters. They will win game 4. And I was delusional because I didn't know if I believed him. But we started walking around Boston. Remember, I was telling every Celtic fan, you're losing tonight. You know that, right? You're losing tonight.
You were very confident.
No, well, I convinced myself I was very delusional. I was deep down inside asking, full disclosure, I was not confident about game 4.
Bonte, over the weekend, after from Friday night to before the game Sunday, I saw that Wolverine meme where Wolverine's looking into the picture. I saw Otto Porter Jr. in the picture. I saw Jordan Poole. We were down so bad.
Klay Thompson.
Bogut. I mean, I saw it all. And I'm thinking to myself, because they needed somebody to stop Steven Adams. And then, like, the offseason moves were like, we're trading this guy, we're trading that guy. Giannis is available. Jimmy's gone. Dre's gone. You know, everybody but Steph is on the table.
I was thinking, I was like, with the way the Kuminga situation went down, knowing how much Joe Lacob loves Jonathan Kuminga and everything happening with Steve Kerr, I was totally embracing the coaching change, thinking they may move on from Steve Kerr. I had no idea what this offseason was going to bring to the table if they lost last night. But you see Joe Lacob courtside next to Brendan Schneider, standing up, pumping his fist.
Hey, I will say this. When you're on the road supporting your team,
it's nothing
there is no greater feeling.
As
long as you can get out safe, that's the key. Get it out of the arena safely. There's no better feeling than your team is crushing the soul of the home crowd and you're on the road with them. It feels like you're behind enemy lines.
No, I was definitely look, I had energy for the pregame show, but in my head I was like, you know, when I get off to a slow start, this is a wrap.
So he was pulling a Mark Jackson, wearing the all black. I'm fighting for my life.
Jasky, I swear to God, I looked at the black suit and I said, I can't do that.
Not today.
I said I'm going businessman blue. Businessman blue. I'm not going all black. I thought about it. I was like, no, those are bad vibes.
Well, so then I had, like, on Sunday, we had the first communion for Lake LaRocca, and love you. Yep. It was a great day out at St. Finbar's. Beautiful church, beautiful ceremony, and everybody's out there just with this nervous energy. You could just feel it. Like, it was just this nervous energy. And everyone was like, this is an old team. They just look done. They look like they're ready to 1, 2, 3, Cancun.
Look, there was questions about Draymond being done. Monty Poole, who's as level-headed as they come, was like, he just can't do the things that he wants to do anymore. And I was like,
sounds like me.
I was like, this is how it's going to
marriage.
end. Yeah. Hey, is this kind of it? You know, I'm trying to chase around baby Chance, and I'm thinking, man, I can still run a 4.9. Well, not really. Not really. Old Bonte's getting slow. He doesn't have the endurance he used to have, right? More ways than one. But no, Draymond Green, I can't believe what we saw last night.
Steven Adams was not just destroying them. He was getting every block on defense, every rebound possible. It was taking 3 and 4 guys to even attempt to box him out, and even then they couldn't. I thought that Steven Adams was spectacular in this series. And somehow, some way, they found a way yesterday to kind of neutralize them.
Yeah, they did. They did. Just like against OKC back in 2016. By the way, the Boxer Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Shout out to you guys. I don't have it up on my screen. I'm sure Zucci Man is out there texting.
I got it right here. Zucci's all over it.
See, he's all over it. What Zucci said.
So refreshing to have my guy B back. Tell him I said
don't get accustomed to it, baby. Your boy might be taken by the 8 o'clock hour. The tank is on empty. Tank is on. I got a quarter tank of gas left right now, Sasky. I need you to carry me.
Scraping the bottom of the oil. You're like, I got 30 miles, it says.
You ever go to
no AC.
You ever been so broke you go to the gas station, like, I remember I went to the gas, I was so broke, I had to get the UPS from 19th and Judah. I had to get the UPS at Oyster Point. I'm running low. Basically $4. 3 of them was dollar bills, the rest was change.
Oh, I've been there. We've all been there.
Yeah, it was.
But B, now where I'm at this phase in my life where my wife intentionally leaves the engine, like the tank is like at its lowest. It's always got the yellow light on, like gotta get filled every time I go to move the car at any point. She's like, oh, that's your job is to fill up the tank.
It's amazing the duties that we have.
It's
laundry, trash.
I know.
Get me started. Let's go to the lines. Timothy and Alameda's been waiting on hold for a while. Let's get him out here.
It all feels worth it when the Warriors win the way they do.
Timothy, what's happening, man? Sorry for the long wait.
Oh, man, thank you so much for pulling my call on the air. You guys, it's good seeing you again. I was watching that game last night, and the first thing that hit me was the uniforms. It was like I was transformed on the field. Buddy, piss in the cup, Hield. My God, that was such a game. I think that was the best game that I've ever seen the Warriors play. They were vicious, and I believe they'll take it all the way. But I was kind of wondering if the NBA had these guys throw these games, because I think the Warriors could have beat them all the time. It was weird.
That's not giving enough credit to Houston. Come on.
Yeah, you got to tip your cap to the Rockets.
Houston was great, but I'm just saying last night it just seemed like the Warriors were firing all gears. You know, everything was the engine was well oiled. Everybody was getting down, and Curry playing the defense. It was amazing. It was a great game.
You know why they won yesterday? Well, obviously, Buddy Hield was spectacular. Their defense, in terms of denying them to shoot threes, because that was the difference in the other games. Like, Fred VanVleet was taking whatever he wanted, wherever he wanted. I thought they made him put the ball on the floor more than he wanted to in this Game 7. That was the key for me, not letting him be a catch-and-shoot guy. They stymied Şengün. By Game 7, they figured out the spin move.
The 1-3-1 zone that the Warriors employed yesterday was amazing. They played, they didn't overhelp.
No.
That was one thing they did in Game 6 and Game 5. They were overhelping way too much. Whether overreacted to Şengün down in the post, the 1-3-1 zone allowed Draymond Green to play his best weak side defense. Jimmy Butler at times was defending Şengün with Draymond Green coming in as the help. I thought that was a nice little twist there by Jerry Stackhouse. But that 1-3-1 zone really befuddled the Rockets. They're a young team. And it's just amazing to me that how many teams don't know how to play against his own defense. You would think that it creates open shots, but ever since we've seen Toronto and Nick Nurse kind of employ that janky defense back in 2019, more teams are starting to do that now, and more teams don't know what to do against his zone. It's amazing.
I love the wrinkle that they've added into the league with this with these zones. I actually like it. I know you call it janky, but
I like it too.
I think it's situationally really brilliant.
Well, the Warriors called it janky. Now they do it all the time.
I love it. The other thing that I thought that they did really well, you'll hear this from coaches, but think about this. Their best defense was also their offense yesterday in the sense that they were hitting shots. So when you give up long misses, that fuels an athletic team into transition, which we know the Warriors are not as athletic and they're not as fast as the Houston Rockets. The other thing that it did was it allowed them, without giving up turnovers, those half-court 2-on-1s, 3-on-2 situations where you're just going to lose those matchups. You just are. Now, credit Draymond Green. He made 2 unbelievable transition stops as Sam Lubman
comes in with the
is
bagel.
bringing in my $4 bagel. Where's your $20 bagel?
Let me see the double stack. Bring the double stack over here. I want to put it in
It's
camera.
a great day. It's Game 7
I
win,
want
baby.
to see the double stack in a second. Go ahead. Continue what you were saying,
No,
Shasky.
but basically, it's as simple as this, is that I thought because their offense was more potent, it fueled their defense to being more tightened and more buttoned up. And the fact that they didn't turn the ball over as much as they had in other ones, it was all a factor into limiting the half-court offense of the Rockets. That's their weakest part of their team.
Look at this double stack right here.
Crazy. She looks incredible.
It does look incredible.
You need to get like a
Get that out
Noah's
of my
Bagel
face. I'm trying to lose weight
sponsorship.
here. I'm trying to lose weight, man. Get that out of my face. Double stack looks good. Let's go. All right, there it is.
$20 bagel.
Let's
Better
go to
be worth
David.
it.
Let's go to David, South City. David, South City. What up, Dave? Good morning.
Hey, great game. I think that was the best Warriors game ever that I've seen, because I was like totally nervous because judging from 5 and 6, I was, to be honest with you, skeptical if they were going to pull it off, but everybody showed up. So yeah, it was really good.
Best game ever. You put that above
I mean,
Game 6 OKC.
I can't go
Game
there.
7 2018.
I love it. It's the first round.
Oh, Dave's gone?
I mean,
Just like
Game
that?
5 against Cleveland way back when.
I mean, at Oracle Arena.
Game 4 against Boston in Boston.
Game 6, Game 5 in Boston.
I'm not mad
Game
at
6
him.
against Memphis.
Look, it's the best game of this year.
Yes, Game 6 against Memphis to eliminate them on a Friday night. I mean,
Whatever music Draymond was listening to, he might need to do that the rest of the way. He came out of this series. What was the totals? I got it right here. I think
16, 6, and 5.
No. That's not the total I'm talking about. Draymond Green, 4 techs, 2 flagrants, 21 fouls, and 20 turnovers. He can't wait to turn the page.
Oh, my God. By the way, he's trolling Tari Eason on Twitter right now. It's Warriors World tweeted, I think the Tari Eason Warriors come out to play or something like that. And then Draymond Green quote tweeted with laughing emojis, spoiled milk. Draymond Green getting ready for Game 7.
He always gets the last laugh.
He always. Check this out. Draymond Green last night.
I had to channel it in a different way because that could lead you to, come on and I want it so bad. I actually went the opposite way. I listened to all slow music the last couple days, just kind of calm myself down, went to the spa, meditate, because I know I can ratchet my intensity up. I know I'm going to meet the intensity level, but I felt like I was going too far. Now, I listened to Checkout Time on the way to the game the other day, and that was the exact mindset I had going into that game. Wanted to change it up a little bit today. SZA, 90s R&B, just kind of completely changed it up, so it was good for me.
What did he say to the team? Because before Game 7 against Sacramento, Stephen Curry, who gave the speech, remember the article, Draymond Green's like, Steph was like, I think we need to speak to the team. Draymond was like, cool, I got it. And Steph was like, let me handle this one. Let me handle this one this season. And Steph basically said, hey, if you're not all in, don't get on the team bus up to the state capitol. Then Steph drops 50. Well, yesterday, Buddy Hield was explaining this, saying, people wanted to talk, and it was Draymond Green. We're like, we want to hear from Draymond Green. Well, here's what Draymond Green said, what he told the team. Here it is right here. What he said to the team right before Game 7 against the Houston Rockets.
I think what goes into it is really deciding who's going to get a speech. Obviously, I always try to defer to Steph, defer to Jimmy, and they wanted me to speak. But I had a lot to say. And like I said, most importantly was calling myself out. You can't go into a Game 7 expecting guys to rally off the game we had before and not address it. And so I wanted to address that, number one. But then secondly, tell everybody else what we needed, which was a togetherness like no other. In our huddles together, trusting in each other and believing. And so I thought it was much needed. But as much as I think this team needed it, I feel like I needed it for myself even more. Because you got to be accountable. You can't be a leader and not be accountable. You call other guys out when their stinks. Then you better say when yours does too. And that's what I tried to make a point in doing.
He even gave the Rockets credit, tipped his cap to the Houston Rockets, a young team, and Ime Udoka and company, taking accountability. I'll take it, Shasky.
The Draymond Green roller coaster that we've been on for about 15 years.
How many times have you traded him?
Oh, hundreds. And listen, hey, I was not alone. Warrior fans were going to trade him Saturday, Sunday morning, and had they lost on Sunday afternoon, you would have been trading him too.
The word cooked was attached to his name after Friday night.
But here's what I can't understand. I know Thanos And I guess Palpatine in Star Wars.
Oh, my God.
Very few villains get the last laugh.
I know.
Like in the history of the world, very few get the last laugh. And every single time he finds a way to get the last laugh on everyone.
Finds a way.
Tristan Thompson, LeBron, then he joined LeBron. I mean, like Jordan Poole, all the different people that he's gone up against over the years, whether it's the Memphis Grizzlies, whether it's OKC,
Klay Thompson,
Kendrick Perkins,
Kevin Durant,
Paul Pierce, like he every time he has someone in his crosshairs, somehow, some way, he gets the last laugh. It's honest to God remarkable.
It is remarkable. And then the meme that's popping up now, when they're up 14 last night, and he finds the camera. He knows where the cameras are at. Like, game 4? When
he finds Reggie.
Right. When Şengün misses a shot at the end of the game, and he's like, don't try me on it. He's looking into the camera and stuff, and he's talking. How about game 3 out of nowhere? The Warriors win, and he's telling Jalen Green to go paint his fingernails again.
It's just unreal.
It's unbelievable.
But he always gets the last laugh.
The roller coaster, you're right. I remember vividly going up to the California Classic, going to see Kuminga play for the first time, and Moses Moody. And then the next day I said, Shashka, I got something for you, man. And we constructed a 3-team trade that everybody was on board with. So much so that I know executives are like, yo, that's not bad. Ex-players are telling me, yo, executives kind of like it. It makes sense, right? It was Ben Simmons. And by the way, Ben Simmons can't even hit the rim on a 6-foot hook shot. Clippers went out bad on Saturday. Went out real bad.
James Harden, it's just classic.
Hey, Russell Westbrook getting the laugh.
They needed a Buddy Hield.
They needed Buddy Hield. They did need Buddy Hield. But Draymond Green, you're so right. He keeps surviving. And now, as we take a glimpse at the next series, the storylines galore. I mean, the Rudy Gobert, Draymond Green effect.
Well, that's going to be
the chokehold heard around the world. Then you got Julius Randle, who has some history with Draymond Green.
Yes, going back to the Lakers.
Yes, Anthony Edwards says he wants Draymond Green. All right? You got Dante DiVincenzo playing against his former team. Jimmy Butler, they don't like him in Minnesota.
Mike Conley and the Warriors have a lot of history.
A lot of history. Then you got Naz Reid, the Warriors killer.
He is a killer. We got Jaden McDaniels.
They got KD. We got Jaden McDaniels.
Yes.
And you know what? That Joker can play on both ends of the floor.
Absolutely.
And then you have Alexander Walker.
Who is nice.
He's a nice player.
Yeah.
This series, the storyline and the spiciness.
And their coach is great.
Oh, Chris Finch is a hell of a coach.
I really enjoyed watching him coach that Lakers series.
He's a hell of a coach.
The Lakers.
And they have experience after going to the West Finals last season. So this is going to be a spicy ass semifinal in the Western Conference between the Warriors and T-Wolves.
But if I would have told you after Game 6, immediately after that buzzer ended, yeah, Draymond will get the last laugh. I don't know how many people would have been on board with that.
No, that would have been a Hail Mary. I walked out of Chase late Friday night thinking, damn, that's the last home game of the season.
I thought they were done.
I'm just like, ushers and security guards, and I'm just like, yeah, that's it. I guess I'll see you for a Valkyries game.
I know they start up soon, huh?
Yeah, they got a preseason game Tuesday.
Jeez Louise.
Let's go to...
I can't believe it. I can't believe they won. And Buddy freaking Hield.
Buddy Hield. Buddy Hield game.
The boss sent me a text, I don't know, 2 months ago, and he's like, I'm telling you, this season is going to come down at some point to a Buddy Hield moment. And I'm like, yeah, that's terrifying. And like, all I kept saying was like on the air, like it's frightening when you're walking the Buddy Hield tightrope because, yeah, like he could go from one building to the other and, we're good. You could also fall to his death. And like that cat meme, he's just hanging on in there by a little thread. It's unreal.
The guy was 0 for 4 Friday night. It was a non-factor. And the Rockets are doing a hell of a job of paying attention to now he did have some solid game 3 and game 4. He was solid in those games.
I thought at the end of game 5, I was like, all right, let's try to find a silver lining. Hey, Buddy attacked the basket at the end of game 5.
Right.
But again, we took a lot of calls. I don't know, you weren't here, but we took a lot of calls like, it was inspiring to see Kevin Knox play that way. It's going to inspire the team. Yeah. And I was thinking like Friday night after that loss, great inspiration.
Yeah, the bench really carried over to Friday night.
Because I saw nothing.
Yeah, we didn't see anything. There's
I'm not trying to knock
carryover.
people that felt that way. What I'm saying is they had no momentum.
But to your point earlier, these playoff series, every game, it's its own story.
Exactly.
Game to game, you're countering, you're adjusting your game plan. You may adjust your starting lineup, but somehow, some way, the combination of Buddy Hield, Brandon Podziemski, alongside Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond, going into Game 7, they had the best net rating together. That was only 34 minutes, but that was the best combination for the Warriors in this series. So as I wonder, like, why not just start Moody as you're 18-3 with Moody and Pods with the big three? Why not just start Moody? Well, he goes with Buddy Hield, and Steve Kerr proving us all again that he knows a lot more than we do as the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, and he improves to 8-0 in the first round.
He was brilliant.
4-1 in Game 7. His third quarter, watch the third quarter back. The way he used his timeouts to shut down all the mini runs, Steve Kerr's been excellent. So, hell of a win for the Warriors. The Buddy Hield game. It's officially the Buddy Hield game. May 4th in Game 7 against the Rockets. Let's go to George in the jungle. George, what's happening?
George?
Gentlemen, so much to look at right here. The first thing I got to say is Steven Adams. My kids and I are talking throughout the whole game saying how much we can't stand Houston, how much we don't like Van Fleet, how much we hate Dylan Brooks, and all we can say is how much we love Steven Adams.
Totally agree.
You know?
Totally agree.
It's just there. Now, for the rest of it, Draymond, you say Şengün disappeared. That's not quite true. You and I are thinking along the same line, Shasky. Thanos snapped his fingers, and Şengün vanished. And the thing about Draymond, he didn't get the DPOY. He didn't get the Defensive Player of the Year. But that he's going to get the DPOP, Defensive Player of the Playoffs. No question. No question. The sun will rise tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar.
Damn, we're getting all poetic here.
We're all listening to that soul music, you know?
No, the best part is he had a spa day. Spa day and meditated. I love that. I love a good spa day.
I'm
telling you, you go bougie, Shasky, you never go back.
Well, I don't know about the mud stuff. I don't know about all that, but I know a good hot tub. I love a good hot tub.
I've done a mud bath last year. Was it up in Calistoga?
Did it cleanse your soul?
It did cleanse my soul. Yeah. It felt good. Yeah. And then I go to the pool and somebody asked me, yo, you and Draymond good?
You were glowing, and then that brought you down, huh?
Richie Ritz in Livermore. The mud bath was special.
I cannot believe they pulled this one out.
Richie Ritz, what's happening, Richie?
What's cracking with my dogs, man? Good morning, man. The duo's back. Hey, I heard the old baby. I said, oh, they're teasing us with a little Bonte recording. But I was like, okay, he give us a little Monday morning good. I like it. Hey, I got to be real, B. Hey, my garbage day on Friday is real early. I'm going to need you to come in at 8 o'clock, dog. I need 2 hours. An hour ain't enough, man. You know what I'm saying? I need my dynamic duo for 2 hours, G.
Well, hey, hold on. Dehegan wants to give me a little raise. I got no problem with that. I can be bought, Richie Rich. I can be bought.
Yep. But he got to make it happen, dog. I need 2 hours. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Hey, but for real, hey, I got to keep the buck, man. Hey, I was after Game 5 and 6. I was negative Nancy, man. I'm like, dude, I'm seeing all Cleveland Cavalierish. We're gonna blow a 3-1 lead. I said, man, we've exasperated all of our energy. I do not see us winning Game 7 in Houston. Like, me and my son, we're watching in the backyard, and he's like, Dad, you see Curry? He's like, he look like he's ready to go to Cancun with Aisha. I'm like, yeah, you telling me? And then here comes Buddy Buckets, dude. Like, hey, I done traded that guy so many times this year for him being off for a month and a half that I am so glad we got him. Let's keep it real. We do not win yesterday without Buddy Buckets, and then the veteran presence comes through and gets us through it, man. This next series is going to be tough, but I feel like we got a better matchup with these guys than we did with Houston. Houston defense, man, they're bringing it. They're real. They're going to be a problem going forward. You know what I'm saying? But the veteran presence got us, man. Thank you guys. You know what I'm saying? Starting the Monday off good. And got to wish my little 3-year-old DJ a happy birthday.
Nice.
Happy
birthday,
DJ.
What I'm saying?
Happy
I love
birthday,
you guys,
man.
dog.
I'll see you on the baseball field soon, Richie
Happy
Rich.
birthday. Here's what Buddy Hield had to say about starting a Game 7 in front of. He never played in Game 7 in his career. He's been in the league for 9 seasons. Never played in Game 7. This is only his second playoff series of his career. Didn't really play last year in Philadelphia. Had the one quarter where he went crazy, but really didn't play against the New York Knicks. Here's what he had to say about starting in Game 7.
I was talking to Loon earlier, and I was like, man, I'm so glad I'm starting tonight, because how would it be coming to the bench? Because coming to the bench for Game 7 is really hard, you know. So just starting to get all the jitters out. It's a childhood dream, you know. We all talk about Game 7s. We all want to play in Game 7s, but actually playing in the Game 7 and getting prepared for it is one of the hardest things ever. No, thank God for my mom and everybody that prepared me, put me in a situation that I can be prepared, being mentally and spiritually prepared for this. And my teammates, of course, you know, Jimmy and Steph and Dre, those vets, they've been in the fire before, and they know what it's like, and just follow their lead.
the biggest shot of the game, I know there's others in the second half that you could point to. I thought it was the one before the end of the quarter in the first quarter. That, to me, was the biggest shot of the game because it was like, bang, let's go. Like, we finished on a good note. We had so many crummy first quarters where we didn't finish, and Houston would finish and gain all that momentum starting into the second quarter and into that long break. I thought that shot was everything.
Here's what he had to say about that shot.
When I shot it, I know I had a chance. I didn't know it was going there. I know I had a chance. And it was, like I say, I always want to give it a chance. And I felt when that opened up, when I went in, that just helped me really come more relaxed. And I didn't celebrate too much because I know we had 3 more quarters to go.
Now, Shasky, if you go back and watch that play, he gets the rebound, and he, paused for a second. And it looked like the Warriors bench is like, get up court, go. You got 4 seconds left. Remember that? They were like, go, buddy, go. He was like, oh, okay, fine, I'll go. And he gets to the Toyota Center logo and lets it fly. He hits it. We're like, oh, my gosh. Then the guy would miss in the second quarter.
No.
The second quarter was just 5 of 6 from the floor, 4 or 5 from the three-point line, 14 points. But it was just funny because Buddy's just this fun-loving guy who's just about ball. That's all he is. He could go 2 for 15. He could go 14 to 15. He's going to have the same smile, right? He's going to be in the same mood. He's going to have good spirits. But they're like, go, buddy, go. And he's like, oh, okay. And then he just lets it fly. He hits it, and the Warriors get a 4-point lead. But I thought it was massive because, 1, they had lost 5 of the 6 first quarters in this series. But 2, it felt like they were playing faster in that first quarter. It finally felt like the Warriors were playing at their pace despite the low scoring numbers in that first quarter. And that led to the second quarter where they were able to build a 14-point lead, and the rest is history. They never relinquished that lead. They were up 12 at the half. And you're thinking to yourself, I know I was, Steph's got 3 points and they're up 12.
I know.
Houston's in trouble.
Well, the thing about Buddy this series, if you've been paying attention, clearly the shot has been all over the place, all right? But his effort level has been there. He's gotten a lot of loose balls.
Yep.
He's played pretty good defense. No one is going to, think that he's Draymond or Amen Thompson or anything like that, but he's been really good. And I think he's been an active rebounder, which is all you need to be in this team. And he took some rhythm threes for this team that they desperately needed and just opened the floor up. He had a couple pump fakes, and he just took his time, and it was like, let's go.
Yep. No doubt. It was a big-time Buddy Hield game. Stephen Curry goes crazy. Steve Kerr was brilliant, I thought, with the way he used his timeouts. Let's go to my man, Oscar in Stockton.
What's up, Oscar?
Oscar, what's happening, brother? Draymond, man. Your boy stepped up.
What's going on, fellas? Hey, my whole thing is that I've been flying my flags around out here in Stockton, and for my boy Buddy Hield to step up because everybody been calling in. Bonte, I'm glad to hear you in the studio. They called in about Draymond and Buddy Hield, and them two was my boys. And guess what they did? They showed up and showed out. So everybody, like I said last week, who was calling with that negative energy and all scared, and they're used to being scared when you got Steph Curry on your team.
All right, Oscar,
thing,
hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
I never get scared. But even yesterday, I was like, I don't know about this one. I don't know about this one.
I never get scared, but yesterday I was like,
I don't know about this one.
Hey, dog,
Oscar, you weren't a little nervous? I got to call Cap. You weren't a little nervous?
Bonte, I'm gonna tell you, everybody know me out here. Now I walk around, do Instacart. In every store, I have my Steph Curry jersey on, my socks on, my hat, my flag flying, and I'm gonna tell you, this game I wasn't nervous. My wife will tell you, I was not nervous. I just knew I had confidence, and I said, step back. And they had that talk. I know they was gonna have that talk. But they had to talk and they calmed down.
Wait, you knew they were going to have this? Who's your insider, Oscar?
Hey, Oscar, when Draymond got the flagrant, your heart didn't go, uh-oh, just a little?
Well, as a matter of fact, I told my wife, I said, guess what? Draymond, he's finna get a check or a flagrant. I walked out the room, but I said, basketball, they know what's going on. They're not going to give him a flagrant. They know he's almost close to getting suspended for a game. But I knew he was going to get a check because anytime you go across the head, but did you see the reaction for Draymond? He was calm, he was cool, and that's when I knew the Warriors was going to win this game because he was under control. His attitude was calm, and the whole team was calm. And I knew, I said, you know what? The Warriors not going to lose that game because they play good on the road. They play damn good on the road. And people
People want to always criticize Steve Kerr. All week, Steve Kerr. When are we going to give him some kudos? He's been coaching his butt off, man. Coaching his butt off. And I'm telling everybody, like Draymond Green just said, even on ESPN, you know Steph Curry led the team in scoring, rebound, and assist this whole series.
Yep.
This whole series. So I'm telling you right now, you better get prepared for the Warriors. They're going to take this next game. We're going to win it in 7. It might not be 6. It's going to be 7. But don't count out the OGs, man. And the young crew we got, they better get lacing it up. Because like Steve Kerr said, this first game, he's not going to throw it away. But the rest of the bench going to have to play because the older crew played a lot of minutes. They're going to have to play this first game. And I know Steve Kerr going to have them ready, man. Hey, Bonte, I'm glad to hear you guys on the radio. And Shasky, hey, man, you my boy. Keep the Bay Area pumped up, man. Let's go.
My guy, Oscar.
Let's go.
You guys are friends now.
We're homies.
We're homies now. You guys made up.
Well, I call it like I see it, and I think he appreciates that. I got to say, I still can't get over it. Draymond's got to be the only player in the history of the game, and it's happened to him a couple times over the last 5 years. He gets fouled. They call a foul on the other team, and yet he walks away with a flagrant.
I know.
I don't even know how. And I was like, you know what? That is the right call.
But game 4, was it game 4, right? He gets the technical instead of the flagrant. The Tari Eason situation. I don't even know what it is. And then, by the way, hold on real quick. Isn't it refreshing for the first 2 hours of the show? We haven't said one word about the officials.
Oh, they did a great job yesterday.
I put it out there that it was a Tony Brothers, Gucci Man, and Kevin Scott game. And the internet went crazy. How many comments I saw? That tweet blew up, right? I'm like, it's just a tweet about the officials. Oh, it's done. The NBA's got the script. They're tired of us. And the conspiracy.
Why do we do this in the NBA?
Catfish has got us. Tony Brothers, he is terrible. And then Fitz, I love you, Fitz. I do love you, Fitz. But he goes, and this is just an excellent crew here that we have today for Game 7. I'm like, come on, Fitz. There's nothing excellent about Tony Brothers.
He's speaking it into existence.
Tony Brothers and Gucci Man. By the way, there's a photo that Gucci Man.
That.
You saw that. How great was that?
I mean, they look like brothers. It's unbelievable. Draymond Green, through 7 games in the playoffs, 4 techs, leads the NBA. 2 flagrant fouls, leads the NBA. 21 common fouls, 20 turnovers. But that's okay. He has the last laugh. He played great.
He has the last laugh.
I mean, dude, we got to be careful in this next one. I mean, you can't get ejected.
I know.
I mean, this is not good.
Should we, you know what, Greg and Cole, hang on tight, 888-957-9570. Reset.
Bagel.
I know, I can tell. You're ready to eat. You're ready to shout out. 888-957-9570. Give us your thoughts on Game 7. How about Buddy Buckets? Did you have any belief that you'd walk out of Game 7 saying, wow, Buddy Hield saved the day? Because I sure didn't. Wasn't on my bingo card. 888-957-9570. That's coming up. Your phone calls. Greg and Cole, hang tight. We'll get you right at the top of the hour here on the Morning Roast. Bonte Hill in for Joe Spadoni. We got Shasky scarfing down a bagel. But now it's time for the injury report. What's going on in Houston? I mean, Game 2, Brendan Pajinski's sick. Game 5, John Kuminga comes up with a migraine. And then yesterday, Gary Payton II was forced to miss Game 7 due to an illness. What is going on? Pomados? Anybody in H-Town? What's going on? SM Bay Drummer, what the hell's going on with your food down there? Why are our boys getting sick? Good thing they're leaving Houston. Hopefully GP2 will be available for Game 1 against the Minnesota Timberwolves. But Pods and JK obviously were able to return. And hopefully GP2 is ready to roll against Minnesota because they'll need them with the point attack defense. Remember the last time the Warriors played Minnesota at Chase Center, GP2 was very instrumental in that fourth quarter against Anthony Edwards. He slowed him down. His point of attack defense will be crucial in this next series against Minnesota. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Curse in Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Again, your phone calls. Mondays is about you. It's like football season. It's all about the callers. Give us your thoughts. I want to hear from everybody today here on a Monday morning as the Warriors dust off the Rockets and advance to the Western Conference semifinals to take on the Minnesota Timberwolves. We're talking about Buddy Hield, 33 points. The 7th player in NBA history to drop at least 7 threes in a Game 7. That is what's coming up on a game brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Jabari Smith. He'll shoot it. No good. And the rebound to Looney. To Buddy Hield. He's got 3 seconds. He's got 2 from half court. Pulls up for a 3. It's good. Buddy Hield knocks one in from midcourt at the buzzer.
Buddy gets paid a lot of money to play at a high level. Buddy was Buddy tonight. Good for you, Buddy.
Jimmy Butler, Tim Roy on the call, 95-7 the game. The back and forth between Jimmy Butler and Buddy Hield at the podium last night, hilarious. They've got a great rapport together. And I don't think they're excluding Buddy Hield from any of the team activities anymore. Buddy Hield is definitely a part of this team after 33 points. He stole the show. 9 made threes. He goes 9 of 11, the 7th player in NBA history to hit at least 7 threes in a Game 7. What a show Buddy Hield put on. Playoff career high 33 points. That was his first ever game number 7 as well. So Buddy Hield, and how about this one? This is so crazy. Buddy Hield became the first player in NBA history to go scoreless in one game and then score at least 33 in the next game in a single postseason.
Wait a minute. Wait.
Let me read that again.
Yeah.
Buddy Hield became the first player in NBA playoff history to go scoreless in one game and then score at least 33 in the next game in a single postseason. The previous high following a scoreless game, 31 points by Tim Perry of the Phoenix Suns in 1992, and Eddie Johnson, our boy Eddie with the Rockets back in 1997 when he scored 31 after going scoreless in the game.
That's incredible. I mean, and it's not like he was hurt, that's just, wow.
Again,
that is incredible.
Buddy Hield, not only does he hit the 7 threes, became the first player in NBA history, in playoff history, to go scoreless in one game and score at least 33 in the next.
It's just been an unbelievable ride. Again, the only other things that I can think of, it would be like Juwan Jennings being your Super Bowl MVP, right? Why, you know what I mean?
I forgot to do something top of the hour. I forgot to do something. Can we just play? Can we reset and play the intro? Just reset and play the intro.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Cody Ross, being the hero.
Yeah. Cody Ross game.
That's what it reminded me of. It reminded me of a Cody Ross game.
We're going to play the intro again because I forgot to do something.
Streets
are asking for it.
That's all right. We can reset it.
For it. Hold on.
We're in no hurry.
I do it. Hey, we're in no hurry. We got 2 hours left, Shasky.
I knew it was going to be a good day because after the first communion, after I got closer to God, after the first communion, then we had Filipino food. I had lumpia. I had the chicken with the rice. It was delicious. I knew we were going somewhere.
Replay the intro. Go ahead. Oh, baby! I'm a little rusty, Shaska. I forgot about that. Top of the 8 o'clock hour. Good morning to all the overnight dancers, the firefighters, the cops, the bums out at Union Square. Shout out to 6th Street. Getting a little cleaner, but still not really that clean. Shout out to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. The Warriors win Game 7. They advance to the West Semifinals. It was only right that I do that, right, Shasta?
No, it was incredible. The overnight dancers needed their shout out.
By the way, Betty U, KTVU, the legend Betty U.
Yeah?
Did you see the story she put out last week? I know we're going to get right back to Game 7.
I did not see
they did
Betty
a
story last week.
Because the buffet opened back up at the Gold Club and the line was so long. There's so many Asian women in the line trying to get that $5 fried chicken at the Gold Club. Betty U did a great story. That's great reporting by Betty U at KTVU. And I'm not going to lie, she gave me the follow on Twitter. I felt like I was somebody after that one. When you get the Roz with eyes and the Betty U's, that's a different stratosphere, Shasky.
I did feel like I made it when Rosh Mathai hit that follow button on me.
You're like, wow. You're not going to lie, right? There's just certain people you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah, they're like, Mr. NBC follows me now.
The strut gets better and better.
Unbelievable. God, what a great win.
Buddy Hield, Shasky.
I can't believe it. Where I was going was earlier, when Cody Ross did what he did, you could have named, hey, Juan Uribe's going to have a game. Hey, Reneria's going to have a game. He's been a playoff performer. Hey, Aubrey Huff would have been great that year. Or Buster Posey. No, when Cody Ross is the one that steps up and knocks off Roy Halladay the way that he did, you remember it forever. Now, that was not in a Game 7, right? That was obviously early in the series.
Game 1.
Yes. And then he was also had a double in game 2 or game 3 or whatever. It was unbelievable. But for Buddy Hield to do that in a game 7, it's going to live. If they can even get to just the Western Conference Finals.
Oh, forever.
It is going to live forever.
Forever.
I mean, the Baron Davis dunk is something we think about over and over and over again.
I thought you were going to bring up Travis Ishikawa.
That's a great opportunity. That's a great one, but
Mike Morris hitting the whole run, basically the only thing he did that year, and he goes psycho in that game.
Was that game 6?
Was that game 6 or game 7, Mike Morris? What game was that?
Game 7.
That was game 7. There you go.
He hit the home run to pitch in, and he goes psycho.
He
almost gave himself a concussion.
That was to tie the game, correct?
Yep.
Yes. All those things matter, but those were to get to the World Series. So it's a little different, right? And God, it's just that game from him was special. And I think what ended up happening, Jimmy and Steph realized at the end of that third quarter, all right, now it's superstar time. And why you got Jimmy Butler was for that game yesterday. And even though he was a little reluctant for that entire third quarter, 3 minutes to go, 63-60. From then on, 12 points for Steph, 9 points for Butler. Night-night.
Night-night.
To the Houston Rockets.
I mean, you're so right. We're going to it's just unbelievable how much Buddy Hield just out of nowhere showed up. I think my snare went out in my headphones. My snare went out.
After an "Oh baby" like that, the radio gods were like, you messed up the first time.
Yeah. Chill out, homie. This is only a one-day thing.
You've done enough Betty U talk this morning. We should be talking about Buddy Hield.
You love that pool.
That was incredible. Well, I think you hurt your quad pulling down that name.
Let's go to the lines, man. Oh, by the way, I can hear you guys.
Lab.
Oh, that's what it is. I can hear you guys. Something's up with your board. That's what it is. There we go. I knew something was wrong. There we go, Rizzo. Turn yourself off.
Hey,
There's a conversation back
pasta,
there.
Figure it out.
Let's go, Risotto. Got the Reardon hat on. We know you guys are, a little aloof at times. But Steve Kerr.
Hey, Reardon got a huge win against Bellingham.
They did get a win. Yeah. Shout out to the Sergeants.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Sergeants, Rizzo. Shout out to the Sergeants. And Bill Lasky, of course. Listen, Steve Kerr, because as much as we've ridiculed Buddy Hield in this market, I see so many times, why is he playing Buddy? Stop playing Buddy. Buddy's going to have his moments. He's going to have 15 one game. Next game, may have 3. That's just the Buddy Hield experience. But Steve Kerr, for years, so many people say, well, anybody can coach this team. What adjustments does Steve Kerr make? I think about Alex in Atlanta. The coach doesn't make adjustments. The coach this, the coach that. Cam and Antioch still is in my dome talking about fire Steve Kerr. Well, how do you feel about him now? How do you feel about Steve Kerr now?
Well, I thought that situationally in the first quarter, I could feel possession to possession was super important. Could you feel it?
Absolutely.
And I thought when it was 13-17, Amen hit a couple of shots in a row. He was like, bang, he hits the timeout. And I was like, he's on it. He made a substitution. They came out. I felt like he coached this game possession to possession.
Oh, my God.
Which was so refreshing. I truly believe the Game 7, 2016, has been etched in his head for his entire life. And when things happen to you in that, he put Varejao out there. He knows it. He put Varejao out there for a couple of possessions too long, and it ended up biting them in the butt.
No, it did. And his third quarter was excellent because you knew the Rockets would happen. They would have a run in that game to get back into it. After being down 12 at the half. It's 56-47. Steve Kerr says, you know what? It's single digits. Let me calm things down. Rockets make another little mini run. And next thing you know, it's 63-60. And the Toyota Center is rocking.
Yeah.
And the Warriors looked rattled. And Steve Kerr says, timeout. Very Pop-like. Greg Popovich would do this all the time. Team scores a quick 4. You know what? Let's shut this down.
Yep.
I don't like it. I don't like where this is going.
He would do it specifically against Steph when Steph would cook and hit a couple shots.
And he'd shut it down. 2 threes, that's it.
I thought that Kerr failed to do that. Go back to that Dallas game when Kyrie was cooking.
Oh, yeah.
And Kyrie had like 4 straight possessions. I was like, dude, after 2 or 3, hit the timeout.
Before the All-Star break, when he had the 42 points.
It was a bad loss.
It was a terrible loss. But then they did bounce back and beat the Rockets the next day before the All-Star break. The Jimmy was like 105-98 or whatnot. So Steve Kerr calling those timeouts in the third quarter. And then he settles things out. Then Jimmy Butler hits the grenade 3. And then Draymond Green drives to the rack, gets a layup. Then the next possession, this is what I thought was very important. Draymond Green in the middle of that zone. We've been telling Draymond, everybody's been screaming from the high heavens. Get in the triple threat position. Attack in that zone. Attack. The Rockets are playing the pass. They were playing Draymond Green for the pass, getting a lot of deflections within the half court. He takes a little floater right there in the paint. Nails it. Next thing you know, the Warriors, despite the Rockets having their best quarter of the game, the Rockets still go in the fourth quarter down 8. Down 8. And then Steph Curry in the fourth quarter, 5 straight points as he milks every last second of Steph as he nearly plays 46 minutes. Steve Kerr deserves a lot of respect for the way he coached that game last night and the way he managed that series. Look, he knew Moody didn't have it. 10 minutes for Moody. Looney, we're going to get you for 11 minutes.
I thought Looney was good in this game.
He was good in his 11 minutes, and he's the next factor moving
really
forward.
Good in this game.
No doubt. I think Looney was excellent.
But Moody, the poor guy, just didn't have it.
He didn't have it. Quentin Post, 3 minutes, 28 seconds. He knew when to pull the lever off all these guys. JK, I'm going to trot it out a little bit. There's no GP2, I should say. You know what? Kuminga, 7 minutes, 21 seconds. That's that. Yeah. And he yanked him out there to 63 when it was 63-60. So Steve Kerr did an excellent job, and now he improves to 8-0 in the first round. I
thought that the Rockets got sloppy and very predictable in the half court toward the end there. Tari Eason having the huge turnover off of his knee. He just was totally rattled, and he hit a big 3 in this game.
He did.
And then Şengün, time and time again, was traveling before he'd even get the ball. Feeling for contact that wasn't there. How many times did the Warriors pull the chair out from underneath him where he was expecting contact and then he missed like a little push shot?
Yep.
He missed 2 free throws on a hard foul. That was a big sequence as well. And then Steph Curry stripping him at one point as a help defender. Yep. They just did a great job on Şengün overall. I thought he was in his own head.
No, he was. 21 points on 23 shots for Alperen Şengün. And again, this is their first playoff series, but the Warriors did a great job of getting him off his spots. He had to settle for baseline fadeaways yesterday, which you hadn't really seen in this series in the first 6 games of this series between the Warriors and the Rockets.
I want to go back just real quick. At the beginning of this dynasty, there was I call coming-of-age combination of series. One was the Spurs that they lost, but the one before that was against the Denver Nuggets, George Karl. And that was kind of like the coming-out party for Steph, for Clay, a young Harrison Barnes. It felt like a coming-of-age series for those young players. Their first taste of it. Now, they ended up winning that series, and they knocked off the Nuggets, and then eventually, obviously, got Andre Iguodala. I felt the same way about Amin Thompson.
Wow.
Coming out of this series. That was a coming-of-age series for the young man. And in Game 7, where a lot of guys were afraid of the moment, he knew exactly what a good shot was for him. And I can't think higher of a young player in the league.
6 of 6 from the free throw line. 24 points, 9 rebounds. I mean, this kid is a combination defensively of Kawhi Leonard and Scottie Pippen. He moves his feet so well. He gets his arms out. He rips people. He ripped Steph in half court a couple times in this series.
Just picked his pocket.
Steph had the most struggles against Amin Thompson. And Bully was always telling me when he was at Steph's camp, the Thompson twins were there. And he was there. Ed Pickney were there. And Bully were there at the Steph camp with the Thompson twins. And they go, those two dudes defensively was already ahead of the curve. Defensively, they were playing like 5-year veterans. So if I'm the Houston Rockets, this is a very critical offseason because Draymond mentioned it last night. You could be on the up and up until you're not. Just ask the Memphis Grizzlies. You build around Amin Thompson. You have a team option on Fred VanVleet. Jalen Green, I think they're going to move off of Jalen Green.
I think it's sayonara.
They may move off of Jabari Smith Jr. with the way they utilize him in this series.
I'll take Jabari Smith.
Steven Adams is a free agent.
I'll take him.
Personally,
I want Steven Adams for the rest of his career in a Warrior.
That would be awesome. Yeah, I think he loved the Bay Area.
I think Kerr would
the
love
Bay
him.
Area. Yeah, no doubt. He'd be. Oh my
He's
God,
everything we haven't had. Physical beast, low down below, a funneler on defense, great passer, knows his game.
No doubt.
I would love.
I would too.
Steven Adams.
I would too. But I would tell, like we said about Sabonis a couple years ago. It's funny how everybody in Sacramento now wants to sell on Domantas Sabonis. We were on that a couple years ago when the Warriors ousted them in the first round. It feels like the Rockets could sell high on Şengün and get something a lot better. And when I say a lot better, there's a megastar in Milwaukee that could be available, and there's a couple stars in Phoenix that could be available in Devin Booker and Kevin Durant. The Rockets are in a great position. They have the assets, the draft picks, they have money in the bank, and Houston's always been a destination for NBA free agents. They love living in Houston, Texas, for a lot of reasons. Houston should build around Amin Thompson and see what the best fit is around Amin Thompson moving forward. They're close, but this offseason is critical for the Rockets.
I totally agree. The area that I would just pause if I was them, you want to make sure you deal the right young player.
Exactly.
I think dealing the wrong young player is I mean, it could set you back even farther. As we saw with the Kings selling De'Aaron Fox and some of these other teams that you've seen over the years, just trade the wrong young player. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, for example.
The Clippers.
Right? Yeah, for the Clippers. So I'm with you. I just, man, if I'm any team that's, the guy you want is Ahmed Thompson.
Yeah.
But I don't see how you get rid of him.
No, they're not getting rid of him. He's a future superstar.
I know.
The way he defends a 3D guy, and once he gets his mid-range jumper right, guy is only in his second year.
Well, I think around the rim, he's in that like dunker spot.
Yep.
He actually has a nice little turnaround. Like it's going to get better and better and better.
Yep. They got to figure out the shooting. They got to figure out Jalen Green, what they're going to do with him moving forward, because I think they're down on him big time. And the way they utilize Jabari Smith Jr., they didn't play him much. 12 minutes and 8 seconds. And the murmurs around the Rockets organization is they believe he's a little soft. Ime Udoka's not a big fan.
Well,
Jabari
not
Smith
every guy can be out there like a punishing, like Fred VanVleet plays a certain way. Dylan Brooks plays a certain way. Steven Adams plays a certain way. You do need some like versatility in player profiles in terms of how they play. And I think that Jabari Smith was the guy that didn't play enough. I think they're going to look back and kick themselves for not playing him more, because he is a stretch shooter. He's a 3-level scorer. And I think that he's a mismatch problem for the Warriors.
I'm with you there. I like Jabari Smith Jr. a lot. Let's go to let's get to Greg and San Ramon. He's been on hold the longest here. Greg and San Ramon, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, man. Good.
You know, Buddy's been up and down all year, so this was his timing was perfect to be on last night. He's been frustrating all year, I got to admit, but last night he was just phenomenal. But really, they won it on defense, and you can't say enough about Draymond. I mean, I'm sure everybody's tired of hearing about it, but if you rewatch that game, Draymond was not only single covering Şengün, he was then bouncing off him and getting the rebound. He was boxing out Adams. He was everybody that would drive to the rim. He would challenge. It was one of the best performances defensively I've seen in a while. And you know, it's funny because before the Warrior game, I was watching Cleveland and Mobley as the defensive player of the year, and then you watch Draymond after that. It's not even comparable. And one more thing I want to say is Looney put in some really big minutes, and I don't think people are noticing that enough.
You're right.
And the last thing I'll say, I agree with you on Jabari Smith. I thought Jabari Smith was killing the Warriors, but for some reason he wasn't playing. So thank God he wasn't.
Would you agree with me on this? Like, and Mobley's a very talented young player, but young's the key word. And I think Draymond has alluded to this. Kerr's talked about it. Curry. There's a difference between being able to game plan for the same opponent 7 games in a row. You understand all of their tendencies, their nuances, every set that they're going to run. Why do you think it looks so exhausted at the end of that fourth quarter? Not only was everyone fatigued, like physically, they knew exactly what they wanted to run. Şengün kept going to the spin moves. Back you down, spin move. Or he'd face you up and shoot that little 1-foot fadeaway. It wasn't as effective in Game 7.
You can't dribble 7 times in the paint and expect to be successful in today's NBA.
No.
Over and over and over again.
With no shooters around you.
Şengün was really good with these 1, 2, 3 dribbles.
Yes.
It didn't go on up.
Yes.
Backing down,
But
getting
Draymond
solo.
figured out his tendencies.
No,
and the other part is I thought that the Warriors figured out when they could double and when not to double, and not leaving Fred VanVleet wide open on the kick out.
That to me was a key. Fred VanVleet in the previous 3 games was 18 to 27 from 3. He could not miss.
If I never see him again, I'll be happy.
And he was talking that talk. But then in this game, Game 7, the Warriors did a good job of doubling him, blitzing him at the right time. And midway through the fourth quarter, he was stuck off 4 3-point attempts. So they didn't give him the opportunity to get clean 3-point looks yesterday. And that was a great game play by Steve Kerr, Jerry Stackhouse, and Terry Stotts there on that bench. By the way, shout out to those watching on YouTube. Over 1,400 people watching on YouTube right now. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Buck Studios. Laughing Buck, what is up, Sam? They're righteously brewed right here in San Francisco. Do not forget about the Boxer Gerson work injury attorneys text line. I'll let you read off an ask if you want. Let's go to Oreo Cookie.
What's up, Oreo?
Oreo Cookie, what is happening?
Hola, amigo. Feliz Cinco de Mayo, baby.
Tequila. Let's get some tacos and tequila, baby.
For those that want to check out a movie today is the day to check out Blood In, Blood Out.
Oh my
that's
God.
the one to do it, baby.
Oh my
hey,
God.
that's our Godfather and Goodfellas mixed into one. So if you want to watch something good, Blood In, Blood Out, baby. But I was calling because I want to give Kerr props, man. Give him his flowers. I come on here and talk mess about him. But when he does things right, man, he presses all the right buttons, whether it's on defense to go into the zone defense. Houston had no shot, man. They kept shooting. They kept missing. We was doing good there. He had answers for their zone defense. And so I want to give props to Kerr, man. I also want to tell Kerr that when we do have everybody healthy and Kuminga gets a few minutes, we are 2-0. Somebody let him know that. We are 2-0 when he plays. So I do feel good about this round coming up. And this is Oreo cookie. And I don't like diet soda. I never owned a Toyota. Our defense is coming into Minnesota. Dubs and 6, baby.
I was wondering where that was going.
Blood In, Blood Out has some of the most interesting prison scenes of all time.
I'm not even going to get into it. It's too early for that. We got kids in the car right now. Kids, Blood In, Blood Out. I don't know what Oreo cookie's talking about. Wink, 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 wink. It's a gangster movie. I don't know if I can handle a Blood In, Blood Out movie right now.
I believe there was some of the prison scenes were in Quentin.
Yeah, it's possible.
Blood In, Blood Out is an all-timer. If you say Blood In, Blood Out, I say Colors.
Oh, my
Colors.
Oh, my God.
With
Colors.
Ice-T
Colors.
doing the soundtrack.
Felt like everybody died in Colors.
Oh, dude, it was great.
It was unbelievable.
Sean Penn.
Oh,
such
man.
a classic.
It is a classic. Colors. Ice-T with that soundtrack.
It is so good.
Colors.
Come on, you know you liked it.
Man. Darren in Richmond before we go to break.
Up?
Oh, I see somebody on the line here. Oh, I can't wait to hear their call. Actually, not really. Darren in Richmond, what's happening?
Bonte, what's up, man? I called it, bro. I don't know if you remember. I called before the Houston series started. I said Warriors in 7.
Well, I wouldn't know that because I wasn't around.
No, you, bro. I talked to you. I promise, and I gave a few key points on why they would win.
You talked to me at Chasing or something, or on the line, or maybe I was here. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I was on the line with you, but
okay. Right.
man, anyway, it's all good. So, bro. This series is going to be real tough, right? And so as far as the backcourt is concerned, we're not going to see the same level of physicality we saw in Houston against Minnesota. However, the bigs for Minnesota is going to give us problems, right? Julius Randle and Naz Reid, 6'9". Rudy Gobert, 7'1". Joe Ingles, he's a shooting guard. He's 6'8". Jaden Daniels, 6'9". So I think our point guards, they're going to shine this series, but Draymond Green is going to be the key to this series. Draymond Green can play and play great and be effective without all the antics. I'm a huge Draymond Green fan, and he got a flagrant foul in Game 6. He got a technical foul in Game 7, and he tuned it down and was still effective. He sets the tone for our team, for our defense, and for our bigs. We need Post to give us solid minutes. We need Looney to give us solid minutes, as he always does, and we really just have to guard the bigs. And unlike Şengün and Adams, Julius Randle has an outside game. Naz Reid has an outside game, so we gotta watch that, man. It's gonna be another close one. And I say Warriors in 6 or 7 for sure.
There it is. Gobert and Draymond Green shared the court in a high-level game.
Oh, it's gonna be amazing. I can't wait.
I'm like now getting fired up. I'm like slowly turning the page from this Houston series, and now he's got me rolling here.
Every time Gobert comes on the television and my mom's over the house, goes, oh, there's the guy that Draymond choked and dragged across the court. It's like you and your brother fighting in the 90s.
I don't want to relive that, but there's a couple instances that nobody talks about enough.
When he goes like this.
When he tucks his chin from Karl Anthony Towns, number one.
I can hear Joe Rogan. What a great tuck of the chin.
Tucked his chin.
He kept himself from getting slapped.
And then how about Steve Kerr said, let him go. Let him go.
Like
let him go.
In the kitchen with me and my brother fighting.
That happened a minute and a half into the game. Oh, my gosh. And then Rudy Gobert elbowing LeBron James.
Clay having a ripped jersey.
Oh, my gosh. And then you get Randall.
Hey, Gobert had 30 and 20. I mean, we got to watch out for him.
27-24 against the Lakers in that closeout game. Oh, man, this is going to be spicy. Oh, and then you get A-Rod on the sideline. You got Joe Lacob and you got A-Rod. I kind of, you know what? I'm kind of a sucker for A-Rod
I told you.
I woke up one morning and I went down to A-Rod rabbit hole. I was like, wow, this guy's a shrewd businessman.
Yeah, he is.
Then he's taking photos with his wife's new husband. They're all like a family affair. That's just so
She's
strange.
a fitness model.
Oh, my God. Dude, A-Rod, dude. He's at the practices of the T-Wolves.
Look, he's charming. Admit it.
He's
he
something
is.
else,
I
man.
love A-Rod.
He's something else. Why do we love these? I'm not even going to go there. More of your phone calls. All right, Verducci. Ooh, Samita. Wow. Slet Rock. Oh, Slet Rock's in South Dakota. Can't wait to get to him. We got Jeff in San Jose. And then we got Shasky's favorite, the guy down in Palo Alto.
Let's go.
He shall remain nameless here on the Morning Roast. That's coming up, brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
Dub Nation, it's Quinton Post. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Love me some Quinton Post.
Man, I'm B-U-D-D-Y. It's the remix.
The Buddy Hield game. Can you believe, folks? 888-957-9570. I watched it back last night right after our post-game show. I can't wait to watch it back again. The Buddy Hield game. The Buddy Hield game. When we're discussing the 30 for 30, and we're discussing the last years of the dynasty, the OGs, and Steph is 37, and Draymond's 35, and he's walking out of the Toyota Center saying, surprise, surprise, we're still here. Look, I thought this was going to be the passing torch postseason. LeBron's out, right? James Harden, Kawhi's out. You got the young guns in OKC. Denver's trying to hold on for dear life with Russell Westbrook and the Joker. Aaron Gordon, by the way, playing very well for the Nuggets. That's going to be a hell of a series, I believe. And then on the other side of the Eastern Conference, you got the Pacers and the Cavs. You got the Celtics and the Knicks. And the OGs and the Golden State Warriors, with the help of Buddy Hield, are taking out a young Rock T-Wolves team that is, they look for real. They look really, really good. But damn, like Buddy Hield, chat, I can't wrap my mind around it. This guy went 0 for 4. And again, I can't read this enough. I didn't even know this was a stat. Buddy Hield became the first player in NBA playoff history to go scoreless in one game and then score at least 33 in the next game in a single postseason, joining Tim Perry, who did it in 1992 when he scored 31 after going scoreless, and our boy Eddie Johnson, who did it in 97 with the Houston Rockets.
What is this the equivalent of? Is this the equivalent of like James Toney, who drops a million passes but is always wide open? You know what I mean? Like, because we know he has it in him, buddy. Like, he has it in him, but he was not good for a long stretches of this series.
Man, I just don't. I did not have that on my bingo card. I keep saying it over and over and over again because I'm thinking when the starting lineup got revealed, I don't know if maybe we're alone on the pregame show, but I'm thinking in my head, like, man, Moody's they're 18-3 with Moody and Pods along with the big three. Just let Buddy be that bench player coming off the bench, spacing the floor, but he's been up and down in the series. I get it.
Is good.
I get it. And that combination of Buddy, Pods, and the big three had the best net rating in this series, but it was a small sample size. But didn't you think when you saw Buddy in the starting lineup, you're like, oh.
Well, yes, but I also understand, like, Steve Kerr loves him, and Butler loves him, and Curry loves him. And you know, they made a good point about movement and how the movement of Buddy Hield over the more stagnant Moses Moody was what they needed to be able to get guys going.
Yep.
It made a lot of sense when I heard Steve Kerr explain that, and Anthony Slater kind of elaborated that when we had him late last week. The other part of this is I thought Moody moved better without the ball, back cutting, before this series. With the two bigs in there at times, there wasn't a lot of room underneath the hoop for him to get those layups and some of those easy buckets off action where he doesn't have the ball, where Jimmy has it, and Jimmy kind of would like kick it to him on the block on a cutter. So, no, I'm not surprised. I'm shocked he had that game. And not only did he have that game in the first half, he finished the game that way too.
22 in the first half, makes 6 threes in the first half. And the Warriors, despite Stephen Curry only scoring 3 first-half points, had a 12-point lead. I felt really good at that point, said, wow, they're up 12? Now the Rockets made their run in the third quarter, but again, as we just explained in the previous segment, Chasky, Steve Kerr using his timeouts like an expert. I mean, it was Greg Popovich-like.
Tight rotations.
We're going to shut down all the mini runs. We're going to make sure we maintain the lead and not let this crowd get into it. But Buddy Hield, look, should it be surprising? Maybe not, because Houston's running a lot of zone. And what beats a zone defense? Shooting. Here's what Buddy Hield had to say about Houston's zone defense.
Make shots to get the zone, they stop playing zone. That was the deal, but we couldn't figure it out. And after that, I think tonight we used Steph different. And we didn't keep him on the ball. We was able to like adjust to a lot of things. And like I say, for you to be a zone, you got to make shots. And we made shots, and we took them out of it. And we forced them to guard players like Steph and Jimmy. And we know that they're all world in that category. You know, we're just trying to make them go one-on-one against our best players.
He's so right. It got him out that zone. And then you know, Stephen Curry, especially at the beginning of the fourth quarter where he scores 5 straight, got the isolation on Jabari Smith Jr., told everybody, get the hell out of the way. I'm going to take him on his stance. He goes in for the layup. Then the next possession, Amen Thompson, who did an excellent job on Stephen Curry. There's no doubt. I'm not taking away anything from him. And he made Steph work, and Steph showed the respect to Amen Thompson after the game, but he fell asleep just a little.
I know.
And Steph drained the 3, and you could just feel it. It was over for the Rockets,
on that little like hezzy. He went left, Steph went right, and bang, he hit it.
Wow, this is crazy. This is insane right now, Shasky. I mean, this guy, I got to talk to him last night. We got Buddy Hield on the River Islands guest line right now. There's no way Buddy Hield's on the line right now. This is Buddy Buckets.
How you guys doing? Top of the morning.
Top of the morning, buddy.
Game 7, buddy. Wait. Buddy.
Man, you got this region. Look, man, I'm not going to front. We love you, buddy. What you've done this season. I did not have you making 9 threes in a Game 7. It was your first ever Game 7. And what you told us last night, prepare for Game 7, you shut down all the social medias. You said no to tickets to all your family members, buddy. That must have been hard to do.
Yeah. You know, they've reaped a lot of benefits of me over the years. So I just when the game is so important to you, and sometimes just having less distraction around you, and not saying there's distraction, anybody's distraction, but it's just being locked in with yourself. You know, just felt like it was probably the best thing for me to do, and just sometimes that's how I figure out things, just coping by myself, and just trusting on God and leaning on His favor and His blessings, and this spiritually being mentally just locked in, and pray that everything will work out.
You know, when you work so hard to get to where you guys are at and you get into a Game 7, you could feel it in like Game 5, Game 6, Game 7. Some guys, not that they shy away from the moment, but they're afraid to take certain shots, and that's never been a problem for you. And the shot that I want to go to is the one at the end of the first quarter. I felt like that one just boom, it's cemented that the Warriors are here, that you're on a roll. That shot felt huge, but you got the rebound, and it was like you hesitated a little.
Yeah, it looked like the bitch had to tell you to hurry up and get up the court.
Did they yell at you to like go, take that shot? Because it felt like you got the rebound at like maybe 5 seconds left, and all of a sudden you kind of hesitated, and then you went and you took the shot. I mean, it was monster.
Yeah, and that play, I thought that we had like at least like 11 seconds left, but me and time was not on the same time. and it's like, you know, get the ball to Steph or Jimmy, you know, get the ball to our playmakers, you know, I just gotta run the floor. And after that, when I saw that, I look at the shot clock, and it was like 4 seconds, and the bench was like alerting me, you gotta go. And I just, you know, the speed dribble, and I saw that I had a lean, and I shot it, and then I just know I had a chance.
Wow, Buddy Hield live here on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Latham, 33 points, a playoff career high, 9 threes. I don't know if you're aware, Buddy, but there's so much history you made yesterday. First of all, you became the first player in NBA playoff history to go scoreless in one game and then score at least 33 in the next game in a single postseason. And then not only that, you became the 7th player in NBA history to make at least 7 threes in a Game 7. I mean, come on, buddy, 6 threes at the half, and I'm thinking, were you guys feeling good too? I know you were probably feeling good, knowing that you guys were up 12, you had the 22 points, and Steph only had a bucket.
Yeah, you know, I know that 30 was going his spiritual mode, and I was just waiting, and I look at the score, I say, we get 3, and I was like, man, like, he's going to turn it up soon, you know, and he turned it up, he came alive in the fourth quarter. And he's special, man. He's the reason why the ship is sailing like this. You know, by him and Draymond's leadership, and Jimmy just being Jimmy, just rescuing the day, and just settling everybody down. And guys like Loney were big last night. BP was big last night. You know, and they playing their minutes. You know, and this guy just came out and to step up. You know, even though JK didn't score, but he just to see him on the court. You know, and JK is going to help us some way down in this this playoff. You know, he's going to get his, as soon as he gains his spirit and his confidence back, he'll be fine.
You know, buddy, you talked about the zone defense that you guys couldn't solve in the first 6 games, basically, especially Friday night in Game 6. What helped What helped you guys in that zone against that zone defense yesterday in Game 7? Was it just as simple as, hey, we got to make shots and get them out the zone? What was it about their zone defense that made it so difficult for you guys offensively?
We finally cracked the code, man. It was really not a zone defense. It was just like they start off a zone, and where they just, wherever Steph go, we know that we watch film on it, and wherever Steph go, they just like follow him, and we know that they had so much attention on him, and 2 or 3 guys running to one of his gravity is so elite. Like there was 2 or 3 guys running to him, and we just trying to get the ball in the middle and get the ball in Jimmy's hands, and he's making the right play. And you look at watch the film, him and Draymond were just finding me, and I was able to make shots. And like when I was able to see a few go in, and it was just, when you shoot against the zone, you get, once you shoot them out the zone, what else they can go to, and they killed us with that Stephen Adams lineup. And I saw the plus minus; it was huge, and that was the reason why they were winning games.
All right, so I got so many questions for you because this is the game of your career. The block shot. Since when were you a rim protector? Like, that was incredible.
Man, this is what I do, man.
Tell him, buddy. This is what you do,
buddy,
man.
You were really good on defense in this series.
Let me stop playing with y'all. You know what? I've always had great defensive instinct. I know people give me my crap about defense, but I've been around Draymond, Jimmy, and I know when it comes to winning, it matters a lot, and I just gotta have to be solid, and I'm always telling the guys that going against Shangoon, and you just gotta keep them in front of you, make them shoot the mental shots, and they're the hardest shots. Once you give those good players angles and stuff, they tend to take advantage of it. But if you just make them put yourself in between the basket and make them shoot over you, it becomes mentally, and they start thinking, especially when a smaller guy is guarding you, they overthink shots of that. So I was able to time it and just make the right reads.
All right, so I got to ask about the celebration, but just wait on that. We're going to get to it in a second because the riding the horse was incredible. After the game last night, you referenced a meeting Saturday led by Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy, and you quote-unquote said everybody had chills, and you were locked in after that. Take us into that meeting, right? Like, what did those guys tell the team, and that you weren't going to lose the game, or was there something more to this?
Just showing that how we were not connected in the last 2 games that we didn't play, and this shows that how much this game means to everybody, and just going out there and just laying on the line and don't get distracted by Draymond talking about him, how he was not locked in, and I'm sure he said in the media, you saw his comment in the media, and just going there and seizing the moment, and just enjoying it and getting back our joy and being connected to each other. And we didn't feel that we were connected in those last 2 games, and that's why we took a fall, and that's why we had to play in Game 7. So, and the way they were commentating those, Draymond speaking, and Steph speaking, and Jimmy speaking, just to give you chills, man, because those guys are being a fire, and you know how bad they want it, and you know how much winning means to them because they've been to the mountaintop 4 times, and just hearing them speak and just following their lead, and just being in that room, with a bunch of Hall of Famers, and for them to call the team meetings, the seriousness of that of that meeting, and they know that getting us ready and just getting us ready in that moment will just prepare us for the next game, for the game tomorrow, which is yesterday.
Buddy Hield here on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Buddy Hield, playoff career high, 33 points in his first ever Game 7. I know you've been waiting a long time. You were talking about it yesterday. Everybody dreams of playing in a Game 7. But I also want to get to the dynamic you and Jimmy Butler have. You were so hilarious at the podium. It's Jimmy Butler, everybody. I'm your Alfred, buddy. Robin's back. And the dynamic you guys have, the whole excluding Buddy from everything. When did that form? Did you know Jimmy Butler before he was traded here to the Golden State Warriors?
No, I know of him, but I was a big fan of Jimmy. I always loved Jimmy. My mom loves Jimmy. I just love the way he competes and the way he carries himself, man. That was big. And I just know that when he came here, it'd been easy to get along with. It'd been easy to get along with him. That's what I love about him.
You guys got
easy to get along.
Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
Say it again?
Go ahead. Continue, buddy.
easy to get along. He's a great connector, man. He's a great team guy, and off the court, man, he's a great guy that that I hung out with. He invited me to his house. We go to dinners. He takes care of me, man.
All right, buddy. I got 2 quick questions for you. Number one, what was going on? You hit the 3. Steph hits the crowd with the night, even though you hit the 3, and you're like riding the horse or something. What was that?
We call it the bow, bow, bow.
The bow, bow, bow? What
does that even mean? You got to explain, bro.
Okay, it's a long story. So me and Tyrese Halliburton, he came in one day, and then it's like a TikTok went viral, and he's saying with the bow, bow, bow. And then we just thought every time we shoot a 3, it was like a bow, bow, bow. And after that, there's a dance. It was like bum, bum, bum. And then after that, were you just knocking your legs and like just from New Orleans? And I just started adding that dance to that. And we're just having fun with it. And it never left me. So every time I go out or like around people and or whatever, I just hit the bow, bow, bow dance. Before every pregame, we hit the bow, bow, bow dance. I try to get everybody in the middle. Even the coaches hit it today. Even because Steve hit it last night. Terry Stotts is really good at hitting the bow, bow, bow dance. I think everybody. I haven't let Draymond hit it. Draymond is still shy hitting the bow, bow dance now. But Steph has hit it. Jimmy hasn't hit it yet. But we can get Jimmy to hit it. But like everybody's hit it except Steph. No, Steph has hit it. Except Jimmy, Draymond, and I think JK. We got a lot of shy guys on the team, We got to get them on this show, We got to get them on this show.
I love that. Hey, buddy, you've been in the league a long time. Yep. You clearly love the game of basketball. It's changed your life. You referenced your own mother earlier. We know you got a family. To play this long in the league and not get enough playoff opportunities, how special is it for you to not only get to the playoffs, but to have, now you're immortalized. I mean, that's what you are. You're going to be immortalized as a Game 7 standout performer during the Steph Curry era in this Golden State Warrior dynastic run that they've been on. It's a special moment for you as a basketball player. Has it sunk in? Is it something that you and your family has already had a second to kind of like absorb, or is it just too soon?
My brothers, we have a group chat. They always annoy me in my group chat. My brother, my mom has 7 kids, and I have a brother that is older than me. He's the 4th child. I'm the 5th, and I got 2 sisters under me. But the 4th one, he's like crazy. He's always been my biggest supporter from day one, and he's been annoying me in the group chat about just staying focused and locked in and whatever. But that I feed off them, and I feed off the grace of God, and I feed off them, and I just know that they have my back on everything I do, and they know that I was capable. They've been waiting for all year for me to get to this moment, and finally, and came in Game 7. But just God doesn't make any mistake, and His timing is never late. And just keep trusting my work, and just trusting my teammates and trusting the coaching staff to put me in great positions.
That's an amazing answer, buddy. An amazing performance for you. It's May 4th, 2025. Warriors-Rockets Game 7 will forever be known as the Buddy Hield game as you score a playoff career high, 33 points, 9 of 11 from the three-point line. Now, Draymond Green did take credit for one of those misses. Said he threw you a grenade, so you should have been 9 of 10. So maybe he could buy you dinner tonight, huh?
Yeah. I'm not gonna tell him about that because we had a little altercation in the court early in the season when we threw him a grenade, but like I'm gonna let that slide,
Well, buddy, you've been a lot of fun, man. You and the Jimmy Butler dynamic, and hey, good luck against Minnesota. This is gonna be a fascinating series between you guys and the Timberwolves, man. We can't wait to watch Game 1 tomorrow night in Minnesota, buddy. Take care, man. Thanks so much for stopping by today.
Hey. I like us in the series.
Let's go, buddy. Let's go.
Don't go Bear.
Oh, the Bob Bob Bob. I want the Bob Bob Bob. You're going to do the Bob Bob Bob.
He said Kerr did it. Terry Stotts did it.
Terry Stotts did it very good. But he said Draymond Green hasn't done it yet because we think about Draymond Green and the night. Moses Moody said it was more like the nightmare. It's very aggressive.
Yes. We say things like he has the most three-pointers or second most three-pointers made in the last however many years. And, you realize this guy spent a decade in the league and has played
9 years.
A zillion games and has not had the opportunity to play in these playoffs. And in certain professions, sometimes just those opportunities don't present themselves. And I think about all these guys in any sport when they get a chance to live out their dream and have a moment. And I do think it takes time to sink in for you and your family. Because, like, I always think about, like, how many, like, I coach, and that's youth level, but, like, it's the parents, it's the brothers, it's the sisters, it's the uncles, it's the aunts, it's the grandparents, maybe it's their guardians or whoever is involved in their life that is shuttling them from practice to game to this. It's not just the individual. How many trainers has Buddy worked with forever? And so for him to have that game in that moment, he's worked his entire life for. It's almost impossible for it to sink in 12 hours later, like, as one of your great accomplishments. It really is remarkable.
Well, I think about it like this, just listening to Buddy. Think about all the down years in Sacramento.
That's what I'm saying.
He gets traded to Indiana. They're playing well offensively. Indiana has one of the better offenses in the league, and he gets traded to Philadelphia. And he doesn't really get an opportunity to play in that series against the Knicks. He had the one quarter where he went crazy, but that was about it. And that was his first ever playoff series, which is crazy. And so for him, I think about Klay Thompson in this sense. By the end of Klay Thompson, we get it. It was the culture, there was a cloud, there was attitude issue, not just with Klay, but just the whole team. And I'm not putting that on Klay.
Agreed.
But Buddy came in at the beginning of the year, and it was a breath of fresh air for Buddy to come into the situation saying, I haven't had the opportunity to hang a banner. I haven't had an opportunity to play with a lot of Hall of Famers. This culture, the read and react system, where we think about Buddy coming from Oklahoma, he let it fly. Read and react, catch and shoot, boom. I could do that with the best of them. But he's been lost in the sauce. Being in the NBA abyss, right? He's been in the desert just looking for a drink of water, right? And he comes here to the Warriors, and it's been inconsistent. There's been some ups. There's been some downs. He's started. He's come off the bench. He's seen 30 minutes. He's seen 12 minutes. And the fact that Game 7, he doesn't take it for granted. He locks in, tells everybody, hey, I've done a lot for you guys. I'm locking in. No social media, no nothing. And you just see how appreciative he is of the opportunity to play at this level. So he's having a lot of fun. And that's the thing I've heard about Buddy all throughout the season, Shasky. Buddy never changes. Buddy never changes. He's a vibe. Even watching a pregame warm-up sometimes, and he warms up early, Shasky, very early, before the fans get in, before all the media gets in. I'm watching him one day, and he had smoked the lay. I was like, Buddy, man, you smoked the layups. He goes, oh, man, don't start that today. Don't start that one. And he's always got a smile on his face.
Well, there are certain guys in sports that, like, George Kittle is such an excellent player that I think we forget he's a vibes guy. Is he not?
He is.
For the Niners. Like, he sets the tone and he sets the vibe. Pablo Sandoval forever was a Giants vibes guy, right? Was he not? So, Buddy was has always been, at least the guys you could tell and the coach love him. Go back to the first 2 weeks of the season. And I had made this comment to you, and you kind of like, hey, it's early. And look, you ended up being right about like the whole season. But I told you, like, I felt Buddy was made to be a Warrior at some point. That doesn't mean he was going to have some prolific season. But in terms of style of play and playing in this offense, playing alongside that player, playing with Draymond Green for this coach.
This culture rehabilitates people. It does.
He's on a $9 million a year deal for another 2 years. And
they love him.
Go around the league. For $9 million, could do a lot worse.
For that shooting, and you know what you're going to get from him, and he's trying on defense. So what a surprise on the morning roast this morning. I did not expect that whatsoever. Buddy buckets after the Game 7 of his life. That, again, we're going to talk about the beginning of the dynasty, the Game 6 Klay in OKC, Steph Curry dribbling the ball down the sideline in Game 5 of that series saying, we ain't going home, the Game 7 loss to Cleveland, Kevin Durant years. We're going to talk about Klay, Steph in Game 4, Boston on the parquet floor, Andrew Wiggins and Looney in Game 6 against Memphis.
Klay's free throws.
Iguodala. Then all of a sudden, there's going to be this footnote. Oh, yeah, remember Game 7 in the first round of 2025? The Buddy Hield game. All you got to say is the Buddy Hield game, and people are right away going to say, yeah, 33 points, I made threes. It's incredible. Incredible that we're talking to Buddy Hield at their Game 7. I'm blown away, man. What is the playoffs, man? They're so good.
I'm really happy for him.
Yeah, me too.
I really am. He seemed like the man. It's just some people deserve the moment, and he deserves his moment. I'm really happy.
No
for
doubt.
him.
Let's get to Schlep Rock in South Dakota. We're going to get to Samita. We're going to get to everybody out there. Schlep Rock, what's happening out in South Dakota?
Hey, yeah, my son graduated from USF South Dakota this weekend, so I'm out here looking at all of this flatlands and all that. But yeah, I watched the game at this place called Crawford's, and then got back to the hotel and watched the last 10 minutes of that fourth quarter. But it kind of reminisces me of Sleepy Floyd back in '87, I believe, when Sleepy went out of his mind and scored. What was it?
29 points in the fourth quarter. Yeah.
Yeah.
Superman.
So this kind
Sleepy Floyd is Superman.
Exactly. So I'm not taking away from Buddy Hield, but that's what it kind of reminded me of. It ain't good for Buddy. He just seems like a nice, genuine guy and down to earth. So, yeah. But here's what can't happen. This is what can't happen. The Bits can't go scoreless like they did yesterday. Did they only score 3 points?
3 points.
That cannot continue to happen, or we're digging the grave for these Warriors. You cannot have your bench scoring 3 points in the playoffs. That's got to stop.
Slut Rock, but your boy Looney, all he does is clean up the glass.
Yep.
Come on, your boy Looney, Windex.
Yep. Yeah, Looney was in there. Looney did what Looney had to do, but going forward, we cannot be that anemic from the bench. I love you guys. Good hearing you, Bonte, and we'll keep in touch, man.
Absolutely. You want to get to your boy real quick? We got the heavy hitters on the line.
Who's that?
There's Bobby in Los Altos. There's Big Smooth in Oakland. There's Filmo Mike.
Oh, my God.
There's Ritucci.
Rat-a-tat-em.
And then there's BPA.
Oh, my God. That's Murderer's Row. That's the 27 Yankees.
You know what? I don't even know. I don't even know. There's so many of them. I don't know.
Verducci's been on the longest. So.
All right, let's go to Verducci. EDH. Let's go to Verducci. Verducci. Going once. Going twice. Filmo Mike. Get Filmo Mike in. Verducci call back. Filmo Mike. Do we got the calls potted up? What's going on here?
Young Steven Risotto.
What's going on with the calls? Lubman, help him out. Help him out, Lubman. Get Film on hold. What's happening here with the calls? What's going on? Let's go on here. We got a lot going on. Everybody's right on after Buddy. You see the he we got Buddy Hield. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Was going on.
Well, I didn't know what. I thought he was calling Carter.
Oh.
Well, I thought he was because you said Carter was going to call in.
Carter, I mean, Buddy Hield and Carter is a big drop
Buddy,
off.
Shasky stood up out the seat, but I want to know about the bop, bop, bop. Now I'm interested in the bop, bop, bop. You want to do the bop, bop, bop?
I'm going to lay off the bop, bop, bop because, my dancing isn't the best part of my game. So.
Oh, man, yeah, I can't dance either. Phone lines, let's try to get Phil Mike back. Or Big Smooth. We'll start with the phone lines, man. Let's go. Big Smooth in Oakland. There we go. I can hear something. Big Smooth.
Hey!
There we go. Oh, man, you saved the show, Big Smooth.
Hey, listen. Give me some of that bop, bop, bop as I'm driving down the highway with a Kool-Aid smile, with a big Kool-Aid smile, man. Listen,
bow, bow, bow.
Freaking Hield. The Buddy freaking Hield game. The Buddy Hield game. I'd rather reminisce over that than the Lonnie Walker, the 5th or 6th game that the Lakers sent us home. I always detested saying, doggone it, Lonnie Walker, the 5th or 5th or 6th. But listen, man, this was a wonderful win. This was a very stressful win for me, guys. I was asking, instead of a heat check, I was like, man, did Pods just do a cold check? It was driving me crazy. I'm like, how many times is Pods gonna keep checking these up? No, listen, Pods, thank you, man, because it all came together. Steph's patience is unreal, man. Yeah. Because it's looking like it's like Steph, man. Okay, you can't keep referring. Let's go, baby. Let's go. But all the while, man, he was lurking. And when he picks his spots, dude, it is unreal how patient he can be. And this is the thing, man. We won't see another series that physical. Thank you, Houston. Yeah. And hats off to Houston, man. Those young guys, they played a brand of basketball that we hadn't seen Steph have to undertake. Steph went through that and survived it, guys.
Hey,
he went through that.
Smooth.
People draped all over him. Yeah.
You've watched a lot of sports in your day. I can just tell. You have good perspective.
Yep.
Whether it's Patrick Mahomes.
Big red machine, yes, sir.
Whether it's Patrick Mahomes, Michael Jordan, Tom Brady, Joe Montana, Pedro Martinez. Pick the player, pick the sport. The greats summon it when their team needs it the most, and we almost overlook it. He was awesome in the second half, and we're barely talking about it.
Listen, I was about to be. I told my group chat. I said, I'm about to get mad like Cannon if Steph don't start pulling. If Steph don't start playing, man, I'm about to be pouting over here like Cannon. But then, man, something happens. Listen, I saw one play where he splits the double. And as soon as he split that double, the left side was open immediately. And I'm like, Steph is calculating, man. And listen, it took us 7 games games to crack that code. It took us 7 games because they were blitzing here, man. Did you see? Okay, I don't know if you guys said this, but when Van Fleet was on him, I'm like, dude, take him.
Yeah.
I know.
Not amen. Don't take him.
Yep.
Why are you referring? Why you pass the ball out when it's just one-on-one? Now, that I don't know. I don't know why he was passing it out when it's just little Van Fleet. Man, take this dude. In fact, go down there and post him. But Draymond played a fantastic game.
He did.
Buddy Hield. I don't even know what to say about Buddy Hield, man.
Nobody
I really
does.
Don't know what to say.
Nobody does.
This game, and miss me what the call is talking about. I saw it. You didn't see it.
Nobody saw it. Nobody saw it. Nobody saw it. By the way, thanks for the call, Big Smooth. Thanks for the call. Look, real quick, Fezzi at halftime. Nobody thought that. Festus and Zealy, my boy Fezzi fell said it at halftime. And Steph had 3 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists at the half, and the Warriors were up 12.
I thought he had a good floor game.
Yeah, he was. But Fezzi goes, I'm going to need Steph Curry. Hey, look, I thank you for the community service. Now it's time to go get yours.
Yeah, seriously.
Like, seriously, it's time for you. I'm enough with the community service right now. I love your 5 assists, but go out there and score. He scores 19 and 22 in the second half. Ends up with a double-double. His 23rd career playoff double-double. He was 3 assists shy of a triple-double. And all of a sudden, you look at his Game 7 resume. Remember, there was a point in time, some people in this market said it, that they were like, oh, he's not clutch. Oh, he doesn't show up. Oh, Steph, he's not
Put
clutch.
some names on. Who said that?
I'm not going to. My name is Bennett. I ain't in it. My name is Bennett. I'm not in it. But he goes 7 and 9 in the second half. 3 and 4 for the 3-point line. 19 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists. Makes all the right moves and plays in 22 minutes and 56 seconds of that second half. So that means he was just on the bench for 1 minute and 4 seconds.
My favorite pass of the night was when he kicked it to Draymond, end of the game, and Draymond got the wide open layup. Oh, God, I just loved everything about this game.
Dude, that was unbelievable.
They went
man.
ISO a couple times, and it was like, all right, it's Steph's time.
Let's get, real quick, Bobby in Los Altos. What's up, Bobby? Real quick. Why did it take 7 games, Bobby? That's what the captain says. Why did it take 7 games? Well, let me ask you, Bobby, why did it take 7 games, Bobby?
I don't know why, man, because, look, for all of you that have a partner, first of all, great to hear your voice. For those of you that have a partner that go out of town for a couple of days and they give you kind of a list of to-dos, right? For me, of course, I'm scrambling around the night before trying to make sure I fix that closet door and clean the dishes or do whatever I'm supposed to do. But for the Warriors, they could have played this game this way, Game 5. Why do the Warriors have to wait and not, and just make us crazy and have them extend their playing time for another 96 minutes in order to get this done? That's the part I don't understand. Of course, I'm ecstatic and happy that they won, but I just don't understand. Even the Warriors, do they really need to be pressed to the against the wall to get this done?
Are you getting ready for Steiny at 10 o'clock?
Dude, I'm happy, man. They don't owe me anything, but I'm just saying, come on, bro.
Hey, Bobby,
we didn't need to go through this game.
Bobby, don't worry. Deputy Mark Willard made a citizen's arrest on Dylan Brooks immediately after the game. So all is good. We're good.
Does Mark believe that it was the quickest series ever in NBA history?
Hey, can I say one thing? Buddy Hield, see what? I don't think Raymond Ritter set that up, right? So he's listening to the Odyssey app at some hotel in Minnesota.
I don't even know.
He knew the King was in town.
I'm going to text Raymond and say
amazing.
thank you, but I have no idea.
Yeah.
I have no idea who set that up.
That was a Matt Nahigian special right there.
Was that a Nahigian special? Wow, he's doing some producing these days, huh? Wow, things have changed around here at 95.7 The Game. Hey, Bobby, so good to hear your voice. We got to run, and we got to get down to Houston. We'll get the producer on the other side, but we got to get down to H-Town, to a guy who cut his honeymoon short.
What?
The guy was living on the water in Jamaica. You want to talk about long money? That water looks so good, I wanted to drink it through the Instagram photos. Looked so crystal clear and blue. Oh, my gosh.
This guy has had hundreds since they had small faces. You're supposed to say small faces.
Sorry.
Come on. We're going back.
I heard a little.
He got that old money.
He got that old. Oh, he got old money.
Old money.
Old, long, big money.
Yeah, we're talking like Presidio money.
Oh, wow. Wow. Can I borrow $1? Damn, must be nice.
His money's so old, it goes back to when Alcatraz was a real prison.
Carter.
A lot of prisons.
Carter.
They might be open.
Oh, don't do that. Carter, don't do that. We were having such a great show. Carter, what's happening?
Alcatraz is new money now, isn't it?
Yeah, well, technically.
Well, you got new money, old money, long money, big money, a lot of money.
Nah. honestly, man, that atmosphere last night was unreal in Houston, honestly. And the Dubs, the best part about what they did last night, they were just shutting off the faucet of the crowd in Houston. They were pumping so much fake noise into that building last night. Oh, my God. I've never been in a building where they have pumped as much fake noise as they did last night in there. Like, they had the speakers turned up, like, way louder than any arena I'd ever been in, first of all. Almost hurt my ears, frankly. And I don't get that way at arenas or anything, but it was
when you're
shocking.
6'8", your head is usually right near wherever the speakers are.
Yeah, that's a good point, Chasky. But on top of that, like, it just felt like every time the crowd started to go crazy, Jimmy would hit a bucket, Draymond would go to the rack, get a layup. And Steve Kerr was just amazing with the timeouts, man.
Yeah, I thought he killed the momentum.
100%. But it was unbelievable Game 7. It was rocking in there, completely rocking.
Did you call your lawyer?
So hold on, how's your wife doing?
Yeah, I was going to say, did you call your lawyer for this divorce proceedings that's happening?
How did you wiggle out of Jamaica, by the way? Where were you at in Jamaica?
Well, so let's tell the audience that's just tuning in. Carter works here at the station.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he's a producer.
Okay, and he comes from old money. All right,
and
that's the joke.
His mom once told me at the Olympic Club, my son knows more sports than you. I was like, oh, okay.
It's like challenging.
Yeah, I was like, okay.
And then he went to Jamaica for his honeymoon, and then out of nowhere, I get a phone call from Carter. No, he's not in Jamaica anymore, even though he just posted an Instagram photo of him in Jamaica.
Yesterday.
He's at the Toyota Center covering the game for 95.7 The Game, and boy, did I love the way you utilized that.
Oh,
I don't know how you got a credential.
Where were you at in Jamaica, and how did you wiggle out of Jamaica?
Whose idea?
Did you pay the wife off? Did you buy a new Chanel purse? You got to give me the details.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite a finagling. It definitely took a lot of convincing. I don't know if she's too pleased right now, but we're here, so we made it. I was in Montego Bay, Jamaica, and Montego Bay, there was one flight out at 2:40 p.m. to Houston. I got in at about 6:45 and just sprinted off the plane, sprinted through customs. I honestly cut the line at customs to get through because I wasn't going to make it. And I got to the arena, and I then had to cut another line, basically, to ask where I got my media pass. And I was in there by 7:25.
Were you wearing Warrior gear?
Hold on. Did the wife stay in Jamaica?
Yeah.
No, so I had to put her up in a nice hotel to kind of make up for it.
She took the private
we were
PJ
going to go
to
together,
Hamptons.
but the tickets were exceeding what I was willing to spend, what she was willing to spend. So I called Nahegan, and Nahegan said, "Yeah, dude, please go." And I said, "Honey, I don't think you're going to make it to this one, sadly."
Oh my God! He left her on the tarmac.
You're going to be on the couch.
Yeah, dude.
Divorce papers already in.
Hey, Carter.
Biggest mistake of her life.
Do you have an estate planner? Do you have a lawyer that can help you out after this one?
No. We talked about it. She's been great. She's been loving about it, and she just says, "I'm happy you went, honey."
Signed a prenup.
How happy I am that I went.
Play the Justin Bieber.
It's a month on the couch.
You signed a prenup, buddy.
Hey, no, you know what? I'm proud of you, dude. Like, this shows, because I told my wife, hey, I'm dedicated to this sports thing.
Yeah, no, you're about it.
So
yeah,
you're about that life, and your wife now knows where you stand.
I've got the ultimate respect for you.
Bonte's lying. Anna would have let him do this. 100%.
No, she wouldn't have. No, she wouldn't. She would be like, you could go. And then I would have heard the tone and been like, oh, I don't know if I could make
You're
this
so
one.
full of it. They were sick with COVID.
Ignore the tone.
Carter, they were sick with COVID. He flew to Dallas.
Left her
Sick in Dallas. Went to Dallas, came back, and then got COVID.
Probably had COVID and just flew out there. I did try to take her to a Cuban baseball game when we were in Cuba.
It wasn't COVID-19. It was Jimmy G10.
Yeah, I wouldn't do
He got
that.
sick with Jimmy G10.
No, but in all seriousness, fellas, I got to say, I think that something's not being said even enough today.
What?
I think that was the best game I've ever seen Draymond Green play. He was literally everywhere. He was unfreaking believable. I'm serious. Watching him in the arena, he had his hand and he was jumping for every single rebound. He was an absolute dog in that game. I'm telling you, leader, everything. He was a superstar in that game, man. My love for that man went through the roof watching that basketball game last night.
Did you
He
trade
was
him away
just-
Friday night, though? That's the key.
Would I have traded him away Friday night? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
No, of course not. But I wasn't pleased. Let's put it that way. Friday night.
Well, you better get back to your wife because she's probably not pleased right now. But I do respect the hustle.
I'm proud of you.
Hey, Carter,
Good
you do
luck,
what real
fellas.
gamers do. You do what real gamers
yeah.
do. You find a way out of Jamaica to get to Game 7 in Houston. It's a gangster move, man. I'm actually really jealous that you pulled that off.
Thanks, fellas. I appreciate it.
All right, Carter.
Shout out to Sammy and Risotto in the back. I appreciate you guys.
Yeah,
Let's go.
They haven't had to work a day. They haven't had to work a second. Just pick up the phone.
I mean, Loveman's, he had that double stack earlier, and so he's good to go.
he went missing for about 20 minutes. You know what I mean? You're listening. Oh, I already missed the legal. Who cares? I blew the legal off. Welcome back, Bonte. More coming up. We're going to all your calls. 888-957-9570.
Carter.
Line them up. What a show here. More coming up. Brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Dab Nation, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
These guys, Lucas and Shasky, just flexing on each other. Lucas is walking around here. He's got a different strut to himself. What has happened in the last 3 months in this building?
He had a woman for a while.
What happened?
He had a girl, you know?
I know he did have a girlfriend.
Yeah, and so he's got the new, like, freedom vibes.
Oh, wait, he doesn't have the girlfriend
Yeah, they separated.
That lasted like 6 weeks.
No, dude, you know, he had the glow, and now he doesn't have the glow. Now he's got the freedom glow.
We'll leave that one alone. Gonna leave it alone. Make sure you are subscribed to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. Sam Lubman, Joe Shasky. And occasionally, Steven Risotto filling in, have the best Giants talk in the world. They do. I steal a lot of stats from them. Make sure you are subscribed today and hear all about Willie Adames. Almost hit 3 home runs yesterday. Breaking out of his early season slump, getting his first home runs at Oracle Park.
They needed that 3 out of 4 from the Rockies.
So,
what do you think about the wave? Just real quick, 10 seconds.
The wave sucks. The wave, we don't do
My
the wave.
brother is outraged over the wave.
I know. I saw Anthony Garcia, who does the in-game and out. He's a Franco fan of the Giants. The wave is okay. It's acceptable. No, it's not, Anthony. Where the hell did you grow up? Where did you grow up? By the way,
I'm going to pull a Steiny. I don't have a strong opinion either way.
Whatever. You want to do the wave, do the wave.
Yeah, I don't
Whatever.
care.
I really don't care.
I just don't care.
I'm getting older. It doesn't. It's just like Frisco and San Fran. So many people say San Fran. I stopped caring. But I got to say. A little quick Giants bit here. Kyle Harrison, as Alex Pavlovich, Giants insider for NBC Sports Bay Area, tweeted yesterday that Kyle Harrison's going to come back and be in the bullpen, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I remember I suggested that last season. And a current announcer, the Giants, tried to dunk on me on Twitter. I texted that guy and said, it's funny how the world works.
Oh, come on.
Because you won't let it go. Leave it alone. No. I'm trying to enjoy a case. I said, dude, don't get sensitive on me. Don't get soft. Just saying. Don't try to dunk on me because your boy sometimes knows what he's talking about when it comes to the diamond. That's all. That's it. Kyle Harrison, being in the bullpen, let's see him get stretched out at some point. But he's a 3 or 4 inning guy. He could be a middle reliever. It's fine. But don't dunk on me on Twitter and then get a little sensitive when the clapback happens. That's all I'm saying. You know who you are out there. FP. I feel good this morning, man. It's good to be back.
Can you just admit to me?
What?
You do miss the ability to dunk on whoever you want at any given time.
I can't do it on Twitter like that. It's a different world.
I know.
But on the radio,
this guy feels like he's the Hulk out here, dude. He's like Stone Cold Stunning to everyone.
I'll let it fly. Anybody could get it. Because like Matt Barnes and Stack Jack, I want all the smoke. All of it.
This is like Barry Bonds talking to Stack Jack like, 100? Of course I can still hit 100. That's Vontae's going to be in his 70s, like, do 4 hours of radio? Of course I can do 4 hours of radio. I'll be walking in at 6:04:50, and I'll just turn on the microphone and get me some headphones at work.
I'm laying in the cut. Sometimes I text Shasky during the 9 o'clock hour, like, get off this, dude. What are you guys talking about? I can't take it. Let me go to music. I'm like hibernating.
Hey. If you cut the grass, the snakes will show every now and then. And trust me, Bonte's always laying in the lawn.
Hey, Danny Freisinger, OAPD's like, Bonte, you got to let some things go. I said, this is what motivates me. I thrive off the haterism. I thrive off the haterade. I need to chip on my shoulder.
Okay, question. Is Danny watching the Warriors this year, or is he taking a year off?
Oh, my God.
Where Danny Freisinger told Bonte a couple years ago.
No, it was on a show call. He was on a show call.
What did he say?
He goes, B, I'm not going to lie. It's been a lot. I'm okay with this reset. I need to take a step back. So what the hell are you talking about? I want to win. What are you talking about? You're accepting losses. What the hell do you mean you need to step off? You either live this life or you don't.
I'm so happy they're good.
You're either cut from this cloth or you're not. What the hell are you talking about? You need to. It's like saying, you know what? Last year when Kyle Shanahan in the 49ers, it's okay, 6-11. Purdy took a step back and a lot of injuries, but I'm okay. We had a lot of memories. The Super Bowl was exhausting, all that stuff. I'm okay with the reset. The hell you are.
Me and Bonte, after Game 6 on Saturday, I was driving up to the river. I had to jam up there. We had like a 2-hour conversation of us yelling at each other before both our phones cut out about just the Warriors and like where this thing was going. And I was convinced they were going to lose. I was convinced they were going to lose.
I had a three-way conversation from 1 in the morning to 2 in the morning Friday night talking about the state of the Dubs. I was distraught.
I was like, everything's on the table. Giannis, everyone is gone. Maybe it's a new coach. Does Phil want to come out of retirement?
Dude, I even told Shay, I go, Sexy, what shocked me if they lose, that Steve Kerr may be gone. Who knows?
And then I started thinking about, is Mike Malone the right fit for Steph Curry?
My God.
Like, that's in my head.
Is he coming back to the organization? Because you know what?
Take over a different dynasty.
I'm not going to lie. I was like, well, he was an assistant with Mark Jackson. I swear to God, I started going to. Then I started thinking about Taylor Jenkins. Well, he's part of the Popovich tree. With that word.
Taylor Jenkins. Code breakers. We ran our team to the code breakers.
Oh, my God. It's hilarious.
I mean, like, if you weren't thinking about all the woulda, coulda, shouldas after Game 6, are you a real fan?
Yeah, I know.
No, I'm serious.
And we've had this card.
I'm like, hey, man, whatever it takes, Giannis, 7 first-rounders. I think I said that exact same thing to the boss. 7 first-rounders for Giannis.
Forget it. Who cares?
What about the rest of the team? I'm like, we'll figure it out.
The ring chasers will come.
Give me 7 Buddy Hield.
Dude, 2018, we had this conversation before Game 6. Rockets up 3-2. Guru and I doing a pregame show. Well, you know what? This could be it. Kevin Durant could be out. I was like, I don't know why we do this. Why we do this? But Draymond Green showed up, man. He set the tone in a major way in game number 7, scored 8 right off the rip. Buddy, Jimmy Butler saved his best for last in the second half. Played big boy minutes, 44 minutes and 41 seconds. Steph, after scoring just 3 at the half, as Spencer Zazili said, enough with the community service. Score. Well, he did that in the second half. But Buddy Hield still showed 33 points.
What was there, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, and the fans started leaving?
Oh, in Houston?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Friday night at Chase.
Right. Hey, you know what that was? That was a turn it off the second Steph gets checked out of the game, which I did. I turned it off. I was so angry. I was also at a retirement party. And then I went back and I watched the second half and I was like, oh, no, it didn't. Where the game ended Friday night, they went on their little run. Curry had a little run. And then
11-0 run.
Yes. And it was like within 3. And then within seconds, it was a 7-0 run. And they ended the half on a high tick. And I'm not trying to blame anyone, but Pods missed a 3. And it was boom, 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 boom.
Yep.
And it was like game over. They were never close.
Man, that was a tough one Friday night.
I can't
the
believe they
emotions
won.
of Friday night. But Ted Bully always, he has this way of like, game 4 Boston, we're in Boston, we're distraught, we're taking depression calls. We're like, we're about to go down 3-1. They're trying to F Draymond, Steph, they're talking about Aisha can't cook, all this stuff. And Bully comes out and says, the Warriors will win game 4. And we convinced ourselves. We're walking around after eating the biggest king crab legs, Shasky, in Boston.
Go for that again.
I'm walking around Boston. Shasky's looking at me. Are you crazy? I'm telling every Boston fan, white, black, Chinese, you're losing game 4. And even in that game, they were down 97-90 midway through the fourth quarter. I'll bite my finger and I said, damn, it's not going to end well.
Well, when it was 63-60 in yesterday's game, I was like, this is the moment in the game right now.
Yep.
Right now. I texted it to the thread. Remember, I don't know if, Steven, you're on one of those threads. There's so many of them, I can't even keep up. And so I was like, this is the game. Either we're going to win right now or we're going to lose right now. And you could feel it coming. And to their credit, they finished the third quarter on a high. They had that 8 or whatever 10-point lead going into the fourth quarter, and they just figured a way to continue to roll. And they were exhausted. Steph was exhausted down the stretch.
He was, and the fact that it's just such a pivotal moment in that game, 63-60, because Kerr called a couple timeouts, 56-47, 63-60, and they went on the 7-2 run in the third quarter. Jimmy Butler hit the grenade 3. Remember that? It was a huge 3.
That's right.
Huge 3 to go up 66-60. Then Draymond Green noticing, the lane just parted like the Red Sea. Let me go in for the layup. And then he comes in and hits the floater in the lane. I said, okay, things have been stabilized. And in the beginning of the fourth quarter, Steph scores 5 straight. And I was like, it's over. It's over for Houston.
When Buddy hit the one where he's doing what does he call it?
Bow, bow, bow. The bow, bow, bow.
I jumped off the couch and started doing the same thing he was doing.
The bow, bow, bow.
And I was like, I don't even know what this is, but I like it.
How famous now is the bow, bow, bow going to be?
I thought it was Paul Revere riding in.
He said Terry Stotts hit the bow, bow, bow. Steve Kerr hit the bow. Now we need video of Terry Stotts and Steve Kerr hitting the bow, bow, bow. Can you play that to bow, bow, bow? I just want to hear bow, bow, bow.
I mean, Tyrese Halliburton, he came in one day, and then it's like a TikTok ran viral, and he's saying with the bow, bow, bow. And we just thought every time he shoot a 3, it was like a bow, bow, bow. And after that, there's a dance. It was like bum bum bum, and then after that, were you just knocking your legs and like just from New Orleans, and I just started adding that dance to that, and we're just having fun with it, and it never left me. So every time I go out or I around people and or whatever, I just hit the bow 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 dance. Before every pregame, we hit the bow 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 dance. I try to get everybody in the middle. Even the coaches hit it today. Even because Steve hit it last night. Terry Stotts is really good at hitting the bow 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 dance. I think everybody. I haven't let Draymond hit it. Draymond is still shy hitting the bow bow dance now. But Steph has hit it. Jimmy hasn't hit it yet. Well, we can get Jimmy to hit it. But like everybody's hit it except Steph. No, Steph has hit it. Except Jimmy, Draymond, and I think JK. We got a lot of shy guys on the team. You know, we got to get them on their show. You know, we got to get them on their show.
You got to get him on the show.
Draymond does the pow, pow, pow when he punches somebody on an accident pass. You know what I mean?
But he said we got to get Draymond Jimmy on the show. I don't know. Spadone's going to have to be.
I thought it was, honest to God, I thought it was doing like a Paul Revere, like the Redcoats are coming. I don't know what the hell I was thinking.
I don't know what was going on, but nobody celebrates like the Warriors, that's for sure.
Well,
they let you
Steph's
wear it.
doing the night-night. Buddy's doing the bow, bow, bow. And Draymond's basically just screaming at everyone.
And Steph, after the game, apparently he was trolling the Rockets.
With what?
Because Şengün and Dylan Brooks after Game 5 were wearing the glasses.
Okay.
They were at the podium. They were talking their talk and whatnot.
Well, Şengün looks like he has a black eye now.
Yeah, he got beat up a little bit in that series. But he had the taco beat out, the 2 chains.
Yeah.
And then Steph yesterday at the podium, never seen him do this. Had the shades on.
Huh.
So they said it was a troll job because he's a petty king.
It's a petty king.
We got to figure that out. Let's get to the lines, man. We got about, I'm a little worn out now. 24 minutes. I didn't pace myself. You know, you got to get endurance. When you do the morning show, Shasky, it's like I got to go work out.
That's what I did this morning.
Yeah, I mean, but I didn't.
Feeling great. And it's going to be a hot day.
It's going to be a hot day. It will be a hot day.
Woo!
Bow, bow, bow.
So let me guess. They packed on what, Saturday?
Yeah, they packed for Minnesota.
Okay, so they're ready to go.
They're ready to roll.
All right.
I think they fly out this morning. It's a 2.5-hour flight to Minneapolis. They'll get
Travel
there.
is insane.
Travel is insane. They'll be all right. I think they'll travel, probably already left, probably leaving now, H-Town to get to Minnesota. Then they'll take on the team. Oh, my God, this is going to be. We haven't even gotten to it. I know you guys are going to dive into it tomorrow. There's so many angles in this series.
Hey, Lubman, book A-Rod.
A-Rod, Glenn Taylor, the old owner who sits right next to the Minnesota bench. Aaron Jones was there with the shades on behind the T-Wolves bench, and running back from the Vikings, formerly of the Packers. And then they just don't like Draymond. And they don't like Jimmy.
Okay, who does like Jimmy?
I mean, yeah, it's true.
And they don't like Jimmy.
Gobert and Draymond.
They haven't played them with Jimmy, have they?
No, they haven't. They haven't met since January 15th. So we're running clips, right?
Okay.
And I'm looking at the box scores. The last time they played the Minnesota Timberwolves, Dennis Schroeder was in the starting lineup.
Oh, my God.
Dennis Schroeder.
Who almost advanced.
Almost advanced. Hey, they had a good run. They got jobbed in Game 5. Or Game 4, was it? When the pool report came out 30 seconds after the game. Oh, yeah, sorry, it should have been a foul. Dennis Schroeder was starting. Andrew Wiggins, Trace Jackson-Davis.
What?
Steph Curry. And who was the other starter? Now, Steph Curry dropped back-to-back 31-point games against the T-Wolves, but they're completely different. The Warriors are completely different. Now, Minnesota has the same personnel, but Julius Randle's all the way bought in. DiVincenzo's bought in. Let me see, who's the starter?
Was probably out at that time?
He may have been out. I'm going to pull this up in just a second.
Kuminga got hurt on the 4th of January?
He got hurt on the 4th.
Okay.
Yep. Boy, his season is taking a turn for the worse since that point. Here it is. Trace Jackson-Davis. Guy Santos. Andrew Wiggins. Steph Curry.
Guy started?
Dennis Schroeder. Guy started. Moses Moody came off the bench with 11. GP2, Kevon Looney, and Buddy Hield.
If I would have told you when they were 25 and 26, the day they made the Jimmy Butler trade, they're going to be in the second round, tired as hell, against the Minnesota Timberwolves, and they're one of the last 8 teams in the league.
You could make the argument that you wouldn't have believed that both teams would be in this position. Because Minnesota, at that point, at the records.
That's a good point.
That date, the Warriors were 20-20. They improved to 20-20. The T-Wolves dropped to 21-19. Wow. They both were scuffling at that point.
They were 21-19.
21-19.
That was because the Randle trade, and they were kind of figuring things out. Wow, it's really interesting.
They were bickering with each other, and it was a lot going on in Minnesota.
You think, let me just ask, because this is going to be a dumb question that we're going to dissect over the next day and a half. You're here. You're in the second round. We could say the Jimmy Butler trade has been a great trade already.
Oh, my
right?
God.
Right? Like,
huge success.
Like, this feels like it goes without saying, but I want to ask, like, it's been a great trade, right?
Look.
You just won a playoff series against a team that you probably would have lost to if you didn't have Jimmy Butler. You probably don't even make it to the playoffs, but you're here. There's no way that you win this series without Jimmy Butler.
At times, the offense gets clunky. It gets a little too ISO heavy.
He holds the ball.
He holds the ball a little bit. And
Huge
all of a sudden,
rebounds.
Huge rebounds, but that Orlando game, I know you guys talk about it, you and Spadoni, a lot. I think I called you after that game. It was like, I think, because I was on the train of don't make a move, just ride it out until the summer. But that Orlando game, I walked into the arena, and the energy was just, it was stale.
So bad.
And it was 104-99. It was terrible. And fans were walking out midway through the third quarter.
I know, because they were building a church. There were so many bricks being thrown up against the glass. It was unreal. It was so bad.
I didn't know if Jimmy Butler would be the answer, but I said they probably have to make a move now. Because now you're going to get fans to stop coming. People are not going to watch. You're going to kill ratings for both 95.7 and NBC. It wasn't a good product at that point.
The NBA.
And the NBA, because they need the Warriors.
I was just going to say, some of the highest rated first opening weekend was the highest it's been in years, and the Warriors factor into that.
No doubt. And so they made the move, and they tried to get Kevin Durant. Jimmy Butler said no originally, and they tried to go get KD. They went all in on KD. Didn't happen.
Do you think they get here with KD? Or is it unfair to even ask?
I don't know. KD was averaging 27 a game. I don't know if they get here with KD.
Given how physical that series was, I mean, his health, I don't know.
I think Jimmy Butler was the right move at the right time.
I think so, too. Now I just go back to, for a first 2 years, Mike Dunleavy. I mean, Jesus. Mike Dunleavy, look, man. Put some respect on that man's name.
No doubt.
He has made some incredible draft picks who have helped him. He's made some incredible trades. Think about what he did with DeAndre Melton's injury after signing him.
Flipped it for Schroeder.
It wasn't working. Yep. Flipped it again. And he also, whether Clay was going to stay or not, they made the most of the situation and got Buddy Hield and got obviously Kyle Anderson.
It was like a 6-team trade.
Yeah. But those are difficult.
And I think not making the moves for Paul George and Larry Markin.
It ended up working in their favor.
Because
Sixers are going to get blown up.
They're going to get blown up. And Pods has turned it into a player.
Hell yeah.
He's had some games in his first ever postseason appearance. Larry Markin, he can't stay healthy.
No.
I don't know what he is.
Couldn't
he's
have
a good
survived
scorer.
in this series?
I don't know. I don't think so. If the physicality that Houston brings.
That's what I'm saying. The playoffs are a different beast.
They are. And Pods is no punk. I know he struggled with the 3 last night, 1 of 7 for the 3-point line, but Ponce ain't no punk, man.
No.
Hey, we need to put some. He's shooting 41% or 40% from 3 since he returned from that right abdominal injury. He's got his game right. The game is slowed down. He's not turning the ball over.
The dunk on Şengün. He put Şengün in the hoop.
And he has the confidence. Sometimes, and that's the thing. Everybody says, Pods is arrogant. He's got irrational confidence. But when you walk in the locker room, and there's Steph Curry.
You need it.
And there's Draymond Green. And now there's Jimmy Butler. And there's Steve Kerr coaching you. And there's a maniacal owner in Joe Lacob who wants to win at the highest level. Mm-hmm. You've got to have some arrogance.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Dunleavy, he's done a hell of a job so far in his first 2 seasons on the job. Let's get to the line. So we got about 17 minutes left in the show. Let's just go rat-a-tat-tat and start off with our homegirl, Samita in Los Gatos. Long time no talk. What's up, Samita?
Hey, guys. Bonte, it's really good to hear you on the radio. We missed you. So it's a good Monday morning. I just wanted to point out, I thought yesterday's game, the difference was really defense. I think the Warriors they were really locked in defensively, and I think that made all the difference, especially when Houston kept going on those little runs. I think it was good to see the guys locked in, because I got to tell you, the game 6 was kind of embarrassing. And so I think they came back really well yesterday. I mean, I think it was unnecessary. If they had done this in the previous game, we wouldn't be on pins and needles. But I think if they can keep up the defensive intensity, and shout out to Jerry Stackhouse for being an absolute amazing assistant coach on that end, I think it should be a really interesting series with the Timberwolves. I think it might go to 7, though.
I can't wait.
I'm not even ready to like break that down, but I'm not disagreeing with her either.
I need a night to sleep on it before breaking it down.
Why don't you do the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys pod with Sam then? Because he's itching for me to do it at 11 o'clock, and I'm thinking about how tired I already am.
You got Steven Risotto right there. You could break down that great Rocky series. Winning 3 or 4.
Ryan McMahon.
I mean, the Rockies. Is there any worse franchise in all of sports?
Atlanta Hawks.
At least they have Trae Young and Dyson Daniels.
Atlanta Hawks. Arizona Cardinals. They're all in the same bucket.
No, the Rockies are their own bucket. They're in the bucket with the Charlotte Hornets.
Yeah, but if I say 90s Rockies, we all go like, Vinny Castillo.
Yeah, wait, this ain't 90s.
Chase Colorado.
We're talking 20 years ago.
Michelle.
That's 20 years ago,
I know.
man.
It was like 30.
30.
What are you trying to like shave
20 to 30.
Trying to, not show my age.
He's so ready to talk Giants.
He's so happy.
He's so happy.
London was the only one at Oracle Park yesterday.
Oh, it was great. I had the press box myself.
Yeah, the press box too.
So
Wait a
roomy.
minute, time out. You
so much
went
room
to
for
the
activities.
Giants game while the Warrior game was going on?
No, the Giants were at 1 o'clock.
No, but he did it on Friday, I think.
Lucas couldn't get me on the list, so I had to go to my backup plan.
So how did you consume the Warrior game?
Well, they have TVs at Oracle Park. We put the TV on in front of the press box.
Just move on.
I get like him fist pumping like Alex Pavlovich after the Warriors hit a 3.
Paz wasn't there.
Paz
wasn't even there. Paz wasn't even there. He's a Giants insider. He was like, I'm locked in on game 6.
Was Baggerly there?
Paz wasn't even there.
No, there was no one there. Like I said, I had the entire. It was me and 3 other Rockies beat writers.
Oh my God! The Rockies sent 3 beat writers out.
Dude.
The Denver Post is sending Rocky beat writers out.
No way.
That's going to end by June.
Sorry, two beat writers.
Oh,
sorry.
2 beat writers.
Was one of them Mike Malone?
Oh my God! How's Mike Malone feeling right now?
Like a
Mike
dynasty.
Malone. David Adelman. Shout out to him, man.
Hey, if Jamal Murray's playing like that, I think they can take out OKC.
This is going to be a hell of a series.
It is. And
2-2.
Russ is playing great.
I love this new Russell Westbrook. Think about how much I love guys who
turn it over a lot, but I know what I bring to the table.
I mean, guys who checked me before, I end up loving them. The Russell Westbrook experience.
I mean, there's so many.
There's like any other. God, I love the NBA so much.
I can't believe Draymond had that game after what he showed in Game 5 and Game 6.
Even shout out Sheed and Warriors World, but they were firing those tweets off like Draymond. He might be like. I was like, wow, Warriors World has turned on Draymond for a night.
You know what's funny is like if I say something, they like aggregate it, and they're like, oh, and I get hit by a million people, but they're allowed to flip flop as well, which I'm fine with. I'm fine with anyone. I flip flop all the time. I'm going off of the information that I have at that given moment. But they've been backing Draymond forever, and then they were ready to walk him off of the. Were they not? They were ready to throw him in the water with the anchor tied to him.
I'm weird.
What?
I got flip-flops on now.
Yeah, I know, dude. Trust me, it's summertime.
I can't get enough of the Trey Lance stuff. Even people are like, how you like the Jimmy Butler trade now? I said, come on, calm down. Calm the hell down. You guys do it on Twitter, social media all the time. You flip-flop mid-game.
Yes.
Mid-game, quarter to quarter.
Well, I saw people like, we need Clay back. I was like, wait a minute. You guys all ran Clay out.
We all need Clay back.
Everybody ran Clay out. Relax. Everybody relax. And then my favorite, but he had the game Clay couldn't. Do we remember what Clay was? Come on.
Dude.
Come on.
I knew people would jump the shark Friday night when Jordan Poole entered the chat.
No way.
Jordan Poole. Everybody's like, Jordan Poole would have been made for this series. You haven't said nothing about Jordan Poole in 18 months.
He would have grabbed Dylan Brooks by the kneecap.
Oh, my God.
He would have done it.
He would have broke the code.
Dude, Dre, there's a late game screen that Dre hit on Dylan Brooks where he stuck his whole butt and hip out and just clobbered Dylan Brooks.
The game within the game is going to happen at some point between Dre and Randall or Dre and Rudy Gobert. And it's going to be some physicality, some arms are going to be flailing, and some referee, whether it's Mark Davis, Gucci Man, Catfish, Tony Brothers, whoever it is, Zach Zarba, they're going to go to the replay review, and it's going to just shut things down for a second.
My favorite is they talk for 3 minutes.
Oh, my, it's so WWE.
And then they go to the thing, we're going to review this. What have you been reviewing for the last 3 minutes? Draymond got all ball on that one, too, by the way.
What was it, game? It was game 3, I believe.
He got all forehead on the Van Vliet play.
It was either game 3 or game 4. And I forgot who it was. John Goble, the referee. John Goble was just a disaster.
Well, Goble,
he stinks. Yeah. He's a disaster. Hey, Ahmed Thompson went in. It was a foul on the floor. It could have been game 3 or 4. I forget which one. He goes in, and they're looking for the and one. All the whole Rockets been like, and one.
They challenged everything all
they didn't even
series.
challenge it, though. The referees looked at the video. I watched him. Looked at the video board at Chase Center, then said, count it, and the Warriors started going crazy. They started looking at the video board again and said, yeah, it was on the floor. I was like, what are you guys doing? Oh, it was Bill Kennedy and John Goldberg. It was that crew. Bill Kennedy. Anyway.
The NBA officials. I mean, I'd rather have a WWE official than an NBA official.
Sorry, we couldn't get the BPA. He dropped off there because BPA is always in my
probably
business.
got like a big tech conference that he's attending or something like that.
And he's got to take on JK.
What is this? Of all the opinions I don't care about this morning is whatever your JK opinion is. Anyone out there. They won the game. We're on to the next series.
Let's go to...
like Belichick's new girlfriend says, we're not answering questions about that.
BPA wanted to talk about Steve Kerr before he dropped off.
Oh. We're not talking about
the Belichick 60 minutes.
Bro.
The Belichick 60 minutes. Unbelievable. I mean, you're sitting via Sunday morning. I don't even want to get into that. Him and Shannon Sharp, I need less of them in my life.
Shannon.
No, don't talk about that.
Uncle Shay, he's still doing stuff at night. Dude, just take a play off.
They said he's got a new pod coming. Him and Joy Taylor.
Oh, no. Why would you say that? Why would you say that? You want to talk about $100 million just getting flushed down the toilet? Oh.
What is Shannon doing?
Leroy in Oakland.
Hey, what's up, Leroy? I miss you, buddy.
Oh.
Hey, what's up, B? Shasky, hey, B, it's so good to hear you, man.
What's up,
man?
Leroy?
You two together are magic, man. So I just want to say real quick that, Shasky, I've been talking about why, the series going forward are going to be long series. They're going to be 6 or 7 games, B. And Shasky, because the Warriors are older, B. The Warriors are older, and they come out and they start these series, and they get the first game or they get the first 2 games. And for me, they get a little tired, and they let teams get 1, 2, 3 games before they get their rest, before they get their sea legs back under them, and then they finish it off. And so that's why I'm like, hey, the rest of the series going forward are going to be 6, 7 games. So Warrior fans, just be patient. Just be patient. Don't call the line hanging on every game and, they're no good, and then one game they're good. Be patient in these series. Enjoy this greatness that we are seeing from Steve Kerr and Stephen Curry and Draymond Green. And B and Shasky, one more thing. The rebounding by the guard.
18 by Jimmy Butler and Steph.
Yep.
18 by those two.
Good point.
We are hard to beat when the guards get around 19, 20 rebounds. And also the steals by the team. When we win that battle, we win. So, hey, if the guards are rebounding 19, 20 rebounds a game and we're winning the steals battle, we're hard to beat. So I hope they keep that up.
Leroy,
that's a good
Love
point.
y'all, man.
They got to clean up the offensive glass. Warriors got out rebound on the offensive glass, 14-3 last night. Second chance points, 15-0 Rockets. So that's one thing they'll have to clean up here moving forward in this series against the Minnesota Timberwolves.
3 points about the Rockets. First point, and we already know Amen Thompson's star.
Yeah, star.
Jabari Smith, if he's available, I want in on him. I like him as a player a lot. I think he has a lot of untapped potential. He needs to play in the right system. He'd be a perfect Warrior. Number 2, if Steven Adams is available this offseason, he's a unrestricted free agent.
Nice move.
We need to be all over him.
Because they may move on from Looney. He's a free agent as well. We'll see.
I don't know. But
we'll see.
Steven Adams is the perfect Warrior. Third one, if I never see Fred VanVleet again, I'll be happy.
Love that. Love that.
Kills
By
us.
the way, Ime Udoka, hell of a coach. Dude, he's about that life.
Yeah,
Cortez
I'm
is
aware.
on the sideline. He's
well, how about the all black shoes from Van Vliet?
Oh, yeah. The Rockets, man. The Warriors have ownage. That's 5 times. 5 times the Warriors have ousted the Rockets in the playoffs under Steve Kerr. It's crazy.
So Steiny, I come walking into the back room over there. It's Evan. It's Goo. They're in a great mood. And Steiny, Jimmy Butler. I go, what? He goes, he stopped on Fred VanVleet there, and it forced Fred VanVleet to tackle him there. I go, are you?
That's why I say Bobby in Los Altos. You called the wrong
show. Are we doing that? Are we really doing that today?
From 10 to 2. Oh, he's going to nitpick.
That was
And
a frustration.
It's Steiny. You talk about the bandwagon fan, Steiny.
Yeah.
He's been on the Hawks, the Wizards. Now he's rolling with Minnesota because of Chris Finch. Talk about he's in a win-win situation.
He's the George Hill of the NBA. He's been on more teams than George Hill.
Or
Always
Dennis Schroeder.
available at the deadline.
Oh, man. All right, let's get to Fast Five. First crack here. Let's get in the zone during Fast Five. It's the roaster of the year in 2024. Tony in Oakland. Tony, talk to me, Tony.
Vontae, God's momentum is back on the station. I love it. You should, Sam, you should play Eddie Murphy, Beverly Hills Cop music when he comes on. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so what you guys are forgetting is, oh my God, I said that when they had Butler, they're going all the way. And then I remember how I said they should never get rid of Draymond because he's got the stuff. And what did that buddy dude say? He said that Draymond brought it. He said he got Christ chills when Draymond, because he's like God's animal, right? And oh my God, it's just so incredible. And here's Curry. He says, I serve God Almighty. So all these people talking about how they're going to be tired, they ain't going to be tired. They have God's momentum. Because you know what? We don't create energy and motion on our own. You got to go to it and get it. And we have 4 dudes that are of it. It's just sensational.
Oh, Tony, you're sensational. It's good to hear your voice. Get ready for the second round. Sasky, what you got?
The Warriors make me so happy. There's nothing like the anxiety. I do live for it. The anxiety of the unknown, right? That's why I love pro sports, like these Game 7s, these playoff football games, these Game 7s in baseball and basketball. There's just something about knowing there is no tomorrow that is terrifying and yet so thrilling. And I love living on the edge when it comes to it. And it's just, there's nothing better. There's really nothing better. And we have one of the all-time greatest athletes in any sport. I know. You want to go Pete Sampras or Jokovic, fine, okay. You want to go, Brady or Joe Montana, okay, yeah. You want to go Barry Bonds or Shohei Ohtani or whomever. Pick the player, pick the sport. Steph Curry is as good as all of them. He's one of the greatest entertainers of all time. And we're so lucky. We are just so lucky.
Steph's got 1 first-round loss over the course of his career. We've seen LeBron James knocked out in the first round in back-to-back seasons. Steph has never been swept in a series. Never been swept.
And that first rounder against the Clippers, it was tied with 2 minutes to go.
7-game series.
With no Bogut.
They lost
Mark
126,
Jackson,
121, fighting for his life, man.
And Steph was doing backups. He was like posting up Chris Paul at the end of that game. It was horrible.
It was Steph. He is. We don't appreciate him enough. We just don't. This guy's, who the hell knows what's going on with the right thumb? We don't even talk about the bilateral knee tendonitis anymore. The pelvic contusion. The guy's 37, and he still strikes fear in every single team on the floor. But my final thought is, I can't get enough of these playoffs, man. What an Elite Eight. What an Elite Eight. The ratings are up, but you got Cleveland and Indiana. Indiana steals game 1.
That was a big win.
Big win. Knicks and Boston. Old school rivalry, East Coast.
Go Knicks.
But the Celtics going to wipe the floor with them. We know that.
Well, their margin of victory is like over 20 in the games that they've played this year.
OKC, Denver. And you get the Warriors and Timberwolves. Oh, my gosh. The Warriors and the Timberwolves. The NBA, Adam Silver, and everybody's happy. Gobert and Draymond on the same floor. Anthony Edwards and Steph playing in the Olympics together, Shasky. Unbelievable. Real quick, Lubman, Rizzo, get in here. What's your final thoughts?
Yeah, my final thought, it felt so good to once again end the season of the Houston Rockets. When they came out in those stupid H-Town jerseys, like, no, you cannot let these guys in these jerseys end the season like this. And that's not what happened. The Warriors prevailed, and knowing that the name Stephen Curry will forever haunt the citizens of Houston for the rest of their days, it makes me so happy. What a great win.
What a great win. Great win.
One of the all-time great Warrior playoff wins of this run.
What is it, Ray? I don't even know if it's...
There's so many of them. I can't even...
We can talk about tomorrow, Luke.
Rizzo, what you got,
You got to find the Joe Horn cut, Sam, and just slice the whole thing up this week. That's your homework for this week.
God, I hope I don't have homework. I'm going to keep it short and sweet and say that we might have a new favorite drop at the station. I mean,
Dude,
the people on our YouTube stream, there's a healthy amount of them, over 1,400. They got to see Shasky and Bonte do the, and I think they liked it. So the chat was blowing up during that whole bit. So I hope you guys know that.
I loved it.
New favorite drop for me, at least.
Oh, man. Well, it was a lot of fun. Spadoni will be back tomorrow. I will be rested. Spadoni will be ready to roll. It'll be a lot of fun. The roast will roll along. And you guys get to preview a game day. A game day. Why are you laughing, Shasky?
Somebody in the chat says Steiny's predicting Wolves in 11.
I don't really have a strong opinion on this series. They're too old, Guru. Guru's going to be on a 15.
Oh, you think?
All right, that's it for us, man. This was a lot of fun.
I love
Spadoni back tomorrow.
Is he
Shasky,
wearing the
always fun
same
with
suit
you.
from Friday?
Yeah, dude, he wore the suit all day long. Trust me, I wear suits, and I'm like, I can't wait to get out of this thing. All right, that's it for us. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Have a great day, everybody. Warriors advance into the second round to take on the Minnesota Timberwolves. Tomorrow's game 1, but Steiny and Guru will recap game number 7, and they are next. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. Yeah. And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Thompson will go in, forces up a left-hand shot. That doesn't go. Loose ball on the deck. Curry comes up with it, steps over Şengün, dribbles it to the front court, puts on the brakes, has Buddy Hield wide open, left corner, 3-ball on the way. He got it! It's a 20-point lead for Golden State, and the lights are starting to go down here in Houston.
Bow, bow, bow.
All righty. Buddy Hield, ladies and gentlemen. You don't win that game without Buddy Hield. I don't think you win that series without Buddy Hield, but the Golden State Warriors win a Game 7 yesterday, in Houston, and they looked real good. Pretty much the opposite of the way they looked Friday.
Yeah, and I'll just take it back there. Shout out Ice Cube. I was there Friday, Sonny, and I was despondent. The Warriors they didn't look like themselves, and I'm telling you, I let that filter over into Sunday. You text me right before tip, how am I feeling? And I said, you know what? Steph will not allow this team, and it's shameful, but I went there because he's the captain, right? One of them. He is the chef. He will not allow them to lose 3 in a row. And Steiny, who saw Buddy freaking Hield go 9 of 11 from deep? They needed everyone. I'm happy for him, but I'm happy for the team. I didn't want the season to end that way, and I was nervous. I was scared. And Buddy came to the rescue, and all I can say, Steiny, and I'm butchering it early, shout out Shasky, bop, 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 because that's what he did. And it was incredible. And the Warriors went zone. They were without GP2 and Draymond Green. Everything that I didn't see the past 8 quarters from Warrior basketball regarding him dealing with the double bigs for the Rockets, he had on display, and he was a one-man wrecking gang yesterday, Steiny. So I'm fired up. We got another series to look forward to.
Yeah, I mean, I know one guy who kind of saw it coming.
Give it to me.
Steve Kerr.
Wow.
And Steve Kerr has seen it coming all year, and that's why he always kept Buddy in the mix.
Yeah.
Because that's what he can do once in a while, and he was the single biggest reason you end up winning that game yesterday. And it's funny, I saw Sam Amick's story in The Athletic about Jimmy Butler and how
I saw Sam Friday, yeah,
and how the trade of Butler was a risky one, but now that they won the first round series, this may have made it all worthwhile, the Butler trade. And my thought is, well, getting Buddy Hield right now is the same way. I mean, he was worth it because he just helped win you a series.
Yes, he did.
And that's what it's all about. And I get it. He had some ups and downs during the regular season, got off to a great start, and, slumped a little bit after that. But he
didn't
still
score in Game 6, Steiny. Not 1 point.
Yeah, he still had some up and down games, but that's why he kept Buddy Hield hanging around the rotation for the entire season, and Buddy played every single game.
And so you're telling me, Steiny, you can survive a Game 7 where you get 3 points from your bench in total. Steph Curry, in regard to scoring, because he had double-digit rebounds, I mean, this was the first game in regard to Steph that a Warrior player had a double-double. So just think about that, how hard this series was. Steph did that. But we talked about it, and you kind of you never pushed back. But I was like, you know what? Clay's replacement's been Buddy Hield. But we'll always remember Game 6 Clay in OKC. But, Steiny, now we have something to put next to it, and it's the Game 7 Buddy Hield on the road in Houston. And, boy, that was a rock fight early, but the Warriors' defense, to me, got up off the mat because, Steiny, for whatever reason, Game 5 and Game 6, I didn't recognize the Warriors. I thought they lost something, and Houston had figured something out. So it was special on both sides of the floor yesterday. Collectively, the Warriors' defense led by Dre, Steph rebounding, And then offensively, again, I just can't talk about Buddy Hield, who Bonte and Shasky, Bonte in for Spadoni today. They had him on, and Steiny, he's got to be feeling good, and everybody with the Warriors organization right now.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, you had a interesting weekend. Friday, you got beat, meaning there was going to be a Game 7. And then they go out in Houston and win Game 7 and win it convincingly. And now they open up the next series against the Minnesota Timberwolves. But I want to know how Warrior fans' weekends went, because it must have been a roller coaster for you.
Yeah.
Because Friday was not very good. It looked like, they were running out of gas. But essentially what happened is, I was thinking this after they lost Friday. They're in the exact same spot that they were in 2 years ago against the Sacramento Kings. They lost the Friday game where they could have sealed it. They had to go to Sacramento for a Sunday game, and that's when Curry scored 50.
Yeah.
And yesterday, Curry didn't get 50, but Buddy Hield got 33 on the road in Houston, and they did exactly what they did to the Kings 2 years ago. They won a Game 7 on the road. Now, if you want to take the comparison a little further, and I don't want to get too into Minnesota, but now they got Game 1 against Minnesota tomorrow.
Gotcha.
And Minnesota's been kind of hanging around, so that's going to be a tough game for the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Hey, but Steiny, we got to enjoy this. We got to savor this, because I was just thinking about the Bay Area as a whole, the station here. Are you really telling me it's over in the first round? And is despondent, Steiny, because we hadn't talked since Friday. I sent you the clip of Doris Burke after watching the game again Friday of Draymond's early foul where he hit young Jalen Green upstairs early. But he gave a speech. He told us Dre, and he called himself out first, and that galvanized the troops. And, they got off to a good start early, and they didn't relinquish it. I know Houston came back from 3, but Steiny, we got to give Kerr credit, too. They went zone, and I know it just sounds easy, but that flustered or flummoxed the Rockets early, and it wasn't about athleticism, and it wasn't about Fred VanVleet. What are we going to do with him? The zone it threw Houston off, and the Warriors just took advantage of it the whole night.
Yeah, I thought Houston was tight.
Yep.
I thought they were definitely tight. I thought Şengün missed a ton of shots that, it's funny. You watch a game early like that, and Şengün misses a little half hook from 4 feet, and you're like, well, I like that shot. And then 7 minutes later, he gets a little 5-footer, and he can't make that one. And you're like, boy, that's still a really good shot. And then you realize you're in the fourth quarter, and he's missed 7 really good shots. And a lot of that had to do with the Warriors' defense, but he was very inefficient yesterday.
Man.
And then only Amin Thompson really was there to support him. And the Warriors, they got a superhuman performance from one of their role players, and because of it, they're going to the second round.
No doubt. And I'll tell you this, as much as we can throw flowers everywhere, right? But at the bottom, except the bench. But the bottom line is, as great as Buddy was, Steiny, and he was shooting that thing, how many games have we seen him on the court? Because defensively, he has not been a cone. He's given effort.
Yep. He was good defensively again last night, staying in front of his man as best he could. And, it's interesting. They didn't get a lot of great performances yesterday.
Right.
But for Buddy Hield, I'm talking about outside their big 3. Mm-hmm. And I actually thought Curry was really good yesterday because he was defended well again. Excuse me, only had 16 shots, but he didn't force anything.
Yeah,
he did not turn the ball over. He assisted. He helped out with the rebounds. Draymond was great. Defensively again, and chipped in with some points. Butler did his thing, and then Buddy Hield. Those 4 guys brought it home for the Golden State Warriors.
And now we got a series, now 12 more.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Don't cough into your mic. Are you okay?
You need a little water. I got you.
Yeah, just go to Goo. Turn off your mic for a sec.
Got a little phlegm in there.
Yeah, shout out Dave.
And, of course, Guru the first guy who says we're not going to get into Minnesota, but then he says 12 more.
What?
Okay. All right.
Hey, I text Myers. Hey, can we talk about Minnesota now? I think we can. Tomorrow, Steiny.
That's a weird assumption. 957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, what'd you think of that game yesterday? Woo! And we can take the whole weekend into consideration. They lose a heartbreaker. Well, it wasn't a heartbreaker on Friday.
Yeah, right.
They got beat pretty good on Friday here, but they made amends with a win yesterday in Houston. Minnesota's next. 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Championship coming soon.
Celebrating 40 years of
Welcome. Jimmy Butler, everybody. Jimmy Butler, everybody. Jimmy Butler, everybody. Buddy, go. Jimmy Butler, everybody. Buddy. Go. Jimmy Butler. Off today.
Buddy. Oh, my Lord. Can you please?
What can you say about Buddy's performance tonight?
Buddy gets paid a lot of money to play at a high level. Buddy was Buddy tonight. Good for you, Buddy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that was Jimmy Butler and Buddy Hield after the game last night in the press conference room. Buddy just gotten off the podium, and Jimmy came, and they were having a good time together. I mean, Butler hasn't been here a while, but we know that he and Buddy Hield like to give it to each other.
Yeah. And I still didn't hear Jimmy give him his flowers, but that's okay.
Yeah. Warriors win last night. 103-89. They were in control pretty much all the game.
2-3 zone.
To me, it was one of those games that it was exactly like Friday, only the Warriors were in control. I mean, the Rockets, to me, never made a run. Anytime it got to 9-ish, it would be bumped right back up. And the Rockets, quite frankly, could not score enough consistently, and the Warriors scored plenty behind Buddy Hield. And that's why the Warriors are advancing right now, Goo.
No doubt about it. And again, Stoney, I keep talking about the 2-3 zone because I'm stunned. It was like the Rockets the first time they've ever seen it, but the Rockets were pedestrian from even trying to attempt three-pointers early, And I go, that can't be the game plan. Maybe it was, but nah, Stoney, I just felt like the Warriors had them defensively in their sights. There was no Fred VanVleet pick and roll early, and that enabled the Warriors to do what they do. But again, Stoney, Buddy Hield was incredible. Steph, there's two ways to attack a zone, right? You can be overzealous and over-aggressive, or pass and trust your teammates. I thought he did that early, and then in the second half or late second quarter, he's like, to hell with it. I'm gonna try to get some of mine and it start working. But, man, I just can't get over Draymond. It was night and day from what I saw Friday from Day in the paint, Stoney, and that's why it was special. And it just felt like it meant more, man, because I didn't think he could muster that up, and he did, and they did defensively.
What do you make of the fact that they didn't play great on Wednesday and Friday, and then they played pretty well they played well Sunday, and then moving forward, it feels like, to me, it feels like the rotation shrank in a big way against the Rockets. Now, the question now I have is, does Steve Kerr go back to everybody and finds out who can maybe play in the Minnesota series? Because to me, it seemed like if they had 11, if these were 11 game series, Moses Moody wasn't going to play much anymore. Kuminga wasn't going to play much anymore. Post probably wasn't going to play much anymore. And obviously, Pajemski kind of has to play.
Yeah.
But boy, you look at these minutes. The most minutes anybody played off the bench was 11.
Man.
So
Kerr wasn't playing.
So you wonder, those minutes they're up there.
And to answer your question, Stoney, I don't think, obviously it's game 1 tomorrow. It's not a game 7, so the finality is not there. And I got to believe, just from a physical standpoint, and I'm respecting Minnesota, just real quick here, but I'm also respecting what we're asking the Warriors to do, and with 1 day of rest. But Stoney, can you afford? And I know there was no Peyton. What is going on in Houston to where Warrior players get sick to the point where they got to miss a game? Kuminga, Pods, and then GP2 yesterday. But Stoney, I don't think you had that luxury of trying to shorten up the rotation. I just think there was, lemon booty in regard to what a game 7 is, and Kerr had a quick trigger. So that's where I'm at on that. But to answer your question on what's different, the Warriors will never admit this, but maybe game 5 and 6, Donnie, the Warriors felt like they had one to play with. And yesterday, the Rockets had the Warriors' attention after what they did Friday by coming in here. And, my goodness, a 2-point game going into the fourth. But for the rest of the quarter to play out in that game, result in a Warrior loss, I just feel like the Warriors were like, you know what, we need a team meeting. And we got to let it all out, and that's what we got yesterday. Warriors didn't even eclipse 90 point. I mean, Rockets didn't even eclipse 90.
I mean, the reality of the situation is Gary Payton II being sick was a silver lining.
You think?
Yeah, because Buddy Hield played 37 minutes, and that had to be close to his season high, and he was a guy who benefited from Payton because – Who else are you going to use? Use Moody? Well, Moody only played 10 minutes.
And he was off.
And so, Buddy Hield, I mean, the game was, Evan put it, it was a historic Game 7 by Buddy Hield. Nobody's ever made 9 3-pointers in a Game 7 in the NBA. So Buddy Hield had a game for the ages.
Yeah.
12 for 15 from the floor, 9 for 11 from three-point range, 33 points on 15 shots.
Damn, buddy.
With no free throws. It's an unbelievable game.
It's Klay Thompson-like, Scotty.
Yeah, for sure.
And I'm going to use one of our guys' line, Bonte. Buddy eats for free in the Bay. It's a study. I mean, $8.8 million, you got that yesterday. Who saw that?
Steve Kerr. Let's go to Lalo in Pittsburgh. Hey, Lalo, how you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing, man?
Doing well.
Want to talk about that game last night?
Yeah.
And then I want to put that in the rearview mirror because we got a short turnaround. But seeing that 7-game series, I didn't think we were going to go a full 7 with Houston. But after seeing that, I think we could go and win any series coming up in the near future because we got youth, we got coaching, we got the vets that can sit down and spill out a speech and let our guys know, man, this is what we got to do to take a series. And with all that experience and seeing us go 7, and I think we were looking pretty good for the future, man. I think the next series, I think that we could, we got that experience with the youth and the young legs and the vets to get it done. So I want to put Houston in the rearview mirror, and we got that short turnaround. We got to focus on Minnesota now, and let's get them, man. Let's get that first game, and I think we could do it, man. We're looking really good.
Appreciate it.
Really good. Yesterday surprised me the way we played, and didn't really surprise me, but I knew we could pull it off, and I think we gained a lot of experience from that game with our youth.
Appreciate the call, Lalo.
Man, we got you, Lalo, and everybody's fired up. But Stotty, you just got me honed in on these minutes. 46 from Butler and Curry, 45 from Butler, 46 for Curry, 40 for Dre. Buddy 37 and Pods 40, who didn't have his shot, but still, I mean, you had no other ball handler, to bring it up, so he was out there. But I got to be honest with you. As despondent as I was Friday, I didn't think they could come back with this type of defensive effort. The offense and Buddy, it's there, Draymond, Steph, but the defensive effort collectively was just, wow. I didn't know they could reach back and demonstrate that type of defense. And now, we'll give our predictions tomorrow moving forward. But if you got that and you can tap into it, who knows?
Well, they're going to have to, the last caller was talking about their young players. And
yeah,
I mean, their young players are going to have to play. I think it's pretty obvious the Warriors are going to have to play better against the Minnesota Timberwolves. But they're also, the one thing I'm interested to see with their younger players is it did seem like their younger players, I don't want to say regressed, but the longer the series went, felt like Kerr trusted them less and less and less. And the bottom line is when you play game 1 tomorrow, he's got to have, I got to believe he's going to try to use whoever tomorrow.
Yes.
Whether it's a guy who didn't play much at all, like Kuminga or Post, or whether it's Moody, he's got to figure out now what they can give him in this series, because I got the sense that down the last 3 or 4 games of the Rockets series, he wasn't real keen on using his younger players.
And real quick here, Stotty, it's so funny off of that point. It's kind of noteworthy to me because when we talk about the others, and we have rightfully so coming into this series, you're not asking them to be a superstar. You know what I mean? The bar's not set to the Eiffel Tower. It's just, can you be consistent and kind of mimic what you've been? And the last few games, we've kind of seen, the others not meet that criteria.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors finish off Houston in 7 games, and now they go to the Western Conference semis against the Minnesota Timberwolves. But what a weekend for Golden State. They got beat on Friday. It looked like they were dead in the water, and sure enough, they come out Sunday and give the Warrior fans a big-time effort, give them another big Game 7 win, and we'll see how far they can go. But great series against the Rockets. I thought the Rockets were very impressive, and maybe in a year they win that series. But right now, they weren't quite ready for it, and the Warriors got an incredible performance from Buddy Hield. You know, Buddy Hield had the Curry game, and then Butler had the Butler game, and then Curry had the Curry game, kind of, or Curry had the Buddy Hield game. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
Double.
You know,
in
Buddy.
And out.
You know, you'd expect Buddy to kind of have. Buddy's good shooting night would be 8 for 16, 4 for 10, which is what Curry was last night. But Buddy goes 9 for 11 from 3-point range.
And that last one was just like, is he going to shoot it? And he shot it. And man, put him up 17. Night.
This is Steve Kerr talking about the Houston Rockets.
First of all, I want to congratulate Houston. What a series that was. They had a great season. A lot of good things ahead for that team. Ime did an amazing job. And really the whole rebuild over the last couple of years has been so impressive. And we were lucky to get out of this series. But much respect to the Rockets and their staff and their organization. They have a great team, and they had a great season.
All right, that was Steve Kerr talking about the Houston Rockets. Put up a good fight.
Yeah, and, you know, again, the two big lineup throughout this series gave the Warriors problems, more so, you know, the last 3 games, Stoney, and I didn't know if the Warriors had a rebuttal for that. But that 2-3 zone, or the zone that they were running, I felt like yesterday, the most important game of them all, they kind of diffused that. And I got to say this about the refs, because we've been talking about the refs all series. I think they set the tone early. The refs, like, we're letting you, this Game 7, we're letting you play.
Yeah, the refs, I didn't think they were a factor at all yesterday. You know, the funny thing is we can talk about both games because there was such a difference in each game. I'm watching Friday's game. This is Friday. And one thing, you know, a lot of people, not a lot, but there's a segment of fans out there that aren't crazy about Steve Kerr. I did not like fouling Steven Adams like he did in the fourth on Friday night in that game.
Why is that? Because I got an answer too.
Well, to me, there were 2 reasons. One is, the most important is, if you've been watching Steven Adams shoot from the line, he's not terrible. Every shot he takes from the line has a chance to go in. We're not talking about Chris Dudley or Andres Biedrins.
Wow.
You know, his form's not bad. Yeah. His misses weren't misses by a lot. And I just felt like he had played enough. He was kind of in a rhythm. He was going to make enough. 2.
Give me this one. See if it's mine.
Well, 2, it's you're almost acknowledging you're out of answers.
There we go.
And you got to get him off the floor. But if that's what you had to do, that's what you had to do. It just didn't work on Friday.
Yeah, and I wonder if we see that moving forward with Rudy Gobert. But, Stotty, that's me being in the arena the last 2 games here at home. That's what I took from it. Like, the Warriors are telling the Rockets, we have no answer. And then on top of that, to put salt in the wound, Şengün got a miss and put it back after he made 1, you know? So it's a 3-point play, and I'm just like, good God. But we didn't see 14 of 15 fourth-quarter missed shots yesterday, man. So the Warriors brought it in their black uniforms, and here we go. This is all we can ask for.
Yeah, I feel like the other thing, and I don't know why this was, but on Friday, you know, Buddy didn't play a lot, and he didn't play well. And with Butler in there, I thought they had some spacing issues. Because, you know, Butler's not a 3-point shooter. He went out to the 3-point line in that game, but you don't want him doing that. And then yesterday, well, Buddy Hield is the player who stretches the floor.
Yeah.
And because he was able to stretch the floor, I think it helped out everybody else on offense. And when Buddy can do that, and partnered with Steph Curry, I think that gives everybody a little more space to operate. as opposed to Friday where Buddy didn't play a lot, wasn't making shots, and now it's got to be pretty much the big three having to carry you.
Yeah, and I'm not mad at you because that was one that had me answering your question right before tip yesterday, not feeling confident. And boy, it's not about what we feel, right? Because we don't have a uniform, but this is a sweet win, one that will be remembered. And now you got me thinking, Steiny, and I'll never get to the bottom of it, but when I was on Twitter and saw Slater say early in the morning the GP2 wasn't his shoot around, I'm like, okay, he'll be there for the game. But now I'm thinking, does Buddy get these allotted minutes if GP2 had somehow been like, you know what I mean? Like, we'll never get to the bottom of it. It all
he wouldn't
worked
have gotten
out.
as many.
Wow.
There's no way he would have gotten as many. I can't imagine
Just a
how.
thought, yeah.
So it was a little blessing in disguise, but Buddy took advantage of it, and the Warriors are on to the second round. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, how'd you watch that game last night? Were you nervous going in? Were you feeling confident? On Saturday, I heard a lot of fans saying, oh, boy.
Evan and Devon, I listened.
Oh, boy,
yeah.
we're in big trouble. And sure enough, the Warriors reach into the grab bag and pull out another win when they had to. And this thing keeps rolling. The one thing I will say about Kuminga, who played 4 minutes yesterday, because
Seven.
A seven.
Yeah, I got you.
So the thing that I think put the nail in Kuminga's coffin in a way is when he was sick for Game 5, because the Warriors were up 3-1 in that series, and Game 5 they got blown out and everybody played. That was the Pat Spencer game, and I was just thinking if Kuminga can play that night, he's going to get 25 minutes in that particular game, the Wednesday game. If he plays 25 minutes on Wednesday, he's got a shot of playing on Friday. And then yesterday he got 7 minutes. You know, he would have had a chance at that or more. But like now moving forward, and I guess maybe, I don't know. What do you think? Will Kerr start all over with Kuminga, or will he, in essence, pick up where he left off?
What would you do? Because to me, before
I'd have to give him a shot early in the series.
No doubt. I think you have to, man. This team is better than the Rockets. I believe the Timberwolves, they have a go-to guy, and they got wings more than round table pizza, Steiny. So we'll see. I just don't think you can afford not to see what you got. You got away with it against the Rockets. I don't know if you can get away with it against Minnesota.
Yeah, I mean, if you operate under the premise that it's going to be more and more difficult for the veterans, then you should be asking whether or not Kerr will give these young players a little more rope if the older guys aren't quite feeling it.
Man.
888-957-9570 is the number. I'll tell you, the other thing is the Warriors, their schedule right now, whew. So they played Wednesday, Friday, Sunday.
Okay.
Now they play Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, Monday, Wednesday.
Oh, that's my man.
So they're going to end up playing 10 games in about 20 nights by the time they get to Game 5 of this series. And what do you take out of the first round? I'm not really sure. It looked like the Warriors were leaking a little oil at the end of it, but they come up with a big Game 7, and now, you know, I'm anxious to see the energy level in the first couple games against the Timberwolves and see if they can go steal one in Minnesota.
Yeah, and you got your friend Harry, right? I got my friend June. You've met him, Steiny. But the bottom line is, when it comes to NBA playoff basketball, he can't stand when, you know, we bring up fatigue and teams being tired. He just can't.
Who's that?
My boy June, the sheriff you met. But the bottom line is, it's, if you want it, can the Warriors taste it now? Yeah, they only get 24 hours, but the euphoria of that win, you know, does that help them get ready? And I don't know what to expect tomorrow, but you look at this minute usage and you look at their age, you could get paralyzed on that. Or Steiny, the carrot is dangling for them to win another series and get to the Western Conference Finals. Can you ignore fatigue? And Friday, I thought that's all it was about. I thought their legs collectively were gone, and that's why they missed shots. That's why they settled for threes. And then they come back and do this yesterday. So I'm super, like the Bay, excited to see from a stamina standpoint how they follow up with this. And that's why I'm thinking nobody asked real quick, we're going to see Kuminga at some point, Steiny, just to spare guys.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
What do you expect?
No, I hear you.
I mean, what do you expect from him? Yeah. You know, he hasn't been playing, and then you put him in there. You can't.
A couple bad passes.
You can't expect him to be a game changer in a game like that. 888-957-9570 is the number. And the Golden State Warriors are advancing to the second round. And they play Minnesota, but we got to look back at this weekend.
Yeah.
The Warriors got blown out Wednesday. They lose convincingly on Friday, and then they win convincingly on Sunday. They've done it again, ladies and gentlemen. They've won a Game 7, and they're advancing. And who knows what's going to happen against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Let's go to Antonio in Oakland. What's up, Antonio? How you doing, man?
I know he's happy.
Oh, doing pretty damn good. You know, escaped Game 7, and it was all over like 2018 at Houston all over again. So that was the conference finals. And it's like, man, played as a freaking team, man, offense and defense, and they had to have that game. It feels so good to beat our rivals like Van Fleet and Brooks, and like I said, Steph, Dre, they've been there, man, champions. Like the former Houston Rockets coach Reed Tom Johnson once said, never underestimate the heart of a champion.
Yeah, that was actually no, Antonio. Real quick, he said that the year after they were the champions, so they were defending champions. Like, remember, he didn't say that, and they'd won a title 3 years before that.
Yeah, but they still got rings on their resume. Am I right? They do.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, man, I think we should play Kuminga. Kuminga's super athletic. We need to put him on Edwards, man. I'm not saying you could just shut him down, but I mean, who else has that combination of like height, speed, athleticism? You got to give him a shot, man. He got away with it versus the Rockets. It was great. I love it, but you got to play him, man. You can't have a talented guy like that not playing against a super athletic two guard like that. Come on, man.
Yeah,
hey, we can beat the T-Wolves too. I ain't even tripping.
All right. Appreciate it, Antonio.
Gonna be good.
I mean, Peyton II is my number one choice on Anthony Edwards.
Mm-hmm.
I could see Edwards getting Kuminga into some foul situations. Let's put it that way.
No doubt.
We can worry about that down the line with the Warriors and the Timberwolves. 888. Okay, you know what? I'm going to push some calls to the other side, but 888-957-9570 is the number. Tell me about your weekend, Warriors fans. What were you thinking before Friday's game, after Friday's game, before Sunday's game, and now?
Woo.
Be honest.
Back.
Be honest.
Yeah.
Be honest. Did it go something like this? We lose Friday. We're done. Oh, now we beat the Rockets. Oh, now we can beat Minnesota and go to the finals again.
Yeah.
There you go. It's all or nothing with this team, but they came through again in a Game 7 yesterday in Houston, and fun ball game to watch. By the way, did you ask Evan where he watched the game?
Evan, where'd you watch the game, buddy? What bar?
Casa de Steinmetz.
Yeah, I invited Evan over for some steak and watching the game.
I was in the town yesterday. I wanted to know where he was watching the game, and he said, "Come over."
That's dope. That is dope.
And I knew you were in SAC.
Yeah. Evan went to see Freaky Tales. I knew that on our personal Vine. And then he fell off into the Steinmetz castle. I'm not mad. Y'all watched it, broke bread.
He brought a couple six-packs. He's always welcome.
Evan, 12.
Yeah, there was an entrance fee.
888-957-9570 is the number. What was the key to the Warriors beating the Rockets? And can they do it to the Minnesota Timberwolves? That segment was also brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
I am the system of this show.
the logo. Comes left, crossover dribble, crossover again, step back, takes a three under duress. It's good! It's good! Curry nails it. And it's 91-74. The Warriors have their largest lead of the game right now.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All righty, Tim Roy on the call, 95.7 The Game, and we got at least another 10 days, 2 weeks of basketball, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Warriors 103, Rockets 89. Woo! And you can hear every game right here on 95.7 The Game, and it starts tomorrow, right off the bat. 1 day off, and they got to get to round 2. And Minnesota closed their series out on Wednesday. So they'll have about 5 or 6 days off. So the Warriors are going to have to do, you know what? They're going to have to do something that some people think they're really going to have trouble doing, and that is winning a game on 1 day's rest when a younger team has been sitting for 4 or 5 days.
No, those are facts, but I'll tell you what, because you've asked the people and threw it out to them, just, walk us through the mental roller coaster that was Friday up until tip yesterday. And Stoney, I was dog cussing everything, second guessing everything. But to that point, they showed us yesterday they could do it because that was night and day. And I brought this up to you late last week, but we got somebody on the chat that asked you, Stoney, do you think, both of us, do you think the Warriors have faced their toughest defensive opponent in the playoffs? And I just think there's something to that. I know Minnesota's a bear, but this experience and maybe playing another team that doesn't get after it man for man like the Rockets, I wonder if that bodes well for the Warriors, knowing that, you've seen something that was rough and rugged and took you 7.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the Timberwolves are as good defensively as the Rockets, but they, in stretches, I think they can be really good defensively.
And they possess other problems named Ant-Man, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and
a closer.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens in that series, but the Warriors played a real good game 7 yesterday. And the Rockets were not very good, but I really do think the Warriors
that's something to do with it.
Even if the Rockets play a little bit better, I think the Warriors were in control of that game all day. I think they knew what they had to do. I think they had an idea that zone was going to give the Rockets some problems. And the one thing that game was yesterday, that was completely played at a Warriors pace. Thanks. And they just would not let Houston play fast for more than 2 possessions at a time. And when you do that, I think you have an advantage against Houston if you're setting up your half-court defense against their half-court offense.
I love that, Stoney, and they took care of the ball on top of that, too, but with just 7 turnovers. But I do want to say this. When it was all said and done and the dust settled, do you think experience came into play yesterday deciding this series? Because we thought that the Warriors, and we knew, had the most experience coming in, but when it was all said and done, and I know the Rockets got it to within 3, that Smith Jr. three-pointer, and then Butler comes down and hits a big 3. I just thought all in all, Kerr relied on the top dogs, big minutes, and experience took over.
Yeah, I mean, nobody can prove that it wasn't experience that led the Warriors to the Game 7 victory. I think, did their experience pay off? Did their experience work for them? Yeah, I think so. And you know what? It's going to work for them next series, too. Even if they don't win, they have experience, and they're going to use it, and it's going to help them. But will it help them as much as, let's say, the Rockets' athleticism and youth? And, there were times in that series where I felt like age/experience helped the Warriors, and there were times in that series when I thought age/experience didn't work for the Warriors. Yeah, there were times when they looked a little bit tired and the Rockets were taking advantage of them. But in Game 7, they got them into a half-court situation, and they put a lot of pressure on the Rockets to score on that against that zone, and they never got comfortable against that zone, the Rockets.
And those are facts, and the Warriors move on. I can't wait, man.
Let's go to Tom in Sonoma. Hey, Tom, how you doing?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru. What a beautiful day, guys.
Yeah.
Hey, that game last night, I'm going to tell you, we won it because of defense. If we can keep these guys under 100 points, we can beat anybody. Okay? Now, let's talk about Jimmy buckets. And now we got he's an incredible player. We got Buddy buckets and Jimmy buckets, the bucket bros. And now we got this Steph Curry, Splash Brother. We're going to kick some butt, man. The only thing now I want to say, I've already moved on to Minnesota, and they scare me. We played them 4 games early in the season. We have not played them since they've really played a lot better.
Right.
They are very tall, very athletic. They're young. Their guards 6'7" and bigger. My feeling on this game, if we don't play 2 big guys at a time, we are going to have troubles. We can't play this small ball lineup against these guys. And we got to move and we got to play tight defensive rotations, man. These guys are athletic, and, man, they've been playing lights out the last couple of months. I picked them and the Clippers as my 2 dark horses, in playoffs.
Well, you're 1 for 2.
The Clippers got kicked. Yep. So, hey, this game is going to be exciting, but we got to play good defense. But we have to play our bigs more, or we're going to be in trouble with this team.
Thanks, Tom. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, got some length.
What was I going to say? Oh, yes, just to reiterate, and I do want to go back to the Rockets, but that is one of the interesting things about the next matchup is the Warriors did win 3 out of 4 of those games. They all happened within a 5-week period. They played 4 times against the Timberwolves in a 5-week period in January to February.
Not once with Jimmy.
Not one time with Butler, which I don't know. I mean,
I'm with you.
On the one hand, it's like, wow, we're 3-1, and they didn't even, and we don't have Butler, so now we have Butler. We should be even more better than him, if you will. But as Steve Kerr once said, that's not the way basketball works. And the Timberwolves, look, both these teams, the Warriors at one point this season were 25-26, and the Wolves were 22-21.
Yikes.
So over the last whatever games, the Warriors, playoffs included, are 27-11. And over the last 44 games, the Timberwolves are 31-13. So these are 2 teams that are playing great ball, not only right now, but the second half of the season. But let's get back to Houston, ladies and gentlemen.
And speaking of, I want to give you this nugget and tell me how you process it before we get to the calls. Steph Curry's got every damn accolade you can ask for, right, Steiny? But yesterday he became the oldest player in NBA history to lead a team in a playoff series in points, rebound, and assist. Just think about this last series. He led the team in points, rebounds, and assists.
Oh, for the whole series.
Yeah, the whole series. Like, that's a whole lot for a 37-year-old. And you win 7, but I guess, Steiny, if I drew it up on the chalkboard, I wouldn't want that to be dependent on him to get the boards. You know what I mean? And I mean, that's just a hell of I was like, man, you got to be kidding me.
What do you mean?
Just that's heavy. He did it all.
Well, I mean, against a team like the Rockets, the guards have to rebound. And Curry's always been a pretty good rebounder out of the guard position. And
I guess just doing that at his age, He's 37.
Yeah. Well, he's
Triple Crown.
He's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing in all aspects. I really liked Curry's game last night. I thought he was under control. Did he turn the ball over?
He had 2.
That's it? Just 2 in 40-plus minutes? Oh, you'll take that any day of the week. Let's go to Patrick in South City. Hey, Patrick, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Doing well.
So, Steiny, listen, I'm watching the game Friday night, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying to myself, oh, my God, everything that Steiny said at the beginning of the season about the age of this team is happening now, and it's happening at the worst time possible, right? So I'm thinking to myself, this team is just out of gas. It's just, I'm not going to be mad if they lose because the truth is This team, Houston, is much younger. They're much more athletic, and we gave it everything we had. God bless them. And I really didn't think they were going to pull off Game 7, but somehow, some way, like the analysts were saying on TV last night, great players, Hall of Fame players, somehow, some way, find a way to overcome obstacles, and I think that's exactly what happened yesterday. They just stepped it up. But I think your original theory, and I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, Steiny's right. This team, they're just tired.
Well, and
I agree with you.
I think they were Friday.
Man.
Thanks, Patrick. But they summoned whatever they needed to summon yesterday, and they won a ball game.
A big ball game.
There have been a lot of series in the playoffs where you might not know the toll that this series takes on the Warriors until the end of the next series. And I'm saying that having watched the Warriors a couple years ago against Sacramento go to 7 games, and it just felt like against the Lakers they just didn't have the oomph to get by the Lakers that year. And maybe Jimmy Butler changes that dynamic this year as they head into the second round. But, they're going to, they still got to win 3 rounds if people want them to, obviously win a title. And that's still a long way down the road.
Yeah. And this is the first time I told you, Steiny, in the Steve Kerr era, I told you and Evan in the green room that they're not favored in the series. Minnesota's favored. So just think about that. Under Steve Kerr, this is the first time in the offs that they have not been favored.
They weren't favored against the Lakers?
No.
They were favored against the Lakers?
Yeah.
2 years ago?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Really?
Yeah. That game, game 1 was played in Golden State. Jordan Poole missed that shot. So think about that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Let's go to... You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Let's go to Frank in San Jose. Hey, Frank, how you doing?
Oh, man, I'm doing awesome this morning. Listening to you guys after a big win like that, it's like listening to smooth jazz. It's like the dulcet sounds of Steiny and Guru after a big win, baby. But check this out. A couple of weeks ago, before the season kicked off, I said this series, this last one with Houston, reminded me of the early Warriors, this early iteration of the Warriors, the generation of the Warriors, when they were playing San Antonio against, Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili and Tim, they had Kawhi, but also, Tim Duncan, that older team that was savvy and had all the experience against this young, athletic, up-and-coming team. But I said, Houston's not quite ready, right? Mm-hmm. And they pushed us just like we pushed San Antonio. Well, they weren't quite ready. And this game, I was like every Warriors fan. I was despondent after Friday night's game because it was such a bad loss. But Steve Kerr made a good call to pull those players. But I had said, and I stuck by it, Houston wasn't going to beat the Warriors 3 times in a row. Once we got up 3-1, that series was a wrap. They scared me. I'm not going to lie, they scared me a little bit. But I felt good about it because I didn't think they were going to get 3 in a row. But then the other thing I want to say is I get the feeling we're going to go into Minnesota in Game 1 and just going to get dog walked. It's a scheduled loss after we put that effort in, and we shouldn't get despondent after that. If that happens, listen, if we don't lose that game, that's great. But I would rather us get blown out and rest the starters than have a close loss where you put a lot of minutes in for the starters, right, and set them up for a bad series. Right. I don't want these guys to be playing 40 minutes and still lose. Right. Just get the loss. If we're not there, get the loss out of the way. Let the bench get some run and come back to. We just got to win 1 on the road.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And what if it's tomorrow, though, Steiny? I get that conviction of wisdom.
Tomorrow?
They win because nobody's kind of expecting them to win. I think it's 5.5 right now. Minnesota's favored, but I get it. It's basketball and all that. The schedule lost, but could you imagine just the seismic shift, if you want to call it that, is somehow they could pull off Game 1. You know what I mean? But you got to go earn it. But damn.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how Steve Kerr plays tomorrow. I do think, this is the exact same situation after they beat Memphis. And he said, jokingly, I was thinking of resting everybody if we would have lost and had to play Oklahoma City on 2 days rest. Well, they just knocked off the Rockets and they're playing the Timberwolves on 1 day's rest. So
this whole week,
this is one of those weeks where,
man,
this isn't made up stuff. It's stuff that Steve Kerr talks about a lot and has talked about it even more with the playoffs. Yeah. How long do you go with the big boys? When, if ever, do you wave the white flag? When do you start looking ahead to the next game if you don't think you have it in a particular game? That's all the kind of stuff Kerr's got to figure out in the next series.
Yeah. Austin in San Jose is saying, and the caller alluded to it, Donnie, you didn't say it, no such thing as scheduled losses, no excuses. And the Warriors aren't saying that, Austin, but I get it. I expect the Warriors to come out, especially off the euphoria of that win. And until I see it, Steiny, I'm not going to believe it. They're going to go out. And that's why yesterday when you texted me before the game, I was like, is Steph and the gang going to really lose 3 in a row? They didn't. But when Charles Barkley, I don't know if you got the pregame, guaranteed the Rockets would win, I was like, oh, boy, because that's Mr. Mush. He'll mush your bet.
Yeah. The other thing is, you're getting to a period where, you can't just concede a game just because you're tired.
Yeah, right.
You concede a game in the playoffs, and, your job just got so much harder.
Yeah.
So,
and when you come back here for Saturday, Steiny, you got one Monday, you got that pressure of being down. Hopefully we're not. But I do got a footnote for you. My stats people got back to me. They gave me that nugget. It's the first time they've been underdogs since 2014 against the Clippers.
And they lost that series in the first round, I believe.
Well, that was Mark Jackson, huh?
I think so, yeah. Remember the photo of Myers?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Jacob in the front row looking at Mike Jackson.
Yeah, that wasn't
Mark Jackson.
Yeah, that wasn't
let's go to Junior in Pacifica. Hey, Junior, how you doing?
Gentlemen, I'm doing great, thank you. You asked a really good question. How were we, fans going into Game 7? Yes, and I was absolutely undecided and worried and excited at the same time about what was going to happen. And, I think we are physically overmatched against most of the good teams that we play. It's like playing the Monstars, they're great players and everything. It's just they're so damn big compared to us.
Right.
And so the thing that worried me was I saw some commentary that the Rockets had implemented a new defensive scheme that was messing with our heads and working. And that was what helped them win those 2 games in a row. But I know that we have smart coaches and players who can implement, intellectual work into on-court play. So I was hopeful that we would crack it. And it looks like we did. I think Steph load managed himself a bit, taking it easy early in the game, scoping things out. Draymond playing in a good way, like a madman on defense and keeping things under control. And I think Steph was eyeing things, and look at him just change up his game to the situation, making assists to Buddy flipping Hield. No. I never believed that man would score more than 30 points in a Game 7. Well, you could have gotten a big bet out of me. That wasn't going to happen. So that was me going into that. And I'm really excited, too, because we got Jimmy Butler late. We haven't had a chance to build around him. He hasn't even fully bedded in with the dang team yet. So offseason, work together, make a couple trades, get a couple people on, vet minimum or whatever, and the right people to go with this new look Warriors. And I'm excited for these playoffs. I'm not sure how far we'll go. I'm excited, though, for this playoffs and next year, too.
Appreciate the call, Junior. Thank you so much.
Junior.
By the way, this always makes me laugh.
Okay.
Smile. And I must have heard this, I would say 48 times over the weekend after they lost Friday. And I heard it on the pregame shows and in the radio, everything about Sunday's game. Butler and Curry, they got to be aggressive right off the bat. They got to be aggressive. They got to be aggressive right off the bat. They got to come out and be aggressive. And were they? Not really.
Curry took some shots. He missed them, but I hear you.
They weren't.
Yeah.
He came out and he assessed the game like he always does.
Yep.
I'm telling you, I don't think it's good when one player comes out and gets 20 in the first quarter. I really don't.
You're going Donovan Mitchell on me. I mean, he had 30 shots yesterday.
Right. Luka Doncic, too.
Yeah, he gets the award. I get it, Stoney. It was spread around.
As great as it would be to see Steph put together a monster first quarter, you gotta put it together then after that. The Warriors, Buddy Hield made shots late because he made shots early.
And I like that. But I got to say this. Again, here I go. Preacher Durrell. I mean, you never know what tomorrow brings, or the next at-bat risotto, or the next game, or the next pass. But for Buddy Hield in a losing game, Friday night at home, a closeout game, an opportunity, the team, he had not one single point. And then in the biggest game of the series, Stoney, out of nowhere, there's not one human walking this earth that thought Buddy Hield would have 33 in a closeout game. Well, you just got to stay ready, and it's why we watch every day, and we think we know, but we really don't. And that's why I've been here for it.
There's one guy who knew Buddy Hield was capable of this, and that's Steve Kerr. And all year long, he stuck with Buddy Hield and gave him a crack at every game.
Exactly.
Every single game. And you know what? Buddy Hield was as big a reason as any player on the Warriors that they won that first round series. Wow. To me, he was absolutely. Look, you expect stuff out of Curry, out of Draymond, out of Butler,
right?
But the Buddy Hield of those guys was a guy who brought it home. He helped win them 3 games in that series. And I really, if you look at the box scores in each of those 3 games and kind of remember how it went, I don't know they win that series without Buddy Hield.
Yeah, and it's still hard to believe, Steiny.
Yeah.
I'm happy for him, man. Bop, bop, bop.
Let's go to Suzette in Oakland. What's up, Suzette?
Hey, how you guys doing?
On to Minnesota.
Doing well.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm here with my husband. He's off today and he's listening.
Hey.
He's a Bishop O'Dell alumni. So, go Dragons there. I'm calling because I got a new nickname for Buddy.
Uh-oh. Give it to us.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Buddy Blindside. Because everybody got blindsided. We didn't know that he was going to go for 33 yesterday. But I was really excited for the Warriors because they only had 7 turnovers. They played smarter, not harder. They didn't get bullied. I lost my train of thought. Sorry. In regards to the turnovers, I was happy they didn't have them. And what really made me excited was Steve Kerr made some timely timeouts, finally. And I'm so glad I don't have to look at Houston anymore. They did bully us a lot, but we survived it. And I look forward to the new series with the Timberwolves. I'm sorry, I'm losing my train of thought here today because Minnesota's going to play a lot of zone, and I'm just really excited that we're moving forward.
Thanks, Suzette. Appreciate the call.
Buddy Blindside, Stoney.
888-957-9570 is the number. This is a fair text from the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line from the 415. If Curry and Butler go all out at the beginning of a game, they might not have enough in the fourth quarter. It's not a bad thought, and they got another series, and it starts tomorrow,
man.
And this thing's going to be this series is going to move quick.
Yeah.
There's absolutely no doubt about it. But 888-957-9570. I see everybody on hold. I will get to you all on the other side. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Minnesota! Step back. Crosses over, shoots.
Hey guys, Dr. Asibe here. Let's have a real conversation. If you and your
Jabari Smith. He'll shoot it. No good. And the rebound to Looney. To Buddy Hield. He's got 3 seconds. He's got 2 from half court. Pulls up for a 3. It's good. Buddy Hield knocks one in from midcourt at the buzzer.
Buddy gets paid a lot of money to play at a high level. Buddy was Buddy tonight. Good for you, Buddy.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
Hey, Jimmy, settle down. Tell you what, Buddy Hield has every right to absolutely rip Jimmy Butler. So let me get this straight.
Talk to me. I'm with you.
Buddy Hield's got a breakaway layup, and Butler takes those 2 freebies away from him by slowing up.
Yeah.
But letting Van Vliet run up his back.
It was a take foul, though, so Jimmy got him an extra point. They called that a take foul, Steiny.
Well,
but I hear you.
He took 2 points off the board from Buddy, who was killing it.
Buddy freaking Hield. And you asked the listeners about Friday. I'll tell you, a rat on the table brought to you by Echo Pest Control. You and I both avoided. I know you're scared of Willard, and I saw him Friday before the start of the game. Steiny, they lost in the game that we did the whole bit with doo-doo, 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 doo-doo. So we were going to catch hell had they lost yesterday, but we're good. We're good, baby.
You know how much thought I gave to that after Friday at 2:12? Yeah, that's right.
Well, you can do that, but when he walked in today at 2:11, you know.
Hey, you know what? If they would have lost and you wanted to blame their poor play on a song, go ahead. That means you're out of answers.
I got tweeted. I was like, oh, boy, y'all reminded me.
Let's go to I'm sorry, Duck Sauce. Duck Sauce has been hanging in there. There he is. What's up, Duck Sauce? How you doing, man?
Hey, Steiny Goo.
Hey,
guys.
What's up, man?
I'm hoping to get that invite to the Steiny residence one of these days. I'm taking notes from Ev. I'll have my offering ready.
All right, you're noted. Absolutely noted, Duck. You're one of my favorites, so you'll be high on that list.
All right. I can live with that hope. Hey, couple things, man. Aside from Hield being amazing last night, I thought one thing that Kerr and his staff missed on this series is I think the leash was too short on Loon to see if he could play in this series, because when he got a little bit of burn last night, it was only 11 minutes, but I thought they were good minutes. And, I thought his ability to rebound and help gang rebound was big. I think, against the big lineups, I think he definitely could have played a little more in this series. So shout out Kevon Looney for, always being ready. And, I got to laugh too, man, hearing this double big, quote or saying that they have these days. Like back in the 90s, we just called that a center and a power forward, to be honest with you.
That's good.
Anyway, though, but another thing I thought was big, and particularly in the second half, was, Steph's ability to get to the rim. In particularly when they would try to blitz him with Adams, it was huge, because it was almost like Steph would run to the sideline and he was able to beat the blitz. And when it was Adams, it was over because there was no more, the rim protection was gone. And to me, that was huge, because he beat that blitz multiple times and got to the rim. And I thought that was big as well. So anyways, man, that's all I got. We live to fight another day. It's going to be a tough series, but I'm excited for it. And thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Thank you, Duck Sauce. Appreciate the call.
Did you hear this morning? They said Curry ran about 2 miles in that game yesterday.
Is that all? He usually runs 2.3.
Yeah, well, 2 miles, I believe.
Oh, yeah, slacker. No, it's funny how on Game 6, Curry comes off a pick and roll, and it feels like he's getting swallowed up. And Game 7, he comes off a pick and roll, and it looks like he's got space.
Man.
It's really that simple. Or it looked that simple. I'm sure it wasn't that simple, but no, I agree with Duck Sauce. Curry, I'm hard-pressed to think of when Curry was really pressured at any point. So it tells me gave up the ball at the right time, kept it at the right time.
Exactly.
And really just, I thought, did a great job, Steph Curry, that is, of staying within himself. And, 16 shots. Of course, we'd like him to take more, but he's knocking down 8. He's making 4 of 10 from 3, so he's still very efficient.
Only got to the line twice. The refs weren't calling a lot.
No, they weren't.
Yeah, they were letting him play. I was all for it.
Let's go to Caleb in Livermore. What's up, Caleb? How you doing, man?
What up, my guy?
Hey.
What's happening?
Hey.
Hey, I got to get to a few points. I'm going to talk about Draymond, but Goo, man, your performance on social media yesterday was hilarious, dog.
Oh, boy.
What did I do?
I don't know.
He'll tell us.
Like your Twitter/X page, man, you're posting, what was it? It was like 1 to go, 3 quarters to go. I thought you were the Warriors official fan page, man.
Hey, don't let Steiny hear that. I was having some fun, baby.
Dude, that was hilarious. And Steiny, my guy.
Yeah.
I'm not letting you off the hook, buddy.
For what?
At 95.7 a day, look, you can be a fan of any team you want, but the mask you're putting on for the Warriors is just an all-time performance. We know you're going for the
Thank you very much.
Minnesota Timberwolves. Yes, absolutely. We know you're going for the Minnesota Timberwolves because, you love Chris Finch. You think he's better than Red Auerbach and Phil Jackson combined. Look, it's going to be a tough series, though. I mean, Minnesota is the real deal. Anthony Edwards is that guy. That guy's different. But going off yesterday in that Warriors-Rockets game, I think the person that should get the most flowers, in my opinion, is Draymond Green. That guy yesterday, in large parts of that game, I felt like he was the best player on the floor. He impacted the game in so many ways. Obviously, with his defense, on and off the ball, his rebounding, his playmaking. And he was aggressive as well early on in the game, hitting a few shots. If the Warriors get that Draymond in the next series against Minnesota, the Warriors should be in good shape. But this Timberwolves Warriors series can go 6 or 7. But Steiny, please just show your true colors as a Timberwolves fan. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, I'll show.
Caleb,
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
You don't tell me to show anything. I'll show what I want, when I want, to whom I want.
My man.
That's a fact. And
I got something
it's all about basketball. Well, the other stuff, peripheral.
Yeah.
What?
Don't take it out. You just
I didn't like what he said. What do you want?
Took it out on me. That's what I don't like.
By the way, before you start.
Okay.
Friday night.
Oh, I was bored.
Something surreal happened, and it's so indicative. Now I shouldn't say it.
You got to.
It's so interesting.
Well, forget what I was going to say.
Ahead.
To say that.
Okay.
Friday night. Wow.
Friday night.
It was a bad night.
Bad night for the Warrior fans, too.
Yeah, it was a
really bad night for Warrior fans at the arena.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh?
Get this. Get this. If a Warrior fan could explain this, I've been blown away.
All right.
So I'm watching the game, and it's the third quarter, and I got Fitzy and Kalena on.
Okay.
And Moses Moody makes a play on defense, and they go to the replay, and Bob Fitzgerald, he says, yes, that's a foul. That's a foul. Moody came across his shoulder. All the while, the Chase crowd is chanting, ref, you suck. You're chanting, ref, you suck on a play that Fitzy said, that's a foul. That's a foul. Yikes. Yeah.
But I thought you painted the picture like something else happened. But yeah.
Well, who was right? Who was right there? How do you explain that?
What did the NBA call? They said no.
They called the foul.
Then that's what it is.
But what about the fans who were saying the ref sucked?
Well, that's nervous energy. I told you that.
Be better.
Hey, what about the play yesterday where the ball looked like it went out on Butler? The Warriors Houston challenged, and it ended up being a Rocket foul. Not only did you lose possession, but it's a foul on you. I'm like, that's the booby prize. Like, come on, man. You're telling me we thought we were getting the ball, but we just told on ourselves, and now we got a foul. Starty, that's when it's not your night to be, man.
Let's go to Gene in Oakland.
Our man.
My main man. What's up, Gene?
Hey, fellas. So I'm probably as pleasantly surprised, if not shocked, by yesterday's game as anybody. I guess I really didn't give enough credit to the championship DNA of the team, including the coach. So moving forward, I mean, we still have the same big problem of age and endurance. So anyways, I was meeting with my friend, Dr. Michael Smith, on the weekends, as we usually do, to solve all the world's problems. And I brought this to his attention. He came up with a solution. Here it is. Each of the team members will be put in a medical coma using continuous intravenous medication to keep them immobile. They'll be supported with intravenous fluids, foods, vitamins, and minerals. They will be in near zero stress. Then they will emerge from this after 48 hours. It's probably more like 36 hours. And all will be completely renewed as if they were 25 years old. What do you think?
I'm in. Where do I sign up?
Hey, all right. All right, Gene. You put it out there. I will say this. You know what that reminded me of? The cave rescue in Thailand.
What year
a few
was
years
that?
back.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe 5 years back, something like that. 12 boys in Thailand. I think they were part of a soccer team. They were done with practice. They were all on their bikes, and they started checking out these caves near the water. And high tide came, and they got stuck like a mile back into the cave.
Oh, my goodness.
And they couldn't go anywhere. And nobody, like, it took them so long to find them. And they found them, and they realized they still couldn't, it was going to be hard to get them out.
Okay.
Because some of them couldn't swim, and they were forced to sedate some of the children and then put them in a, like a little, very small canoe that then they could get through. And so when Gene was talking about that kind of stuff, that's where my mind went. I can't explain why. It's just that's where it went.
I was like, man, I'll say this.
Yeah.
Evan's back. Do you have a problem with me? And I mean what I'm about to say because Caleb got me thinking about it. And thanks for the call, our guy, Gene. That was the best playoff performance from Draymond Green since Game 7 in 2016. And the reason I'm going there is the words that he shared with us all that went into what he deemed a subpar, unacceptable, embarrassing performance in Game 6 at home. And Steiny, the Warriors in those black uniforms, he felt like Wolverine when he was chopping down, knocking the ball out. And I'm looking at his turnovers and it doesn't even do him justice in regard to what he was doing to the Rockets. I'm going to just say, to me, the naked eyes, I felt like that was his best performance all around. And oh, by the way, when everything wasn't going all great offensively early, even though they got off to an 8-10-2 lead, he hit a couple threes. But defensively and physically, I feel like that's his best performance. So if I run into him in the street or his restaurant because I'm trying to go, I'm going to let him know, man. That meant a lot.
Evan, what do you think of this? When Guru says that, I'd have to go back and look because they've played 198 games since then in the playoffs. But when you say it's his greatest game in the playoffs since Game 7 of 16, you know what I'm going to start calling that? Pom-pom. Prisoner of the moment. Prisoner of the moment.
Hey, I'm going to give you a 4. Wow.
I mean, considering the situation, it's probably one of the best playoff games he's played, but I remember him, he single-handedly wrecked Portland in the conference finals. He had a couple of really good games against Houston in 2018. Those were better teams, so you could argue that his performance in this game was more impactful than some of those. But
go ahead, Evan. I don't want to cut you off because I want to hear your response to this.
Draymond's had some pretty damn good playoff games since 2016.
Do you think I'm caught up in he was so awful Game 6 that I'm going there?
Well, and Game 5.
Well,
how about the series?
Well,
he was not having a good series.
No, that was going to be. I was listening to Evan and devoted to caller Saturday. I was like, if this thing ends without that performance from Dre, but Steiny, that's why he had the mic Saturday night in the team meeting.
Oh God,
you hate that. I love it. Evan, I love it.
Well, remember in 2023, Draymond wanted to speak.
They're
and
like, no.
Curry pulled the mic from him.
Well, that's after he hit Poole. So it was like, I got this. But Dre was special, that's all.
Does he finally have his voice back?
We'll see. Big D. Big D's in the hospital. No, he's out of the hospital. What's up, Big D?
Oh, not much. Glad to hear you guys. Just getting some lunch.
Nice. There you go.
Out here in Pleasant Hill.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I've been off work for a while, but you know what? Warriors got me through it. I'm better now. And last night was, man, hey, got the new name for Buddy Hield. It's Splash Buddy. You know that.
Uh-oh.
He's not Bunny Hield. He's not Bunny Hield anymore. He's Buddy Hield, Splash Buddy. He did good, real good. Draymond, all of them did. And if the Timberwolves don't play them tight like the Houston Rockets will, we're going to get that. Give us an inch. We'll take it.
Yeah. I mean,
glad
thanks,
you're feeling better,
Appreciate
too.
the call.
Yeah.
Buddy was terrific.
No doubt. And it's so funny, you threw it out there, and I just can't run from it. Steiny, it's just the euphoria I'm feeling of, I'm being honest, Steiny, I thought it was over. I had written down the Jimmy effect.
And now they can win it all again.
Hold on. Let me get it all out.
No,
I'm telling on myself. How do you not know your starting lineup? How are you? How did I buy this when you got a rotating starting lineup and that stuff matters? And lo and behold, they bounced back and kicked the Rockets' ass, and now it's on the mini. It's on the mini.
I mean,
Friday was bad.
I guess this is. You know what? I guess I have to own up to something. Like
just one thing.
Just this. It's like I think what you were just saying there. It hit home with me, and that's one of. And you're not the only one, and certainly this doesn't describe the entire Warriors fan base. But the way you just described what you described, it's really self-indicting. Like, how many times do you have to see the Warriors get to the well, go to the well, push to the brink?
Yeah.
And they come through.
Yeah, but
like I got to tell you, that's the part about certain Warrior fans that is infuriating.
Right, okay.
And I think essentially you're the one who signifies a Warrior fan.
If you ever gave a coupon or a pass for what we saw Friday.
So what?
After the game 5.
One game.
It was two games. It was two games. It was game 5. They lost by 100.
Act like you watched the series.
It was 2 games. Don't sit up here and front in your nice polo shirt like you knew it was all going to be good.
Sir.
You don't get that.
Quitting.
This thing was dead.
Quitter.
I was in the building.
Quitter.
No, we were nervous. Own it. You knew it was bad. That's why you sent me the text. You've never sent me a text.
I said, how you feeling?
Yeah, because you knew it was hinging. Stop it.
You know I'm right.
No, Evan, don't let this.
You know I'm right. I thought after Friday they were done. They had no chance. Guru, why would you think that? They're 4-time champions. They've never lost a game 7. Well, they're done. I mean,
I didn't respond there, Dale. What did I respond?
I'm just saying.
Curry's not
Don't make me drop
him.
dime on you, Stanny.
About what?
Oh,
all right.
Tell it, Evan.
So when I came over yesterday, we were talking about how you felt before the game. And both of us were, it's game 7, anything can happen, blah, blah, blah. But right before the game, I distinctly remember you saying, I don't know what it is. I kind of think Rockets are going to win this game.
And I also said an hour before that, boy, I kind of feel like the Warriors are going to win this game.
But that's the point. Is you acting right now like we should just expect them to go take this?
No, what I'm acting like is you guys, Guru did his usual thing of we're going to win the title. Now we're going to lose and we stink in the first round. Now we're done for sure. And Steiny, it's over. They want to get it'd be one thing if you're a Timberwolves fan or you're a Knicks fan.
Evan told
but you're Warriors fans.
Don't act
you're
like
Warriors
what
fans.
we saw these last 2 games up until yesterday was not valid.
It was
it's okay
valid
to admit fear and trepidation, but the fact is, you text me and my response was, Curry's not going to let him lose.
The fact is, you act like you're always watching your first 7-game playoff series when you watch one. Yeah, I said it.
Stop.
I said it.
Curry's not always been 37, and Trey ain't always been 35.
There can be a first time for everything.
That's all.
Warriors might have blown a 3-1 lead yesterday.
Okay,
that was on the line too.
Yeah.
And then to my friends, real quick, Steiny, my boy June, you're a flip-flopper. You said you're going to win. Okay, I'm watching the games. I don't play. I'm just being real. Things change.
Your track record speaks for itself.
My answer to you vindicates what you're trying to put at my doorstep.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
When you said, Goo, how you feeling before tip?
Yeah.
My response was?
I cannot remember what it was right before tip.
Well, let me help you out. It was Curry's not going to let them lose.
Okay. And
that don't mean I can't be nervous.
Up until that point, it was, we're done. We're done.
Sorry, you didn't talk to me after
and then
Friday.
You just admitted after Friday you thought it was over.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people did, though.
Right. And
people couldn't fathom them changing things.
Why?
Because of how it looked.
We're not talking about any team. We're talking about the Warriors.
Yeah, but
But
I'm talking about a team that you described as old and ancient and Paleozoic, and they got nothing.
That's right.
And the last 8 quarters were horrible.
I'm talking about one game. They have one game, and people lost faith in those guys.
Well, you said you thought the Rockets might win. And now you're up here preaching
and you know what? I wasn't wrong. They might win. They might not.
And that's all I do every day.
No, but afterwards, you gave up on them.
Stop.
You did. You do it all it's
okay. My Twitter.
It's who you are, and I've got to come to terms with it.
Stop, man. Stop it.
I think it's completely disrespectful
Look at
of
Twitter
what those guys have done.
Evan, get your uncle, man.
I feel like it's completely understandable when you've watched fans for the last 25 years.
It's okay to be nervous and to worry. It's not okay to say, the series is over. We got no chance on Sunday.
And nobody did that.
You did.
He wasn't saying that.
I tweeted you.
He said he was done after Friday. They were done.
Oh, no, mentally on the drive home. And then I slept on it. Watched the game again.
Yeah. No, all right.
Like, you know what? Houston ain't going to really do it,
If you were feeling confident after Game 6, I don't know what you were smoking during that game.
There's no momentum.
This is a stick,
I firmly believe there's no momentum in a series.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying, like, every single fan that called in after that game that talked to you on Saturday morning, nobody was feeling like, oh, yeah, it'll just be fine.
No, there can be an in-between. There can be a, we're fine, and the other one is, we have no chance, to the reality is, yeah, we can win a game 7.
There's no crime in any way.
Be tough.
There's no crime regardless of where you fall.
Yes,
but
it
you
is.
Can't tell me where I was at.
There's no crime.
I'm sharing with you after driving home, being in that building, how despondent I was.
No.
Yeah, my proof is your answer I text you yesterday.
You can fan any way you want.
Yes.
I'm just telling you, it's so lame and weak when you say you're going to lose the next game because, we're done. It's like, come on. What kind of fan's that? Steph Curry deserves better, and so does Draymond. That's all I'm saying.
I feel like you're lying, right?
They deserve.
You need to be in politics.
To be given the benefit of the doubt,
and you don't think you are. Mm-hmm. You are one of a kind.
Because I got you down.
Now, my Twitter timeline backs me up.
Goo,
positive Pete.
Yeah.
Yep. And I text you back. You thought you had me. Now I know what you were doing. You wanted me to say, I think we're done, and I didn't do it.
Goo. If the Warriors win Game 1, let me just help you. If the Warriors beat the Wolves Game 1, the series is not over. And if the Wolves beat the Warriors, the series is not over.
I know it's coming, man.
I know it's coming.
Please.
888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
And that's what life's about.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine?
just outside the left box. Right-hand dribble, spins, fade away, jump shot, air ball. Rebound, Draymond. Shoveled it ahead to Curry. Bounce past Pajemski, right down Broadway for a dunk. Pajemski slams it down. A little elevation sensation for Brandon Pajemski. As Şengün was trailing, he tried to block it. It's 56-43 Warriors with 9:08 to go in the third.
Pods can dunk.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Tim Roy on the call last night. Warriors, they beat the Houston Rockets 103-89 in Game 7. Game 1 is Tuesday in Minnesota. That's tomorrow, 6:30 p.m. tip-off, 5:30 Warriors live. And,
wow.
We'll see what happens. But they took care of business in Game 7. 5-0 now under Steve Kerr in Game 7s.
Correct.
Also 5-0, I think, in series against the Rockets.
I know they've eliminated the Rockets 5 times in like 9 years or 10 years.
And did you hear the report?
They can't be 5-0 in Game 7 because of 2016.
Against the Rockets, they're 5-0.
In Game 7s or all
Just all
over?
time.
All right, somebody on the text line get me the stats.
Yeah.
They're 5-0 all-time against the Rockets in series.
Okay.
Under Kerr.
What are they in Game 7s?
Well, they have at least one loss.
Right.
I want to say 3-1.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's go to Rob in Sacramento. Hey, Rob. What's going on?
Hey, Steiny and Guru. First-time caller, long-time listener.
Yes, sir.
I want to
Sweet.
make it quick. I'm a Kings fan, and I know Kings fans secretly hate the Warriors, but in reality, we're cheering for you guys. At least I know I am, because at the end of the day, I'm a basketball fan, and San Francisco's only about an hour and a half away, and I like to go to the games, even the Warrior games, and it's time to put, when the Warriors win the championship this year, it's time to put Stephen Curry on the GOAT conversation. It's time. That's all I have to say.
Appreciate the call. Yeah, I think he's in there.
Yeah. But if he, I
mean, I don't know.
Slow down.
I don't know if he's in there.
Somehow, if you added 5 to that cabinet, boy. Got a problem?
Just you trying to maintain. You're not looking ahead.
Well, I'm
already
not
talking
fronting.
about the 5.
Yeah, I'm doing that. I'm just looking at my timeline yesterday, right before tip. My God, it's almost game time. And that Stephen Curry will not let Dub Nation lose Game 7 with the photo of Curry in the black uniform.
Well, that was wrong.
Yelling into the camera.
Well, you weren't right. Buddy didn't let him lose.
It's a team game.
Buddy was the big reason they won that game
Team
yesterday.
game. Yeah.
Let's go to Kelevation. Kelevation.
No, that I can't live the way I was living before I got her.
Hey, Kelevation.
I want to hear.
Get him off.
Like, keep your shit.
No, I don't want to eavesdrop. No. You don't know what's
juicy.
coming over the phone.
That was juicy.
Let's go to Romeo in Vallejo. Hey, Romeo, how you doing?
Doing good. Hey, man, Buddy Hield and Fred VanVleet must have the same shoe size because I feel like VanVleet gave him that glass slipper, and that's how Buddy did such a good job yesterday.
Evan's giving you a 3.
Hey, all right, but I'll take it. But seriously, it's about time they played defense on him because games 4, 5, and 6 irritated me because they were playing off him so much. Like, you guys have both played ball. Like, there's that guy where you lay off him like, you ain't going to kill us again, right? But he did it 3 games in a row. So I'm just glad they played defense on him properly on Game 7. And one last thing that irritated me, Game 6. What's up with all the Warriors fans leaving, man? That was the last home game of the series, and they didn't stay to just, like, give a standing O to be, like, send them off properly. That wasn't cool to me.
Well, Friday night, you're talking about?
I stayed. Friday.
Thanks.
Game 6, because you could see people were leaving before the game was even over, and I just felt like, come on, man, this is the last home game. Give them something to go off with.
Yeah. You can't have it all. And I think in the
Romeo.
business, they say, Stoney, fans are headed to the exit early. Saw a little of that.
Yeah.
People were upset. But they'll be back, what? Game 3 Friday. Saturday.
Thursday. Or Saturday, rather.
Yeah.
Saturday's Game 3. Monday's Game 4.
Man.
And the games come Every other day now.
Man, oh, man.
Every other day now. 888-957-9570 is the number. This is Steve Kerr on the overall effort by Golden State.
Couldn't be more proud of our guys. That was an incredibly impressive display of resolve, discipline. The defense was fantastic. The ball security, kind of game plan discipline, followed to a T, and then multiple guys stepping up. Buddy Hield, I don't know what to say. I mean, that was really incredible watching him light it up in that first half especially, and then down the stretch as well. But I can't say enough about our guys and what they were able to do in this series and to pull this thing out on the road in Game 7. Pretty impressive.
All right, that was Steve Kerr talking about the Game 7 win. Warriors ended up winning 2 games in Houston and take the series 4-3.
Yeah.
Let's go to David in New Orleans. Hey, David, how you doing, man?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all making it?
Hey. Doing well, thank you.
Man, you want to talk about a roller coaster weekend, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
It's crazy, man. But look, I want to make a couple of points, man. First, I want to talk. I mean, the obvious is Buddy, right? But I want to give Steve Kerr some props, man. I knew over the course of the season he could be a lightning rod. You know, some people criticize the lineups and what he could do better and how he should approach it with the young guys and all those different type of things. But one thing I want to say about him is, for the entire season, he's been building up Buddy. He's been talking about Buddy's role and how he can contribute to the team, and everybody been talking about his positive energy and how he worked hard. And I honestly believe that this last game, which was Game 7, that was just the basketball guys rewarding Steve Kerr for keeping his faith in him, and Buddy getting the praise for all the hard work and good positive vibes and energy that he brought to the team. It was almost like that was his moment, you know, and so now we can honestly get past that, and maybe he'll be even better going forward as a confidence builder. And in terms of Steph, patience. The word I want to use for Steph is just patience, man. If you can score 2 or 3 points in the first half and then you finish with 19 in the second, 14 in the fourth quarter, he just waited. He waited and waited and waited and waited, and the team played good enough for him to just finish them all. And so I thought that was a big thing too, by him having enough energy to finish the game in the fashion that he did. Also playing defense the way he did without Gary Payton being in the lineup. I thought that was huge, you know. And so and also one more thing I want to say. I'm gonna get back to Steve Kerr. This is my final point about Kerr. Man, this dude played basketball with Michael Jordan. He won championships with Michael Jordan. He played under Phil Jackson. He played under Coach Pop, played with Tim Duncan. He's seen it. He knows what the elite of the elite, he understands how to operate in that space. And so I think you just need to trust him a bit more sometimes. So I appreciate y'all taking my call, man, and I'll holler at y'all next time.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, David. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Kerr was in his bag yesterday, Stoney. He was not waiting around.
Yeah, I thought, absolutely. I mean, absolutely. And you know, I have a feeling that over the course of the entire season, I think David's absolutely right. And where do you put this one on Steve Kerr? Because I think Steve Kerr's the reason. You know, Buddy Hield doesn't have that game if Steve Kerr doesn't play him night in and night out and support him and try to root for him, try to help him, but knowing how much or how important he can be when he makes shots. Mm-hmm. And I just have a feeling that when Buddy Hield was going through a stretch or any stretch this season where, let's say, he wasn't making shots and fans were losing, let's say, confidence in him, I got a feeling Buddy Hield was still coming to practice, being the same Buddy Hield as he always is. And Steve Kerr kept going to him with mixed results, but I think this is absolutely Steve Kerr knowing during the whole season that he's going to need at some point to get something out of Buddy Hield. And if it doesn't happen, then we're going to be in a little trouble, but it's it's one of our chances to reach our potential as a team.
No doubt. And I'll just piggyback off of that because I won't quote you, but I've heard you on this show say to me, one of your biggest fears, that might be a little strong, but one thing that concerns you about this Warrior team, even with Butler from afar, is their three-point shooting. And I'm giving Kerr all the flowers that you have given him for staying with him. But when you look at this roster, Steiny, it's almost like Kerr had no choice.
No, he did.
And like who?
Like anybody. Seriously. There was a point when he was just not playing well at all. He wasn't shooting well. He wasn't defending. You could have given Moody some more time. You could have given Pod some more time.
But I feel like they got that time, but it still wasn't
with
enough.
Your lineups.
Yeah.
Peyton you could use. I think a lot of coaches would have gone away from him at some point during the season.
Man.
Let's go to Christian in Fairfield. Hey, Christian, how you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? How you guys doing?
Yeah, good.
Before I get into Steph, I want to talk about Goo. You came on my feed when you tweeted "That's crazy" when Kerr was talking, and I started following you. So Steiny's capping, number one. Number two, I tweeted you and said it don't matter who they play unless they start flashing high post and attacking that zone, and you liked it, and they did that.
Yeah.
And when you said Steph will not allow it, I also tweeted you and agreed. Steph and Jimmy will not go to that podium with a Game 7 loss because it will tarnish their legacy, and we'll see something historic out of one of them. Well, I was wrong. We've seen something historic out of Buddy all in your face.
Yes, sir.
And Steiny.
Yeah.
Do you just be talking? Because when we was talking about who's supposed to make the difference in this series, I said Pods, you said Buddy Hield. So I thought I was going to have to call and say, Steiny, you were right. And you're over here not even coming to get your flowers. You're over here on this other stuff trying to get it Goo. Get it together, Steiny. Come on, man.
Yeah, he don't know what he want to do.
What's
you really
do?
Can't do it.
What do you want me to say about Buddy Hield? I understood all season why Kerr was using him and would never give up on him because he can have a game like that.
No doubt.
He helped you win a series.
He was Klay Thompson on Klay's best day yesterday, and it lives forever now. This performance will live forever for Buddy Hield in the Warrior uniform. And the beautiful thing about everything is the playoffs are not over. They're still going. That's how much they needed this performance. And you're right. He had his back. I just feel like you can mention Pods and Moody. They still got their time, but they're not specialists from deep. They hadn't led, the last 5 years with the most three-pointers. So Buddy had some up and downs, but boy, sticking through them through thick and thin paid dividends yesterday.
I mean, I don't think we can sugarcoat it. There were a lot of people down on Buddy at various points during the season. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Steiny, can Buddy have 4 more of those games? I don't think he needs 4 of them. I don't think he needs 4.
Give us 20.
He needs to help you win a game or two in the next series. And then ideally, another guy will pitch in who maybe you're not expecting.
Right.
You got to find out if Post can play in the next series.
And that's been the theme even in this series. We saw Gary Payton the second have a game. We saw Pods have a game. We saw Post make contributions. But I just find it not funny. Steve Kerr was like a madman with the controls yesterday of like, Steiny, if I feel like you don't got it, Kuminga, you made a bad pass, or I feel like it's not going your way, I'm pulling the plug. And that's how you see Jimmy Butler play 45 and Curry play 46 minutes, and I get it. I understand it.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors advance to round 2 against the Minnesota Timberwolves after yesterday's 14-point win against the Rockets in Houston. Warrior fans, talk to me about the weekend you had. I know a lot of you were down after Friday's game, and sure enough, the Warriors come back and they win a Game 7 in Houston on Sunday. They put together a terrific all-around game, both ends of the floor, and, it was a game where, Steph Curry was really solid, but he wasn't the guy leading the way scoring-wise. It was Buddy Hield, who goes 9 for 11. 9 for 11 from 3-point range. Incredible performance.
Would you have a problem? Because, man, come on. You know I know what's up and how big Buddy was yesterday. But would anybody out there have a problem if I presented my game ball to Draymond Green? I mean, Steiny, the defense wins championships, but it was just about one game yesterday.
I mean,
they started out, Houston felt them. And I felt like the last 2-3 games, they did not feel them. Şengün from the start was like, hey, Draymond was like, this is a boxing match, son. You got me? I'm about to get you when it counts most. And I think that set the tone.
Van Vliet felt him.
We're old. Van Vliet.
Draymond got a tech in the first half.
Oh, right.
Yeah, he did. He did. My boy flails with the best of us, Steiny.
Yeah, I think...
Good one, I drew a
He's got 3, by the way. You better be careful.
Steiny, stay away from him, man.
Yeah, I think...
Fred was looking like, what just happened?
I think you might be overthinking it just a little with the game ball. I mean, Buddy Hield had, let me say it again.
Yeah,
in a game 7, Buddy Hield had 33 on 12 for 15 from the floor, 9 for 11 from the line, the most threes ever made in a game 7.
I'm trying to spread it out.
Pretty amazing.
And what you forgot to add, when everybody else couldn't hit the side of a barn, sorry, like Moody didn't have it. I mean, when the ball left Moody and Pod's hand, I was like, I felt like old school Wiggins. That's off. As soon as it left, like somebody closed the window, that is a knuckleball. So the youngsters are getting their feet wet, but Curry started somewhat slow for his standards, and that meant more that Buddy was making those shots. And then the one at the end of the first quarter, Steiny was like, oh, boy, can he keep this up? And he did.
I mean, the one guy who wasn't very good yesterday, just couldn't make a shot, was Pajemski.
Yeah. He kept firing.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Well, you're not going to... Hey, it's a shoot. What?
Well, he's not a...
I got you.
Usually you want to say that about Curry and a guy like Hield. No, the thing with Pods is...
He was 1 of 7 from deep, but he was letting him go.
I mean, he was shooting. As soon as it left his hand, you'd be like, that's not in. That's not going in.
Oh, boy.
Him and Moody.
Yeah, no, collectively.
Yeah, I mean, you got to... I mean, those are two guys, Moody in particular, you got to get him out of mothballs against the
Moody only took 3, though. Moody knew what time it was.
I think he got 5 shots up in 10 minutes, didn't he?
Oh, well, I'm talking about threes. I got him 0 for 3.
Oh, what was the overall?
The first 2 didn't touch
0 for
rim.
5. Yeah, 0 for 5.
How many minutes did he play?
11.
So he was on pace to essentially go 0 for 21.
Oh, man.
Let's go out to Sam in Jersey. Hey, Sam.
Yeah. How are you? Congratulations on the big Warriors victory.
Yes, sir.
2 questions. I first want to get your prediction on Warriors Timberwolves. Who do you got winning the series?
I'm gonna give mine tomorrow. Steiny might give you his right now.
No, I won't.
It's so hard for you to make one, huh?
Why?
I don't know.
Evenly matched series.
Yeah, we'll see.
I think it's going to be 3.5 to 3.5.
Who you got?
What does that even mean?
3.5
to 3.5?
That's how best of 7 ends in a tie.
Oh.
I've never heard that.
I haven't either. I just made it up. Because guys, that can't really happen. Let's go to Steve Kerr. More Steve Kerr on the zone you used last night.
Yeah.
Well, it's always matchup based, and if you can find an advantage with the personnel they have on the floor, then you try to get Steph in pick and roll with a particular player or two, and I think it just kind of played out that way. The way the game was going, they've done a great job of taking away the Steph Draymond pick and roll all series by putting Fred VanVleet on Draymond and, putting their center on one of our wings. And so that was really a great strategic move for them. And I think in the fourth quarter, because of the matchups, we were able to get Draymond back in the pick and roll with Steph a couple of times. I thought Steph was brilliant tonight. I know he got off to a slow start shooting the ball, but the whole key to the game was taking care of the ball. And he managed the game beautifully. And it's just a matter of time before his shot goes in. But the reason we had the 11-point lead at half or whatever it was, 12, was because of the way Steph took care of the ball, got us into our offense, and settled the game down.
Yeah, they got 4 great performances last night from 4 players.
Give it to me.
The big 3 and Buddy Hield.
Yeah.
Butler, Curry, and Draymond were all very good. Hield was exceptional, and it was enough to get him over on the Rockets.
And I'm going to throw Coach in there, Stoney. I know he doesn't play, but I thought Kerr coached his best game. You can be like, oh, Guru, that's easy to say, but I really did. I appreciated, his timing. He knew he was not playing. Like, if I feel like you don't have it, come on out. And he rode his horses. Now we'll see, tomorrow what that's like, but that's tomorrow. Today is a time to reflect and enjoy. They were on the brink of elimination, and Stoney, they took the lead and didn't give it up.
Yep. 888-957-9570 is the number. We were talking about experience and pedigree and all those things. I think that's pretty much or kind of what the series came down to. I mean, I thought the Rockets were very tight yesterday.
Man.
I thought they were tight. I don't think they were aggressive.
I'm with you.
They weren't, and see, this is where it's really hard. And I know people will be like, how can you let down for a game 7? It's not so much a letdown as you're down 3-1. You win the game 5 you should, then you go to win game 6. There's a tendency that, hey, we got game 7 on the road, and you're just like, we can do this, we can do this. And it's not that you don't realize it's a game 7. It's just that maybe you're not prepared for how desperate the Warriors were in that game.
Yeah, and tell me what you'd give me for this if you give me a Texas nickel. I thought Friday and the last couple of games, Fred VanVleet has been incredible. Stoney, I just felt like yesterday they gave the ball. It was in Jalen Green's hands too much, too soon, and he didn't read it right or whatever he was trying to do. I felt like VanVleet should have been the conductor, and I thought that enabled the Rockets to get off to a bad start, not playing through VanVleet or having the ball in his hands.
Yeah, I thought
Green was just like a dog sniffing food that didn't like it and going to another bowl. Just like, what it do? The clock's going down, bud.
Yeah, I actually thought VanVleet was dribbling too much yesterday. Like the ball didn't move, whether it was Green or whether it was VanVleet. The Rockets, they were just dribbling too much.
Kudos to the Warriors too, though.
And VanVleet's in the half court. It's gonna be tough for him to get a shot by himself. And they just didn't move the ball. And part of the reason they didn't move the ball was because I think the Warriors' defense was confounding them a little bit.
Man. The announcers kept saying the Warriors staying in this zone, And Looney was a big deal, Stoney.
Yeah, Şengün couldn't punish them the way that he did the last couple games.
No doubt about it, man. No doubt.
No.
Good point.
Şengün,
reliable.
9 for 23?
Yes.
Oh, and don't forget 2 cheapies late.
Which was the one that he had? Oh, he couldn't even finish the and one.
Yeah.
And he missed both free throws.
And there, Evan, there you go.
That was like, they just don't have it.
Well, I think, didn't he hit a 3 with like a minute left, and then Pods threw the ball to him in the backcourt, and he laid it in,
Yes,
and I'm
he
like,
did.
okay, so
on the pig.
I always go like, okay, so 9 for 23. He was really 7 for 21.
There you go. I'm not mad.
But the Warriors, they did a nice job of making Şengün work, and Şengün really didn't hurt him yesterday.
And I'll say this about the Rockets. They impressed me, Stoney. They really did. They did better than I thought. But Thompson and his athleticism is something to be reckoned with going forward. If that young man can get somewhat of anything remotely close to a jumper or a midi, he's going to be a problem, man. That tip in he did, I was like, oh, Podston, that was him.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll get to all your calls on the other side. Warriors win game 7 against the Houston Rockets. They win at 103-89. The Timberwolves are coming in, but first we got to look back at an incredible weekend of Warriors basketball, both low and high, but it finishes on a high note and they're going on to round 2. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Abundant Life weight loss is kicking.
called following the team.
That's
It's
not
what we
following
do.
the team.
I follow on IG.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
If you
What
don't
is
think,
love?
if you don't think that experience matters, how about this little nuggy nug I came up with? And this is all me. Game 7. Elimination game. All the chips are down. Must win. Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and Buddy Hield, the 4 oldest players on the roster who could play yesterday. Peyton's 2 weeks older than Buddy, but it was the veterans. The veterans brought them home. They played big minutes, and now the question becomes: Can the older guys continue to advance?
And the older guys are your better guys. They better. Yeah. And we're riding with them. I get it, and that's why I just thought yesterday again, Steiny, I didn't have any itinerary in regard to the others. I was just assuming, they would contribute. But man, I didn't see it going that way. And now, just think about it, because I was a little down and melancholy Saturday afternoon. I talked to Evan at Bonte, and I was just thinking to myself, man, if this season is over, man, are we really ready for it to be over? And we weren't. And either were the Warriors, and now we got action. Starting tomorrow.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors get by the Houston Rockets in 7 games. It probably went 2 more than a lot of Warrior fans wanted it, but they got there, and
I had it in 5. What'd you have it?
6 or something.
Yeah, I missed it. Yeah. I forgot what Evan had.
They won, though.
Yeah, that's whoa. That's all that counts. Steiny, real quick, because I'm #random. I really do believe if I were in town, you would have invited me over.
No doubt.
Did you and Evan eat? Yeah. And what did you have? Because I'm random. I'm thinking some hors d'oeuvres, or what did you pizza?
Tri-tip.
Oh, you cooked?
Well.
What?
We had somebody cook for us.
No, that counts.
Yeah.
I have
Tri-tip.
Yeah. Shout out Susan.
Yeah,
it was delicious.
I think I'm a little jealous.
Some potatoes.
You should be. It was real good.
Broccoli.
Wow.
That's good.
Yeah. So maybe when you text me my thoughts, you were really saying, hey, if
I'm
you were
sitting here with Evan. Let's check in with the goo.
Damn,
it wasn't any more than that.
We were trying to guess how you were feeling.
But I cared about what you guys ate. I'm just that dude, man.
I did say to Evan, how do you think the goo's feeling today? I forget what you said.
I was on it. I said, I bet he's feeling confident.
And I tweeted it out, Evan, to back me up. And Buddy showed.
Steiny goes, well, you never really know.
You don't?
I don't know, something a little. Shout out Dave Fleming. But yeah.
Let's go to JJ. JJ's in Union City. What's up, JJ? How you doing?
Doing good, man. I appreciate y'all taking my call
all day.
Steiny and Guru, thank you. You guys, I'm a first-time caller, and I appreciate y'all, man, getting me through my days at work, too.
Appreciate it.
Hey, I want to talk about Buddy Hield. I ain't gonna lie, I was one of those guys who gave up on him in the middle of the season, and I was like, man, his form changed. His shot just doesn't look right. But, man, last night, man, that guy saved our lives.
I agree.
Buddy Hield, man. Buddy Hield saved us.
No, he did. Thanks, JJ. I mean, look,
is he a splash brother now, Steiny? What's too far? Like, if you want to, is he a cousin? Yeah, I think you have to be. Well, is he a bruh splash cousin? Whatever.
Well, the one thing that I believe this. Signing him, was he in the trade or did they sign him as a free agent? I always forget that.
Trade.
Okay. They got him in a trade.
Yeah.
That trade now officially is worth it.
Oh, wow.
For Buddy Hield.
Oh,
Buddy
no
Hield.
From a Warrior standpoint.
Hell yes.
No doubt.
I mean, if the Butler trade and Sam Amick of The Athletic kind of wrote that Game 7 win ensures that, the Butler trade is an official success. If that's the case, then great signing by Mike Dunleavy.
He was in the Klay Thompson trade.
Buddy.
It was Clay for essentially Buddy
That's
Hield
how I
and
feel.
Kyle Anderson.
Man.
So, in other words, Buddy in his elimination game
Steiny
was
style.
12 for 15,
Simmer.
although he's 0 for 4 on
Simmer.
Oh,
and Clay
man.
was 0 for 10.
Clay's in a new spot, but I know he was watching that. And I'll tell you what, at the end of that game, they panned to Dunleavy Steiny, and he looked like a proud papa. Like, man, we did this, because it was going to be hell, not on him, but if somehow this Warrior team would have lost in the first round to Houston after being up 3-1. And that's a Right on the Table brought to you by Atco Pest Control that we're not talking about. This would have been a collapse. It wasn't like, Rockets showed up and beat us 4-2. It was the fact that you could taste it up 3-1, and kudos to Houston for getting it to a Game 7 at home. And if I'm them, Steiny, I'm like, man, I probably would have been drinking on the bottle all night. Like, we just let one get away.
I mean,
man,
the reality of the situation is, you're right. If the Warriors would have lost that game yesterday,
Steiny, man,
their short-term future doesn't look good. Their long-term future doesn't look good.
Man.
And the one thing I would say is this: if the Rockets had won Game 7, to me, the only way they were going to win it is if it was obvious that the Warriors were quote-unquote out of gas.
Okay. It would have looked like Game 6 or 5.
Exactly.
Okay.
And at that,
I was scared it could have. I'm being real.
Well, and at that point, it would have been very fair for a Warrior fan to say, well, wait a minute.
Oh, boy.
We wore down in the first round of the playoffs with 3 veteran players who are all 35 or older. I mean, where do you go from there? I mean, I'm obviously you go to next year.
But I'm feeling you.
But I mean, man, if they showed their age and it cost them in round 1 this year,
oh man,
oh boy, that makes next year a little less optimistic. But they get by round 1, and let's see if they can get rejuvenated in round 2 when they play the Minnesota Timberwolves.
And an old foe, Dante DiVincenzo.
Yeah. Let's go to Jan in Mountain View.
Hey,
Jan, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing better now, I'll tell you.
There you go.
This brought back, after Friday night, it brought back those bad memories of 2016 when we were up 3-1 going into the finals there with Cleveland. And I'll never forget it, Father's Day and everything else. It just brought back a gut feeling about that. And blowing a 3-1 lead, and bringing it into a Game 7, I said, oh, God, and
wow.
Saturday morning I called Warriors this week, and I let it out. I mean, callers after me agreed with me, the turnovers that they were committing there in Game 6 and fueling their offense, and we couldn't get our defense together or nothing, I just, I couldn't believe it. I said, I don't know if they can pull this Game 7 off. And thank goodness Draymond Green showed up yesterday, and he must have had a real good team meeting to really bring that to the front of all the players, because they all engaged and they all worked together. And hands off to Buddy Hield. I mean, last night I was in front of my TV, and I used to be a cheerleader when I was in high school. And boy, I got up and cheered, Buddy! And man, I could, every time he hit a 3, I got up, and boy, I just said, man, where has this guy been? I mean, the beginning of if you remember when we first got him, he was pretty hot to help Steph out, and then he kind of cooled off, and I thought, gee whiz, what's happened to Buddy, and then last night, all of a sudden, here he is, lighting it up, and I said, oh man, we needed you, and boy, I'm so damn glad, and
hey, Jan.
And then he hit.
Jan.
Yes.
And I got something for Jan,
do you remember this one? And do you remember this cheer? 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? Buddy.
Oh, you bet.
You remember that one?
Buddy.
Yeah.
You bet, man.
Hey, Jen.
I was just,
go ahead.
I mean, every time he hit that 3, I just, oh my God, can he continue, and I just, he helped in that fourth quarter when the Rockets cut it to 3. I said, oh God, no, please don't give out on us now.
You know what, Jan? Let me get you Guru's number,
Hey,
And
Jan,
you guys
I'm
can
tell
text
her,
each
real
other
quick, Jan,
in those hard
there
times.
are callers, and then there's Jan. I'm telling you, I know you're busy, Jan. Our next watch party, make sure you show up, Jan. We would love to meet you because you bring it.
Well, I just, poor Evan on Saturday taking all those callers. I felt for him, and including me. And I just said I want to take back what I said because Steve Kerr. I thought, oh dear, I hope he's not, like he's gonna be out if we lose this game, And
Right.
he brought it last night. And I'll tell you another thing. Buddy Hield is the zone killer.
Yeah. Thanks, Jan. Appreciate the call.
It's okay to admit what she owned up to it. She was like me.
So
she called Evan and Devon.
Well, hold on, and that's where I'm going next. So Saturday,
Oh boy,
Evan and Devon are on Warriors. Saturday 9 to noon.
Yeah, I'm at the gym listening.
We didn't have a show, but the game was last night, so I'm like, I got to listen to these two guys. And I had the YouTube chat up.
Oh, you brought it up.
Yeah, and I was in and out, and I must have been out because I come back and listen, and I start looking at all the texts on the YouTube chat, and there is all kinds of comments about Jan and her call. And I clearly missed the call, but I got the reaction. Evan, what was Jan going through on Saturday?
Everything. And Jan was going through all of it.
She was cooking.
No, look, I'm glad she called in, and I'm glad that she enjoyed the game, and I'm glad that she was able to fan the way that she wants to fan, because I think it was representative on Saturday of about how a lot of people felt.
There we go.
Everyone was down bad after they lost Game 6, and it felt like they were going to blow Game 7 and become the 14th team in NBA. All the rest, that's how it felt Saturday morning. So I'm glad that the Warriors won it, and Jan is able to call in.
That is great, and that's why you tried to come down my road. People knew you were trying to give me the cheese, but I didn't bite. We were down bad, and it's like that gambler video I sent to you where the guy's in Vegas in the hotel in his room, and it's just him, and he's crying saying, I lost it all. Everything. And he's just, I lost everything. I'm not laughing at that, but that's how we were in Warriorland, Stoney. Up 3-1, and we lose like this. Jan, that was incredible. Way to bring it home, Jan. And be honest.
Unfortunately, it sounds like Jan gave up, too.
But the Warriors didn't.
And the Warriors resuscitated Dub Nation.
There you go. Yeah,
what was the Rockets wearing?
Exactly.
As soon as I saw that H-Town,
pinched their nose and gave them mouth to mouth.
Over. This is a Game 7, and you got H-Town. Where you're traditional. I knew they were in trouble. And Charles Barkley, Stoney, you didn't see this.
No.
I guarantee the Rockets are going to win. And I said to myself, we're in good shape. Chuck.
Yeah, Hield, that was a Heimlich maneuver yesterday.
Man. Chuck's a bad gambler.
What?
Yeah.
Charles Barkley's a bad gambler.
Actually, I don't get the sense he gambles.
Oh, I do.
I think he does.
Oh, really? You think he had money on the Rockets yesterday?
Well, I don't know if he bets on sports, but the amount of money he'll lose at a blackjack table.
No. We don't want to talk about that.
I was talking about him
NBA. And Jordan used to be buddies.
Let's go to he stiffed us once. Kevelation in Oakland. What's going on?
Listen, I'm gonna say this. Shout out to Steve. Steve hung up on me, y'all. I don't know. Steve hung up on me. That's what happened.
We'll talk to him.
Listen, I'm gonna say we'll talk to Steve for me. But look, Goo, you got to get off Steiny. All the rest of y'all got to get off Steiny for being a Minnesota fan, because Goo ain't. Last time I remember, this is the 49ers, Giants, Warriors flagship. Ain't you a Cowboys fan, Goo?
Yeah.
Hold on now. You a dog, but you a Cowboys fan. Get off my boy Steiny. Get off him. But look, y'all, I'm going to say this right now, though. Listen, I ain't going to lie to you. The way that they won Game 6, you can't lie, Goo. You was looking at that. I was looking at that like, man, I think we might be looking at a better team.
Oh, my gosh.
Dude, every time we got close, I think the closest we got maybe was like 86-84, I think, in the third quarter. And we never got close. Every time we started to kind of cross that line, they threw us back. I thought it was over. I ain't gonna lie to you. But buddy, what they say with the boom boom? What they say with the little thing? The boom boom? You did that, man.
Yeah, he did that.
Am I saying it right?
And look, Steiny, throw your hands in the air like you just don't care, Steiny, because you know you're a Warriors fan, Steiny. Go ahead and admit it.
I'm a basketball fan.
For real, Steiny. Hey, I love y'all, man. Hey, we going to the finals.
Back at you, baby.
2025, baby.
Yeah.
Elevation, how you doing?
Oh, it's bow.
Bow.
All right, here. I don't understand what it is, but Buddy spent a lot of time after the game talking about it.
Bow. So me and Tyrese Halliburton, he came in one day, and then it's like a TikTok went viral, and he's saying it with the bow. And then we just thought every time we shoot a three, it was like a bow. And after that, there's a dance. It was like bum. And then after that, when you just knocking your legs and like just from New Orleans, and I just started adding that dance to that, and we're just having fun with it, and it never left me. So every time I go out or I around people and or whatever, I just hit the bow dance. Before every pregame, we hit the bow dance. I try to get everybody in the middle. Even the coaches hit it today. Even because Steve hit it last night. Terry Stotts is really good at hitting the bow dance. I make everybody. I haven't let Draymond hit it. Draymond is still shy hitting the bow dance now. But Steph has hit it. Jimmy hasn't hit it yet. Well, we can get Jimmy to hit it. But like everybody's hit it except Steph. No. Steph has hit it except Jimmy, Draymond, and I think JK. We got a lot of shy guys on the team. We got to get them on this show. We got to get them on this show.
Buddy Hield afterwards last night.
Bow. That's incredible.
Bow.
I hadn't seen the dance. I gotta go look at it, Stein.
Who was the player he was talking about in New Orleans?
Yeah, it sounds like it was from 2 teams ago. So the Pacers.
Yeah.
Right.
He said Halliburton.
Then he said something about New Orleans.
Maybe it's when they were dancing in New Orleans. I'm not so sure.
Bow.
It was like the New Orleans bounce. But.
With all due respect, it's not like, Capone's tomb. We don't really need to find it all out. We've got a good sense of it at this point.
Well, we got that rock over there that might be uncovered soon.
I would have went Hoffa.
Well, that's MetLife Stadium.
Bow.
Are you really gonna?
No, I gotta see the dance.
A lot. Are you gonna do that a lot? Just I'm okay with it.
Dude,
I'm okay with it.
He saved the season.
Stoney, Terry Stotts can do it. I think you can do it.
And Bonte and Shaskim have him on the day after, the morning after. Bow.
Bow.
Give it to him.
So that's how he says hello?
No, it's what the dance is called.
Oh.
It's a TikTok. Your daughters know.
Bow.
Give us a bow one time, Stoney.
Let's go out to Will. Will's in Berkeley. Hey, Will, what's going on, my man?
What's up, my brother?
Will, baby.
You know what? I posted something on Friday after they lost. I said, we're missing our other Splash brother. But I didn't know we were going to adopt a new Splash brother.
Wow.
Game 7 buddy. I mean, it was unbelievable. I really... I used to love watching Buddy when he played with Sacramento, and then before that, he was with who? Like Pelicans, I think. Who was he with before?
Philly.
University of Oklahoma.
That's right. Yeah. Philly, with Philly. But, it's like, he was rejuvenated. I feel like his 3-point shot came back, and he really knew that, the game, the season was on the line. And he knew that we were going to start talking about Giants baseball. And he said, I can't let us go out like that. So, I really, really am so happy to be talking to you guys about continuing the series. And I got one more question is, what do you think is going to happen with game 1? I mean, are we going to rest our guys? Should we rest our guys? Or should we just let game 1 just be game 1?
There's no. Go ahead. Steiny almost threw up in my mouth. You ain't resting nothing. Great call, but that's not how this thing works. You take nothing for granted. You can go out and catch a rested Minnesota team if they come out rusty or the Warriors execute. But this thing about, you played a big team. Steiny, you got to go out there and try to steal game 1.
Yeah, no doubt. I think the bigger question is if you get down. If you get down.
Call the dogs off.
Yeah, how long do you wait?
Yeah.
But no, I mean, the Warriors aren't load managing game 1. I wouldn't expect.
Okay.
You got to give, again, this is another thing I'm talking about is you got Butler, Curry, and Draymond. I mean, you can't lay down game 1.
No doubt.
You might be able to just go in there and win it outright.
You could.
And by the way, don't say steal it. Rick Barry does not like that term. And He's a legend around here. Yeah, okay, 2 games in Minnesota. Warriors want to go in and steal one. It's not stealing anything. They'll earn a win. Nothing about stealing. He gets upset about that.
I like that.
I kind of agree with him.
I like that. Now, I thought you would like steal. I love that. Go win it. Go take it.
Warriors went into Houston and won game 1 because they earned it.
Hey, Evan, I get full transparency because I'm with
4
you guys.
days rest.
Evan said Warrior fans were down bad. I won't tell you what media member I was talking to Friday after the game, but since that caller was so truthful and said we missed Clay, your boy said I think we might be Miss Williams. His perimeter defense, it came out of my mouth. That's how bad I was down Friday. Off some margaritas.
Let's go to Sparky in Oakland. Hey, Spark, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Steiny and Goo. First of all, the Bay is overwhelmed with how good the two of you are. We are so lucky to have you guys on air doing what you're doing, talking hoops like crazy men. But the insight that what you give us every day is we're very grateful as fans to have you guys doing what you do.
Wow.
Hey, thank you.
I wanted to talk a little strategy here.
Okay.
Because Game 7, as epic as it was with Buddy doing what he was doing, there was such a conscious effort in this game, and it kind of started in the earlier games as well. But Game 7 was a half-court possession game.
Mm-hmm.
We would bleed the clock down to 20, 21, 22 seconds before we're taking a shot. My question to you guys is this. With that style of basketball, A, will we continue with it against Minnesota? And B, is that style of basketball detrimental to the way that Moody and Kuminga play? Because they seem to be transition basketball players and not necessarily half-court centric players. I want to get your thoughts on that.
Good stuff, man.
I think there's something to that.
And it's a reason I don't think we've seen a lot of it, Stoney. But that was out of desperation. Now, can Ant-Man and company and Finchy, your boy, chop up a zone? I got to think there would be better at it than the young Rockets.
Yeah, to me, it's more when the Warriors are on offense. Does Kuminga fit in this series? I do think obviously the Warriors they don't want to play a plodding game, but they got to be careful when the game gets fast. And Minnesota does have some similarities to Houston, and one is sometimes they go through long stretches without scoring in the half court. If the Warriors can defend and make the Timberwolves go stretches without a bucket, then they got a shot in this series. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, you okay after that weekend? Your blood pressure's got to be up, down, up, down, up, down. I feel for you. I really do. And we'll go to the second round. That segment brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
Bow, bow, bow.
What makes...
Dribble drive, stops, brings it back out. Shot clock at 10. Dribbles again to the paint. Spins it outside to Tari Eason. He'll drive on Curry. Goes up, blocked by Looney. Loose ball deflected out to Jabari Smith. He'll shoot it. No good. And the rebound to Looney. To Buddy Hield. He's got 3 seconds. He's got 2 from half court. Pulls up for a 3. It's good! Buddy Hield knocks one in from midcourt at the buzzer. And the Warriors take a 4-point lead to the bench at the end of the first quarter.
Bow, bow, bow. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That was Tim Roy on the call last night, along with Tom Tolbert, right here on 95.7 The Game. You can hear every Warrior game right here on 95.7 The Game, starting tomorrow, Game 1 versus the Timberwolves. 6:30 start. That means 5:30 Warriors live. And then afterwards, I got to believe it's our guy Evan and Grandy.
Just Grandy tomorrow. I'll have
Just
game
Grandy.
2.
All right. Just Grandy. Our guy's working, by the way.
Who?
Evan.
Yeah.
Evan's working. No, seriously. Hey, by the way,
you counting his chicken? That was odd. He's working. We know that.
Rent's pretty high in San Francisco. I don't know if you guys knew this.
My man, getting it in.
Only you.
Well, I'm thrown off. Something happened during the break. If I can bring it up, I'll bring. You want to know? Risotto
I was going to thank you about something, but thank you for something.
Let's do that first.
I'll forget
because I like your shirt, man.
Appreciate you asking. Stop. Appreciate you asking about my headaches this morning.
Oh no, I think about you.
They're kind of gone away. That's really weird. As quickly as they've come, they've
Did you take anything for him, or it just naturally?
Just like aspirin and stuff. But the last few days have.
Well, this is how I know if you're feeling good. Did you golf this weekend?
I thought you'd never ask.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I golfed yesterday morning.
Not good.
Huh?
Not good?
Oh. No, you're right. Not good. Great.
Give us a number.
78.
Yeah, stop.
78.
Dibs on verify.
In your eye. He doesn't.
There, you guys got a website that you guys input your scores and you can follow. That's what he
didn't play, though.
No, but he can tell me if it's on there 74.
78.
78.
Yeah.
Well, good for you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hey, real quick about the bow. I just saw Butcher and Bonte. They had Buddy Hield on, the Splash Brother, and they attempted to do it. Let's just say to my two dudes, my brothers, Snidey, keep your day jobs. But it's really just riding the Bronco dance. You
Gotcha.
Yeah. You couldn't cut a rug if you had a knife.
That's a 5.
You don't have to answer.
That's a great one. No.
You're the dude, Michael Jackson, standing on the wall.
I
get it. I want to hug you.
I don't dance in Northern California under any circumstances. Now,
Reading?
No.
Reading.
In Pennsylvania and Northern California, I'll never dance. Southern California, if I'm in a room with nobody I know and there's no cameras, possibly.
Oh, man.
I mean.
But they tried it. They looked
basically,
good.
It's like the upper Midwest is the only place I'll dance.
Oh, man.
But things have to really fall into place.
I got it real quick.
Yeah.
Buddy knows, Donnie, you can't live off this. Because if you go 1 for 8 tomorrow and the next day, they're coming.
Disagree.
Like, Donnie, now come on. I love you, buddy, but we got to get some more. Not that. But, Stoddy, 1 of 8 or 0 for 7. They'll forget this thing in a second.
I won't let them.
I'm telling you how they think, man.
Okay. If Buddy doesn't make a shot in this series, it doesn't change the fact that they wouldn't have gotten there without him.
You might be on to something. Hopefully we don't find out.
All right. Yeah. Let's go to Kabir in Detroit. See, now that's a place where if things fell into place, you might see me cut a rug. Detroit. What's up, Kabir?
Oh, my goodness. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Sure.
I've been listening to 95.7 all morning at work. That's what I've been doing pretty much.
Cool.
Every YouTube channel that they had, I'm just listening all about the Warriors. It was filled with anxiety after Friday. Saturday, I just shut everything off. I'm not looking at anything. I'm just like, I was just living back the memories of 2016, which I felt like I was just getting over that. To have this happen again, I'm like, God, I'm not going to be able to do anything this whole summer if this happens again. My goodness, they showed out the big 3, Buddy freaking Hield. I said, bye-bye, Rockets. Man, these guys were annoying the crap out of me. This guy, every one of their faces, every time especially Fred VanVleet too, especially after 2019 finals, I felt like this guy was just, every time he plays us, anything he throws up, he goes in like, bro, why against us? But I'm just like, man, I woke up, I had a great day at work. I could not be any happier for us to close the series. Bring on Minnesota. I'm not scared. Ant-Man, who? He's going to be locked on. We're going to find something for him. I'm not worried, but like I said, then again, that's the age. How much is it going to be a factor in this series, given we could have had some nice few days of rest. Instead, we went to Game 7, the distance, 1 day in between. But you know what? I've seen that before where a team's well-rested with the other guys. They were playing for their lives to stay alive. Guess what? Oftentimes, I see them come out and, take their game 1 because the other team's like, okay, we're well-rested. We got this. They're going to be old, tired, whatever. We got them, right? No, we can. I can see us taking game 1 because Minnesota probably just sitting comfortably at home. The legs are kind of like, okay, too relaxed. By the time it gets warmed up, guess what? Game 1's over with. Warriors 1-0, baby. Let's go.
All right, Kabir, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
That man's got a list I don't like, Starty. And if somehow he were to get us, it would be 3 names he could add to it.
And trust me, Kabir, you'll get sick of the Timberwolves faces too. You will. Because they're kind of similar to Houston in defensively. I do think Houston's better than them defensively.
But offensively, they don't play through the center. Like, there's no Şengün in this series, man. Nas Reed, I mean, he can bang, Stoney, but he does his stuff from the outside.
Well, the guy who was absolutely terrific.
I know where you're going.
Julius Randle in Game 1.
I'm worried about
the
that.
first series.
Man, that's a bull in the china shop, man.
I mean, that's the guy that I think Draymond's going to guard.
Man.
Or have to
So
guard.
he's got another boxing match then. I totally forgot. Your boy, man. He's got some Julius Randle. He's got some bricks in the back pocket.
Is that good?
Yes, thunder.
What does it mean?
Like he's strong in the ass.
Yeah. Well, no, he had a great series. I'm going to watch tomorrow, Toots. But, the one problem with Randall is you got to be careful he doesn't get caught up in trying to do too much against Draymond. Or how does that usually work out? You got to be judicious. Judicious. Let's go to DJ in San Jose. Hey, DJ, how you doing?
I'm good. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, sure. No problem.
Yeah, so I was just looking back on the Timberwolves games that we played in the regular season, and I realized that Jimmy Butler is not the only person that we didn't have in those games. So I'm looking at Quentin Post for this series because he's going to be the one that's going to bring Rudy Gobert out of the paint. So he's going to have all the shots he wants, and that's where we have to start to beat these guys. That's what I think.
Appreciate the call. That's something we can really get into tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because
I can't wait.
Here's the thing that's...
What you got?
If you look at the team, this is what's going to be a big part of the show tomorrow. The fact that the Warriors beat the Timberwolves 3 out of 4, but neither teams... The Timberwolves have the same personnel, but they're kind of a different team. Listen to this lineup.
All right.
Listen to this, and you explain to me. Okay, December 21st, the Warriors beat the Timberwolves 113-103 in Minnesota. Here's the Warriors starting lineup that game. Steph Curry, Andrew Wiggins, Dennis Schroeder, Trace Jackson Davis, Kyle Anderson. So I get how'd they beat Minnesota with that team?
Well, come on.
Because Minnesota wasn't playing well.
But also, those aren't scrubs that you just went over. Outside of, what I mean?
Go.
Put some respect on Schroeder's name, Steiny. He was here.
My point is the lineup is completely different.
Well,
Four
there's a
new
reason.
starters.
Yeah, I got you, but I'm just saying Schroeder can play.
Come on.
Yeah.
I mean, that's Trace Jackson Davis.
That was when we're getting the good version of him, and he was getting an opportunity. And don't be that's tomorrow's show, the preview. But Stoney, don't be shocked if we don't see him in this series.
We're going to see everybody at some point or the other, I'll bet.
Well, I'm kind of with him,
I'll bet you the Warriors will use 12 players this series.
How many did they use in this series?
Probably 12.
11 and a half.
No, it's going to be more than that, actually.
Well, they had to in Game 5.
Yeah. Well, you guys have it right. Everybody got off the bench then. But dude, I can't wait. They're 4 games away. I can hear Myers now, Gouda, but they're really just 4 victories away from the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah.
And that's what life's about. Like, how can you not be excited?
888-957-9570. Let's jump out to Jimmy in Dublin. What's up, Jimmy? How you doing?
I'm good. How you guys feeling on this Monday, man?
Man, a lot better after the victory, man.
Yes, sir. Hey, I just want to say this, man. And this goes to a lot of the Warrior fans and just sports fans in general. Isn't it crazy how a week ago, 10 days ago, 2 weeks ago, man, Buddy Hield, man, he's trash.
Yeah,
I heard somebody call in and used Steiny words. Buddy Hield needs to hit the pike.
Yeah, that's right.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
Now what's going on? This guy's the best thing, in Oakland, since R.I.P. Ricky Henderson. You know what I mean? I just don't like that though, man.
I hear you, Jimmy.
Like, people are gonna have ups and downs. People are gonna have ups and downs. Sometimes even more downs than ups, especially when you're not one of the greats or one of the elite players. But hey, man, give that dude his roses right now. And if he has a bad game coming up next game, which I'm not expecting to come out and shoot the same or even drop 25. But, hey, the Warriors' season would be done if he didn't do what he did. You guys have a great rest of your day.
Appreciate the call.
That's up your alley, Steiny, but it's part of life. People like you when you're up, man, and you got stuff going for yourself. They want to be around you. And then when you have, you fall off per se, that people leave. They don't call, check on you. And Buddy was people were coming at him, and now he's the man. But don't let it get you mad, Jimmy. Just understand and enjoy it.
No, he doesn't have to. He can call out that kind of hypocritical behavior.
There's not a lot of safe spots for him if you live.
Listen, the guys who were saying, Buddy, he stinks.
And we never did it. We were saying he was cold. You just said a little something.
No, I didn't. Buddy Hield's been the same player he's been his whole career. He was more streaky this year than ever. No. His percentage was down, but he just won you a series, ladies and gentlemen.
That he did, man.
Without him in games, was it 3 and 4? Man. Good for Buddy Hield, too.
No doubt.
I am with the last caller on that.
Yeah. He sounded like you.
Let's go to, hold on a sec. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. This from the 650 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. When are you going to start talking about Kuminga? It's cute. It's funny. Not bad.
I do got to admit, though, Stoney, as soon as he checked in, I was like, this is an opportunity. You could say for what, Goo? Just to play to put a stamp on an important game, man. And I guess the ask is just a lot if you follow what's been going on with him recently. So I wasn't even mad.
Adam's in Oakland. Hey, Adam, what's going on? How you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey.
Going well, man.
Last night was awesome. I got a couple things to say. One is, we all keep second-guessing Steve Kerr, and he made a comment this week about, it's playoffs, you just got to go with your instinct. And I myself was, just talking to my boys yesterday and saying, we just won 13 games in a row with Pods and Moody in the starting lineup. Why are we going that way? And I was completely wrong, and thank God for last night.
Yeah.
And that loved it. And the other thing is with Jalen Green. Dylan Brooks got run out on a rail from Memphis after talking about LeBron the way he did and poking the bear. And Jalen Green did the same thing. Dylan should have tapped him on the shoulder and said, "What are you doing, son?" Because I think Jalen Green has seen his last game in a Houston uniform.
Yeah, I can't pretend to know what Houston's strategy is.
They're in the lottery next week, though, too. That could change a lot if somehow they win that.
Whose pick do they have?
I want to say, help me out.
I think it's the Sixers.
I think he's right.
Wow.
Man, is that big? If somehow they can win the Cooper Flag sweepstakes?
No, that's San Antonio.
Well,
you can take that to the bank.
It's actually Utah. You see what they just did today?
What?
They just gave their head coach a 6-year extension.
See,
what? You questioning Danny Ainge. He's questioning Danny Ainge, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, I questioned him when he gave Market in that bag. How does he repay you? Evan, I guess, whatever, man. I would love to have that job. We don't expect nothing out of you, but here's your new contract.
Actually, he delivered.
He's done a really good job, actually.
Back-to-back lottery. That's what they wanted.
You guys.
Seriously.
I can't. Wow. But in regard to winning,
what's that?
He's coasting. Right?
That's not the goal there.
No, it isn't, Gil.
Dude, I am excited for the lottery. Good God, if Houston gets it, man. Yeah, Green's out of there. I told you. I'm telling you, Steiny.
Green's out of there.
Jalen. Did you?
Goo, do you have insight into Houston?
No. If I was a GM, he's their Kuminga. And I feel like they know they're that close.
We don't know.
They don't got time to wait, man. And if you can go get a Durant or a Giannis is leaving Milwaukee. Put that in the cap. I don't know where. He's out. O-U-T.
All right. Green
out of Houston.
Green's done in Houston.
And Giannis done in Milwaukee.
Giannis is done.
And I'm just reading the chessboard, man.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And my few contacts I have. Now, why would you laugh?
You were just because that's the truth. Your few contacts you have.
Talked to 2 of them at the game Friday. Off the record. Yeah. Evan.
Was that the one who said we miss Wiggins?
Hey, no. I brought that. That was after I had a few cocktails, Steiny. You needed him to get through that fourth quarter.
That's true.
They missed 14 of 15 shots.
Who did we have on last week that was talking about Jalen Green and said if
BG, Gelseiler.
Yeah, if Houston thinks he's getting better and he's got room for growth, careful trading a 22-year-old.
Yeah, I think Guru's next boss also said that too. Myers.
Yeah? Oh, boy.
Oh, that's right. That's actually who I'm thinking of.
Myers?
Yeah. He's the one who said it.
Yeah. I went suit shopping over the weekend.
You wore a suit Friday.
Yeah, but for my new job, Evan, my days are numbered here. Evan and Steiny.
I'll tell you what.
No, I'm really, come on.
If you got a job for an NBA team, I would continue working.
What's the guy from NBC Sports that went to Atlanta? What's my guy?
Careful.
Come on.
He's there for
the Twins.
He's been fired.
Grant Liffman.
Oh, yeah, Grant. Grant. Anything can happen.
Actually, I'm assuming he got fired. I don't know that for a fact.
Yeah.
But
might have got lost in the purge.
Usually when there's a regime change.
I'd miss you guys, man. I really would. Hey, let's go.
Should have came by yesterday.
Steak, tried them.
Yeah, it was good. Really good. I asked, I thought it needed salt, but it didn't.
Any prayer before the meal, Evan?
No.
What did you think?
Oh, at the Johnsons, we got to hold hands.
Oh, you hold hands?
Oh, yeah.
We used to do that. Thanksgiving.
We actually, I forgot. We prayed to Buddy Hield.
Now I'm going to give him a 4.
We did, yeah.
You know what? I'm going to give you a 3 because that's what Buddy was hitting yesterday, 3s.
Yeah, we used to, my dad's family on his side back in Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
Love this.
I'll tell you what, they like church. They like church a lot.
Wrong with it, Snotty.
And we'd hold hands and feel free to interject what you're thankful for.
I love it.
And
nothing wrong with it.
It always made me a little gun shy. That's all.
What would you guys say is your overarching takeaways from the series? And first on the Warriors side, kind of what did you? I know yesterday was big.
All right.
Very emotional.
I'll go first, Evan.
But it is a long series. It felt like forever.
Right.
I thought Steiny was wrong when he talked about gas in the tank. And when you talk about looking at it through the prism of winning it all, I am concerned about the petro, Steiny, the wear and tear. And why I'm trying to give you your flowers right now is I do believe that's why this series went 7 games, because a young upstart team, you had the birth certificate on the Warriors. So I can't wait to see us somehow they could pause the button on Father Time and show us that, we won 7 games, but we still got something left in the tank. So that was my big takeaway, just how big of a feat we're asking the Warriors to try to accomplish.
And that's essentially what I thought about the first round too. Honestly, this is why I watch basketball, because I think the Warriors have a long, long way to go, and a lot of people think they can go a long, long way. But there were times in that first series against the Rockets, all throughout the series, not the whole series, but throughout the series, when I saw the Warriors, and I'm thinking that they can't win it all. It's going to be too hard for them to win it all. Now, if they go ahead and do it, I got to see how they do it, because it'll be incredible. But I saw a team going into the playoffs. I was thinking, could they really do this? Could they really do this? And of course, there's still a chance they could do it. But after seeing the first round, you do get a glimpse of just how grueling it is, and what the Warriors need their big 3 to do for another series, then another, then another.
There would be 3 more.
What about you? Yeah. What about you, E?
Well, since they got Jimmy, they'd been really consistent, but there've been flashes of like the same Warriors team we'd kind of been seeing all year. And I feel like the end of the series opened our eyes to that possibility still being present of them just kind of being a team that can lay an egg. And they were good enough to overcome Houston. Like, I mean, they don't win the series without Curry basically putting the team on his back in Game 3 without Jimmy Butler. And now the question is, well, can you afford to have a stinker in any of the next rounds? Maybe they get by Minnesota, maybe they don't. But if you're going to keep playing this way, can you afford to have one or two stinkers in any playoff series? Because not many teams can sustain that.
Yeah, that's great.
I mean, here's what I always said when the Warriors were at their peak with Durant. If you were playing the Warriors in a 7-game series and you had them one game, you had a shot at it, and you didn't get it, it was over. It was over. Because and that's where I think about, obviously the big one is Game 1 against Cleveland, when J.R. Smith messed it up.
Oh, we were there.
The Cavaliers have a shot to win Game 1. They don't, and now you're like, now they got to beat them 5 times. Because they just blew, they should have won that game. Yeah. And that's where I do think it now works the other way a little bit is, the Warriors moving forward, they can't lose a game that they have, kind of in control. And I don't think they did in this series. I don't think they lost a game where they had it under control and something happened in the last 2 or 3 minutes. But yeah, you can't give away games in the postseason, and I don't think the Warriors have at this point.
Right.
And I don't know that the Rockets did either. I mean, they had a shot at a game, but
to win,
I didn't come out of that game saying they should have won.
Well, real quick, I was also left feeling pretty good about the Warriors' chances in any future game that's close. Like a 2-minute game, they really won all of them. Like the 3 games that were in the balance with 5 minutes to play, they won all of those games.
Yeah, and with the big 3, Evan, that's how it should be.
Well, do you expect it to be that same way with Minnesota? I mean, that team went to the Western Conference Finals last year.
Yeah, but if you ask me the pedigree question, Stoney, I think the advantage is the Warriors and Steph.
Well, it's going to be the Warriors and Steph against everybody. Every team they play in the postseason, you would think. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. And when we be back, we'll take your calls on 95.7.
When you're hiring,
What would you guys say is your overarching takeaways from the series?
I thought Steiny was wrong.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
The way they cooked the books on sound.
It's been an 8-year theme.
Wow.
That was the first thing out of your mouth after I asked the question.
Had you not listened to everything, you would think, wow. But you can't come between us, E. Well, we've never had a steak dinner, but try to. Do you dip it in anything? You got a sauce you put on it, E? Did you?
That's A1.
Oh, that's my go-to.
I'm sorry. You know what? We didn't have a lot of A1. It was at the end of the bottle.
Oh, A1, baby.
Yeah, Steiny took it all.
Oh, I'm getting home. Well, abundant life.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. The Warriors advance to round 2 with a win last night against the Houston Rockets.
It feels like there were 20 games. That's just the first.
Well, that's the funny thing.
Jesus.
Talking to Evan while we were hanging out, having a great time watching the game at my house. We just ruminated about how Wednesday's game felt like 4 months ago and Friday's game felt like 2 months ago.
I don't like that. It ages you, man.
I'll tell you right now, though, this one's going to come fast. I mean, just think about it. By next Monday, we'll have.
Yes, I'm with you.
We'll have tendencies and trends and everything.
I'm being positive.
Yeah.
It could almost be over too. Somebody were to get swept.
Yeah, either way.
Wow, just think about that.
No?
Monday was wow.
Yeah, chances are, if everybody stays healthy, it's probably not going to be a short series. I mean, if both teams stay healthy, does anybody have it being a short series?
Let me read this to you, Steiny. What do Goo and Steiny think about keeping Pods in the starting lineup? He hasn't been as productive as we need him to be. What they don't understand is I'm still riding with Pods, Steiny. He was bad, but you don't have another alternative at the point. People don't get that.
Yeah, if you want to weigh in on text, you can do so at 888-957-9570. That, of course, is the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Let's go out to Ryan in Martinez. Hey, Ryan, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Hey, guys, love the show. I had three major takeaways from this series. The first one, given how young this 2-seed Rockets team is or was, playing with our food is something we cannot afford to do moving forward with our age. The second takeaway is rebounding. I think that because we played such a tough and accomplished rebounding team in this first round, I think that's going to bode well against, as we move on in the playoffs. And then the last one is I love Quentin Post. I absolutely love him. I love what he brings to the team. What I love even more is how Steve Kerr handled the Quentin Post minutes in Game 7 versus in Game 6. In Game 6, he stuck with him way too long, and I think that could have been what cost us that game. Getting some veteran presence in to get some rebounds with Kevon Looney, despite the fact that spacing is challenging. I think that getting off of Post, if he's not hot, is something that we need to do moving forward. And those are my three takeaways.
Appreciate it, Ryan. And then it becomes the question of, how much you're going to need the young guys to play to keep the veteran guys fresh. Wow. Not only throughout this series, but if they move along in this postseason. I agree. Post has gotten less effective as this series went on. Not unusual for a rookie, and I think the way you do it, if you're Steve Kerr, is now you do a complete reset. And what I mean by that is, I think at the end of that series, or right about now, let's say, or Game 7, Kurt made up his mind that he wasn't crazy about the way Moody was playing. He wasn't crazy about the way Post was playing, and they were on a short leash, And Kuminga also yesterday. Maybe Game 1, you got to give them all a shot again. I'm not saying play 13 guys if you need to, but I'm just saying you now start over. If Post couldn't have played late in that series, well, can he play early in the Minnesota series? Can Kuminga give you something early in the Minnesota series? Can Post and Moody give you something early in the series? Everything they give you early should help you later on if they're taking minutes away from some of the big boys, and yet you're still in the series.
Yeah, and every opponent brings its own, different problems and different matchups, man, and it's going to benefit different players, I believe.
Let's go to Chris in Vallejo. Hey, Chris, how you doing?
What's up, guys? Hey, man, I've been a long-time listener, first-time caller.
Nice.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so let me just share this with you. I was thinking about this because I've been watching this series forever, and it does feel like a long time since it was over. But, oh, my God, I feel these guys probably don't have a lot in the tank. God, I hope that's not the case, but they came out. I had my doubts yesterday. I'm coming clean here. But here's my idea. I really liked how the second team rallied and actually almost basically brought us back. And Pat Tillman and these guys here, this is my theory. I feel like we're, again, trying to take home field advantage. We got to take one of these games. So I'm thinking maybe this first one, we let the guys play the first quarter, see how it runs. And if they're showing, signs of tiredness, maybe let that second unit come through. Pat Tillman, these guys don't have a lot of they have tape on them, but they're not really. When they came in on Houston, they were scoring it almost at will. They were driving the ball, getting it to there, and there was no stops. And then they had to play this, the first team again, and they were holding their own though. So my feeling is kind of like a relief team, like a team that's gotten beat up as a baseball team, bullpen, and it's like, you know what, we need Pablo or Crawford to pitch for us and just take one for the team. But let these guys, then they would get at least a break, maybe 3-day rest and then kind of bounce back. I don't know. That's just an idea.
No, I appreciate it, Chris. And
he meant Spencer.
Obviously meant Pat Spencer, but
rest in peace.
Yeah, I don't want Pat Tillman, R.I.P. Yeah. Pat Spencer's still with us as far as I know. But not like he was a first-time caller, people. I want him to call back. He made a mistake. So what? He was better than Moody last night.
Hey.
He was. He made a good point. Moody didn't have one.
That's
a 4.
So, no, there's something he was saying about... Oh, let me just ask you this from a practical standpoint, okay? The Warriors, they played the Memphis Grizzlies on a Wednesday. They won that game, so they're in the playoffs.
Yep.
But Steve Kerr had kind of said, if we hadn't beaten Memphis, we had to play another game against Dallas on Friday, I was half joking about not even playing the starters game 1 against the Thunder. Well, this is the exact same position, essentially, but maybe even a little tougher because they've just played 4 games in a row against the Rockets. So why would this be easier for Golden State other than Oklahoma City's better than Minnesota?
I'll just say it because I mean it, Steiny. You're one round closer to your ultimate goal. 2, the game waits on no one. And 3, you're in no position to trick games off or try to, get too cute with it. And again, I've never been an NBA player, so from a stamina standpoint, I don't know what they're facing, but you got to go out there and get it. You got to go deep within. And we hear all these great stories from the great ones when they stave off fatigue. So, Steiny, there's no doubt in my mind you don't want to go out here tomorrow and get beat down by 25. Now, you could try your best and that could happen, but man, they're right. It's over to me as far as if that's what it is and you have no gas, then we're about to watch Minnesota advance. I don't think that's the case.
But they're in a different,
yeah.
I'm not saying it's a lock, but this is what Steve Kerr.
It's a nightmare.
The scenario that happened. That's happening with the Warriors is the one scenario that he told his team He absolutely wanted to avoid going into the first round because he thought that they'd have no chance with 1 day's rest against Oklahoma City. Now they've played a whole 7-game series and they have 1 game rest versus Minnesota. I'm just saying if he was worried about a possible matchup with Oklahoma City, the circumstances are exactly the same now with Minnesota tomorrow.
Okay, no doubt, but a little different, in regard to the beginning of this Rockets series to where they played the game and got a couple days rest. So if you were to do that, Steiny, is it going to be that great to where, dude, you got a game Thursday? So, you know what I mean? Like, and I know we would never know they're doing that or it would have to get ugly, but my point is, are you really going to be able to catch your breath the way these first 4 games are set up? I just think not.
Well,
so now you got 2 opponents basically. I mean, no excuses, but that's what it is.
Well, but for that to happen, they're going to have to play 4 close games, no matter who wins. Because if the Warriors are blowing out the Timberwolves, the Warriors will take their starters out, and if the Timberwolves are blowing out the Warriors are going to take their starters out. So maybe there's a couple blowouts in this series, like there was one against the Rockets, and you got rest for Steph and Draymond and Butler, and people would say, wait a minute, the Wednesday, we took those guys out and we lost Friday.
I was going there.
Then you won Monday. So I don't know how it works where...
Well, you won Sunday, yeah.
I mean, I don't know how it works with these guys and how they're going to be feeling tomorrow and then Wednesday, and that goes for Minnesota too.
But these, we talk about pedigree, Steiny, and in that, I guess for me, my formula is you find how to dig deep within and overcome the fatigue, and they've never done it at this age, but here we go.
The other thing is, the Warriors, one thing they never seem to do. And this would, I don't know if anybody's got info on. Have they ever been down 2-0 in a series? Have they ever been down 2-0 in a series? They always get a split on the road, it seems like.
Sack. The Kings. But they've never not won a road game.
Okay, so
because they won Game 7 in Sacramento.
Okay, so they're at Sac. They won 2. They came back here and won 2. Barnes missed, so it went 2-3-2 essentially.
Yes.
2 wins.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, sorry. And then
Sac was up
they didn't
2?
take a road game from the Lakers.
Wow.
I didn't realize that.
Good Lord.
Feels like they always...
Man, Mike Brown.
Let's go to, how about Bill in Pleasanton? Hey, Bill, how you doing?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Doing well.
Oh, good. I just got a couple of quick points. Nobody seemed to be mentioning. First and foremost, the Warriors is a class act. Great team. They play basketball. I think it's a shame that we have to play 2 teams at a time. The basketball team that we're playing and the officials. The officials are not calling fouls when they should, and that's frustrating for us. When is it okay for Brooks to foul Curry, hold on to him, tug on him all through the game? The officials are right there, not calling fouls, and Curry, mild-mannered Curry, is just shines it on, holds his arm, say, hey, well, what about this? What about that? I mean, because of that, we still come out on top. We have to play 2 teams, the basketball team and the officials. It seems that the officials need to be officiated too. So,
and yet the Warriors won a physical series.
I'll let you handle that, Snotty.
There's nothing to handle.
He didn't like it.
The officiating was fine in this series.
Hey, I gave you a stat earlier.
As far as I'm concerned.
It didn't floor you, huh?
Real quick, the officiating has been consistent throughout the playoffs, up and down. Doesn't mean those are easy games to ref. They're not. But this whole myth about physicality, and the Warriors, they can't.
It worked to their advantage yesterday.
Yes, they can. What were you going to say?
No, I gave you a stat earlier, and like I said, it was regarding Steph Curry. And again, the Warriors won the series, and that's all that matters. And Buddy had his day. It'll never go away. But Steiny, a 37-year-old Steph Curry leading this team in a 7-game series, points, assists, and rebounds. Again, they won it, but I guess that's not how you want it, right?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Seriously. I mean.
Well, we got pounded on the glass. That we know. Right. But to the point where it didn't cost us. But, I mean, your man's doing it all. That's what I guess just the gravity of that. Like, I would expect, him not especially to lead in rebounds. I know there's a lot of threes taken.
I actually get the rebounding. Call me crazy.
And point, just everything.
Because the big guys are going for rebounds with Şengün and Adams. So it's hard for those guys. It's going to be harder for those guys to get rebounds. But for a guard who can slip into some cracks, slip into some alleys, I mean, it's an unusual stat for sure, but I don't take any big picture thing out of it. Other than the Warriors struggled to rebound against the Rockets, and we'll see what happens against the Minnesota.
Did you hear Draymond say he gave? I can't say the word. A bunch of respect for the Rockets.
Oh, I'm sure they're relieved.
I appreciated that.
Well, he better.
Yeah, no doubt. That's all.
Pushed him to 7.
Man.
Yeah. Let's go to Antonio in Oakland. Not the same one.
No, he's never done that.
Filmo Mike.
Yeah, there he is.
Go to Filmo Mike.
Mike.
What's up, Filmo? How you doing, buddy?
Oh, man, I'm good. Happy about the win. And this is to all the...
What happened?
It's all right. It's okay.
That's my bad.
Oh.
It's fine.
Look at your mic. Call back.
Yeah, call back, Mike.
You talk about panic. I don't want to blow Mike out. You talk about panic after Friday's game.
Okay.
Oh, Mike texts me. He's a real one, Stoney. He was worried too.
Worried's fine. Yeah.
Dude, how did we get into it
because
earlier? You tried to set me up.
Being worried about a Game 7 is absolutely, positively normal. But saying we have no chance in a Game 7, that's what I take offense to.
And nobody said that.
And you did.
Game 5. Stop it now.
You
Game
did.
5 and 6.
Steiny, I thought we were done. Steiny, I thought we were done. Let's go. Hey, let's get
I wish I had a red challenge flag.
Hey, you know what? How about an oldie but a goodie?
Who we got? Let me guess.
Yeah, go ahead. This is an oldie but a goodie.
Skinny Bob.
No. I'll give you a hint. Sacramento.
Oh, I forget.
Let's go to Javier.
Yeah, our man.
Oh, no, shoot. Vacaville.
Oh, Javi. I would have got it.
Javi.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
How you doing, Mr. Simons, Mr. Johnson?
What's up,
Doing well, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Javi.
Please don't correlate my name to Sacramento. I'm from the North Bay.
All right.
Born in Vallejo. Raised in Vacaville. Played for basketball in Fairfield, but I'm North Bay. Sacramento, not Javier.
Okay.
We got you, baby.
Okay.
So,
if you talk about it anymore, I'm hanging up on you. My bad.
Perfect. So again, the question I want to present to you and the fans is, man, I know JK found his way out of the rotation. A great win yesterday. Love to see Hield going for 33, showing his worth. Curry didn't do a whole lot in the first half, still got the dub, up by 20 late in the fourth. End the series, close them out, and send the Rockets packing, get them crying. JK against AE, Anthony Edwards. How do you guys feel? Because I don't know any guy on the Warriors athletically that could cover him, like whether it's Moody, Pajemski, Draymond, long the tooth. I mean, he's a good player.
What about?
I think
Javi, what about Peyton? Real quick.
I just don't think he's long enough. Like I think he's 6'2", 2.5. Anthony Edwards about 6'7", 6'8", and not so much about can Peyton do it when Peyton needs to take a blow to go get a quick spell, needs to get some water. Who you put, because again, he is their difference maker. If you can have the DiVincenzo's and the Randalls and Gobert and even the McDaniels of the world, like obviously McDaniels is a key centerpiece what they're doing offensively, at least as of late. But they run everything through Edwards. You gotta have somebody you know can at least limit him to 25 or less. Because if he goes averaging 30 for the series, I think we're done in 6. I'm not going to be negative. It was a great win, but we just got to find a way. Like today, game one's tomorrow. You got to involve him. I don't know who else you'd presume. I mean, I don't know, Kevin.
No, Javi, that's fair. I mean, who's going to guard Anthony Edwards? It's a fair question,
but it's one of those, Donnie. You could come at it a different way. Let him get his and kind of keep others in check. However, I mean, there's more than one way to skin a cat. So, is he going to involve others, or is he going to go for 40 and nobody else doing nothing, and the Warriors will take that all day? But I'm with you. The assignment to start would be Moody, Gary Payton, and they guarded him before, so it's not like they're not familiar with him. But again, and you got Butler. We'll probably see Butler on him too.
Let's go to Filmo. Filmo Mike, how you doing, buddy?
Yo. Now, I was just saying, man, hey, big shout out to everybody that really watched basketball, because, and shout out to Buddy Hield, but the thing is, it's like a lot of people was trying to, they were saying, like, he don't play D. Buddy Hield been playing D since, like, December.
Yeah.
Like, I've been watching it. He's been playing D. So, like, people need to, like, qualm that narrative. And then also, I don't like how, like, Warrior fans, like, a lot of them are kind of weird. Like, when JK fans. No, seriously, JK fans, when he do good, they want to call in and, like, hop on the bandwagon. And then when, like, Mike, I'm glad y'all got the crossover coming next, because Mark Willard like to just hate on JK, but then he like to say, oh, I'm a Warrior fan. Come on, bruh. Like, stop trying to, like, prove your narrative just because a player did bad. If the Warriors win, I'm happy. If JK do good or bad and the Warriors win, I'm ecstatic. Stop trying to, like, paint a narrative for people to be like, oh, see, he can't play. He only got 2 minutes. Like, how you supposed to get some rhythm? Kuminga seemed like a rhythm type of player to me. So, like, all the people that be hating on Jinsky, Kuminga, Moody, now Post, I don't know why the hell Kirby trusting Post the way he trusts him. He ain't no trusted agent. I'll get him out the game. But everybody else, it's no reason for people to be trying to, like, hate on somebody and happy when they don't succeed. I thought you were a Warrior fan. So, man.
I like that, Mike. I hear you.
I feel you, Mike. Voicing some of the same frustrations I have with some fans, not all. I mean, I go way back with Warrior fans, old school.
Yeah. Now I know there was no Jimmy Butler, but let me read this to you. Edwards' numbers against the Warriors, Donnie, 4 games this year: 30, 27, 19, and 28.
Okay.
So we know what he is, and I think they got multiple candidates, but can you just keep them under control?
As for, could Kuminga?
I mean, if I was coaching Stoney,
what
he'd get some minutes guarding them.
The other thing I'd worry about is Edwards being able to pick up 2 quick ones right off the bat on Kuminga. He's really hard to guard.
But I think I would be doing that more to spell others. You know what I mean?
Okay. I mean,
not that I want Kuminga to pick up the fouls, but kind of knowing, you ain't starting and when you ain't playing 30 minutes or 28 minutes a game.
Yeah, we'll get into all that tomorrow.
Exciting, man.
We're good. We got to go. All right. Coming up next is the crossover with Willard and Dibbs. Game 1 tomorrow night, 6:30. Warriors live at 5:30. That segment brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Bow, bow, bow.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body.
95.7 The Game.
The crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Let's welcome in Willard and Dibbs. It is the crossover. And the Warriors stave off elimination and beat the Houston Rockets yesterday.
I want stories. How'd you watch? What'd you do last night? I want everybody's story.
Yeah, go ahead first.
What'd you do?
He had a big dinner.
I had Evan over and we watched it.
Really?
Nice.
Yeah. Tri-tip.
Okay.
Yeah. Evan was in Oakland.
Just the two of you?
Yeah.
Okay.
In my man cave.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah. I'm just trying to get a scene. I want to see the scene.
Evan texted me and said, hey, I'm in Oakland. Where are you watching the game? He thought I was, maybe going to be out, but no, I was in the lab. And so I said, you can come over here and watch it. And he took me up on it, brought a sixer or two.
Nice.
And we cooked him dinner. And
he's a good kid.
And he was out by 8:30. All the best. It was the best part.
I love it.
Perfect.
I love it. Go, what'd you do?
In the lab, had a little concoction and got a text from Steinmetz that I normally don't get right before tip. How you feeling? But now I know Evan was with him.
Okay.
And I said, you know what? As nervous as I am after running into you at the game Friday, seeing that was a bitter taste that was left in my mouth. But I said to him, and I put on Twitter, I just don't see the chef letting them lose 3 in a row. And they didn't, but I didn't have Buddy on my bingo card.
Yeah.
But I was nervous as all out
there.
there.
33 points from Buddy
Steiny
Hield.
said
Like,
Steve
God.
Kerr. Steve Kerr.
Well, nobody,
on his bingo card.
Nobody had 33. Nobody had 9 threes from Buddy. I mean, come on. Even if you thought, and Dibbs did too.
Okay.
Dibbs was more optimistic than I was yesterday, which is a big role reversal.
It's
for
rare,
us.
No doubt.
But even if you were optimistic, you couldn't have been confident.
No, that's all I'm saying.
Nobody waltzed into the room, did they? Nobody was like, "We got this."
No,
nobody.
No. And I just did the numbers, not a deep dive, but a shallow dive. Buddy Hield in his career, regular year and playoffs, 725 games, 11 times he scored 33 or more points.
Okay.
1.5%. So what he did yesterday was 1.5 in 100, and you needed pretty much all of it. I mean, you didn't need all of it because you ended
that
up
last
winning
one
comfortably, and the last one was the Buddy Dagger, and he rode the pony, and he shout out the Drew Brees. I hit the trifecta, which was nice. Good start to my weekend, but Buddy Hield rode the pony, and it's like he's only done that in his whole career 11 times.
Wow.
11 times with 33 or more.
Yeah, I just all season long, as Kerr would go to him every single game for at least a few minutes. It's like he knew this was possible. That's why you play Buddy, because it's possible. And if you look at this series, he had 3 good shooting games. And I think the one he's going to be 6 for 13 or something like that. But you got to keep in mind, if you're shooting close to 50% in the playoffs, that's a good game. He had 3 really good games. They won them all. And that's an X factor wild card.
The Warriors look like a squad to me that no matter Jimmy has a good half, Steph has a good half, they might have a bad half, whatever. The Warriors become an elite team if they can just find one other guy to knock down his shots on that night.
Old school Klay Thompson.
You just need one other guy. And the frustrating part is for the Warriors and for Steve Kerr, you had no idea. And on any given night who that's going to be.
By committee.
Or who you're even going to try to have it be. But if you can, same thing next series.
Yeah.
And I think you said this last week, Steiny, right? If you can just get a Buddy game and a Pods game, maybe there's a Moody game in there.
GP2.
Or could Quentin Post knock down 3 or 4? If you can just get one other guy to knock down his shots, they become a very, very hard team.
Yeah, and again, I will not remind people that I was at the game Friday, but the biggest takeaway
you have a few times.
is I did it on Twitter too.
I was there too,
and I said I saw
but you had better seats.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Listen, I called Draymond Green Joe Frazier because he's always, to me, the smallest of the bigs that he's chopped down. But game 5 and 6, collectively, I just felt like him being the heart and soul. That's me doing that, putting that on his shoulders, Willard. I felt like he was gassed or at all. He was just done. And for him, and I'm doing this, just me going filibuster, That was his best playoff performance since Game 7 of 2016. The refs, I give them all the credit in the world. From the outset, they let him play, and Draymond he brought it. And then to find out the backstory, Dibs, he gives a speech Saturday night and calls his own self out, which but that's how you needed to start it. I thought he was awesome defensively.
He was awesome, and you can give him the MVP, and you did earlier, but still, if you look at the first half and what the team actually did, and Mark had asked how I watched it, and I watched it at home with my wife and my daughter and my father-in-law, and my father-in-law, who's 81, he's wonderful, and we're locked in, and we're doing dinner and the whole thing, and we get down to where there is 3.5 minutes to go. And I told him, actually earlier in the game, I'm like, you know what? 95 wins it. He's like, 95? There's still 15.5 minutes left. And I looked over, and he's 81, so you don't want to go too hard on him. But I'm like, it's the fourth quarter. And so I said, Pop, it's the fourth quarter. And he goes, where'd the third quarter go? And I said, Pop, yes. And so, 3.5 to go. And, and shout out Pop. And actually going into the fourth quarter, I had to tell my daughter, I said, Mila, you need to lock in. And, she locked in for about 9 seconds. She's 2. And I said, you're out of here. I can't. We're not doing like you doing somersaults and you running around. You're out of here. It's big. It's the fourth quarter. We need to lock in. They did. We did. She watched Masha in the guest room, and it was over.
Awesome, man. We got another series starting tomorrow.
Another series.
That's incredible. I text you in fear like, this can't end, can it?
Oh, God.
I text Willers now. But,
That's not a sniff.
It's not a sniff.
You all have my number. You're all
Dibs too.
You're all welcome.
I didn't get nothing back. I said he was with the fam.
I'm excited when you and Steiny text me because it comes in blue. When Dibs says it's green. But we deal with it. You all have my number.
Yeah.
And you can all send me whatever you want. I will respond. But yeah,
you texted me, let's go.
I think
5:39, let's go. What am I supposed to respond with? Okay, let's go.
Let's go.
Like, can I get some content?
I wanted you to be the content. That was me. Like, I'm watching with you, Dibs. I'm not with you, but I'm with you.
Well, and you actually texted me Friday. Series changed when Van Vliet started making shots.
Wait, you send the exact same text to all of us. Why don't you just put us both on the thread?
I know how you guys
the
are.
same thing. Wait a minute. What's the timestamp on your Guru Let's Go text?
Tell me.
No, what's yours?
5:39.
Mine's also 5:39. So we don't even know which one's first.
You know what?
The difference is mine looped in my significant other. He put Christy. Lovely Christy's on the text thread.
Hold on, guys. I also got a text from Goo. 5:38. Let's go.
Okay. You go to our technical director.
I just spread it out. What do you mean I'm blocked?
It's amazing.
I know some people don't like to group text, so I get the solo feel to it.
You are officially blocked.
But I don't know why.
Because
I want to share that moment individually with you.
If you and I have an individual relationship, then let's have an individual relationship. Like, I've texted you individually.
Yeah.
I text Steiny individually.
I text Steiny, but I don't get anything back. But anyway, sometimes I do. No, why?
How did this get
Did you get any more texts from Goo? Because mine turned into a whole thread.
Yeah.
I mean, Christy starts sending him pictures. Of course I respond.
Well, I didn't respond to let's go.
I did. He said, let's go.
Thank you, Willard.
I said, come on, Goo, let's do this. Then he made a Willie Adamas joke. Then my fiance started sending pictures to him. And then at 5:50...
I just needed some company.
At 5:59, he wrote, take Kuminga out. Get him out of the game.
And you said, that's why
I said, I think that's why I called timeout. He put Kuminga in. If 2 minutes later, it's like, they're going to call timeout.
So I watched it by myself, but I watched it with all my brethren.
Yes.
You know?
Yep.
I think an individual text, it hits better than a group text.
Yeah, I got a...
Did you get a text?
We got one at about 6.
We?
Sit Kuminga. Me and Evan. Evan and I.
That's a minute after he told me to take him out.
And then I reminded Guru that Kuminga... He did break up an alley-oop.
He did.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, he was out there. And then there were no more texts until the end of the game when the lovely Christy texted him, yay.
I don't do my Christmas cards like that.
Wait, Willard, really quick, Willard. Yeah. What was the Adamas joke that he made to you?
Can Adamas play? He's on double emoji fire, and then quadruple laughy emoji.
He just sent me, can Adamas hoop? He's on 3 fire emojis.
What time?
Hey,
that was at 5:40.
I also got 5:40. Cannot confirm who was first.
I love my guys. I ain't embarrassed on that.
If we can take this off of the guru texting,
I'm having fun.
I just want to zero in on a couple things you guys were talking about. One is the Kuminga thing. And if you want to talk about Steve Kerr, and I'm looking at the game log right now, Kuminga bad pass turnover first quarter, and then Thompson layup, timeout. Steve Kerr.
Yep.
Kuminga.
Out of the game.
You have to come out.
Yeah.
Later
that
in
was
the game.
that was a bad pass.
It was, man.
It was against the zone. Like, it's a zone.
It was 3 feet away. It was just like, here, you want the ball?
But
and it's like, and I don't want to. Jonathan's in a terrible spot. So there's no, like, I don't even know how to assess the guy. But yeah, he went in. He went in twice
because
and
you go in later in the game and he did something else that was really, really bad.
Yep.
And Steve calls timeout, and he comes out, and then he gets subbed out. So it's not for me to say that Kuminga was a real problem. He wasn't great, but for me, one of my big takeaways last night was Steve Kerr and his use of timeouts, masterful. And he knew
he had a
that,
good night.
Yeah, really it's Steiny, you mentioned earlier that the Rockets never really threatened. They got within 3. Timeout.
When was that? Midway through the third?
Late third. 2 minutes ago. Late third.
Yep.
Yeah, late third. They got within 3, and timeout. Kuminga, you come out. We go back with Buddy, and then they finished the quarter on a 5-0, 6-0 run, and they got things back to where they wanted.
Then they started the fourth quarter, I think, on was that the start of the fourth quarter, a little Curry flurry? He went on a 5-0 run by himself. Feel like he pushed an 8-point game to 13 again, something along those lines. Reminded me of what Van Vliet did to the Warriors on Friday night, which is the Warriors had cut it to 2 at the end of the third quarter, and then they fell asleep to start the fourth quarter. And I was glad Steve he took responsibility for that. Like, that was, for me, the gaffe of the series. You're down by 2, you walk out, you leave Van Vliet alone, and he gets an open 3, and then you foul him on his way.
PP2.
And he immediately turns that 2-point game into a 6-point game. They get another bucket. It's an 8-point game. They never got themselves back. But
he had a quick leash yesterday, and to go zone. Rockets look like they hadn't seen a zone in their life.
To your earlier comment, though, Goo, I mean, this is what we do, and it's been proven wrong over and over, but I don't know how to not do it. I don't know how you come out of Friday night's game not feeling like the Warriors looked old and out of gas.
I listened to Devon and Evan
exactly
and the callers,
like.
and there's not too many.
But obviously, I guess not.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. I feel like the way that can sometimes work is, I thought they looked gassed on Friday. And maybe what we saw yesterday was, one great game from a bunch of great players, and they were able to stave it off. If they're not able to do that, I mean, what I'm saying is now the next series starts. Does it feel like it's game 8 for the Warriors?
Sure.
Or does it feel like it's game 1, a new game? And like how much rejuvenation do they get? You know what I mean? With one day off. I don't know.
I don't know if they get rejuvenation as much as like you trust the veterans to understand how to help the room not do what's totally human nature and like relax a little bit. Like, okay, right? We got through that. But what I think rejuvenates them is it's a completely different matchup. And you're right. So all of the PTSD of the certain players and the grabbing and the holding and the Dylan Brooks and the Şengün and all those things. Now you reboot and it's a totally new matchup that may or may, like it's going to bring new challenges. But now, because game 1 is like this feeling out thing of like, what's this going to look like and who's got the right buttons to push. And Minnesota's been hanging out for 5 or 6 days. Don't get me wrong. I'd rather be that team. I'd absolutely rather be home with rest. But there is a scenario where the Warriors roll into tomorrow night kind of on a high and Minnesota is like doesn't hit as many shots as they usually do.
They've been waiting. They've been on the sideline waiting
for a while. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. But it's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun.
It seems like if you look at the trend on the Warriors and the Rockets, if the Warriors get the lead, they win. And I'm looking at all the games in the regular year and in the playoffs. And when the Warriors got the lead and they were able to front run, they won the game. And game 5, I'm looking at Houston, who led 45 minutes and 50 seconds of the game in game 5, and they won the game. Game 6, Houston led for 43 minutes.
Man.
And they won the game. Game 7, the Warriors led for 44 minutes. And they won the game.
Yeah.
So I don't think that this is just endemic to the Warriors and Rockets. I do look at the Warriors, and I think that they are a team that does a lot better. And I haven't run all the numbers on all the games in all the regular year on when they lead and when they win and when they don't lead more and when they don't win. But this team feels to me more and more like a front-running team.
What were the 3 games you just mentioned?
Game 5.
What was 4? Who led the most in game 4?
4 was a great game. That was the game of the series.
Yeah, that's the one.
I want to say the Warriors led. Remember, they had that lead and the Rockets ran them down.
They had the first and third quarter starts.
Yeah.
But outside of that,
it was tight.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the Rockets led for a lot of it, didn't they?
Warriors led for 30 minutes, and the Rockets led for 14.
Yeah. And almost.
What about the other 4?
Yeah, what happened to the other 4? Were they tied?
They were tied. They must have been tied.
Yep, 3-14. 3-14, they were tied.
All right.
So, and that was the game where it was like the real, and you always talk about it, and maybe you're right, and I hate to admit that here in open forum, but the even games are pivotal.
The even number games.
Well, and I think about this upcoming series because, honestly, game 1 for me, for the Warriors, feels like a little bit of a Wisnowski. Like, if you're down 31-14, all right, Steph, Draymond, Jimmy, we're not going to push.
Maybe not that early, but yeah, I hear you.
But you know what I'm saying? It's and you look at the minutes they played last night and they flew today. They're actually still in the air at this hour, getting ready to land in Minnesota.
Uh-oh.
Well, that's what you have to do.
Late arrival.
Well,
games.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably landing now.
Yeah.
But the point being, like, if tomorrow is looking like it's not going your way, it's okay to go, like, remember the old NFL where they had the quick kick, which we don't see anymore? It'd be like 3rd and 28.
I'm laughing.
And the quarterback would go in the shotgun and he'd just punt the ball.
I want to say Randall Cunningham punted one about 94 yards one time.
Well, he was a punter at UNLV.
It was like the longest, greatest
my guy.
quick kick of all time. No, but that's something we got to get used to. Like Steve Kerr's not making any bones about it. They have to try to win and manage these guys at the same time. So, people that are saying everybody's making too much out of the age and the experience, it's like, well, they have to. They have to deal with this.
And it's every other day now for games 1 through 5.
Come on now.
So they will have played
every other day.
They're already on every other day.
It's continuing.
Tuesday, right.
Wednesday.
Right.
Friday, Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday,
Monday,
so it's like
Wednesday.
Nine games in 18 days.
No back-to-backs. And if the series can go to 6 games, they get 3 days off.
I got you.
After game 5.
Yeah, that
was a quirk in the schedule that I wasn't expecting. If they do after game 5, they have a Thursday, Friday, and Saturday off before they would be back here at home for game 6.
Yeah. And speaking of quirks, I mean, if I may, and this is something that I've been, going through this morning, doing my deep dive dibs and trying to find all the different stuff about the playoffs and Steph Curry. And I looked at it, and Steph Curry, after he opens up against Minnesota, he will have played a playoff series against every team in the West except 2. One of them is the Golden State Warriors. Okay. Spoiler alert.
Ooh, that was going to be my guess.
Who is the other team that Steph Curry has never faced in the playoffs? Grandy, if you would, please.
Okay. I feel like I can. Phoenix. Hold on. Hold on.
Mark's Googling it.
No, I'm staring at the list of teams.
Goo, any guess?
It's either Phoenix or Utah. It's either Phoenix or Utah. I can remember all the other ones.
It's either Tim said I had 4 guesses. I'm really trying to stick it to him. So
stick it in me.
Go. Come on now.
Are you here?
Yeah, you can go.
Yeah, I didn't know if he fell asleep.
I made my guess.
Yeah, he said Phoenix.
Shot clock down to 7.
I'm going Minnesota.
Well, wasn't the premise after?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The premise was after.
You know what? I'm so pissed off on TextGate. I don't want to play.
What?
I don't want to play. I don't
Why
want
are
to play.
you pissed off?
Yeah, I didn't like it.
What? Which
I
part
didn't
of
like
it?
the whole theme of it.
No, I want you.
Go ahead,
I want
Diz,
your
give us the
text.
answer.
I just want to know.
It is the Phoenix Suns. The Phoenix Suns.
I don't remember
Yes.
the Utah one. When did he play Utah?
Never
Utah was in 2017. They went Portland, Utah, Spurs, and then Cleveland on their way to their second title.
Man, I do not.
That was the
That's a hole in my brain. I do not.
Utah?
Yeah,
I forgot Utah.
That was the second title. That was the first KD.
Why do I think Utah won game 4?
They may have. Actually, I think that one went 6. I'd have to look it up for.
I can't remember. Who did Utah have?
to tell you.
Like, who did they have?
Was that Boozer? That can't be
I was
Boozer.
literally going to say the same
Alex
name, but there's
Burks,
no way.
Crowder,
Right.
Dante Exum, Derek Favors, Gobert,
No answer for Favors.
Rodney Hood.
There's got to be another good
Joe
player on that team.
Joe
Jonas
Ingles, remember?
Jarenko, former Joe Johnson,
I've got your answer about game 4.
and Donovan Mitchell.
You want
Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah.
Okay,
You
they
want the
did
answer
have
about
Mitchell.
Did Utah win game 4? Final score:
Oh boy.
121-95. Warriors
Yeah.
to complete a 4-game sweep.
Oh, so the Utah didn't win.
That was the sweep.
Series.
Yeah.
Oh
Boy,
boy.
that one's lost in the
That's pretty
archives.
good.
Steph Curry all time.
Did you just-
24-5 in series. 24-5 in series in which he plays. The only teams to have a winning record against him: Toronto and the Lakers. That's it.
Real quick, what
Did you
about?
already mention the roster of Utah?
Yeah,
Did you
yeah,
just
I
go
just
through
went
the whole
down
thing?
them, yeah. I did it fast. You can
Okay.
keep going.
No, I was
but
just going to say, because one of the players on that Utah Jazz team will be going against the Warriors starting tomorrow night. Did you mention that name?
Rudy Gobert.
Rudy Gobert?
Yeah, I did
Okay,
mention him.
all right,
Yeah.
all right.
And I think they're going to play him off the court, hopefully. But there is no Şengün. We can talk about all we want, but the good Şengün was a problem. But what about Steph? Because Steiny was kind of the oldest player to lead his team in a playoff series in points, assists, and rebounds. Like, to me, I'm like, that's big time.
It is big time, and just what I saw last night was a guy who understood what was going on. And I mean, honestly, if Buddy didn't do what he did, and give love to Draymond for knocking down early threes, but if Buddy wasn't as hot as he was, and if Draymond wasn't scoring, maybe Steph does things differently. But he saw what was going on, and this is where, when we talk about the chef, you have to kind of like understand that he is the Albert Einstein of not only basketball but pro sports.
Wow,
he
Oppenheimer.
understands. Right, Oppenheimer, guy built a bomb and ruined millions of people's lives. So that's awesome. But
Right.
I mean, the
Curry
chef
shoots bombs.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
a force night.
won last night, right?
Nice
but
save.
he laid back and he just he realized that the game, it was not his game in the first half.
Ow.
Dibs, the guy's incredible.
Incredible.
I mean, you're absolutely right. And I said this to Goo. I can't stand when people are like, oh, Butler and Curry got to come out aggressive. It's like, no, they don't. Like, it's not always good when a guy gets 20 in the first quarter. It's like, Steph, you're right. He didn't need to take 26 shots because they were up 9 for a lot of the game. And as long as they're up 9 and guys are doing their jobs, I thought he was really good last night. Like, he didn't turn the ball over. He shot the 16 he shot. He made half. He made 4 of 10 from 3. Rebound. Like, he was good, really good.
The team turned the ball over 7 times.
Incredible.
And by memory, I'm not
Curry
100% sure.
2.
I think that's the lowest number that any one team had in any of the games. And by the way, the turnover margin did end up being undefeated in the series.
You did say it.
Whoever had lower turnovers won all 7 games. And yes, that's if the whole team has 7 turnovers, that means Steph was magnificent. And quite frankly, it comes off of 3 consecutive games where I was kind of like
pedestrian for him.
I was not. I mean, he scored what I thought was not a very efficient 30 on Friday
And
night.
he missed his first
at
few,
all.
and I was like, I didn't see Buddy happening. I was like, oh boy, we're in trouble. But speaking of Chef, real quick, your thoughts when you got GP2 out? Pods was out in Houston.
Well,
Kaminga.
I was
and
already-
then GP. Who's cooking?
I was already
What's going on?
I was already in Lick My Woundsville by the time GP2 got announced out. I was already
You don't
like,
get there much.
No, I don't. But I really thought last night was going to be the end of the year. I really did.
Dibs, you and I.
And I'm almost thankful for the distraction that I had. I hate this, but in the end, I was thankful for it. Like, I had to do the Fox show literally
give it to us,
covered
Randy.
almost the entire game. So I've got to sit there, and we're talking about, like, Malik Neighbors.
You had to.
And you know, like being a diva wide receiver with his comments this week. And I'm like, guys, I don't even know what the hell Malik Neighbors said this week. I'm so waist deep in what's going on, Warriors. And we're sitting there talking about this while I'm sitting in front of a television watching the game of the year unfold. Yeah. It's kind of gut-wrenching.
Tell him you're mad at him for Friday about the bet.
No, I'm mad.
That you found out about.
What bet? Oh, I'm mad at you too.
I didn't know.
Why did you guys tell me I could have helped you?
You should know. I told you.
You told me what?
You sang
Friday
and they lost, and you put this entire franchise.
No. This is the
It
pizza.
sound like he wasn't
This is
there.
about the pizza.
I know you're talking pizza. I'm talking about your singing. You sang the damn song.
That one.
You sing, and it means you're going to win the series. That's what it means.
Okay.
I forgot that. Whoa.
If you ever sing when the Warriors
7 games this next week.
I thought about it.
If they've got a home game 6 in this series and they're up 3-2, take the day off. Luckily, actually, it's a Sunday.
It's a Sunday. Then they're guaranteed to win Game 7.
No, because it's too stressful.
All right.
You put this whole city at risk with that maneuver. You put the whole city at risk, and you lucked out. You think your career is because of Steph, and even more so today than ever before.
Coming up tomorrow, does Steiny have the guts to go on the air and pick the T-Wolves over the Warriors? That's coming up tomorrow.
Answer that now if you want.
Coaching.
He's not a childhood friend.
It just sounds bad.
I didn't even meet him till he was a grown
When I
up.
look at him, I picture Steiny coaching.
He's a fellow
I picture
Franklin and
Steiny.
Is he
Marshall.
an adulthood friend?
They're from the same hood.
What? That's a fair question.
We got 3 weeks to get into this.
No, we really don't.
No, we don't.
Game's tomorrow night.
he knows.
We got a game.
We got tomorrow.
Will Steiny have the guts?
Wow. Call him out.
Or as you would say, gutless. Is Steiny
2:15. What are you guys
gutless? You could walk away.
I'm going
to go.
pizza.
Look at having lick at the sweet.
All right, gents, take it home and
Let's go. We'll be
go
listening.
Dubs.
Yeah.
Go, Dubs.
Yeah, that felt authentic.
Go home.
This guy is such a D.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Buddy! Dude, many buddies.
That man eats for free.
Dude.
Listen.
Buddy!
I made a promise last night.
Oh, my God,
and
buddy.
I'm gonna keep it, even though I know it's going to make me just nuts, but I'm going to keep my promise. And I wonder who wants to make this promise along with me. Buddy, Mr. Hield, wherever you are, Minnesota, wherever you are listening right now, I hear Mark Willard promise to never let you frustrate me ever again.
Ever?
I am willing
Forever,
to
ever?
forever. The Buddy Hield experience this year, which started out so amazing, had all of us asking everyone in Sacramento, why are y'all so nuts about Buddy Hield?
Don't you get it?
He's wonderful. Why are you pulling hair out of the sides of your heads? And then we discovered why. But then it led to this. And today, I am willing forevermore to deal with the dribbling out of bounds, to deal with the bad passes, to deal with the awkward smiles at the wrong time, to deal with all of it. Where if it comes again, I kind of expect that it will, and I am okay with it. You cemented yourself as a Warrior last night, and that will never, ever change.
No, never. It's a Game 7 win on the road, and Buddy did something that he's only done 11 times in 725 games, which is score 33 points, and you needed probably not every last one of them, but if you look at the first half and what he did, he was the reason why you had the lead.
No doubt.
He was the reason why you were able to go into the third quarter and feel a little bit more confident about where you were going to be as a team. And Buddy was spectacular. And with every shot he made, it just got to be more and more like amazing. And, Steph Curry was being harassed and guarded, and Draymond was good early. And then, Draymond went cold and Jimmy couldn't score. And all of the rest of the role players, it was like Pods and Moses Moody. He needs a GPS for the basket.
Moses,
like,
I love Moses Moody. I'm not sure. I mean, at least Pods was just off. You're like, right, in and out, whatever, off the back iron. Yeah. You're not locked in. Your shot's not hitting tonight. Moses, I'm like, well, that was in the general direction of the hoop.
Right.
Like, good Lord. But, Moses has done really well this year of doing other things on the court when the shot's not falling. And as we just detailed, the Warriors, they kind of just need one. They just need someone else to knock down shots. And obviously, Buddy did it at an unbelievable clip last night. And so here we are on to round two. Few things that we want to throw out there, because I really do get excited to hear how people sort of consume a night like last night. So what's your Game 7 story? 888-957-9570. And then, I also think it's a great day for okay, look back at the series as a whole. And what's your takeaway? Nobody's coming on the show today except for you. That's it. Just you. 888-957-9570. We will take your calls now. We will take your calls in the 3 o'clock hour. How about the 4 o'clock hour and the 5 o'clock hour? We are here for you and your response all afternoon long. 888-957-9570. What's your Game 7 story? And what's your takeaway? Look back on this one. I got one for you. But what's your takeaway? When you look back on the 7 games, what grabs attention first as your takeaway?
Well, the word that I don't want to use is an L word, because they weren't that, but they were, open up. They were not,
cheers.
They were not lucky to win, but things I think were of a fortunate nature, and they made their own good fortune.
Interesting.
But if you look at the series in totality, it was a very even, tight, close series. And I think about when it came down to the games that really mattered, and I think about Game 4, one of the best games I've ever been to, and the Warriors won that game.
Yep.
Houston got down to the final 3 or 4 minutes, and they made 3 or 4 mistakes, and the Warriors didn't, and the Warriors won. So it's not to say the Warriors were lucky, but this series to me came down to Game 4. Game 5, fine. You went to Houston.
Game 5
you're gonna lose that.
Yep.
Game 6, wow, Houston was awesome.
They were fantastic.
They were great, and you lost, and then you got to Game 7, and you won the game. So for me, it's not that the Warriors got lucky. They didn't, but you got down to the moments where the series was going to be in the balance, and you had more experience, and you had more execution, and you won the tight moments.
Don't disagree at all, but I'm fascinated that your mind even goes to that idea. Okay, fine, not lucky, fortunate, whatever. Let me throw something at you. This didn't even really occur to me until today, because you're in it. We're in it. We're fans. We're watching this thing. It's a whole journey of back and forth and ups and downs and all of this. And it never really occurred to me until this morning. What adversity did the Rockets face in this series?
Well, they were down 3-1.
Okay, but that's
right. Is that not adversity?
Well, I mean, but
only 4% of teams come back from that.
You could look at it that way, but you arrived there because you lost. I mean, sort of like the things that are maybe a wee bit out of your control. What adversity did the Rockets face in this series? I would argue it's about as little as a team could face the entire series. They had no injuries. They had I mean, I'm sure there's all kinds of things that I don't know about. I'm not going to act like I know, right? Amen Thompson, he had a calf lock up at a pretty bad time, actually, last night. He let Steph Curry just walk over to the right side of the wing and hit what eventually felt like a dagger three at the beginning of the fourth quarter. So there are little things. But what if I remind everybody that Jimmy Butler essentially missed 2 basketball games? What if I remind everybody that Steph Curry had a golf ball in his right hand? What if I remind everybody that Pods got sick and essentially was a non-factor, non-playable for a game? Same with GP2. What if I remind everybody that Houston started with home court advantage in this series and finished with it as well? Now, there are other things that I could add in there that aren't, quote, out of your control because the Warriors made their own bad luck here, such as Draymond Green having 6 technical fouls in 7 basketball games. That's largely on him. I think he had a tech in every game after game 1. So all of these things happened in the series, and they still won. They still won. So I'm not even, like, I don't argue anything that you just said. I'll buy all of that. But the Houston Rockets had no injuries. Like, the biggest adversity they faced was in Game 6. Dylan Brooks got in foul trouble and had to sit out for most of the game. All right, so there's that. But I would argue, all of the major out-of-your-hands adversity in this series kind of got directed at the Golden State Warriors in a series where they did not have home court advantage, and they still won. So to me, that's probably my biggest takeaway, because one thing that we never, ever forget with the Golden State Warriors, the mettle of this team is it's insane. It is absolutely otherworldly, the mental strength that this team continues to show year in and year out.
And it took Buddy Hield having a 33-point performance to get it done. Yep. And so to think that an older team would not face that adversity, whether it's Steph Curry, 37 with a thumb that is, flaring up, and Jimmy Butler with a tailbone, and Draymond Green, who is, heating pads and icing up every time he goes off the floor. These are things that you would expect in terms of adversity.
Yep. To a degree, I mean, I don't look at Jimmy Butler's injury and go, well, that's because of age. Like, that would have snapped just about anybody's tailbone. Yep. That was a hell of a fall. But anyway, we would love to hear from you. You look back on the 7 games now. What's the takeaway? Want to share a Game 7 story? Let's ride. 888-957-9570. It is a massive day. The Warriors are moving on to round 2, and we want to hear from you all afternoon long. We're taking your calls right now. We are sponsored by Safeway, and this is Willard and Dibbs.
Head to Safeway this week for waves of savings and earn 4 times 4U points from members.
Jabari Smith. He'll shoot it. No good. And the rebound to Looney. To Buddy Hield. He's got 3 seconds. He's got 2 from half court. Pulls up for a 3. It's good. Buddy Hield knocks one in from midcourt at the buzzer.
Buddy gets paid a lot of money to play at a high level. Buddy was Buddy tonight. Good for you, Buddy.
Bay Area, it's Buddy Hield. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Look, I don't pocket check anybody.
Me either.
It's a hell of a statement by Jimmy Butler to say that Buddy Hield makes a lot of money.
Dude.
Jimmy?
What are you doing?
I think Buddy makes $1 for every 5 or 6 that you make. Major. Is it
Try
more?
every 50.
Well, no.
Or every 10. Every 10.
No,
Buddy makes
makes like 8, doesn't he?
And Jimmy makes 48.
Yeah.
So yeah. Next year it's 9 and 54.
Right, next year.
And then it's 9.7 and 56.
No, but
it keeps getting bigger.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
But for you, for this year, it's about 1 and 6.
Yeah,
if that's what you said.
I said 5 or
1
6.
and 5.
Yeah, but he's not wrong.
Buddy makes a lot of money.
But he does. Yes, Buddy makes $8 million a year. It's a very good salary.
If he would have pocket checked Braxton Key, that would have been a little bit more alarming.
He makes less money.
Yes.
To miss layups for the Golden State Warriors.
Boy,
but anyway, dude, what a night. That was like on the gratifying meter. Wow, that one went down nice and smooth last night. Nice and smooth. Should we do one more? Şengün, arms fully up.
Oh, boy.
With palms up. Should we do that and run around the room like he looks like a giraffe.
Well, and he's got that little black eye, too, which is kind of adorable. And I know getting a black eye is not that fun, but he's got that little mouse under his eye. And every time he goes up and Draymond jumps straight up. Legal. And denies him, and Şengün goes full on.
Arms straight up in the air and bounces down to the other end of the floor.
The Turkish tantrum.
I like that.
Yep.
I'm about done with it.
Just 10 seconds on Şengün.
Go for it.
Phenomenal. He's so good.
He's a really good player.
Really good.
However, one other lasting image for me, and then we're going to go to the phones. We see you starting to line up. 888-957-9570. What's your Game 7 story? Look back on the series. What's your takeaway? 888-957-9570. We know that Steph Curry is the petty king. And if anybody thinks that outfit that he wore in the press conference yesterday was not a direct shot across the bow of the Houston Rockets, I think you're wrong.
With the sunglasses?
Go back to the Game 6 press conference for the Rockets and look at the way Dylan Brooks, and I learned this because I got stuck sitting next to Rocket fans on Friday night.
Oh, wow.
Şengün is called Alpy.
Yeah.
That's what we call him in Houston. Let's go, Alpy. I'm like, oh my God, you just made him even more annoying. But anyway, their press conference, these two dudes sat up there with none of the buttons buttoned on their shirt, chains everywhere, and bright I'm going clubbing in Miami shades. Which, hey, do you. Dress however the hell you want. But I've watched enough Steph Curry press conferences to know that that's not usually the way Steph rolls. But he did yesterday, and put me on the side of the fence of that was a direct shot at the Rockets.
Well, have we ever seen him wear sunglasses in a press conference before?
Pretty rare.
Very rare.
If ever.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah, direct shot, no doubt. And he did it in their press room. I know they have different press rooms for each team, but yeah, he's the petty king for a reason.
Love it. Absolutely love it. All right. Let's go out to Jonathan in the city to lead us off. Hi, Jonathan. Thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks for taking my phone call. Man, what a game. I honestly thought they wouldn't have the legs. I mean, I didn't doubt that they have that in the bag, but I didn't thought they're going to have the energy and the legs to do what they need to do. First, I want to highlight number 7 for Game 7. That's a very important number. Only 7 turnovers, man. They don't get it done by not having a clean game, almost clean game. That was superb. And number 2, I want to highlight Mr. Reliable. Just always ready, Kevon Looney. He was big time in the middle. He defended Şengün 2-3 times. You know, he didn't let Şengün back him down to get it to his sweet spot. Şengün shot 2-3 times, and he hit the front of the rim instead of a bucket. And also, he neutralized what was beginning to look like a very dense black hole. You know, Kevon Looney was like that cork that plugged that hole. All of a sudden, he was a non-factor in the middle. Thank you, Kevon Looney, for another superb performance when you were called upon. And also, last but not the least, what a game for the ages. This guy stamped himself in the Golden State Warriors history books. 33 points. What an efficient night. He was a total sniper. 12 out of 15, 9 beyond the arc, and he'll be forever known as Game 7. Hey, buddy!
Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan. Hey, buddy! Oh, my gosh. What an unbelievable performance.
Only 2 players have ever made more threes in a playoff game than Buddy Hield.
Only 2 players have ever made more threes in a playoff game than Buddy Hield.
And I'll give you a clue.
Well,
one of them is not Steph Curry.
Right. One of them is Klay Thompson.
Correct. And the other one did it twice.
The other one did it twice?
Yep.
Can you give me like a somewhat general recency statement? Like,
he's still playing.
Oh, he's still playing.
Yeah. And his nickname is Currency.
Currency?
Currency!
I don't know the person who has Currency as their nickname.
Grandy?
I don't know this one. Who is that?
Grandy knows.
Grandy, who is it?
Are you talking about Dame Dollar?
Cha-ching!
I've never heard him called Currency.
Dame Dollar. Dollar is Currency.
Oh, I thought you were saying
his nickname is Currency.
I took that as
nickname.
No, but listen to me. Hear it a different way.
Steph Currency?
His nickname is Currency. So I thought his nickname was Currency. I don't know who that is.
If his nickname was Euro, that's also Currency.
I get what you're saying now.
If his nickname was Drachma, that's Currency.
Acknowledge the way that I heard it? It's like, it
would have felt better if you would have buzzed him first before I gave you the ding. But
you also said one of them is not Steph, so I thought maybe the other one was Steph.
No,
it's another good point. I think you need to work on your delivery.
I think you both need to, and I won't say it, but you know where I'm going.
You could have said neither of them are Steph.
Yeah, that would have been a little more clear. What about this? Most made threes in a Game 7 ever? Buddy holds that record now with who?
Oh, it's tied? Someone else had 9?
Yeah. Happened in the playoffs last year.
Oh, I was going to guess Ray Allen, but that's not last year. It happened in the playoffs last year?
Yep.
Ooh, that's a fun one. It happened in the play. Yeah,
Thank you, Lucas. Give him a clue.
Jamal Murray. Is it Jamal Murray?
No. The clue I will give you is he's a former Warrior.
He's a former Warrior.
Ian Clark.
Lucas.
Ty Jerome. No, it's not Ty Jerome. He's a former Warrior. Playoffs last year. Good Lord. It's
got to be restaurant quality.
Is it? Dante DiVincenzo. Good guess. There it is. Dante DiVincenzo. I love Dante DiVincenzo, so I'm going to have to do some work by tomorrow night to get out of my love with Dante DiVincenzo.
Well,
going to have to leave that. You're going to have to leave that at the front door.
Tomorrow we can do the full Minnesota deep dive, and I've been fighting it all day, like trying to not get too far down the road of, oh my God, Minnesota prediction, series, game 1, this, that. Right now I'm still in the mode of yesterday was everything that you want in sports and more.
100%.
It was absolute amazing. And the fact that it was Buddy Hield who came out and did what he did, that to me is like sports in a nutshell. I don't know if it's Cody Ross or if it's like what the comp is for a player of that ilk. And it's not to disrespect Buddy Hield, but he's not Lincecum or Kane or Bumgarner.
No.
This was like, oh my God, that guy did that thing.
I like
it's
your
not
comp.
even Pablo.
No, I like your comp. It is kind of a Cody Ross type of a thing where like it'll go down in the ages as something. Actually, you want to know who the best comp I heard? Someone hit me and said that this was Barry Zito. Barry Zito's performance for the Giants. And the only difference is Buddy does not make $126 million.
And he was a Cy Young Award winner.
Right, but he was very disappointing.
Yep.
His whole career with the Giants was very disappointing. And then one game, everyone's like, never mind, we forgive you for everything.
Yeah, it's good.
So from that perspective, this is different because it was only 1 year and he's not a huge free agent contract and all that. But yeah, that was the all is forgiven game for Buddy Hield for me.
No doubt.
100%.
No doubt. And not that he needed to be forgiven because he was brought in to basically be this, which is, oh my God, you're amazing. Oh, stop shooting. Oh, wait, you're great again. Oh, please take him out. And then you watch that game and, Steph Curry was being strangled and Jimmy Butler was kind of laying in the weeds and Draymond Green was like shooting all the time. It's like, yeah, Draymond, no Draymond. And the rest of the bit players were like, oh my God, game 7? I can't do this.
Totally.
And then Buddy's like, whop, whop, whop.
Yeah, but the Rockets were largely like that as well.
Fair. Yeah.
I thought Thompson was just brilliant.
Amazing, yeah.
He is brilliant. And I thought, Şengün is a very, very good player, and he's doing things closer to the basket. Jalen Green is I think is going to go through an offseason that's similar to what Jonathan Kuminga has experienced here last offseason, where there's just and that's not a shot at Jalen, but there's going to be a lot of debate. And Jalen is going to be the one that many Houston fans decide that's who we need to use as trade bait to go get a veteran who can come in here and be the leading scorer and get us over the top. Like, I think you're going to see a lot of rumors about Jalen Green and a couple other pieces and a couple draft picks for Kevin Durant. I think you're going to see that all for the whole month of June until we get to July.
For sure. And, I mean, the Warriors could have done that with Kuminga had they signed him because Jalen Green signed for 3 years and 106, which means his $38 million a year contract becomes attractive.
Absolutely.
As a piece that you can get back. You can get a player back for that much money. And I don't want to get too far into the Kuminga offseason question, but like that contract in a sign and trade is not going to be as big as the Jalen Green one.
No question about it. No, the Kuminga one, that's a complex situation that's developing because he's not playing very much. But that's for a different day. David in the city here on Willard and Dibbs. Hi, David. What's going on?
Nothing much. Waiting here. Glad to be on. And I approached this game. I'm 82 years old, and I've been a native of San Francisco. So I've been with the Warriors since they arrived here in '62. So I've seen a lot, and I have to be honest that last night I was pretty pessimistic before the game.
Yep.
Partly because the Warrior wins seem to be narrow wins, whereas the Houston wins seem to be significantly stronger. Now, in a way, I know this may be a little bit sick, but if they were going to lose last night, I was almost, I would almost feel, well, at least they won't have to have Buddy Hield next year. I'll probably get rid of him. I mean, the guy didn't score a point in 2 of the games. And then all of a sudden, after he gets on the floor here, and I have to confess that after the 5th 3-pointer went in, I had the sense maybe that somebody had slipped me some LSD, and I was just hallucinating.
Yeah,
but he kept doing it, and so what could I say? I'll give you another week, buddy, at least.
I'm giving him more than another week. David, did you know that Buddy Hield, if he wants to be, is under contract with the Warriors for 3 more years after this one?
If he wants to be.
Well,
the Warriors,
in other words, he's under contract for 2 more years, and then there's a player option for the 3rd year at $10 million. So I'd get ready for more Buddy if I were you, David.
Well, I don't have much choice, do I?
No, you don't. You don't. David, thank you so much for calling. That was a fun conversation. I do want to say this though. I don't want this conversation to head into a spot where it sounds like Buddy was great last night, but he was crap for the rest of the series. That's not true.
No.
That's not true. Yes, he had a couple games, And this is the Buddy Hield experience. You go out there.
Right.
We know this. Steve puts him out there. If he misses his first 2 or 3 shots, okay, maybe it's not your night. Let's go with someone else.
That's game 1 and game 2.
But don't forget, we have a game where Steve Kerr already came out right after the game in the locker room and said Buddy Hield set the tone defensively. He was instrumental in game 3 with no Jimmy Butler.
Right.
In a game that the Warriors shockingly went out there and won. I'm going to look back on this series, all things considered, as a very good series for Buddy Hield.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very good.
Well, it's very good because of game 7.
Yes.
If you look
it wasn't embarrassing before that.
No, but in 4 of the games, he scored 11 total points. 2, 5, 4, and 0. And in those games, they went 1 and 3.
Yeah.
And it's not to blame him, but you're right about Steve Kerr. Game 1, 2 points, 15 minutes. It's not your night. Game 2, 5 points, 15 minutes. It's not your night. Game 5, 4 points, 18 minutes. It's not your night.
Well, that was no one's night. Don't forget that. Game 5 was no one's night in a Warrior uniform.
Game 6, 0 for 4, 0 for 4, no points, 16 minutes. It's not your night.
Right.
Game 7, hey, you know what, buddy? It's your night.
Your night.
And that's the beauty of Buddy Hield. And we've talked about this a lot on our show. And if you look at his career and his game log, he played 84 games last year, which is mostly impossible. He played 82 this year. He's a guy who shows up. Where are my sneakers? Where's my uniform? And I'm going to do Buddy things. And if it's good Buddy, I play. And if it's bad Buddy, okay. I'm still going to be smiling on the bench. It's fine.
I also think, as much as last night is the game that everyone will remember, last night did not have the shot that I will remember from Buddy Hield in this series. The shot that
Game 4.
Game 4.
Game 4,
with
bro.
Şengün in his face, falling away, 3-point range, a shot, the classic no, yes shot, where you're like, that's not a good shot. That's not a good, it went in, that's a great shot. And it was at a huge moment. So, look, that's the life of a streaky 3-point shooter. All I can ask for from Buddy Hield is keep taking good looks when they're open. And what we saw in this series was really good defensive effort. He's not going to be a great defender, but on nights he did affect the game on the defensive end last night too. He was good on both sides of the ball last night. So if you're going to get that from Buddy Hield, I'm willing to ride I'm cold tonight. I missed shots tonight. Like, everybody's going to have those. Steph had those in this series. So why wouldn't we ride that train with Buddy, knowing that at least 2 or 3 times in a long series, you're going to get the opposite? The game's leading scorer last night in a game 7 on the road.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
And game 3 at home.
Yeah.
You talked about 2 or 3 times a series. Game 3 at home, he had 17 on 5 of 11 from deep, and that's what you want. He took no free throws in the series, which, honestly.
Right, he's not.
Did they even take a free throw last night?
Nope.
As a team?
Nope, and I think,
as a team, they only took like 5 or 6.
Buddy did not, and I think, Grandy, maybe you have this. I feel like Buddy set a record last night. It was something along the lines of first player in a game 7 to score over 30 without a free throw.
Right.
It was something like that. I'll try to look it up.
I didn't see that one.
Yeah, I saw it last night. It was something along those lines. Most points scored in a game 7 without a free throw. 33 points with none from the free throw line.
Right, and the team shot 9 free throws. Wow. And, a few of those were late when it was like desperation foul mode. Yeah. So the fact that they were able to win that game in that way, and I thought that the whistle was very much like 1993, like, unless somebody's bleeding,
they're
not calling it.
They let him play, but you'd expect that with the way they've officiated all of the playoffs, and then that this is a game 7. You knew it was going to be a let him play game. And I found myself, I would say, of all playoff games I've watched so far, I was the least affected and frustrated by the officiating last night of all of them. I thought that was it was the number one game of, like, I didn't even notice the refs last night.
Yeah.
So great. They did a great job, I thought. They did a great job.
Yeah, you could look at either end of the floor, and there was a couple of times where I was like, that's a foul.
Well, always. There's never been a basketball game where you don't have that.
Right, but it was both ends, and they called 14 fouls apiece. So they didn't really call that many fouls. The average in the regular year was 38. They called 28 last night. So I thought that there were a few where, and Şengün with that facial expression.
Oh, the goon.
He clashes into Draymond, and it's immediately like, the Turkish.
There's so many guys who complain to refs now, and the Warriors have plenty of them too. The one thing that gets me, and this is Şengün, this is Luka, there are certain players who complain on all of the plays.
Oh, yeah.
There are times where it's like, okay, and I'm just going to make up a scenario, but you have a teammate who hucks the ball 5 feet over your head into the fifth row, and he will turn and look at the refs and put his palms up. I'm like, what could you possibly even be saying in this moment? I cannot remember a possession where Şengün did not at least flash a look at the ref after it was over.
Yeah.
Every single time down. And I know in a 7-game series, you're always annoyed by the opponent. Believe you me, I felt the Houston audience when Draymond got fouled and then decided to use it as an opportunity to whack Van Vliet in the face. And everybody there, because they're sick of it. They're sick of Draymond. And we're sick of Şengün.
Yep.
I'm sick of you. I'm sick of looking at your facial expressions. I'm sick of looking at your giraffe arms that are up when absolutely nothing happened. And I do get a little extra annoyed when it is a player like him or Luka, where I'm like, dude, James Harden, you guys are good players. You're good players.
Just play.
Just play. At least some of the time. I get it. You're going to talk to the refs. The Warriors have plenty of ref talkers too. I get it. But can you take a play off every now and again with the whole ref thing when it's over? Just once in a while. I would love it for everybody's sanity.
Oh, yeah. And so you were saying that Draymond has 6 techs?
I thought he did. Didn't he have one in every game?
I'll look it up. I thought it might have been 5, but the bigger issue is as we get deeper into Minnesota, and
what's
one of his dance partners is going to be in the series.
Gobert.
Yeah, right. And he may want to do a little bit of a slow dance.
He'll say hi to him tomorrow night, I'm sure.
Yeah, so, and I'll get that for you. You go to the phones, and I'll give you the exact number on when you get suspended in the offs.
My memory says that Draymond got 1 tech in all the games, game 2 through 7. I might be wrong.
You're probably playing the percentages.
I thought he got one in every game. He did not get one in game 1. But I thought he got one in every game after that.
And last night he got one where I thought that would have been a flagrant because he just hauled off and elbowed a guy in the face. But that's a tech because it happened after a foul?
No, it was, okay. That was one of those where and I know what Draymond was trying to say.
Right.
His arms are in a forward motion because he's trying to pass a ball. And Van Vliet hits him on the wrist. Well, his arms are already in a forward motion. And that's where he clips Van Vliet. Now, upon replay, you're like, well, you kind of embellished that a little bit, which is what Draymond does. It's what he does. I thought that was accurately called. It was still a foul on Van Vliet, but it was also an action that needed to be addressed by Draymond. I thought that was fair. I thought that was
totally fair.
Yeah. All right. 888-957-9570. All right. So Matt and Kenny and Scott and another Scott and Jim, here we come. Stay right where you are. We're going all your calls over the next 3 hours of our lives. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good. This is Willard and Dibs.
They have lead outside the zone. To Şengün up top. Buddy Hield, who didn't score last game. Şengün pass into Thompson, ripped away by Draymond Green, just took it away. A steal. Curry to midcourt. Right sideline, Hield lets it fly. It's up and good again. He hit another one. Buddy Hield, it's all white light for him right now. He's got a 19-point half, and the Warriors lead 45-31. Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Buddy freaking Hield.
Buddy!
I mean, honestly, you got to be kidding me.
Right?
You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me that this is the way the story goes.
Well, and the thing about it is when he hits the one at the end of the first quarter from, what, like 40 or 45 or whatever.
3 paces inside half court.
Right. At that point, it's like, okay, now do you believe?
Yeah.
It's my Bobby Fitz from years ago.
It only put him up by 4.
Right.
I guess my answer, when you say now do you believe, I would say believe in what?
Believe that like they can win this game because
I remember exactly what I said when they did that. Because again, we're doing the show and I found it to be the most distracting and it's just the most awful thing ever.
Oh, you think? Try watching it with a 2-year-old, but go ahead.
Yeah. I've done that. I've been there.
Yeah,
I've done that. The Warriors have been winning championships my kids' entire lives.
Since Jude was like
Seriously.
1, right?
I mean, even before he was born. So, yeah. Anyway.
That's so nice.
Anyway. Yeah, when was their first one? Was it 14?
15.
15.
Yep.
Okay, Jude was 1. He was 1. So yes, his whole life they've been winning this thing. So yeah, plenty of distractions. But when Buddy hit that one, I said to Ephraim, I go, all I'll say, because he's like, hey, they're looking good. I'm like, I'm not doing that.
We're not doing they're looking good.
All I'll say is they passed the first test. And the first test in a Game 7 or any energetic road game, I feel like, is to weather the storm. Weather the opening quarter storm, which they could not do in Game 5. They couldn't do it. The Rockets came out and hit everything, and the ball game was over at the end of one quarter. So when he hit that shot and they finished the first quarter up 4, I'm like, okay, check mark, you weathered the storm. But now you got to go play better than the other team the rest of the way, and they most certainly did. They most certainly did. So.
Yeah. And one thing I said, I did a little radio interview yesterday out of market, and I said that,
thank you.
Honestly, it feels counterintuitive to say it, but I felt like an under game, and the total was 205.5. I felt like a game that was under actually favored the Warriors. I thought that if you got into a game where the Rockets were scoring great and Fred VanVleet's going off and no answer for Şengün and Jalen Green this and Dylan Brooks that, and the Warriors are able to match up with almost anybody in that way, but the way the Rockets have been so good defensively, I thought that this game had to be a lower scoring rock fight game, and it's 2019 in the first quarter, and Buddy hits one from 40 and you're up 4, and it's like, okay, perfect first quarter for the Dubs.
No, I agree with you, largely just because of this. The Warriors are better in the half-court offense than the Rockets are.
Right.
And that's the game they want to play. When the Rockets start catching up is when you make turnovers and let them get out running in the open court. If Thompson or Jalen Green is coming at you at full speed and you have a Warrior jersey on, you have no chance. They literally don't have anybody who can stop them from dunking or laying that thing in. And you saw that when they cut it to 3, that's what was going on. The game was getting a little fast. And so I thought they did a wonderful job. And this is mainly Steph and Jimmy. They did a wonderful job because those guys get caught up in it sometimes because they want to go also.
Yeah.
They did a wonderful job with the pace in the third quarter when the Rockets, and you gave Steve Kerr credit for some good timeouts, call timeout, slow the game down. And they did it, I thought, very intuitively in this game, and it worked. It worked really well because the Rockets in the half court, they struggled. They really struggled, and the Warriors played some great half-court defense. We're live in the Laughing Monk studios. Laughing Monk is righteously brewed in San Francisco, and we love having Laughing Monk along for the ride. And also, Boxer and Gerson for the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Let's see, 925 said, hey, guys, good afternoon. I think it's a bit of a stretch to say that Buddy Hield had a great series against the Rockets. I don't know. Did I use the word great? All in all, when I look at the series, I thought Buddy did what you would ask Buddy to do. I'm not asking Buddy to go out there and score double digits 7 times and hit 3 or 4 or 5 threes in every game.
No, you said he was great 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, and if you can do that, like 40% of the games, if you can be that guy and knock down multiple threes for the team, I'm going to take that from Buddy Hield. That's all this team needs from him.
Absolutely. And he was great in game 3, and Steph had 36, and you won. And he was their second leading scorer in that game. You didn't have Jimmy. GP2 was also great, and you grinded out a win at home over Houston. And then he was great again in game 4. And that's also a game, by the way, that you won. So if Buddy is great in those games, and if you want to say that in the other 4 games he was bad, okay, he had 2, 5, 4, and 0 in those games. In game 6, you mentioned it, everyone was pretty much bad, and he was 0 for 4 and 0 for 4 from 3, and you lose. It doesn't mean that if Buddy's good, you win, but if Buddy's good and he's your number 3 or number 4 scorer, you have a great chance to win.
Steve brought it up to us when we brought up the Moody starting lineup thing. He goes, I think, isn't it when Buddy Hield scores north of 15 points? They don't lose. They flat out barely ever lose in that scenario. So, yeah, he's not an indicator, but it's close. It's pretty close. Let's go to Matt in San Jose. Hi, Matt. Thanks for calling. What's up?
What's up, fellas? First, I just want to say the nicknames that have come from today's show are crazy because Jonathan, that call earlier, he said, Game 7, hey, buddy! Then we got the Turkish Tantrum and Steph Currency because his shot is money. We got some nicknames up in here today, boys.
Even though
crazy.
some of them were by accident, but yes, we love it.
Steph Currency is definitely a good one. But
thank you.
The Game 7 story is crazy, man. My off-season job is DoorDash, and I was dashing for like the 2 hours before tip-off. I stopped to watch the first 3.5 quarters. By the 6-minute mark, it's Sunday. Let the church say amen, Thompson. He's having a show, and I started to get a little nervous. I clocked back into DoorDash, and all of a sudden they go on a run. I'm standing in Panda Express at the plant in San Jose, and they're going on this run, and I'm trying to avoid screaming. I walk outside, and Buddy hits the 3 from the corner and does the ride the horse, and I screamed and jumped. I almost dropped Stephanie's orange chicken and chow mein, and then I'm standing there like, you know what? That was an elevation sensation.
Yes,
and you know
sir.
what? I'll donate $1, Mark. I'll donate $1, man.
Donate the $1. Winner, orange chicken dinner. That's exactly what you should have yelled in that parking lot, Matt.
I was yelling, Warriors, and I'm looking around, and it's Cinco de Mayo, so there's a lot of people driving through. Mexican flags are everywhere, and people are listening to the game on the radio. So the voice of Tim Roy is like in every other car that's driving by, and people are screaming and hollering, and the flags are waving, and it was just an absolute show at the plant of all places.
I love it.
Nice.
Absolutely love it. Matt, thank you very much.
And of course, it was orange chicken. Like,
Of
can you
course.
go into Panda Express and not get orange chicken?
You can order whatever you want as long as you also get orange chicken.
Thank you.
Yeah, you have
Exactly.
to get it. You have to get that.
I mean, that's
thing.
mandatory.
I like they got a chicken and mushroom dish in there.
Okay.
That's a different chicken. It's a very, very different experience. I like it.
Right.
But you got to get the orange chicken with it.
You do.
Or else you're just doing it wrong.
Yeah, it's Willard and Dibbs here talking about Panda.
Panda, yeah. Panda.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Sure.
The whole thing was just it was a wonderful night.
No, and I love the way you're like laying it out there. Like, where were you and what was your thing? And
Yeah,
he's
what were
out
you
there.
doing?
He's out there door dashing and he's working and he goes into Panda and he's screaming, trying to pick up Stephanie's orange chicken.
My entire night was a fork in the eye. I'm like, and I don't want anybody's sympathy. That's not what I'm saying. But like, dude, all I want in a game like that, and for me, Game 7 is kind of like I'm gonna turn into a little bit of a
nutcase. No doubt.
And a recluse. I don't want people around because if it doesn't go well, you all say the wrong thing. It doesn't matter who you are. If it's not going well, you're saying the wrong thing. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear that Pods sucks and we never liked him anyway.
Dude.
Like, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear about the refs. I don't want to hear about how Steve Kerr better.
Those rotations.
Be accountable. I don't want to talk to you. Not if it's not going well. And so I was forced to be a recluse.
Yep. Because you're doing live radio.
I'm doing live radio. But I'm sitting here, no joke. We're in the second half of this game, and I'm having a conversation with a 300-pound ex-offensive lineman about Malik Neighbors.
Right.
I'm like, can you be more distracted right now?
Totally disconnected.
Luckily, I can say it to him. He knows. He's a huge Laker fan.
Yeah.
I'm a huge Warrior fan, and I'll joke with him. I'll just be like, dude, just talk for 6 minutes.
Right.
I'm like, I need a moment. You know what I mean? But luckily, the Warriors made that as stress-free as a Game 7 can be.
Late. Fourth quarter, yes.
Yeah.
And,
but they played well. They played well throughout.
We're watching it as a family, and I had to banish my 2.5-year-old into the office because she refused to lock in. And I get it. And she was there with me for the third quarter, and then it got a little dicey, and, she's on my lap, and I'm starting to, maybe squeeze her a little bit, and it's like, Daddy, read a book. Honey, we're not reading a book. We're not doing, Daddy's not going to read a book, okay?
Please tell me that when you tell her to lock in, she says, "Yock in."
Totally.
I
am yocked in.
I am yocked in.
Mila, you need to lock in. I am yocked in. Honey, you're not yocked in.
You're not.
Okay?
You're not.
It's down to 3. All right. Get in the office. You're watching Masha. Watch Masha. Watch Coco Melon Yane.
Oh, my God.
Now she wants to watch Coco Melon Yane.
I would have paid $100 an hour for a babysitter to take her somewhere.
Oh, in the office?
No, just out of the house. Go.
Go. She was fine.
Go somewhere.
I put on Coco Melon Yane, and she was good.
Nobody knows what that is.
It's Coco Melon Lane. Her L's are Y's. And what's
Nobody knows what it is even when you pronounce it correctly.
If you have a kid under 4, you are fully aware of Coco Melon Lane. It's a great day on Coco Melon Lane.
For the
and
love
it's
of God.
It was
so nice to see ya. You and me.
All right.
We're family.
All right. We got Scott. We got GP. I don't know if it's GP2. Maybe it's GP3. Kenny G. I don't think it's that Kenny G. SF Bay drummer.
Be a lot cooler if it was.
Roy, everybody, here we go. We're coming to you. Stay right where you are. We're brought to you by Life Source Water System. It's a game celebration sensation on Willard and Dibbs.
Cha-ching! Curry comes free, gets a little daylight, fires and hits a triple. That's his first 3 of the game. It's 51-37 Warriors. Took that long for Curry to score.
Now back to Willard and Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
No, you take it away, Chef. It's not. I love what you said. If Steph doesn't have a ton of points, that does not automatically mean it's a bad game.
Right.
You want to know what I would love in 2025? Hard stop. Let's get rid of it forever. Let blank cook.
Oh, boy, let him cook.
Can we stop, please? That's not basketball.
It's not anything.
That's not basketball.
Steph Curry was 1 of 7 in the first half. He had 3 points.
Right.
He had 6 rebounds.
Right.
He had 5 assists. He was a plus 16.
How many turnovers did he have?
In the first half?
Yeah.
He had 1.
Thank you.
They had 3, Mark.
That is then we're playing good basketball.
Can we let Steph be the sous chef? Does he have to be the main chef all the time?
What great
let Steph chop veggies.
What great players do is they read the court. Like, if we haven't learned this by watching Jimmy Butler play, I don't know who else is going to teach it to us. That's what great players do. It's actually what I've appreciated most about LeBron, when everybody wanted him in his heyday to take every shot at the end, and there are times where he would pass. By the way, Steve Kerr's most famous moment as a basketball player came when Michael Jordan did what? He passed. He passed in a huge moment.
He was afraid to take the shot. Okay. Just call him out.
You know what I'm saying? Like, these guys are brilliant at that. And I'm not saying that Steph was hot with his shot. He was not. But Houston's going to defend him in a certain way. They did. They often did it very, very well. And if you've got somebody else who is literally in the zone, and they did last night, feed him. Feed that man his ball. Okay? And that's what they did. And so this whole idea of like, well, it's game 7 as a star player, then you cook. No. Go play the big game of basketball really, really well. Yes, organically, at times, they're going to cook because they're great players. They're great players. But this whole idea of let blank cook, no, that's crappy basketball.
Yeah, and that's what Steiny was saying earlier about like Jimmy and Steph need to come out and they need to be aggressive. They need to come out and they need to take the game by the scruff of the neck. And the first quarter, Jimmy was 1 for 2.
Right.
He had 4 points. Steph was 0 for 4. He had no points.
I thought they were both great last night.
When you left the first quarter with a lead, because like you're saying, Buddy had 8 and Draymond had 8. So did Steph and Jimmy need to cook? No, they didn't need to cook. They were doing dishes and like bussing tables. And Draymond and Buddy were doing the cooking.
And then if you need them to cook in the fourth quarter, y'all. Don't
And
need
he
to
cooked
cook
in the fourth.
first quarter.
Yep.
The hell does that get you? It doesn't get you anywhere. It just gets you to the second quarter.
Well, it gets you wherever it gets you if it's your time to cook. And in the fourth quarter, Steph had 14 on 5 of 6. Jimmy had 6, and he was 2 of 3. And Jimmy was very even most of the game, but
Jimmy was good.
Steph got to the fourth quarter, and the reason why Steph was able to cook is because Buddy Hield got Houston out of their zone. They couldn't play zone anymore because Buddy was killing them. So they had to go man-to-man, and then Steph Curry and Draymond could run their cute little Buddy, pun intended, pick and roll. I'll screen for you, and you run around, and you give it to me, and I'll give it back to you, and you run around, and you shoot. It'll be fun. And Buddy's the one who got them out of the zone to make that work again.
They were clean. They were. That's all I ever hope for with Warrior basketball. Just be clean. Be as clean as possible.
They only had one game in the regular year where they had 7 turnovers or fewer.
Wow.
One game.
Wow.
Yep.
Which game was it?
Let me look. I got so many windows open.
I
but
know you do.
I was looking at all their games, and they had one game. They won the game, obviously.
Yeah, I would think.
But it was a game early in the year. They had 7 turnovers.
Tremendous. Just a tremendous performance in a game 7. Yeah, Grandy, what's up?
I was just going to say on the topic of Steph, 22 points. No one's going to lose their mind over Steph scoring 22, but 14 in the fourth, and he played 45 and a half minutes at age 37. Got better the longer that he played. Who does that at age 37?
Nobody, or maybe LeBron. Like, you know what I mean? And I was all ready for what, by the way, this isn't what we would say because it's just different. We're here and we're the flagship station of this team. And so every market is more kind of tapped into their team and their city and all that than the national. But I promise you, if the Warriors lose that game last night, you want to know what the Stephen A. world would be saying today? I mean, both the Lakers and Warriors went into their series. I know the Warriors were the 7 seed, but both went in as heavy favorites in their series. The Lakers only won 1 game. And if the Warriors also gaffed a 3-1 lead, we're going to go right back to they are too old. We got fooled into thinking that they weren't too old, but they are. And so it's wonderful at age 40 and 37 that you can still go out there and have moments. But the idea of one of them actually making noise and contending in the playoffs is officially over with this loss. And then it didn't happen. And the Warriors are in the Final 8. And they got a game tomorrow night in Minneapolis.
And then you could ask, who's the new face of the franchise? Who's the new face of the league? Because LeBron and Steph are done, and KD couldn't even make it in the playoffs. And so, who is it now?
It's Ant. It's Ant, but he doesn't want the role.
Well, I mean, he would like the role, but you need to get the ring to get the role.
Yes, you do.
And you also have to, stop getting $50,000 fines to get the role. I think Ja would want the role, but, Ja's out there pulling air guns on people, and he's also not advancing.
Yeah. So round 2 is already underway. The Pacers had a wonderful effort before the Warrior game last night.
Yep.
They're up 1-0. And then those other 2 series have a double dip tonight. Knicks and Celtics are getting started here in just over a half hour. And then the Nuggets and the Thunder later on tonight. That one's going to be fascinating. I don't think the Nuggets are going to win the series, but I didn't think that they were going to win the last series. But I think they will give the Thunder, some pause. I don't think there'll be a sweep by any stretch. The Nuggets are probably too good for that. But it'll be interesting to get some eyes on these series that get started here shortly.
Thunder minus 820 in the series.
To win the series.
Bet 820 to win 100. The Nuggets are plus 570. And if you look at the over-under on total games in the series, it's 5.5. So, and the under, by the way, is heavily favored. So
really?
Yeah. The odds are that it would be 5 games or fewer.
Oh, I think I'll take the over on that.
Over 5.5.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the Nuggets can get 2 games.
Yeah, you do get odds on that.
Yeah.
And the other one would
Thank you for letting me know. I think I'm going to go place that wager.
Boston is minus 900 against New York. And New York is plus 610. And the over-under is also 5.5.
Yeah, I'm not going to touch that one.
Okay.
I want to get eyeballs on that one first. That was an interesting. The Knicks-Pistons series was interesting.
Yeah.
And I thought Boston was sleepy at times against Orlando, but it was okay because it was Orlando.
Right.
Like some of these teams, Oklahoma City, Boston, Cleveland to a degree, I'm like, you got nothing out of the first round because it was just like, whatever. Like you're playing a team that could not compete. It all changes now. Like everybody's good now with these 8 games, 8 teams. Yeah, what's up? What's up, Grandy? Oh, Oh, you gave me a point.
No, he pulled it down. I thought that he was raring to go.
Okay.
So.
888-957-9570. Let's hear from you. How about Kenny G in Mountain View? Hey, Kenny, thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thanks, man.
Just want to say right off, appreciate it. You guys are very entertaining and informative. Şengün, I don't like the way he runs. He runs like a guy coasting into the end of a 5K or something. It's just weird. But I want to tell you what happened Friday night.
Yes.
I'm with my son. He's 11, just turned 11, and we're watching the game. It's bad. It's not good. Normally on Friday nights, he and his friends play Roblox. So I told him, I was like, why don't you just go see if your friends are online? This game's over. We're not going to win. It's bad. And he goes, well, it's not over till it's over. And then I'm having to explain to him time frames and, what would need to happen for us to even get in striking distance. I was like, no. And he goes, well, what's next? And I was like, well, now we have to go to Houston, and we have to play them in Houston. It's not good, man. It's bad, and the deck is stacked against us. Now, at some point, I don't know if you guys have kids or not, but
I literally have an 11-year-old, Kenny.
I got 3 kids and a bunch of problems.
Okay, so you're going to understand exactly. You're going to understand what I'm about to say.
Okay.
They go from being tiny idiots to like thoughtful, semi-thoughtful people. And he's heard me say this, but he didn't know he was quoting Rudy Tomjanovich. And my kid looks at me and goes, never underestimate the heart of a champion.
Yeah!
And I almost lost it.
Oh, my gosh. Kenny, what's your kid's name?
Yup. Leon.
I think I want to watch a game with Leon. Holy smokes. That's big. And Kenny, thank you very, very, very much. Appreciate the call. I want to shout this out. It's almost become our thing. So I didn't feel bad about it. But the kids are all locked in on this stuff, man. They are locked in. And my 16-year-old daughter, Ella, she says after we get home on Friday night and everybody's downtrodden and all crap, and my God, all of a sudden it's like we're facing the end of the season. Like snap of a finger. You're facing the end of the season and you're an underdog. And she's like, well, gosh, that game stunk. And I'm like, it totally did. And they're in trouble. It's the same thing I texted you.
Yep.
They're in trouble. She's like, they can win on Sunday. I'm like, and you know exactly what I said. They're allowed to. Right. They're allowed to, but I don't think they're going to. I really don't. Like they have set themselves up now for very, very difficult. And she claps back. She does not like that.
No.
She does not want to hear dad with the I can't, because I don't have a whole lot of we can't in me anyway. So when they see it, they're like, Dad, what the hell is that all about? So Dad, they can win this game. So last night, not only do we get to celebrate the win, but I get a healthy bucket of I told you so.
Nice.
Because this has become her thing. She was the one at halftime. I told you this story.
I love this story.
Niners are down 24-7 against the Detroit Lions. NFC title game at halftime. And she was like at a friend's house or something, and I went to pick her up. She hops in the car. She's a huge Niner fan. And I'm like, well, we better get ready to just start like acknowledging the idea that the Niners are not going to be in the Super Bowl this year. And she goes, no, they can come back. And then you all know exactly what happened. So now it's almost our thing. I'm going to purposefully be looking for things where I can naysay Bay Area sports and tell her, we got no shot, and let her drum it up, because we've had some Houdini acts by these teams in the last few years.
So go home tomorrow and just tell her, you know what, honey?
Yeah,
T-Wolves in 6. I hate to break it to you,
Wolves
but
in 4.
Totally.
I mean, come on.
And she will immediately clap back.
Yeah, we're exhausted. We're not beating this team.
Yeah.
Come on.
And before we even get to Wolves in whatever or Warriors in whatever, I'm still in the same space as you are of like, yesterday was unbelievable. And I had the stat earlier that 9 of the last 14 road teams have won Game 7. So it's not like it's been that much of an anomaly, but Bobby Fitz on the broadcast, and I was watching Fitz and Kalanick last night, and he said that home teams win 74% of Game 7s, but I was kind of holding on to the reality that 9 of the last 14 on the road have gotten it done.
Yep. And I think I'm trying to remember Steph Curry's career and Game 7s, because I can remember let's see. Obviously, there was the Game 7 loss to the Cavs at home. There was the Game 7 win at home against Oklahoma City just before that. But memory serves, there were 3 road Game 7 victories. Is that right? You had last night. You had the first time in Houston when James Harden and company put up 1,000 missed threes.
Right.
That was a Game 7. And then you had Sacramento a couple of years ago. Is that 3 road Game 7 victories for Steph Curry?
I'm looking at the log
career?
right now, and the first one was on the road at the Clippers. They lost in 2014.
Right. They did not.
I was with Steiny's in Dana's backyard for that one.
That was the year before the dynasty began.
Right. And then OKC at home, Game 7 win. Cleveland at home, Game 7 loss. And then Houston on the road, Game 7 win.
Right.
And then...
Does it jump to Sacramento?
It jumps to, I think, Sacramento.
Yeah,
you're right.
There it is.
Yeah, so Boston was 6. And
he's only played in a Game 7 five times.
Yep.
And he's 4-1 with 3 of them being on the road. My God.
3-2 because he lost to the Cavs and the Clippers.
Well, no. I mean, yes. Okay, right. I meant after, once the title runs began. But no, that's fair. So no, then 4. 4-2. 4-2 in Game 7s in his career, and 3 of them are on the road. Dog. That's some serious action right there. No doubt. Let's go to Scott in Vallejo. Again, we're taking your calls on what's your Game 7 story, and when you look back at this series as a whole, what's your takeaway? What now that you've had a night of sleep and okay, we can all take a deep breath. What's your takeaway from this one? Scott in Vallejo. Hey, what's going on, man? Thanks for calling Willie and Dibby.
What's going on, Dibs and Willard? How you guys doing?
We're doing good.
So, awesome. You sound like it. I bet you are, especially after that win last night. But hey, I'm glad everybody got a chance to see what Buddy Hield can do because nobody seemed to know much about him. But I can tell you this, I watched him play a lot of college basketball, and he carried his team. And I know that college doesn't always translate to the NBA, but it did last night. So, hey, you only knowing Buddy Hield is a hell of a player, and if he can do this over and over again, you guys are going to like him a lot.
No doubt about it. Look, Scott, for me, yesterday kind of gives him a forever get out of annoyance free card. That like for me, you have a game like that, and I'm willing to overlook a lot of other stuff. And I didn't not, and thanks, Scott, appreciate hearing from you. I didn't not like Buddy Hield, but yeah, like he drives you nuts. And maybe I'm lying. I don't know when the next time Buddy drives us crazy in a playoff game, if I will just calmly be like, it's okay. Game 7 in Houston, it's okay. Maybe I will be annoyed. I don't know, though. I feel like I'm going to view Buddy Hield differently now going forward.
And I do think that we all viewed Andrew Wiggins differently going forward after he did what he did in the playoffs. And so,
good point.
I mean, forever, Andrew Wiggins will be, in my mind, that guy who played amazing in the NBA Finals, and he might have been the NBA Finals MVP if it wasn't for Steph Curry going absolutely nuclear in the NBA Finals. So he was able to get to a spot where you think differently about him. And, Kevon's a little bit different because he's so beloved and he's, homegrown and all the rest of it. But what he did in that playoff as well is one that, you wouldn't have won without Kevon Looney either.
Agreed. Although, and I think he already was beloved, but he wasn't beloved as much as he became in that year.
Yep.
So, boy, he showed up again last night, I thought, in huge ways. And there's such a trust factor with him, even when he goes for months without playing any significant minutes.
Right.
But these moments in the playoffs where clearly Steve Kerr, Draymond Green, Steph Curry look to him to go out there and do key things, and he seems to do it. He seems to do it certainly more often than not. Let's go to SFA. Drummer, thanks for calling. Drummer, what are you doing?
Hey, fellas, what's going on? Just got my daughter from daycare. It's like storming out here, like raining bad. I guess it's like a decade's worth of Rockets fans' tears out here. But, I'm happy for the win. Like, me and my daughter, we was locked in watching the game together. She kept kind of jumping and moving around because she's a 4-year-old. But she said, go Warriors and everything. So I'm teaching her the right way. Even though she was born out here in Houston, she always says, "Let's go Giants, clap, 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 go Niners," and then she said, "Go Warriors." So I'm teaching her the right way. But I think the Warriors, they got the good vibes going. Hopefully the bench can step up and get us some wins and everything like that. But what I believe is, the Warriors, as long as they, pace themselves, they can do whatever they need to do. And then also, I heard that the Rockets fans, they need to be CPR trained next season due to severe choking hazards that they have out here.
Very good.
Nice.
Nice, drummer.
Very good, drummer. With the Dibber laugh, too.
I don't want to do that to team. When I feel like that takes something away from your team and what they did when you start calling the other team chokers.
But if you blow a 3-1 lead, I do think that it becomes more of an appropriate thing. I don't think that the Rockets
didn't choke. No.
That's where I like the broadside shot that he took. But when you're down 3-1 and you force a game 7 and then you lose to a team that has championship pedigree and a guy who, and let's be fair about Buddy Hield, if you look at his playoff career, this is really his first playoff series.
That's right.
He had a series in Philly where he had 3 games of garbage time and then 1 game where they were desperate and he played and they lost. And then now you're in a spot where you're actually going to play.
Yeah, this is his first and most significant real role in a playoff series. And again, he showed up pretty nicely in my eyes more often than not. So I will tell you this, and then we have an injury report for Game 1 tomorrow night. Granny's going to share it with you in just a second. But one thing I did notice, just the little snarky side in me, this was my favorite thing that I saw yesterday because Alpi Şengün, after 6 games, was quoted at Rockets shoot-around as saying, "I don't think the Warriors have beaten us at all in this series."
Right.
Not once. We beat ourselves. We miss free throws. We make mistakes. And this has nothing to do with the fact that I'm a Warrior fan. You and I have talked about this before. There are certain athletes, certain teams. I never like it when every game is only about them. There's never any credit to the opponent. It's either we played well and we won or we lost because we played poorly. There has to be something bigger than that. So when Alpi Şengün said, "I don't think the Warriors have beaten us at all in this series," it was fun to quote tweet that last night and ask, how about now?
Right.
Because there is no question that you guys got outplayed from beginning to end in last night's basketball game.
Well, and he could say that they beat themselves. And, if you want to really make that a part of your narrative, then why don't you name check the players on your team who are the reasons why you lost? Like Jalen Green in Game 1 when he was 3 for 17. So when you talk about how the Warriors didn't beat you, you beat yourself. Well, you're not talking about yourself, Alpi, because you were great Game 1 through Game 7. Game 7, you were a little shaky, and you missed some easy little jump hooks, and you didn't get the calls you wanted. But
he had a chance to win Game 4, and he didn't do it.
He did, but in general, he was the best Rocket Game 1 through 7. But if you want to talk about who actually beat themselves, it's Jalen Green, your young star.
Yeah.
He was phenomenal in one game.
He was the only one who I say, disappointing.
Well,
right? Like Thompson was fantastic.
Yep.
Jabari Smith, smaller role, but played it well.
Yep, I'm waiting for it.
Dylan Brooks got into foul trouble, but played pretty well.
Not in Game 7.
He played pretty well.
He was a big old giant NF last night. He was a non-factor.
I agree with that.
He was a non-factor in Game 7.
He didn't embarrass himself, though.
No, but
what was he from the field?
But I think 3 of 8.
Yeah. Whatever.
3 of 9.
3 of 9.
You're Dylan Brooks. Go out there and make S happen. Go out there and do something.
Well, what does that mean? You're Dylan Brooks.
That means you're losing. Go out there and stir it up.
Yeah, but there's 7 dudes on that floor more talented than Dylan Brooks.
Right, but nobody's more ornery than Dylan Brooks.
Yeah, well, there's one guy, but anyway.
Maybe.
All right, let's go to Grandy for the injury report on Game 1.
Before I do that, other piece of news from the NBA: Kenny Atkinson of the Cavs, head coach of the year.
Yeah.
Of course, former Warriors assistant, but that just came down from the NBA. Injury report for tomorrow: Gary Payton II, questionable with the illness that kept him out last night for Minnesota. Rob Dillingham, rookie guard, he's out with an ankle issue. Those are the only 2 guys on the injury report.
Pretty healthy look. back, and I got to think, I mean, I know nothing about his illness. I got to think 48 hours later, the GP2's got a good chance to be ready to go and play. I would think.
Yeah, you would guess. But my only concern is who gets it next.
Well, is it the same thing? I mean, when Pods got it, wasn't it? It was food poisoning. That's not contagious.
Well, and then Kuminga got sick, right?
Right. Well, that was a migraine. That's not contagious.
Right. I just wonder.
I mean, unless, like, you know what I mean? I have no idea what the hell's going on.
Yeah, me either.
But anyway, 888-957-9570 is the number. We keep going with your calls. Those of you on hold, stay right where you are. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It's Willard and Dibs. And it's Willard for Underdog Fantasy.
as Buddy Hield wide open, left corner, 3-ball on the way. He got it. It's a 20-point lead for Golden State, and the lights are starting to go down here in Houston.
Bay Area, it's Buddy Hield. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Buddy was on the roast this morning and was a ton of fun, number one.
Nice.
And number two, went into depth about some of the things that now everyone's talking about after a 33-point performance, including this song, which apparently led to the celebration that kind of looked like riding a horse a little bit after one of his three-pointers.
Yep.
Well, you want to hear what he said? Here's the this is the how the whole thing came together. This is from Buddy Hield this morning on 95.7 The Game.
So me and Tyrese Halliburton, he came in one day, and then it's like a TikTok went viral, and he's saying it with the bow, bow, bow. And then we just thought every time we shoot a three, it was like a bow, bow, bow. And after that, there's a dance. It was like bum, bum, bum. And then after that, when you just knocking your legs and like just from New Orleans, and then I just started adding that dance to that, and we're just having fun with it, and it never left me. So every time I go out or I around people and or whatever, I just hit the bow 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 dance. And before every pregame, we hit the bow 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 dance. I try to get everybody in the middle. Even the coaches hit it today. Even because Steve hit it last night. Terry Stotts is really good at hitting the bow 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 dance. I think everybody. I haven't let Draymond hit it. Draymond is still shy hitting the bow bow dance now. But Steph has hit it. Jimmy hasn't hit it yet. But we can get Jimmy to hit it. But like everybody's hit it except Steph. No, Steph has hit it except Jimmy, Draymond, and I think JK. We got a lot of shy guys on the team. You know, we got to get them on their show. You know, we got to get them on their show.
Okay, that's fantastic stuff. By the way, my favorite part, other than all the Buddy Hield parts, are when he first sort of reveals what it's about. And if you listen really closely, you can hear Shasky in the background go, oh. Play it again. It's about 7 to 10 seconds in.
So me and Tyrese Halliburton, he came in one day, and then it's like a TikTok went viral, and he's saying it with the bow, bow, bow. And then we just thought every time we shoot a three, it was like a bow, bow, bow. And after that...
Oh, I get it now.
Well, I'm with him. I didn't know like the reference. I didn't know that it was a thing. I thought that it was just like, you know, like when you see a kid with a horse on a broomstick and you're riding the horse. That's what I thought that was. I didn't know that it was a whole TikTok thing.
I did some research into it, and my favorite part now, after I've gone back and watched the compilations of this TikTok trend, the dance that Buddy does has nothing to do with the actual TikTok trend.
Of course.
He would do, it was some other dance move, and then in the answer that you just played, he was like, yeah, and then eventually I added the whole horse thing.
Right. I just
completely
made that
different.
up. Right. So here's how it all came together. It was actually just me in my restroom just making it up. That's how it actually came together. But I like this song, too, that was on TikTok. That's essentially what Buddy just said, which is the most Buddy Hield thing I've ever heard in my life. Perfect.
Yeah. And I didn't know he and Tyrese Halliburton were in cahoots with a similar celebration. And so.
Where's Tyrese's dad in all this?
Right.
How's he do?
I don't know. Probably somewhere in there.
What's wrong with that, Lucas? What's wrong with that?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Thank you. Do you know that he can't go to the games anymore?
Right. Nor should he.
I agree with you. But I was just thinking to myself about this. Like, you're a parent. I'm a parent. If I had a child who ever became an NBA All-Star and I behaved in such a way to where I was not allowed to go to his games anymore, I can't think of anything more embarrassing in my entire life.
Yeah, pretty embarrassing.
That is the most embarrassing thing I've ever heard from a parent. You've got somebody who has achieved that much. Your offspring has achieved that much. And you found a way with a towel. That's it. Armed with a towel, you found a way to exclude yourself from enjoying the fruits of the labor of your son. Wow.
Pretty embarrassing. And even if you go to LeVar Ball, who did a lot of things that were embarrassing before his kids went to the league, he never did something like this where he's no longer allowed in arenas. And just a 5-second quick aside about LeVar Ball, you don't really hear from him anymore.
Well, no, because the job is complete. I never like LeVar's thing was not. I didn't take it at face value. LeVar was just trying to
promote his kids to get to the league,
kids.
But his kids were good enough to get there without him.
Yeah, and I think he's been humbled a little bit now too, didn't he? He just had his foot amputated a short time ago.
Did he?
Yeah, like he had some illness, and anyway,
he had a 17-word interview on Jolo and Dibs on this very station.
Oh, good. How'd that go?
It was 8 questions, and it was beyond embarrassing. Like, you know, you go around 3-person show, everyone gets their question, and his answers were, no, maybe, I don't know, I think so. And finally, Neal's like, Lo was getting so mad. Like, the disrespect.
Yeah.
Get him out of here.
Yeah, get him out of here. I went through a whole thing at Fox where they booked him for our show, and I'm like, I don't want to talk to him.
Wow.
Like, and they're like, okay, no problem. Then we'll have your co-host do it by himself. I tried to be like, we don't want him on. They're like, no, we don't want you on. Actually,
ooh, so you sat there?
No, I did it. But I was just like, this is just we're turning ourselves into his marketing arm. You know what I mean? Like, why? We get it. He's just gonna make big stupid statements, and we're gonna help him sell shoes that he's never gonna deliver to people. Why are we doing this? And they're like, well, yeah, but it's LeVar Ball and people will listen. And I'm like, all right, you're right. All right, we'll figure it out. So I tried to challenge him a little bit. I asked him if he thinks, if he buys into that whole, like, is all publicity good publicity? Because I actually don't buy into that. I thought that he kind of fell into that trap. But anyway, let's get back to the phones. 888-957-9570. When you look back at the Rockets series, what's your takeaway? And what's your Game 7 story? We're all having fun hearing what everybody was doing last night because this one was something kind of special. Let's go to Ruben in the Haystack. Hey, Ruben, thank you for calling. What's up?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
We got you.
All right. Last night was a great game. Happy for the team. But as a coach, what I saw in the fourth quarter was a defining moment when the game got really, really close. And a lot of the shots were going to Pajinski and Moody, who were almost bricking for about 6 to 7 possessions. Finally, the Warriors got heat that Buddy Hield was still on the floor, and they finally got him the ball, and it went up to a 20-point lead. What I'm afraid of is, as a coach, if you don't recognize that hot hand and develop plays to go to the hot hand, you could put yourself in a predicament where you could lose the game. Buddy Hield didn't score the second half until the last few minutes of the fourth quarter when he got the hot hand. So Steve Kerr needs to look at that film through a microscope and make sure he doesn't make that mistake again, because Buddy Hield should have had 45, 50 points off top.
Okay, so Ruben, I don't agree with this take at all, because like you were not the only one who noticed that Buddy Hield was hot. So did the Houston defense, and they are very, very good on defense. They're very, very good. So that's literally the whole point. It's kind of like what the Warriors did with Jalen Green often in this series. They're going to set up their defense so that the ball gets funneled to who they want to shoot. It's why Draymond is always wide open. Like, they did a good job once they knew Buddy was hot. It's not that easy to just draw something up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the way the Warriors move the ball, you can move Buddy Hield's body too, just like Steph moved. If you look at the film, Buddy Hield was standing frozen. So he wasn't V-cutting or trying to get open. So if you run a screen for him or some type of off play where he's moving, he can still get those shots. I think Buddy should have had 43 points last night. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Ruben, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Yeah, Buddy, I'm not going to compare Buddy to the way Steph moves around the court.
Right.
Nobody in the history of ever does that. And Buddy doesn't either. Like, his role is to find an open space and be there to knock down an open shot. Again, you can see it how you see it. I want to see it as giving the Houston Rockets a little bit of credit on defense, that they realized that Buddy had the hot hand, and so they guarded him very closely. Does anybody notice the way the Warriors guarded Fred VanVleet last night? Very, very different than the way they were guarding Fred VanVleet earlier in the series, because they acknowledged finally, dude is on a heater and we've got to stop him. So they were very, very much in his face. And VanVleet, who's been brilliant from three-point range, was only able to get up 6 attempts. In fact, as a squad, and this might be one of the craziest things I've seen in an NBA game recently, the the Rockets were only able to attempt 18 threes.
Yep.
And that's not by choice. In fact, they lamented it after the game. But the Warriors were absolutely in their shorts on the three-point line. They defended it brilliantly last night.
It's because they didn't turn it over. And so, as you mentioned earlier, when the Rockets get into the half court, they're not that effective. And so, when the Rockets do get into their half court offense, what's their best possible outcome? And it is Şengün against whoever. And you back him down, you get that little half hook. And if not that, then maybe it's Amen Thompson attacking. But if Fred VanVleet can't get open for an easy open 3-point shot, you don't have a good 3-point shooting team. You're one of the worst 3-point shooting teams in the association. And so if the Warriors don't turn it over and they make you a half-court offense, you're not going to be that effective, especially from three.
Yeah, I look at it, and yes, Moody was off. Pods was too. Pods still had 9 points. He did some things out there, right? He was able to get a couple of assists. He had some rebounds. He had a couple of floaters that were able to go in, but he was off. He was off last night. Moody was tremendously off. In fact, I saw one of the texts just came through. I think it was 510 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line with an observation that I didn't even realize. He said, I think Kevon Looney had 100% of the Warriors' bench points last night.
He did.
And that's a true fact.
Yep.
Yeah, 3 points off the bench, 100 points from the starters last night. And all but Pods well into double digits, and Pods had 9. But that means 12 points from Pods and Looney, 91 points from Steph, Jimmy, Buddy, and Draymond. Wow.
Right.
That's a Game 7 performance.
It is, and they played about 91% of the minutes. So, I mean, it's not that alarming, but if you want to look at Buddy, and the caller said, he should have had 43. If you look at the game and you see how Houston defended in the first half, they played a lot of zone and Buddy was open. And in the second half, they played a lot more man-to-man. And when you play man-to-man, Buddy's not going to be able to, unless you set screens for him off the ball, he's not going to get free to be able to get open threes. And if you're in the half court, you're going to run those same actions for Steph Curry for him to get open threes. And he did, and that's when Steph kind of came to life.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It's Willard and Dibbs, and we are in a true celebration sensation off of the Game 7 victory on the road. Third time that Steph Curry's Warriors have done that in his career. 888-957-9570. What is your Game 7 story? And when you look back on the series, what kind of jumps out? And it wasn't until today that my sort of like look back on the series takeaway sort of came into focus. I think there's 1,000 things. When you get that many games and that much going on, there's all kinds of things you can focus on. A handful of days ago, the physicality of the series. And there's all kinds of talk about Dillon Brooks and Draymond Green and all of their action on the court and people slapping at Steph Curry's thumb and the Warriors' brains versus the youth of the Rockets, and then the Rockets with their rebounding edge and their athleticism. All of these things were kind of in the hopper. And then we pop out the other side of the series, and for me, it felt like going through a tunnel and coming out the other side of the tunnel and then going, okay, like, what are you actually looking at here? And it dawned on me, and this is really nothing more than a huge compliment to the emotional fortitude of the Golden State Warriors. I look at this series and I go, wow, all of the adversity was on one side. All of it. All of the adversity was on one side. And I'm sure Houston would be like, hold on a second. We had to deal with this, that, or the other. Sure, there's the stuff that's baked into a series. You're frustrated by the refs one night. Somebody else gets hot. Buddy Hield for 33. Are you kidding me? Same thing we felt about Fred VanVleet back in game number 4. It's like, what the hell kind of a heater is this guy on? But the actual out-of-your-control adversity of Jimmy Butler missing 2 games and Steph having a golf ball in his thumb and Pods missing a game sick and GP2 missing a game sick, and the fact that the Rockets started with home court advantage, the fact that the Rockets finished with home court advantage, and if you want to throw this in, the fact that Steph Curry, after games 1 through 3, really kind of went through what for him is a bit of a dead zone. all of that happens, and then I go to look at the Rockets. I go, okay, what did the Rockets deal with? An empty injury report the entire series?
Going up against two players who are 4-time champs.
Well,
and,
sure, but that's like baked in, though, right? I mean, like, that's just the matchup.
It's still adversity, and you have a team that's never been in the playoffs before, for the most part. I know that Van Vliet had, and Steven Adams had as your seventh man.
And Brooks had, sure.
Right, but other than that, like, most of your other guys have never been through it before, so it's not adversity that comes from injury, but it's adversity nonetheless, and you have to figure out how you go through it. And the adversity is that you go down 3-1 and you win 2 straight games, and you get the thing back to Houston on your home court.
Yep, they battled back. I give their sort of emotional fortitude, I give them high marks on that as well, just for battling back. But as far as things that aren't baked in, that just sort of showed up in the middle of the series that you have to deal with, that team was 100% healthy the entire time. They were 100% healthy. Nobody got sick. Nobody this, nobody that. I'm sure there are things, like with any story, that we don't know about that were going on behind the scenes. But as far as this idea, if I had thrown this scenario at you before the series started, if I had said Houston would start with home court advantage, they would finish with home court advantage, I would tell you that Steph's thumb would swell into where,
Well, he came into the series with a bad thumb.
Right, but I don't think it looked that bad as it did in the middle of the series when that picture was taken. Like, he's got a growth in his thumb. If I had literally just said Jimmy Butler's going to miss 2 games, you already would have been like, oh, bleep.
That's trouble.
Right? And then Pods is sick and GP2 is sick, and you throw all that into a bucket. If I had said that to you before the series, I think most people would say Warriors are going to have a hard time winning that series.
But if I also said that, the older team is going to have injuries and the younger team won't, you probably wouldn't have been that surprised by that, because you watched Amen Thompson last night. He took a fall that Jimmy took and that Steph took and that they've all taken. You saw him, his knee buckled and he went down and he fell hard, and he's 22. He got up and he was fine because he's 22.
I don't know if he was fine. Like, I hear you, but he also had to leave the game. And in fact, on back-to-back possessions, Steph went right by him on one possession, and then the next possession, Thompson flat gave up because he couldn't move.
He didn't miss 2 games.
Yeah, but
he was able to come back and still play basketball,
but
is my point.
That 5-point run at the start of the fourth quarter effectively ended Houston's run at the end of the third.
Yeah, I think the end of the third is what and the start of the fourth maybe as well, but they were in trouble already.
Yeah, exactly. No doubt. I don't disagree with you on that.
I just think that if you look at an older team and you look at the fact that they sustained injuries that were, like Steph didn't miss any time.
No,
he was able to play through it, and Draymond's been, quote unquote, injured for 5 years now?
Apparently. I mean, that's the other thing. The injuries they sustained, I don't really consider to be old man injuries. Like Jimmy Butler's injury, that's not because of age. That's a horrible fall that would hurt anyone of any age. And Steph's thumb, like, I look more at like the muscular type of stuff is the stuff that I would be worried about when 37-year-olds are playing 22-year-olds. But these injuries were different than that, and whether it's makes sense or not, they still had to deal with it. And all of those things happened. The adversity was on the Warriors' side for sure, and they still won the series. That's what stands out to me. Dustin in San Mateo is next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Dustin. What you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to give a quick shout-out. I know we're talking about sons and our experience. So me and my son celebrated his 18th birthday yesterday, May the 4th, in an awesome way. We had dinner at Momo's across from Oracle.
Nice.
Sarah High School represent. And then we rolled down to the Chase Center for the second half, for the after party, the watch party. And it was unreal energy. It was like classic Game 7 vibes. It was an incredible father-son moment. Win or lose, that's what being a fan is all about.
No doubt, Dustin, I love it. Those road playoff games, and I know the Warriors throughout history, thanks, Dustin, of Chase Center at times have done that even inside the building, maybe not for the early rounds, but I remember doing that for Game 4 against the Boston Celtics, actually inside the building. They've now developed this situation where they're doing it outside the building. I do want to let everybody know that there is no official Warriors watch party tomorrow night for Game 1 at Minnesota, because the Valkyries have their first ever preseason game tomorrow night at Chase Center. So no watch party tomorrow, but there will be more coming. There will definitely be one Thursday. And if you have not experienced this for Warrior road games, you should. You should. It's really something else. And he's not wrong. The energy down there at Thrive City for these road games is something to see. It's pretty special.
Yeah, a lot of people getting together. And, when it's inside the arena, it's crazy because you get 10,000 people and you're all watching on the big screen up above. But something about being out there on Thrive City and the plaza is even better because you're outside in that amphitheater and everybody crowding around and you get a chance to, again, watch it on the big screen outside the arena.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. And Splash also. I watched, what game was that you went to? Was that 3 or 4? That was 4, yep. Right? Yep. Yeah. Christy and I watched that at Splash. Energy in there was absolutely out of control. It was wonderful in there. So just something to think about as suddenly, I know most of us spent most of the weekend thinking, well, that's probably it.
Yeah.
No, we got a bucket more full of games now. Tomorrow night, Thursday night, Saturday night at Chase, Monday night at Chase at a minimum. And then very probably at least then Game 5 would be Wednesday back in Minnesota. And if the series continues on beyond that, then the following Sunday we'll be back here at Chase Center for game number 6. And then if this thing goes 7 again, that would be 2 weeks from tomorrow.
Tuesday in Minnesota.
Yeah.
But it's the fact that if you get to a game 6, you have Thursday, Friday, Saturday off.
3 days off.
I mean, that's huge.
Huge.
If you happen to be down 3-2, and, if the home team holds serve, right, you'd be down 3-2, and you get 3 days off to come back here for game 6 the week after Mother's Day, that'd be awesome.
Let me ask you this, because you and I threw this out a lot on Friday, and I'm not going to take back the take yet, but at the same time, like always, it's one of those things where you arrive at your new destination. Maybe you have a little bit of a different perspective, but you and I were both on the same page going into Friday night. I'm like, they have to win this one.
Yep.
Not that they couldn't win Sunday, but even if they did win Sunday, I don't like the situation that leaves an older team in to then hop a flight to Minnesota and be ready to go 48 hours later to buckle up and do this all again. And so that's what happened. And so now as we sit here today, do we sort of feel like the Warriors are not adequately set up for this series that starts tomorrow night?
They are.
Or do you feel differently?
Well, I feel that they're adequately set up as long as they get a split. And I do think that when you look at game 1 tomorrow in Minnesota, and we can get more into this idea tomorrow, but I think that if I'm Steve Kerr and I approach tomorrow's game after what we just went through, I'm thinking about playing 10, 11, 12, even 13 guys. I'm not playing.
Really?
I'm not going into game 1 playing Jimmy Butler 45 and Steph 40.
Yeah.
I'm playing these guys, 30 to 32. I'm going to make sure that I give everybody a chance to get in there. I'm going to use as many fresh legs as I can tomorrow.
Yeah, we can talk about this more tomorrow. I agree with you on the minute total for the starters. I don't know if I agree with you with how far down the bench I'm going. I'm keeping my rotation, my 8 to 9 man rotation. I'm going to try to win the basketball game.
I'm going to try to win the game as well, but I'm going to expand a little bit deeper and, think about the Rockets series where Jonathan Kuminga started a game and he played in 3 games and he was all but buried and he probably still is buried. And Quentin Post, he played a bunch in a game and then he didn't play at all last night. So I do think that you look at it and all players are on the table in terms of you might get a chance to get in there. Pat Spencer might get 8 minutes.
You're bringing up names that suggest to me the Warriors are down by 25. That's all. I just wouldn't.
Not necessarily.
I don't know. I mean, yes, they're on the table.
Yeah.
I would leave them
Pat
there.
played last night, and they were not down by 25.
I mean, he logged a total of 0 minutes. I know he went in with
8 seconds.
With 8 seconds left to go.
They were not down 25.
Quentin Post did actually play. He played 3 minutes last night.
And you know what I noticed? Is when they went to that last second GT lineup, garbage time?
Yeah.
Kuminga. They put him in there for that.
It was TJD,
Yep.
Gee,
Yep.
Pat,
Yep.
Kuminga, and who? Who was the last one in? Was it Moody?
And Noxie?
Post?
No.
No, Knox
I
didn't
don't
get
have it
on.
in front of me, but-
Knox and Braxton Key did not go in. Anyway, we're sponsored by Cache Creek Casino Resort. We'd like to let you hear a little bit more of what Buddy Hield had to say on 95.7 The Game earlier today, plus a lot of the things that guys had to say after the game on the podium last night. The Warriors are into round 2, and we're taking your phone calls all afternoon long. So now that you're done with it, look back on the 7 games. What's your takeaway? And what is your Game 7 story? We would love to hear it. 888-957-957. We'll take your calls right now on Willard and Dibs.
Dribbles on Adams. Ridden out far side. Goes all the way in. Takes the hit. Uses the inside hand and scores. Low left. Don't give me threes. I don't care. I'm going to get to the bucket. And Curry now is 17. Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Game 7 is in the Warriors' hip pocket for the third time in Steph Curry's career. He's won a Game 7 on the road. And the Warriors are on to Minnesota. This is Willard and Dibbs. We're taking your calls, 888-957-9570. Buddy Hield was on this morning with the roast. We'll play some of that for you. He's awesome. No one's ever questioned his personality.
No.
That's for sure. I also do want to address this real quick. Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney sex line. I get why somebody will feel this way. You, Dibbs, will agree with what this person is saying, but I want to explain myself.
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay, because it's 650. Mark, you really ought to change your tone when you talk about Pat Spencer. He's shown a ton. I want you to understand where I'm coming from. I know that sometimes that can sound like I'm taking personal shots at Pat Spencer's game. I'm not. I'm talking about the role he plays with the Golden State Warriors. Pat Spencer comes in basically one of three scenarios. Scenario 1, the Warriors are up by a bucketful. Scenario 2, the Warriors are down by a bucketful. Scenario 3, a bunch of people who were supposed to be available are not available. It's the only time Pat has come in, and that's just a fact. So I love what he does when he's out there. He is fearless, and he's obviously a tremendous athlete, and I'm glad that he's on the Warriors. But the Warriors have roles. They've all got roles, and his role is not to go out there and play playoff minutes when the Warriors are at full strength and in the game. That's just not his role. So that's all I'm saying with that. He came in this series because Pods was sick and Jimmy got hurt, and he got thrown in. He came in Game 5, Warriors down by 30. Like, that's when he comes in. So when I say I don't want to see him, it's because at least 2 of the 3 scenarios of him coming into the game are bad. It means the Warriors are down by 30 or somebody got hurt. Now, if the Warriors are up by 30, awesome. I'm not really foreseeing that tomorrow night, but awesome if it goes that way. That's all I'm saying, is nothing about Pat, the person or the player, at all. And he's not the only one I would refer to.
Right.
TJD and others are the exact same thing for me. I want the Warriors in the playoffs to have their 8/9-man rotation, draw from it, give everybody their normal minutes, hope for good health and good basketball. That's what I would do. That's what I think Steve will try to do tomorrow night.
Well, I look at what you're describing as their 8/9-man rotation, and it's been in that last series, it was more of a 8/7-man rotation. And I know part of it was because Gary got hurt, but I'm looking at the total minutes played. Kevon Looney played 65 minutes in 7 games.
The whole time.
That's 9 minutes a game.
Yeah.
So he's not in a 8 or 9-man rotation. I mean, he got crumbs. And Gary played about 15, 16 minutes a game, and he missed a game because he had the flu, so he's in. Quentin Post, he played about 15 minutes a game, 16 minutes a game.
He was in a lot. I know his average got knocked down.
He was in, but then he was out.
Because of last night.
My point is, going into Game 1, and we can get into this a lot more tomorrow, and 888-957-9570, we're basking in a Game 7 win because I mentioned this on Friday about Game 6, and I said, this is the sauce. Not Sauce Gardner, but this is the S, the sauce. This is why you love sports. I do. Grandy, Lucas, fans. Like, last night is why we love sports. We had dinner. I had my family over, and it was, everybody shut the blank up because we're watching the game. And, our deal is that my wife cooks and I clean. And so luckily these NBA games, you get a 3-minute TV timeout. And so, you get to the TV timeout, I go in there and I'm trying to do a little cleaning, and then the game's back on. It's like, boom, sink off, dishes, whatever, game.
Yeah.
And this is what we love. But I think about Game 1 and, a tired veteran team in a very tough spot against a rested team. Well, I would not be against having him stretch that thing out a little bit tomorrow.
Yeah, I would. And I understand where you're coming from. Yeah. But I look at this as like you go right back to the starting gate. And the starting block is it's a playoff game. You're not resting people. Yes, you're not pushing them to 42, 43, 45 minutes. We're not doing that.
Yep.
But I absolutely would have them scratch the bottom level of 40. I mean, they're not playing a back-to-back. Jimmy Butler can have 38. Steph Curry can have 36 tomorrow night. And if Gary Payton, we don't know this yet, but if GP2 is back and healthy, you get your rotation of GP2 and Moody and probably a little bit of Quentin Post and a little bit of Kevon Looney, and that's your rotation. And you get guys a little bit of rest, but good Lord, you try to go win that basketball game tomorrow night.
Of course.
You've got to try to win that basketball game tomorrow night.
You need to win one of the two, is my point.
You do, but, look, it's right. And therefore, I think max effort for both of them is in order. This is where you're at. Like, the Warriors are not good enough to just be like, we got to lay back a little bit in a game or two here because we're tired. This is the assignment, and you got to go try to win it. And I will, to the smallest degree, kind of back off, at least in a provisional way, back off my statement Friday of that if they get to Game 7, it just doesn't leave them in good shape for this series. I do still feel that way, but there's a piece of me that goes, it's a totally different matchup. It's a totally different matchup, and I do see certain spots on the court that make me feel like this is a better matchup for the Warriors than the Rockets were. I loved that matchup at the start just because they were so young. But physically, some of the things the Rockets can present defensively to the Warriors, the T-Wolves can't. And so the T-Wolves might be more consistent shooting the ball from the outside for sure. They're more dynamic. They're more experienced. All of those things. But I also do not think they are the defensive animal that the Rockets are. And I think Steph Curry is going to have a much, I don't want to use the word easier. I think the floor is going to be much more open and free for Steph than it was in this last series.
Interesting, but that could be part of it. And I do think that you're right as far as, and Steph even said it, I think, at the end of last night's game, that was one of the toughest defenses he's ever faced.
He did say that, yeah.
It's because of Ime Udoka, and it's because of the zone and their approach and the fact that they had Amen Thompson, who's young and a very good defender. He's probably going to be first team all defense or second team at the very least. And so, yeah, very difficult. I do think that Minnesota presents different defensive issues. For example, getting to the rim is going to be near impossible when Rudy Gobert's on the floor. He's one of the best shot blockers in the modern game. And I do think on the other side of the ball, Julius Randle is going to be a tough cover. And that's going to be Draymond Green.
They're tough. Yeah.
He's going to have to guard Randle. And so
they're good.
They're good.
They're
and
really
he
good.
is a load.
Yep.
Şengün is a load, but Şengün's a little bit more finesse when he gets to the bucket. Randle can bring you out to the three-point line. He can do a little bit off the dribble. He can get you down to the deep water. So I don't want to get too far into the Minnesota tape, but I think what you're saying is partly right in terms of Steph, but defensively, they're still a really good team.
Yep. No, nobody's left who's not good. Really good on both sides of the ball. Nobody's left. Let's go to Paul in Oakland. Hey, Paul, thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, good afternoon. So, back in the 70s, Saturday Night Live, the name of the comedy troupe, Bill Murray, Eddie Murphy, etc., they were known as the Not Ready for Primetime Players. Houston Rockets, the 2025 NBA version of the Not Ready for Primetime Players. Younger, more athletic, length. I'm not sure that they're more talented basketball players, but in terms of the length and the youth and those things, obviously dominated the series in most of the stat categories. Had opportunities to win the thing in 5 games, and they didn't. And I think as the series went on, their flaws, even though they won games 5 and 6, I think their flaws got exposed, and there's no question, if you watch the last quarter and a half, they were the team that was gassed, out of sorts, spent emotionally, spent physically, and definitely not ready to play in a Game 7. Moving forward with Houston, I think they've got to really evaluate, their style of play, because I think it's conducive for maybe an 82-game schedule, But when you get into a 7-game, got to win 4 out of 7, you got to be better than what they are. And maybe the coaching style and the coaching approach has to work differently. It worked for the Pistons back in the day, but this isn't the same NBA. And the Pistons thing didn't sustain itself. And the Pistons also had Isaiah Thomas. And I don't think the Rockets have an Isaiah Thomas on their roster.
Yeah, they need some I don't want to call them upgrades. Paul, thanks. You've obviously been watching the league for a long time. Houston.
Since the 70s.
Yeah, Houston has a real decision to make this offseason. Stay the course with all their young guys, or is it time to cash one or two of them in and go get Chase KD or Giannis or whoever may be available this offseason? I don't know who else might be available. That's going to be an interesting play. I do push back on a little bit. There was one sentence early in his call where he said that they dominated in most of the stat categories, had an opportunity to win the series in 5 games. I didn't really see it that way. I know that they dominated rebounding. We told you that was going to happen before the series even started, though. They're a phenomenal rebounding team. Was there anything else where they dominated the stat category the rest of the way? It's funny. I mean,
missed free throws.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
I thought this series, it went a little longer than I thought it would, but in the end, the dynamics of it were pretty predictable, which is Houston's youth and athleticism is going to win maybe a game or two. The Warriors' brains are going to win a game or two, and then let's see who makes shots and kind of outlasts each other from there. I thought it would take 6 games. It took 7, but the characteristics of the teams I thought were pretty evident before they even started playing games.
And the way it played out, I thought was pretty typical, pretty standard. And if my math is correct, they scored the exact same amount of points in 7 games.
You're kidding me.
The 2 teams.
You're kidding me. It's dead tied.
Warriors were plus 10. Rockets were plus 15, so Rockets by 5.
Yeah.
Warriors win by 11. They're plus 6. Warriors by 3. They're plus 9. Rockets by 15. They're plus 6. Rockets by 8. They're plus 14. Warriors by 14. This game is tied.
How about that?
Yep.
How about that?
So,
they scored the exact same number of points in 7 games.
Right.
Damn.
And, I mean, just the Rockets rebounded it way better. The Warriors turned it over a little bit fewer times. Effective field goal percentage, very close. And it really came down to one thing and one thing only, in my opinion. Warriors shot 77% from the foul line. The Rockets shot 70%.
Yeah.
And
I mean, in games, in a
game
series
4
that
for
close,
sure, yeah.
And again, we can all kind of pick our thing. For me,
and you're right about this, yeah.
Yeah, we were banging on this drum all week last week. Just don't turn the ball over. Like, you're not going to let Houston open up the floor and get fast break points. If you don't turn the ball over, you win. The Warriors won the turnover battle 4 times. They won those 4 games. The Rockets won it 3 times. They won those 3 games. And then the other thing, and it doesn't sound like you quite see it the way I do, which is fine, but I really do think it speaks volumes. When you tell me the Rockets dominated certain categories, and I look at the adversity the Warriors faced, forget all the other things I keep bringing up. Just the fact that Jimmy missed 2 games, just that fact alone, I would think would tell what most people would have predicted the Warriors to lose the series if I had told you that before it started. If I said, okay, here you go, make a prediction on the series. Okay, now do it again. Jimmy's going to miss 2 of the games.
Well, he missed 1 game. He missed a game in 3 quarters. I get it.
Right. He was not really there to have an effect on 2 of the games. And that alone, to me, makes the series closer, even though the Warriors went out and won one of those games. So I think the Warriors faced a lot more adversity than the Rockets did. When you add in the illnesses that certain players had to have sitting out, and the fact that Steph was clearly dealing with something on his hand, that's just kind of my perspective on it. But I don't think the Rockets dominated anything other than rebounding, and they're like the best rebounding team in the NBA. So I get it.
And the Warriors are number 5 in rebounding, so it's not like the Warriors aren't able to hold their own. For me, the whole series came down to what you call the pivotal, even-numbered games, and you're not wrong, and I may have to someday get over on your side of the ledger because I've always thought it was like Game 5 and whatnot, but the most pivotal game in this series was the game I was at. You were at Splash, and it was game 4. And you look at the way that game went, the Rockets were 19 of 31 from the line, 61%. The Warriors were 20 of 22. So the Rockets got 9 more free throws, and they had 1 fewer make in the game. So for me, turnovers, yes, you're right. Rebounding, sure. Possessions, shooting. When Fred VanVleet was on fire, you had no answer. When Jalen Smith had a monster game, you had no answer. You lost those games. Game 4, everyone was on the floor. Everyone was healthy. I know Jimmy was still coming back. He played 40 minutes, so I'm not going to say that he was not healthy.
No, but
he played 40 minutes.
He was clearly in pain.
Let's just 27 points.
He was clearly in pain.
Fine, but I'm not going to say that Jimmy was hampered.
No,
Jimmy was amazing.
Yep, he played.
Both teams were at their best, and the Warriors won the game.
And Şengün, turnaround, 11-foot jump hook, bounce out. And the Warriors win. And that's
the series.
That thing could have gone in.
That's right.
It could have gone in. Warriors would have had a chance to go down and score at the buzzer, but still, this absolutely, that could have turned it the other direction.
I think the series was that close where
in the end,
even in the middle, game 4, if Houston wins that game, now it's 2-2 and it's a whole nother ball game.
But exactly, which could have twisted it in a different direction.
Sure.
Game 5, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to say the Warriors took their foot off the gas and all that. But there's an energy flow.
Well, they stunk.
Yeah, there's an energy flow to the series, and teams play with desperation when they're facing elimination. So if Şengün's shot goes in and it's a 2-2 series tie, I can still very easily see this series getting to a Game 7. The Rockets don't come out in Game 5 with their butt on fire, and the Warriors might have a little bit more desperation. Maybe those 2 games, 5 and 6, play out a different way, and the Warriors get one of them. I don't know. But I'm not disagreeing with you. It got very tight, tighter than I thought it would be. Let's go to Jonathan in the city. Hi, Jonathan. Thanks for calling.
Hi, how's it going? I don't know if anyone said this yet. I know we're praising Buddy Hield a lot, but really saved Steph Curry's legacy. I was wondering if you agreed. We talked about.
Yeah, Jonathan, just me, and thank you for calling, but good Lord, could not disagree more. I actually.
So he's no longer top 10 all time if they lose that game?
This is the stuff that kind of triggers me, to be honest with you, okay?
Did LeBron's legacy get tarnished by the fact that they just lost in 5 to Minnesota?
We started the show last night by saying this. No, Granny, the answer is no. We started the show last night by saying this. This is such the social media thing that we do to these guys. One of them's 40 years old. The other one's 37. Their plaques and their statues and everything are completely cemented. Everything is in ink. We're really in the bonus stretch of their careers, to be honest with you. We are. We're in the bonus round. We got to stop. There's nothing that these 2 guys can do to take them off of the top 10 plaque. Nothing. There's nothing that can happen the rest of the way. They're literally doing what they're doing well beyond when many people said they were done. And they're still out here doing it. They're still being playoff performers. Did LeBron's team have a quick exit? Sure it did. But they won 50 games, and I actually thought he was more impressive than his 25-year-old superstar counterpart on his own team. LeBron was better than Luka was in that series. And so, no, their legacies are done. We're not. They can grow, but they cannot diminish, in my opinion, at this point in their careers.
I agree with you, and the only diminishing would be something off the court that is of a felonious or calamitous nature. Then we can talk about a tarnishing of a legacy. And if you want to look at the NBA playoffs right now and the remaining 8 teams. There's some legacies that can be burnished and improved, certainly.
Absolutely.
You look at Boston, and if Brown and Tatum are able to go back-to-back, well, now they take about 3 or 4 steps up the ladder in terms of, doing something that not that many tandems have done. Anthony Edwards is trying to become that dude.
Yep.
And if you get to the Western Conference Finals and you beat the Warriors, well, that's a notch in your on your bedpost.
I think there are 3, maybe 4. I don't know. The Pacers, I can't tell from night to night who their quote-unquote best player is, from Halliburton to Siakam to Turner to on and on and on. They're kind of like, they remind me of the Pistons that beat the Lakers.
Remind me of the Raptors who beat the Warriors.
Yeah, well.
A good, solid collective.
Right, absolutely. Kawhi and whatnot. But I think there are at least 3 players who can do that, join the legacy group.
Yep.
And it is Anthony Edwards, it's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and it's Donovan Mitchell. You can join the next level. And so, yes, you can really go up from there. And then, yes.
Yeah, Tatum and Brown can get into get into that elite club.
Maybe I left Jalen Brunson out and Karl Anthony Towns. I guess you could put them in there too, but I agree with you on Jalen and Brown.
Yeah.
Tatum and Brown.
Jason and Tatum, yeah.
Either one. Yeah. And I guess Jokic is in that group too. Jokic
they're still playing?
Well, yeah, they are. They had a game here in a couple hours.
I thought you threw dirt on them last week.
I thought dude, I was ready. If the Rockets win last night, I was going to be wrong in 3 of the 4 series.
Oh, boy.
Just picking the winner. That's supposed to be easy in the first round. I was about to be right in one of them, and it was the one that everybody knew, which is that Oklahoma City was going to beat Memphis.
Duh.
We knew that.
Yep.
But, dude, I for sure thought the Clippers were going to win that series. And I'll go to bed feeling like they would have if Aaron Gordon's finger was still on that ball. Was that game 4? I think it was game 4. So split second away, I think the Clippers win that series, but they didn't. He won it. They did it. Good job. Nuggets win. I didn't think Minnesota would be able to handle the Lakers the way they did.
Right.
And we were 1 game away from being all kinds of wrong about the Warriors too. So I love the sort of the parity that especially the Western Conference is offering. Right
wide
now.
Open, the wide open West.
Okay, 888-957-9570. We got a piece of the Buddy Hield interview from this morning with the roast that we're going to play for you, but absolutely plenty of time throughout the 5 o'clock hour for your phone calls as well. Idris, you'll lead us off, so stay right where you are. 888-957-9570. That is your number. What is your Game 7 or 7-game series takeaway, looking back on the whole thing, and what's your Game 7 story? 888-957-9570. We take your calls right now. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Willard and Dibbs.
In building materials, well, they've redesigned their logo and shortened their name to Golden State Lumber and Showroom. One thing, though, maintains, and that's the company's iconic tree symbol. These changes are there to modernize the brand while also honoring their legacy. It's a reflection of their commitment to enhancing your experience by streamlining their processes to serve you more.
Curry on the logo. Comes left, crossover dribble, crossover again, step back, takes a three under duress. It's good! It's good! Curry nails it. And it's 91-74. The Warriors have their largest lead of the game right now. Thompson will go in, forces up a left-hand shot. That doesn't go. Loose ball on the deck. Curry comes up with it, steps over Şengün, dribbles it to the front court, puts on the brakes, has Buddy Hield wide open, left corner, three ball on the way. He got it! It's a 20-point lead for Golden State, and the lights are starting to go down here in Houston.
Hey, Aries, Buddy Hield. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, hello. This smells like Warrior spirit. This has been yet another journey, and I will stand right up and raise my hand and admit to a vibe that I hate. But, dude, I went home Friday night very discouraged.
Yeah?
Very discouraged.
You were in the house, right? You and the lovely Christy.
No. We went to the game Friday night.
That's what I said. You were in the house.
Oh, I thought you meant like we were at our house.
No. We went to the game.
We was in the building.
You went to the game, right?
Yeah, we went to the game.
We went to the game.
Went to the game. We're in the house.
I got home like in 7 minutes.
What?
It was an unbelievable transportation sensation.
You thought it was going to be the
nightmare.
Opposite.
We've right by Oracle Park, Giants game, onto the Bay Bridge. Scoop through the tunnel. I got home for tip.
Dude.
I got home for tip.
That's crazy.
Wish I wouldn't have.
Got home for tip?
Tip-ish.
I was going to say.
It might have been like 2 or 3 minutes later.
Damn.
It was, and I don't speed. You know me. I'm Captain 10 and 2.
Right.
Like Granny style.
I mean, unless somebody cuts you off.
Oh, then it's
those
double
those arms are out the window.
Yeah. Only one. One hand on the wheel.
Anyway. Yeah, that's impressive. But no, we were there, and I was prepared to faint. It was one of those games. I don't know if anybody has this experience when I'm really intense about a game. If there's really a moment, then I will cheer in such a way where the energy and the volume is so high that I can force myself into lightheadedness.
Oh my God.
I'm not proud of it, but I wanted this
You're
one.
Expending so much CO2,
dude.
Not enough oxygen in, CO2 out.
I think there was a foul at one point called on the goon, and he had to exit the game, and I let out a massive expletive. I was hot. I had it as
the goon?
as my mom often. I had it up to ear, Dibs.
He's just a kid.
I know, but you get caught up in all this stuff.
No doubt.
We got a 7-gamer here, and I was hot. And then there's these two, and they were lovely. Nothing against them, but these two ladies sitting next to us who are big Rocket fans. They might have been affiliated with someone in the organization. They kind of looked like that, where they were like just Rocket gear, but we're not going to say anything. We're just focused solely on the game. I don't want to talk. We're not going to eat anything. We're just going to clap every time the Rockets score. We're going to call him Alpy. Come on, Alpy, make your shots. And I'm like, you're really annoying me.
Oh, no.
Because I got a lot of energy for this one.
I hope you cussed one of those ladies out.
I did not. Okay. We did not share any thoughts at all. I was like, the way I handle that is I'm not talking to you. I might rub shoulders. I'm going to ask you to get up when I need to go to the bathroom. But other than that, we're not talking. Christy's the complete opposite. Second she realizes they're Rocket fans, she just leans over and gets right in front of him and goes, oh, no. Oh, no. I didn't know you're rooting for the Rockets? Oh, no. That's not good.
Oh, no.
I have a whole conversation with him. I'm less like, I'm keeping my eyes straight ahead because I'm focused on this goon and this Dylan Brooks jerk, and we're going to get him out of here. And Dibs, the Rockets played great and the Warriors played horrible, and I was very discouraged on the way home.
I bet.
And all of those thoughts about this show, this show today, being a funeral to the Warriors season.
Dearly beloved.
They all filtered into my brain. And so last night was pretty satisfying.
Oh, it was pretty awesome.
Pretty satisfying.
And I was telling everybody yesterday about, hey, because you bump into people at the farmer's market, and they're like, where are you watching the game? And it's like, I'm watching it at home, and oh boy, geez, I hope the Warriors win. And I look at these people like, you don't understand what this means to me. Personally, I've been a Warrior fan for, almost 50 years.
Right.
But professionally, like them continuing to play basketball, it's good for business. And Game 7s are good for business, but having another series is also good for business. So I got a lot of texts yesterday about like, there you go.
Yeah.
More content.
Yeah, no, it's good for business. It's good for the soul.
It's good for the Bay Area. It's good for everything.
It's also just fun.
Yeah.
Look, let's be real. When you go up 3-1, you start making mental plans. I did. I'm like, okay, we're going around 2.
Yep.
They're up 3-1. 95. There's nothing in life that's going to happen 95% of the time that you don't start counting on.
Not even a Steph Curry free throw.
Right? Like, not even a Steph. Great analogy.
Because that's at about 91 for his career, roughly.
And when he goes to the line...
Correct me and buzz me. I know it's been a long time.
When he goes to the line, I put the points on the board before he shoots it. Every time.
Every time.
So I was already making plans.
Yeah, 91 for his career.
Yeah.
Oof, dodged a bullet there.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
So, like, we were... You know what I mean? I'm like, we got at least a couple more weeks of basketball, and this is going to be a blast. And then it feels like something got taken from you. That's how I felt Friday night.
Right.
It felt like something got taken from us.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it.
Yeah.
And, Friday night was one of those ones where they just could never quite get over the hump and get on top.
Totally.
And I was looking at all these games, and I'll do a deeper dive on the Minnesota experience. But the one thing I've kind of been noticing about the Warriors is when they lead early and they keep the lead, they don't lose. And I know that all the blown leads and this and that during the regular season.
Been a lot better lately.
They have been. But in this game Friday night, when, the Warriors are in a spot where they're up 3-2 and, you want to avoid going to Houston. Houston led for 43 minutes and 13 seconds in that game.
They were the better team.
The Warriors led for a minute 41.
Yeah, it was not even a question. The Rockets were flat out a better basketball team on Friday night.
Yeah.
So I don't know how the hell, I said this earlier, you can not give up hope. That's fine. Don't give up hope. There's no way in hell you went into last night's game optimistic. Oh, yeah, they got it. No, if you felt that way, you're myopic, quite frankly. I don't know how you could feel that way going into the game.
And I don't do myopia, but I did text you, Jesse Jackson, keep hope alive.
You said keep hope alive.
Keep hope alive.
And I said, yeah.
Of course.
But no.
Right. Yeah. And then I realized
it's not good.
It's not good. And then I looked at the spread and it was 2.5.
Oh, yeah.
Because I did one of these gambling shows yesterday afternoon. And I did it in my garage because the baby's asleep and we're going through it. And he actually asked me, the two co-hosts, they're like, a prediction. If you had to make a prediction. And I said, well, the Warriors are my team. But if you're asking me to make a prediction, it's the Rockets.
Oh.
Like the numbers indicate the Rockets. The home team wins 75% of the time in Game 7. And the Warriors have a bum thumb and a bum tailbone and an older team. The prediction, the bet would have been the Rockets.
I know your life has not gone haywire, but I will tell you it sounds like it is when you say, so I did a gambling show in the garage.
Yeah.
Like that literally, if somebody says that to me, I'm like, I want to check on that person. We doing all right?
We're doing great.
You doing okay with your
Had
life?
you seen the backdrop of my... Because, all these radio shows now, they want you to do video too.
Of course.
And so I'm like, sitting out there in a folding chair.
Saw behind you or something?
No, it was like...
Tool shed?
Like the overhanging wood structure of a garage and like a blank
like
wall.
A loft up
There's
there?
a couple of rakes and a shovel. Yeah, call my message phone.
Exactly.
I like the under.
Yeah.
I did like the under at least. So I have that.
And you were right.
Yeah.
All right, so 888-957-9570. What's your Game 7 story? What's your takeaway from round 1? Warriors moving on to round 2 in Minnesota tomorrow night. Idris in Hayward. Hi, Idris. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Doing a heck of a job over there. So, my takeaway, first off, shout out to Buddy Hield, but you know who really set the tone of that game? It was Draymond. He came out, had a layup, had a 3, we're up 5, hit another 3. I said, whoa, okay, Draymond's here. Game 7, Dre is here, right? And then, we started going, well, Hield hit it, but I noticed that Steph Curry and Butler, they were struggling. They were literally keeping Houston in the game, and I know they played in the 4th, but that was because they were tired. So what I want to talk about is how is Steve Kerr going to get these guys rest on a different schedule? Because at the end of the day, I know people say you can't play your bench because we'll go down, but it shows that when our star players are tired, they play just as bad, sometimes even worse. And on the other side, Jabari Smith was killing us, and apparently the coach didn't like him or something like that. And I'm like, I think of the whole JK situation. He has been playing well, but when Steve Kerr throws him in those little spurts, like do something, it's almost like give him like a quarter or something in one of these beginning games, because we're going to need JK to give us some good minutes, and we need our stars to get rest. But other than that, go Warriors. You guys are doing a great job. What do you think?
Idris, thanks very much. Appreciate it. Listen, okay. There's two pieces here for me, and I want to say them both, hopefully with clarity. I agree with Idris. We are not in a spot where assessing Jonathan Kuminga in these little spurts off of weeks on the bench are fair. No. It's just not fair. It's not fair. So I'm not going to look at what you see, for example, in a game like last night and say, well, now Jonathan Kuminga sucks because of what you saw. I think it's fair to say, look, you were given a tiny little spurt and you did not do good things. You did not do what was necessary to make the team want to put you in for longer. That's just a fact. But I don't think it's fair to assess Kuminga. He's in a really, really difficult spot. Here's the other side to it. I keep hearing this, and I'd like to reject it. You ready for the sentence I'm done with?
Oh, yeah.
We're going to need him. No, you don't. I don't agree. I don't agree.
Well, they did need him when Jimmy was out.
I don't think
he started, they won.
He started, they won. His minutes got actually truncated based on, I think, what the plan was, which has happened pretty much every time he's gotten put in this series.
Steve praised him, especially.
Of course he praised him.
Because that's Steve does. But I did think he played good defense on Jalen Green.
Played pretty good defense.
And I agree that his minutes got truncated, which means limited. And I love your use of vocab here. It's SAT season.
It was a truncation sensation.
That's a buck, and I'll pay it because you're flexing the vocab, and I love that.
Thank you.
I do think that last night was an even bigger example of the truncation of the young man's minutes.
It's just like, but I don't buy that the Warriors are going to need him. Like, take a look at what took place in the last month and a half with him not playing at all. What did the Warriors do? Hell, they went through a gauntlet. They beat Memphis and the Lakers and Denver and all of these things. And then they work their way into the playoffs, and they win in a play-in game. And then they go to the playoffs, and they eliminate the 2 seed in 7 games. And they've largely done all of this without him. So I just don't understand. It's not like, I hope this doesn't sound like I'm sure it does, which is some sort of shot against Jonathan. It is that the Warriors have built what they're doing right now without him. A lot of that not being his fault because he was hurt. But they are a very good basketball team as constructed in this moment, with him having not really been a significant part of it. I don't know why we're having this hard thing in the back of our minds. It's almost like it's guilt because he was hurt when Jimmy got acquired. There's this guilt in the back of our mind of, we're going to need him. We're going to need him to do this if we want to advance. We're going to need. I just don't agree. They're fine. They're a very good basketball team. If they stay healthy and play great defense, this can continue. I don't know that it will. It's really hard now. These are 8 really good teams. The Warriors are not significantly better than any of the others, so it's going to be very difficult to advance. But this idea that at some point he's going to have to get the ha-ha out so that we can maneuver and advance in a series, I just don't buy it. I don't buy it. They just maneuvered forward literally without him doing much, and that's with Jimmy missing 2 games.
Right,
so
but
I just don't see it.
Yeah, I mean, I see the idea that he may have a role. It may not be as big of a role as he used to, but they needed, quote unquote, a lot of different players, and then they didn't need him either. Quentin Post was not needed in Game 7. He was needed for a while, and then he wasn't needed. So I look at, strength in numbers. Maybe this isn't that because you're probably going to go with an 8 or a 9-man rotation. But over the course of a 4, 5, 6, 7 game series, you might need a lot from a lot of different guys.
You might, but you really, really, truly might not.
You might not. Well, I mean, look at Houston. Houston played 8 guys, basically the entire series.
Right.
They didn't even go beyond the 8 in any game that was meaningful, and that's just what they did.
That's because they didn't have any injuries. The Warriors had.
And it's because they're younger too, and they can do that.
But the Warriors did. The Warriors lost Jimmy Butler twice. They lost Pods once. They lost GP2 once. Like, they had injuries. That's why some of those other people, they had technicals and flagrants and just all kind of foul trouble. Like, that's what led to those guys coming off the bench. But if everybody's healthy and cool, like, no, the Warriors can win, and they're not going to, quote, need him. Yes, he has to be ready. Of course, that's the job of anybody who's got a uniform and shoes. But I don't think that he is some sort of future linchpin on what the Warriors are doing. Look, like, it's mid-May pretty soon here. It certainly will be by the time this series gets fully decided. Like, the Warriors are heading down toward the end of this whole thing, and he's not much a part of the rotation at the moment. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. All right, let's keep going. Mike and Hayward. Hey, Mike, thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. I always want to say one thing. The Oklahoma City and the other teams that's left in the competition are good teams. They're really good teams, but seems like we still got a good skill set and a good mind to beat all these teams. The skill set is still there. We talk about how old these guys are, but they got skill set. And they got Buddy Hield's coming off the bench. Any one of those guys they got can break out like that. So I think with the requirement of Buddy Hield, he's actually elevated everybody's game. Well, he's made it almost impossible for Bigger to even get on the floor. He can't even get on the floor because he don't have a basketball IQ to get on the floor with what's going on now. The team's a better team, so it's elevated. So I got news for you. Oklahoma City and all the other teams, they're gonna have hell on their hands.
Mike, thanks. I don't feel as confident as Mike does. I think the Warriors are going to have hell on their hands too. I don't disagree with Mike, but the Warrior vets, we get it. They're fantastic. They're playoff performers. They every time we think they're done, they're not done. All these things are true. I have a lot of respect for the 8 teams that are left. Oh, yeah. And this Final Four in the West, if you come out, not only if you make the playoffs, but if you come out of a first-round series, do you know how good you have to be? Oklahoma City is next level. Denver, full of champions. Yep. Minnesota, probably the best young player in the league, combined with a trip to the Western Conference Finals last year. Like, dude, all 4 of these teams are absolute hell on wheels. All of them. They're all matchup nightmares. Yeah, and just put Oklahoma City at the top of the list and realize what they did in the regular year with the best plus-minus point differential in the history of the association. Mm-hmm. And the other teams on that list, teams 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, all won the NBA championship. So, and teams that win more than 67 games, they go on to win the NBA title 80% of the time. So they check 2 gigantic boxes in OKC. Now, I know they're young and they've never done it, but you have to go through a very good Minnesota team to even have that possible conversation. Right, absolutely. And they've got their own challenge. Like, I don't care how much better you are, how much more rested you are, playing Nikola Jokic sucks. It is so hard. He's the worst matchup in the league for anyone. He's unstoppable. He's unstoppable, and he's huge, so he's exhausting. Draymond has talked about this before. Guarding that guy is a complete fork in the eye. And so Oklahoma City's going to have to do that. And I think they'll survive, but they're going to come out with some bruises for sure. I don't think they're overwhelmingly dominant in this group of 4 teams. I really don't. Yeah, I do. And, the odds I think they're the best one. I don't think they're dominant.
They're minus 900 to win the series.
I know. I know.
It just, Oklahoma City can beat you in so many different ways. They've got the great guard in Gilgeous-Alexander. They've got size. They've got shooting. They've got depth. They've got defense. It would be, I'm not going to say a choke job if they didn't get through Denver, but when you're that big of a favorite,
it would be quite an upset.
It would be a huge disappointment.
But it's Denver. Like, that's kind of the point. Like, you're dealing with champions. The other thing that Oklahoma City has going for them, the other team has Russell Westbrook. So there's that.
Sure.
Did you see him talk over the weekend about?
No, I missed it.
He talked.
You were fixated by him.
I can't stand him. He talked about the Russell Westbrook experience.
Did he go third person?
He spoke about it. He goes, when you watch me play, you're going to get it all. Like, might make a three.
That's good awareness. I like that.
Might miss a three. Might be a turnover. Might be this. But in the end, what he was saying is, but don't get it twisted. I'm a really smart basketball player.
Oh.
And I'm like, like, but lost in all this is the Russell Westbrook back at Oklahoma City angle.
Yep.
I'm curious to see how they respond to him. I don't think they're going to call him a cupcake like they did Kevin Durant. I don't think that they've, you know what I mean? I think they still love Russell Westbrook. I don't know.
Well, how many teams removed is he now?
Oh, like
four or five?
Yeah.
He's been to a number of different places.
Washington?
Yep.
Houston?
Yeah. Wasn't he a Laker?
The Lakers.
He was a Clippers.
Clippers. Nuggets. So that's 5.
I mean, are we missing anything?
Man, we're on fire.
Yeah. Hard to be that angry, but I get it.
Yeah. Let's go to Mike in Pacifica. We're going to play a little bit of the of the things, the special things that Buddy Hield had to say this morning on the roast. But let's keep going with you, Mike in Pacifica. Hi, Mike. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Big fan. Love your show. And like you, I am very happy that we're still talking Warriors today, not in a funeral sense. Glad to be doing that. So as happy as we all are, I was going to go with more of a glass half empty, take. Like, one thing that is bothering me, has been bothering me, is the offensive attack. Like, so often us working so hard, the Warriors working so hard to get the ball 5 to 7 feet from the basket, kind of nobody really there. And instead of trying to get a shot up, they'll fire it back out to the 3-point line. And, if you watch the Comcast broadcast last night, Clinton was all over it, mentioning that over and over again, not going with a pump fake, not going with the floater. And it was happening a lot in Game 5, Game 6. But last night it was happening again. Yelled at the TV several times about it. Luckily Buddy Hield exploded and we had awesome defense and no turnovers. I think that's why we won. But if we keep this up, and you think about it, now we're going to Minnesota where there's one of the best shot blockers ever. So I'm a little bit worried that it's going to continue. And I'm wondering what they're practicing in their practices. They practice running inside and firing it back out. I mean, I'd like to see them practice floaters and pump fakes and clever finishes. Steph Curry can make clever finishes, right? Let's have more of these guys try that. So that's I'm a little worried about that.
Yeah, Mike, I think, it's an interesting take. I see what Mike sees. At the same time, I also think, we talk, you're going to go up against Rudy Gobert, and he's this great shot blocker. He is a good shot blocker. He's also not going to be on the floor the entire game. And outside of Rudy Gobert, this is not the length and athleticism matchup that the Warriors just had to deal with. It's not. Like, I think getting an interior shot off against the Rockets where there's Şengün, and there's Steven Adams, and there's Jabari Smith, and there's Tari Eason, and there's Amen Thompson. There are so many long, bouncy arms. I get why the Warriors might pass up some of these interior shots at times. And yes, sometimes it's a mistake, but I get it. Like, I wonder if they didn't almost kind of get intimidated away from that. And what will that look like in the next round? I don't think this is as big of an interior defensive challenge, even with Gobert in there. Because again, he won't play the entire time, and I also don't think he moves as well as some of the young Rockets do. But I see what Mike sees. There are times Jimmy Butler's probably the biggest defender. Sometimes he looks like he's like gotten by his man and he's there, and then he leaves his feet and like throws it back out to the 3-point line. A lot of that's by design because they shoot the second most threes per game in the association. So they, a lot of times if you can drive and it's a contested 2 or it's a Steph 3, you're going to throw it out every time. The other thing about the Minnesota D, and we'll get more into it tomorrow, but they do have a couple of really good perimeter defenders in Jaden McDaniels and Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Yes, they do.
Those are both long, active wing defenders, and just looking at what they did in the regular year, they were 6th against the 3 in the regular season, and their defensive rating is the same as the Warriors. So it's not like they're going to be a pushover. You said it earlier.
Yeah, they're good.
Any of the 8 remaining teams, they're going to be good on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go next to Charlie in Livermore. Hi, Charlie. Really, thank you for calling. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on? I just got home with a bag of groceries, so I'll be quick. But 3.5 things. Number one, you guys are one of my favorite shows. Love listening to you.
Thank you.
Number two, last night was amazing. It was such a breath of fresh air. It was such a relief. I got to watch it with my son. He was up pacing. He's 12 years old, and he's doing what his dad does, just taking it in. And, boy, what a joy it was to see them pull it off. But I really do think they're up against the wall. I really think that the Warriors, or the Rockets for that matter, needed to finish this series out Game 5 or Game 6 in order to have a strong hope. I think there's still a hope, but a strong hope for the future. They need that rest. These guys are getting older. They need to breathe. They need to kind of get their bearings. And I'm worried about this Minnesota series. But that said, watching what Buddy did, watching what some of these other guys have done throughout the series, I'm still hopeful. I still have that beautiful, maybe ignorant optimism because of who the Warriors are and what they've done in the past, that they're going to pull it off.
Well, Charlie, I don't know how you can't because of what these guys continue to do. Thanks so much. But I hear his point, and I do largely kind of feel the same way. Again, that was the point that I had on Friday. I don't think it's like you could win on Sunday, but I don't think that leaves you in a great spot. But then again, these guys continue to surprise us. And the one thing where I'll back up off of that point a little bit is I just want to say it's a new matchup. It's a new matchup, and sometimes that holds a little key in it that you didn't know about. So it's like, well, the Warriors are playing this well, or they're playing poorly, or whatever. And you're like, okay, but that was the Rockets. Now you get a whole new matchup. And the Warriors have, and I know it was the pre-Butler Warriors, but they've done very well against Minnesota in recent times. And so that's sort of where I'm holding out hope that maybe offensively the Warriors will have a little bit more of an open floor, a little bit more of an opportunity to maneuver. But then again, I think they're going up against a more devastating offensive team. So the challenge defensively goes up as well. So
yeah, it's
anyway.
funny you say that because I'm just going through some of the game logs as I'm getting ready for the deep dive dibs tomorrow. And the third game they played against Minnesota, the T-Wolves, they beat Minnesota 113-103. And that was a game in Minnesota. The T-Wolves went 7 minutes and 38 seconds without a point.
Without scoring.
7:38.
Yeah.
So
did Randall or DiVincenzo play in that game?
Randall and DiVincenzo. I know that your boy Andrew Wiggins played. Look at you, Wiggs.
Oh,
Edwards, Gobert, McDaniels, Randall, and Dante off the bench.
All right, so they were all there. Like the one thing I think about these two teams. One, obviously the Warriors were not who they are now until Jimmy Butler arrived. And two, Minnesota played a lot of the middle of the season without Randall, without DiVincenzo. They were very hurt.
Yep.
So both of these teams, the 6 and the 7 seed, as we detailed a week and a half ago, in my way of thinking, these are actually both top 4 seeds in the West. Mm-hmm. And the fact that they both won in round 1, I think, is further evidence of that. So these are 2 of the best 4 teams in the West. Forget about the whole 6 and 7 thing. I think both of them are better than they were the last time they played each other. I don't know who the net winner of that is, though. You know what I mean? Minnesota's healthier. The Warriors have added a star. So,
right.
I don't know who got better since they last saw each other. I don't know.
Well, since March 1st, and I was just looking at that because I know that Minnesota started to catch fire then.
Yep.
They are 17-4 in the regular year and now 4-1 in the playoffs. They're 21-5 since March 1st.
They're really good.
The Warriors aren't quite that good, and I know that you missed Jimmy Butler and you missed Steph for a couple of games. You lost both of those. The Warriors are up there. It's Minnesota, OKC, Boston, then the Warriors on that list since March 1st. And I know it's an arbitrary date, and I get it's an arbitrary stat, but it speaks to just how good Minnesota's been, and they didn't add a player, but they got their ass together.
Yeah, they got their act
They
together.
got healthy, and Finchy got the fellas playing all on the same page, and they've been awesome.
Yeah, they've been very good. Although I saw a stat online that I think a lot of you might find interesting. Do with it what you will.
Okay.
But
I'll fact check it first, and then,
check this out. You know all that was made about the Houston Rockets in the half-court offense? If the Warriors could keep them in the half-court offense, that's not their strength. And when the Warriors were able to stop them from fast breaking and not commit turnovers, that turned out to be true. The Rockets struggled most of the series in the half-court offense. Well, the Timberwolves against the Lakers in round one were even less efficient than the Rockets were in the series against the Warriors in the half-court offense. So I don't know what that says. Like, for instance, they closed the Lakers out on a night that Anthony Edwards went 0 for 11 from three-point range. They had one game where they went crazy from three-point land, and it was game one. And they took it. They took it in L.A., and then the Lakers came back and evened the series, and then Minnesota never lost again. But that was, I think, in part, the Lakers played horribly. Like, the Lakers were awful. Now, does Minnesota get credit for that? You have to give them some. But the T-Wolves in the half-court offense, in other words, it's a little bit of a similar assignment for the Warriors. Don't turn the ball over. Don't let them fast break. You'll probably get beat at least once because the Wolves will just get nuts from three-point range. But outside of that, if you can stay out of the fast break offense for Minnesota, you might have a chance. Your defense has been that good. Might have a shot.
Yep, might have a shot. I'm looking at the first game they played this year, Minnesota 107, Golden State 90, in a game here at Chase Center. And the T-Wolves shot 45% from the floor, 33% from three, and they had 21 turnovers. The Warriors, 39 from the floor, 28 from three, 22 turnovers.
Oh, God.
So Minnesota was
disgusting
bad.
basketball
And
game.
the Warriors were worse.
Yeah.
And, it was a game where Steph was 6 of 17, and it was one of those, Buddy played 13 minutes, one of those games where, all right, Buddy, you sit next to Coach.
Right.
But
none of the shots were falling.
Right, and the team that they had then is not the team they have now, and it's a game. Draymond Green came off the bench in this one, so he must have been coming back from an injury of some sort. But that was just a dud all the way around.
Yeah, I'm going to keep harping on that same number. I think that it's probably what Steve Kerr is harping on. If they take care of the basketball, they become very, very difficult to beat. Doesn't make them unbeatable, but very, very difficult. How about Josh in Castro Valley next up? Hi, Josh. Thanks for calling.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. Great show today. Thank you for it.
Thanks, Josh.
I got to give Buddy Hield an apology. I've been calling him Buddy Bench since he got here, and I've been really, it's just one of those things where I asked my friends, I said, does your stomach ache when they pass the ball to him? Man, he lit it up last night. So I'm going to start calling him Buddy Bounce Back.
There
Bounce
you go.
Back Buddy.
Josh,
and I'm going to ask you guys,
go ahead.
I got this idea about the bounce back shooter, somebody who, struggles, and then one night they go off. Like, what happens after that? Is the bounce back continue? Like, what do you guys think where Buddy Hield is at with that? Is he somebody that can continue this, or is this looks like once in a while he's going to give you $1 million and...
That's an interesting question. You know who first pops, and thanks, Josh.
Yeah.
You know who first pops to mind when he said that is actually Fred VanVleet, who was terrible for 2 or 3 games in this series and then absolutely caught fire. And I kept thinking, well, he's not going to do that again. And then he did. And I'm he's not going to do it again. And he did. And even last night, which was not as good, the Warriors defended him beautifully. He still shot 50% from behind the arc. He still went 3 for 6. Nothing to sneeze at there. So he just found the zone and he stayed there. Could Buddy do it? I mean, I'm never going to suggest that he's going to do what he did last night. 9 of 11 is absolutely bananas, with one of them being just inside half court.
Yep.
But let's also not forget, I know he's only been a Warrior for a year. Buddy Hield is an all-time three-point shooter. This is not like somebody who just you've never heard of, who went crazy and had 9 threes on a one-off night. This is a guy who is one of the 10 or 15 top three-point shooters in terms of volume in the history of the game. So is he capable of staying hot from out there? To a degree, yeah, absolutely. It's a three-point shooter.
Yeah, he's actually number 16. So if I would have said top 10 or 15, I would have gotten buzzed. I'm not advocating for a buzz here, but he's 16 threes away from Paul Pierce. Yeah, that felt good.
I mean, the year's not over yet. So,
Well,
anyway.
this is the regular season stat, so you can go ahead and double up on that. But
I'm going to be right. It's just not till next year.
Exactly.
All right?
Exactly.
All right.
But to the caller's point, like, can Buddy do it again? Sure. Game 1 this year, 5 of 7 from 3. Then 7 of 9. Then 1 of 9. Then 7 of 11. Then 4 of 12. Welcome to Buddy Hield. And, the first, 15 games was like, oh, my God, Sacramento, what are you talking about? We love this guy. You guys all missed out. And then Buddy had a stretch where it was 2 of 6, 1 of 6, 0 of 2, 7 of 13, 3 of 9, 3 of 8, 1 of 3, 3 of 8. So he runs hot and cold. Shout out Katy Perry.
I think in this series, you ask for 2 Buddy games.
Yep.
That's all I'd ask for. Give me 2 Buddy games. If you can get 2 Buddy games, you're probably going to win both those games. And then you take your shot with the other 5 opportunities to see if you can win 2 of the other 5 and move on to round 3. That's kind of what I would hope for.
I see a 1 of 5, 1 of 6, 0 of 7, 0 of 3, 1 of 5.
Yeah.
And you went 2 and 3 in that stretch. Not his fault, but those didn't
help.
Those were Buddy games.
Here's Buddy Hield this morning on 95.7 The Game talking about absorbing the moment.
My brothers, we have a group chat. They always annoy me in my group chat. My brother, my mom has 7 kids, and I have a brother that is older than me. He's the 4th child. I'm the 5th. And I got 2 sisters under me, but the 4th one, he's like crazy. He's always been my biggest supporter from day one, and he's been annoying me in the group chat about just staying focused and locked in and whatever. I feed off them, and I feed off the grace of God, and I feed off them, and I just know that they have my back on everything I do, and they know that I was capable. They've been waiting for all year for me to get to this moment, and finally, and came in Game 7. But just God doesn't make any mistake, and His timing is never late. And just keep trusting my work, and just trusting my teammates and trusting the coaching staff to put me in great position.
There it is from Buddy Hield, and we wanted to let you hear this too. For those of you who weren't with us earlier, you may have noticed the little hippity hop kind of get on the horse celebration from Buddy Hield after a 3-pointer, and the guys asked Buddy about that. And here is his response.
So me and Tyrese Halliburton, he came in one day, and then it's like a TikTok ran viral when he's saying with the bow, bow, bow. And then we just thought every time we shoot a 3, it was like a bow, bow, bow. And after that, there's a dance. It was like bum, bum, bum. And then after that, when you just knocking your legs and just from New Orleans, and I just started adding that dance to that, and we just having fun with it, and it never left me. So every time I go out or around people and or whatever, I just hit the bow 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 dance. Before every pregame, we hit the bow 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 dance. I try to get everybody in the middle. Even the coaches hit it today. Even because Steve hit it last night. Terry Stotts is really good at hitting the bow 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 dance. I think everybody. I haven't let Draymond hit it. Draymond is still shy hitting the bow bow dance now. But Steph has hit it. Jimmy hasn't hit it yet. But we can get Jimmy to hit it. But everybody's hit it except Steph. No, Steph has hit it except Jimmy, Draymond, and I think JK. We got a lot of shy guys on the team. We got to get them on this show. We got to get them on this show.
Okay, there it is from Buddy Hield. He would like actually 95.7 The Game to help in opening up some of these shyer Warriors, although I believe on his list was Draymond Green, who I've never considered to be a shy human being.
No, but I don't know if he's down to dance. He's into the night, and he and Steph with a little double night last night.
I thought Steph waited too long on the night. Like Steph nighted when Buddy made it 20, but Steph was the one who hit a 3 to make it 17, and I thought we were ready. I'm like, you're there. There's 2 minutes to go, and you're up by 17. Give it to him, Steph. Give him the night.
Give it to him.
He wasn't ready.
Yeah.
He didn't want to do it yet. Okay.
Yeah, maybe because he had foreseen that Pods was going to allow them to score and then just give them the basketball right after anyway. Which was one of the more awkward, it was probably the worst who gives a crap turnovers I've ever seen.
The inbound pass.
He just throws it to Houston, and it's like,
here, you want 2 more?
Sure.
Put that in.
I mean, if you're an over-better, you're like, a couple more of those.
Maybe that's the way BP celebrates. That's his own personal night. It's like, we're up by so much, I'll let you have another one.
Dude, totally.
Put that in the bucket. Guess what? We're still going to beat you.
I mean,
it was right.
Of all of the god-awful turnovers, that was probably the least offensive one in my whole career.
Did you guys also see in the final couple of seconds, I forget exactly what the situation was, but Draymond and Pajemski were both begging for Steve Kerr to challenge a call in the final seconds when the game was over?
I think it was just like who the ball was
I think it was out of bounds under the Rockets basket.
Play. And they all went crazy.
There was like 8 seconds left.
I know.
Challenge it.
Do you want to know how upset I was at the Rockets? I was like, yeah, challenge it. Just give it to them. Just so everybody gets that taste in their mouth on the way out the door. Rub it in. Yeah.
Speaking of challenge,
I got over it.
Speaking of challenges, that terrible Ime Udoka challenge in the first half.
I was about to mention it.
Clearly off the Rockets.
Totally.
Oh, my God.
Well, and that, I don't know how it transpired, but that's probably on his assistants. Because that's how that works, right? They've got iPads there in the second row, and they give him a thumbs up or a thumbs down. And they took a look at it, and they missed it. They missed it. And so he challenged, and thank you very much.
Right. But knowing the threshold of failure on challenges, you cannot afford in, I think it was the second quarter, on an out-of-bounds play. It's not like your star's about to get his fourth. Okay, second quarter, boy, this is big. It's a possession call. You cannot afford to challenge that and miss. I thought it was just another example of him getting outcoached in the series.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Like, to me, I would almost, the way this system works, I would almost eliminate the idea of even using it in the first half.
Yep.
Like, I'm not.
Unless it's your star who's going to get into foul trouble.
Right, or if it's like worth 3 or 4 points or something like that on the scoreboard. But I'm not using that then unless you're beyond sure or there's an extenuating circumstance. All right, Morgan and Morgan Hill. What's up, Morgan? Thanks for calling.
Thanks for taking my call, guys. I'm still basking in the glow of Game 7. And, I'm starting to I just have this swell of appreciation, not only for the Warriors, but for sports, because sports, what other form of entertainment has the drama of sports? I think for people who don't pay attention to sports, unlike people like me, you guys, and a lot of the callers and listeners of your show, know that sports is full of drama of the human beings, the season-long arc, the arc of a series, the arc of a career, and so I'm just feeling so thankful. So I want to bring this back to Buddy Hield, because it's quite interesting that you played that morning roast interview, which I listened to this morning on my way into work. And the one moment that I was just getting really all warm and fuzzy inside was when he was talking about that text message that he's got with his family. And then I was just envisioning, what that text message exchange is like after that game, and just all the love. And I was just feeling so warm and fuzzy this morning after that interview, and just feeling, this is an appreciation sensation for the Warriors and all the drama that they've given us. And I know that there's going to be more drama in this next series.
Well, Morgan, I'll tell you what, I'll agree with you from this standpoint. Morgan, thanks so much for the call. This team is starting to have, and I shouldn't say starting, they've got this characteristic that I don't know how many times this is going to repeat itself. Every single time you think they're done giving you something to watch or think about or talk about, they give you more. How many times have you thought in the last 4 years, well, those days are over? Like, how many times?
Think back to 2022.
Yeah,
what did I say that whole postseason?
Yeah, this is not a championship team.
No, this is not happening.
It's not happening. And then they win a championship. And then, then we go through the whole period with the downtrodden nature of the whole Jordan Poole story and all that frustration through the season a couple of years ago and everything. And then the constant chatter last year and this year about, God, they're, Priest, they're too old. Like, right, this is over. We got to stop trying to think that this is going to get revitalized. And then even within this series, most of us woke up yesterday and went, well, probably not. Like, they're probably going to be over today. Boom. Just gave you another series. It's unbelievable.
Well, in the way they gave it to you. Like, Steph wins Game 7 at Sacramento. He scores 50. All right, Steph, one for the ages. Yep. Amazing, spectacular, special. I'll never forget it. Wow, Steph Curry did that. This was Buddy Hield with 33. And I mentioned this earlier. He's played 725 games, regular season, postseason. He scored 33 or more 11 times. That's 1%. So what he did for his own career was a 1% performance, and it happened in Game 7.
Oh, it's got to be the highlight of his career.
Well, yes.
That has to be, that is the biggest night of Buddy Hield's professional career.
Without a doubt.
Not even close.
I was just looking at it in terms of
I hear you.
Nights where he scored 33 or more. He did it 10 times in the regular season, never with the Warriors. He'd never done it in the playoffs, obviously, because he hadn't really been in the playoffs. So to do that for him is a 1% thing. To do that in Game 7 on the road is even more incredibly rare.
Yeah. No, that's a career changer for Buddy Hield.
When we talk about legacy, that's a legacy changer. Yeah, at least here in this market.
No, he will. Well, sure, he will forever have that. He is somebody who put up 33 points in a road Game 7 double-digit victory. That doesn't come off of your ledger. How about Chris in Sonoma? Hey, Chris, thanks for calling. What's going on?
How are you guys today?
Great, man.
Beautiful. Hey, a couple things. So, one of the previous callers was talking about runners and floaters. My comment on that, all well and good, but you guys know, floaters, especially of the baseline kind, are the least efficient shot in basketball at every level. Floaters down the middle of the lane, a little bit better. If you're Steph Curry, it's a great shot. If you're Tony Parker, it's a great shot. Most other guys, not so much. That's the first comment. Second, next series, I don't see the Minnesota Timberwolves being as proficient as Houston was at running the Warriors off the three-point line. Houston was fabulous at that. And how many times did you guys catch yourself talking to the TV, quoting Don Nelson, a shot created must be taken, right? Passed up an awful lot of shots. I don't see Minnesota being quite as good as Houston at running shooters off the arc. Last thing, this series to me is a Kevon Looney 12 to 15 minutes a game series for the simple fact that they've got to counter Gobert, which would allow someone to play Julius Randle, who likes to be outside a little bit more, and Naz Reid, who's become a tremendous three-point shooter. So I'm thinking Looney likely plays a huge role in this series. Not enormous minutes, but really meaningful minutes. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I could see that, Chris. Thanks. I mean, you always wonder kind of with the two big guys, actual big guys that the Warriors have, you'd love to have them get married and create this person who could both be brilliant with defense and rebounding in spurts and then also hit threes at the other end. They've got Quentin Post, who sometimes can hit threes on defense. Right now, he's a tough watch. He's a rookie, and he gets beat a lot by the smarts of the veteran players out there. And then Looney's the opposite. He doesn't give you a whole lot offensively, but you feel so comfortable with his defense and rebounding and toughness and all of that. So, which one will fit more in this series? You're probably right. You pick your spots a little bit. I could definitely see 10 or 15 minutes, at least in some games, for Kevon Looney. And then his previous point about the three-point line is a good one as well. Who will probably guard Steph? McDaniels?
I think so.
Probably McDaniels. How does he match up versus an Amen Thompson with Steph? McDaniels is a very good defender. He's very good. I don't think he's as challenging for Steph as Thompson was. Challenging, not as challenging.
Steph shot 45.8% from the line, behind the line against Minnesota in 4 games.
Wow.
So 22 for 48. Pretty good.
It's a big number.
It's pretty good. And they went 3-1 in those games. No Jimmy Butler, so I know that you can't look at a game in November and draw a lot of conclusions when the two teams are different, or December. Remember they played in the stay and play? They played the back-to-back games against Minnesota, and they ended up splitting those games. But Steph certainly, in the 4 games, shot the ball pretty well.
Yeah, it's been a good matchup for the Warriors, and their guards, obviously mainly Steph, But this, throw Pods and Moody and I guess Buddy Hield in there, and to a degree Jimmy Butler. I think that Minnesota is going to have, at least on paper, a little bit of a hard time guarding those guys. And so, Houston has more in the way of options defensively against the Warriors guards than Minnesota does. So that's one sort of, there's 1,000 things to go over, but that's one hat tip for the Warriors. I do think their backcourt will have more freedom of movement in this series than they did in the last one.
I just wonder about the front court and how you go about matching up with Randall, because they're going to hit you with 3 bigs at times. And I know that Naz Reid is kind of a stretch 5, and so maybe that's where Quentin Post gets a chance to go out there and guard Naz Reid, and Naz Reid guards Quentin Post. But it's Gobert who, he's become a better offensive player. He certainly isn't Şengün, but he's somebody that you can't just put GP2 on.
He's a putback monster, is what he was. I think he scored 26 points against the Lakers in the closeout game, and it was all just tips and putbacks around the rim. And get ready. The Warriors struggle with that, obviously. He is way, way taller than any other Warrior. So think about, and he's not Steven Adams. He's a different type of player, but he'll play the same role, and he's a little bit better free throw shooter than Adams is. So you can't just hug him and put him on the line and try to run him off of the floor because I think he'll knock a few more of those down. I don't know what his percentage is. Do you have that in front of you? What's Rudy Gobert?
67.4.
Okay, that's
so a little bit better than Adams.
Adams was like 45.
Below 60. Oh, is that low?
I think he was 45, although, man, that was when you knew Game 6 was not going to go the Warriors' way. They kept hacking Adams, and he's making most of his free throws, and then he finally misses 2, and Şengün just tips it in for 2 points. That moment, I was like, okay, it's not going to happen tonight. That was super frustrating.
He was 9 for 16 in that game.
From the line?
Yep.
Oh, man.
And he is 53% for his career.
50 for his career.
46 this year.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought he was at about 45, 46 for this season. All right, we're sponsored by Safeway, and nowhere near done yet. 888-957-9570 is the number. Got one more comment from Buddy Hield from this morning that we want to play for you, and still more time for your calls, your Game 7 reacts, your Game 7 story. 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
Now Jalen Green, dribble drive, stops, brings it back out. Shot clock at 10. Dribbles again to the paint, spins it outside to Tari Eason. He'll drive on Curry, goes up, blocked by Looney. Loose ball deflected out to Jabari Smith. He'll shoot it, no good. And the rebound to Looney, to Buddy Hield. He's got 3 seconds. He's got 2 from half court. Pulls up for a 3. It's good! Buddy Hield knocks one in from midcourt at the buzzer. And the Warriors take a 4-point lead to the bench at the end of the first quarter.
Hey, Aries, Buddy Hield. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Man, you're the toast of the town. There's no two ways about it. It's a game changer for Buddy Hield. Absolute game changer for his time as a Golden State Warrior.
Yeah, and his time as an NBA player. Like, if you look back at his career, you will look back right now, if it happens to end at the end of this year, which I hope it doesn't, and it probably won't. You look at that performance, and you also look at the fact that he's one of the great Iron Men in an era where players don't usually play basketball. They'd rather not play basketball. Like, your job is to play hoop.
Yeah.
And for the majority of these players in the association, they don't really play as much as Buddy does. And you look at his career, 82. Last year he played 84, which is almost impossible, but he did it. The year before that he played 80. So, and the year before that he played 81. Buddy Hield, I play basketball.
Yeah. No, he's an Iron Man, although sometimes when he plays, he only plays for like 8 minutes. But still, he plays. I hear you. Here's the other thing. This is one other thing that we haven't played yet that was from his appearance on the Roast on 95.7 The Game earlier today. And I think it highlights the angst and the push-pull of rooting for a team that houses Draymond Green. I just want to talk about this for a sec because I feel it, and I know a lot of you do too. Some of you love him. Some of you don't like him. Some of you are everywhere in between. I kind of split the difference. There are things he does that I don't like, for sure, obviously, in his career, even the way that he handles games, but I also understand how vital he is for Warriors basketball, and it's tough. Sometimes it does. It puts you in a silly situation, we practically did a whole show last week where I was just taking this thought at Dillon Brooks and that thought at Dillon Brooks, and I don't see them as the same, but a lot of people do. And so everyone's coming down your road where it's like you're gonna talk about dirty play and you root for a team that has Draymond Green. I understand how that is a fine line to walk. But we play this for you so that those of you who look at box scores and technical fouls and go, what the hell does this team put up with Draymond Green and all of the antics? Well, Buddy Hield just had the performance of his life, and both after the game last night and this morning on the Roast, he pointed to Draymond Green and the speech that he gave to the team.
Just showing that how we were not connected in the last 2 games that we didn't play, and this shows that how much this game means to everybody, and just going out there and just laying on the line and don't get distracted by Draymond talking about him, how he was not locked in, and I'm sure he said in the media, you saw his comment in the media, and just going there and seizing the moment, and just enjoying it and getting back our joy and being connected to each other. And we didn't feel that we were connected in those last 2 games, and that's why we took a fall, why we had to play in Game 7. And the way they were commentating those, Draymond speaking, and Steph speaking, and Jimmy speaking, just to give you chills, man, because those guys are being a fire, and if you know how bad they want it, and you know how much winning means to them because they've been to the mountaintop 4 times. And just hearing them speak and just following their lead and, just being in that room, with a bunch of Hall of Famers, and for them to call the team meetings, the seriousness of that meeting, and they know that getting us ready in that moment will just prepare us for the next game, for the game tomorrow, which is yesterday.
There it is. That's Buddy Hield recounting the speech from Draymond Green and other veterans in the room, sort of letting them know the gravity of the moment, and everything surrounding Buddy Hield is always playful and fun and joking around. But when it came to this 24 hours, he locked in. He dialed in.
Well, they all did, and Draymond was spectacular. And you can't get too far past Buddy Hield without getting to Draymond Green when you're talking about who played the best for the Golden State Warriors. Steph was huge in the fourth. Draymond was big in the first offensively and throughout the game. And, what you started your lead-in with is kind of what frustrates you, because you look at the foul on Fred VanVleet that wasn't technical, could have been a flagrant. It could have been a lot of things where he goes up to make a pass and he gets stripped and he just throws his forearm into Fred VanVleet's face. And these are the things where if you're not a Warrior fan, or even if you are a Warrior fan, you look at that and you say, that's unnecessary. Right. It's unnecessary. Right. It makes it hard to defend you when, you spent a show and a half or whatever railing against Dillon Brooks, and for the last 2 games, Dillon Brooks didn't do anything.
No, although
he didn't swipe at a thumb. He didn't punch an opponent with a forearm.
Oh, actually, Steph did point to the ref at one point last night and accused Dillon Brooks of swiping directly at the thumb, and he didn't do anything in Game 6 because he fouled so many people early that he had to sit for most of the second half on the bench.
Yeah, but last night, the Draymond Green play is what makes it hard to.
Yep,
for me, it makes it hard to not compare the two, because when Draymond gets stripped and he just happens to throw his arm out into a guy's face, that to me is very Brooksian.
Right. Although, the line I keep trying to draw is that I don't see, at least in this generation in this series, I don't see Draymond going after pre-existing injuries. I don't see Draymond knocking people out of the air who are in a vulnerable position. The things that Dillon Brooks has done.
Yeah. Not this series,
not this series for Dillon, although Thompson. Let's go to Rich in Fremont. Hey, Rich, what's going on?
Hey,
Rich.
What's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. Hey, I can tell you right now, man, I am phenomenal. I had a phenomenal day at work. It's interesting what a Warriors win will do for you on a Monday. I've been watching these NBA playoff promos on TV and on the internet. And, the one thing I noticed was that I've been seeing the promos where they had Cleveland, they had Boston, they had New York, they had Houston, they had all these teams on there. I didn't see no promos with LA, no promos with the Warriors. It was all these other teams. And I thought, wow, okay, I guess they're doing that is because they're higher seeded. I don't know. But at any rate, the Warriors are still in the thick of this thing. And I want to point out, Buddy Hield, I'm not going to say anymore because I know he got his flowers today. Everybody's been praising him, and they should, because he balled out. But there was a single shot from Pajimski yesterday. I couldn't believe it, man. He came inside the paint, dribbled, had his man on him. Wait a minute. Turned around, got airborne, released it. The shot was pure. It was fluid. It looked like Sean Livingston with an elbow jumper, and it went right into the net. I was like, okay, look, I didn't know you could do that. Okay, that was an amazing shot from a guy who simply does everything else. But that shot, that was just he keeps doing that, man. He's going to be averaging 25 points a game. But that was an amazing shot, and praise to our guy. He's sometimes inconsistent, but when he shows up big. Thanks, guys.
Okay, Rich. I mean, they're all inconsistent. That's why they're role players. I mean, there were inconsistencies even amongst the stars. But I really do think that's the formula. You can't coach it. You can't ask for it. You just kind of hope for it. The formula to me, and it'll be true in this series again, let Jimmy and Steph be themselves. Draymond handle things on defense. And I hope there's at least one other Warrior who brings his three-point shot to the party. Pods, Moody, Buddy, Quentin, whatever. If one other guy goes 3, 4, 5 3-point shots, the Warriors are really, really hard to beat.
Yeah, and that's what that series was, if you look at it. And outside of Jimmy and Steph, game one, Pods, he hit 3 threes, and it was a low-scoring, grinded-out game, so you didn't need too much from the quote-unquote others, but you got enough from Pods to get that done, and then Game 3 was another game where you got that contribution from Buddy Hield. Buddy, 5 of 11. You said you wanted 1 or 2 Buddy games in a series. You got 2 against Houston. One was unbelievable, And that was enough to get it done.
Let's go to Skills in Vallejo. Skills, take us to the finish line, man. What's going on?
Yo, what is up? Mark Willard, Dan Dibley. I'll tell you the truth that for Game 7 last night, my